Then he ran off, still muttering to himself, "Honestly, if I see her again." Suddenly, a muscular arm reached out from behind with a call. "Hey, Fomet, why are you still there?" Sybil watched him and called out, "I have something I want to talk to you about." Behind the building, his and the man's voices could be heard. "But you look pretty drunk. Your face is all red." "No, it's not." The corner of Sybil's mouth twitched up slightly. He was still watching intently. Minyu had stopped, turning to look. He asked, "What's your goal in becoming a hunter?" He was stunned. "Goal?" He didn't answer, but lowered his head to listen to his suggestions. "Some hunters fight for a living. Others sacrifice themselves for justice." "So why did you become a hunter?" His face was a little confused when he replied, "To fight." With one hand on his hip, he stood proudly. "I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the masters and one day surpass them. That is my goal." Sybil stroked his chin, smiling, his eyes cunning. "Ah, I see. It would truly be a waste to let someone as talented as you go." Minyu didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean?" He gestured for him to come closer. "Come join our Sungun Guild at a large house." The children were smiling amidst joyous voices. "Thank you, Director, thank you." It turned out to be a smiling Run Seong and Minyu in his bright pink getup with a cat ear headband and angel wings on his back. On the rooftop, Run Seong's voice rang out. "Helping these kids is more fulfilling than anything else. It's a happiness to be a doctor." She leaned back to look at his face, a bright smile on hers. "What about you, 302? How do you feel?" Minyu had changed into his normal clothes, standing with his arms crossed. "I'm fine. Are you going to keep rambling like this?" She retorted, "Hey, I'm not rambling at all." Run Seong stood up straight, one hand on her hip, explaining, "This is the reason we're here." That beautiful face had become more serious. "Let's start now." He focused, extending his arms slightly, a red glow surrounding him. He clenched his hands into fists and asked her, "Is this okay?" Run Seong's jaw dropped, and she quickly covered her mouth in astonishment. "This is surprising. It's only been an hour, and you've already learned them." She smiled with satisfaction, sweat already dampening her cheeks. She wondered to herself, so this is what it feels like to teach someone. Seeing Minyu succeed after an hour of effort, she realized, now I understand why some S-rank hunters also double as support. I really want to see how far he'll go. She clasped her hands towards him and added, "If your stats increase, you can learn not only this, but many other things as well. Just pile them up and send them to hell." He was also excited. "Really? Then what else should I learn?" Minyu flashed a demonic smile, his face extremely dangerous as he moved closer to inform her, much to her surprise. Her eyes were wide open, not daring to look straight at him. "I'm about to leave this guild." Run Seong seemed to snap out of it, shouting loudly. The two of them went down the stairs, he in front and she following behind, one asking and one answering, the whole exchange buzzing. "Another guild has come to invite me." "An invitation? Which guild? What was its name?" "Sungun, I think." "The Sungun Guild?" "Seeing your reaction, I guess I don't need to explain any further." Run Seong was a little worried upon hearing his honest words. "I didn't even know those guilds had already paid in advance. Also, they offer me a lot of hunter benefits." That beautiful face went from one surprise to another. The higher the tower floor, the stronger the guild needs to be. "But what about you?" Minyu seemed to be using magic, a mysterious black screen enveloping his back, his words accusatory. "You tricked me, made me work, dragged me into a guild with a weird name." He didn't know that it was actually the fault of the team leader. His angry eyes stared at Run Seong. "And now you're planning to use me and teach me these skills as compensation?" He accidentally pushed that magic towards her, causing her to stumble backward. Coldly, he said, "Let's end it here." Then Minyu walked away, raising a hand in farewell, while Run Seong was still kneeling on the ground. "Just consider what you taught me today as the price." Suddenly, her voice caught his attention. "What do I have to do?" He stood there motionlessly, watching her reaction. Her voice was a little weak and pitiful. "What do I have to do to keep you here?" Wrapping her arms tightly around her upper body, Run Seong's eyes were calm. "Money? Power? My body? I don't need them." Minyu looked at her with his cold eyes, giving her a chance. "If you agree to my condition, I will stay in your guild." Run Seong asked in surprise. "Condition?" His voice was strong. "I want to participate in fights in bigger arenas. But if I stay in a small guild, I can't do that." She frowned, guessing, "Are you telling me to grow the guild to be stronger?" Minyu moved closer to her, his voice low and threatening. The most important thing is to change the name of this damn guild. The sky had turned dark. At the Heaven Hotel, the receptionist was politely answering a guest. Yes, we have successfully confirmed the room you booked. We will bring your luggage up to your room. A young man with a satisfied smile on his face said to the girl walking ahead of him, "This hotel is really nice, sis. How much is a room here? It looks expensive, huh?" She didn't care. Why do you care about the price? Then she turned around, wrapping her arms around the young man's neck. She was flirtatious. You just need to care about me. The two of them had their arms around each other's waists right next to a large billboard. Then they were suddenly startled by the image of Reaper on it. Ah, you scared me. What is this? A hunter. Speaking of which, the heir to this hotel is a hunter. The boy let it slip. She's also quite beautiful. This made the girl cross her arms in jealousy. What did you just say? He held up his phone for the guard to see. The closed door echoed with the guard's voice. Yes, madam. Please come in. The luxurious door slowly opened. Inside were many stylishly dressed men and women, talking and laughing cheerfully. They happily mingled with each other. A girl in a white dress crossed her arms and looked around. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, her bouncy, curly hair falling down. Wow! Manhwa, wearing an elegant suit, stood leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She kept her eyes closed as she heard Ella say, "You're successful now, aren't you?" Manhwa, the guild master of the fan, opened her eyes and listened as Ella continued. "How did you manage to invite so many hunters?" Manhwa answered honestly, "It's all thanks to Reaper. I didn't have a place to host the party, but..." Ella interrupted, "Wow, having a member like her is amazing. Money really is number one." Then she cheerfully raised her hand towards Manhwa. "By the way, congratulations to your guild for making it into the top 10. It turned out she was the guild master of La Boheme. Under the brightly lit modern chandeliers on the ceiling, the voices of the two people continued to ring out. "Just lucky." "What do you mean, lucky? Oh my, you think your guild achieved that rank based on luck alone?" Ella was still flattering and asking for favors. "Anyway, remember to give me some special consideration, now that your guild has grown this much." My guild also played an important role. So, as she was getting carried away, the silhouette of a girl passed by, causing Ella to get angry and shout, "Miyoyu!" The girl was startled, and a few crumbs of food fell. Ella's shout was still ringing out. "You have a shoot tomorrow. Why are you eating now?" Mio stuttered, "I'm sorry." Ella gritted her teeth and turned back, her face furious. Not long after she turned back, the other girl sneezed, which seemed to drive her crazy again. As she turned to look, then both Manhwa and Ella watched her walk out the door. Manhwa wondered, "Why don't you let her eat? Eating a little won't make her gain that much weight." Ella's voice was stern. "No, she needs to control her weight more strictly. That's the only way she can rise to the top of the industry and defeat Valkyrie." Seeing her like that, Manhwa didn't say anything more, silently looking towards the door as if waiting for someone. She rested her chin on her hand and looked to the side impatiently. "Shouldn't he be here by now?" Ella was curious. "Huh? Who?" Mio glanced to the side. Manhwa's voice from outside the door could still be heard. "You know him too." A loud noise was heard. "Ah." Mio awkwardly bowed before the silhouette of a man in red. "I'm sorry." Her eyes suddenly widened. Her jade-like blue eyes grew large. A masculine face, his hair fell, covering most of his eyes. Minyu walked away, ignoring her, who was still surprised behind. "Him." A girl's complaining voice was still muttering. "Really? You should at least wear a suit, right? Why would a hunter do that? You said you wanted to hang out with the top players." Public appearance is also very important. The people nearby heard and turned to look, his voice indifferent. "Is it that important?" The others also cast curious glances. The current generation is a generation that has to care about public perception. Minyu walked behind Run Cian. She was still a bit annoyed as she reminded him. "There are other hunters here too. You need to clearly define who you are, right?" Suddenly a loud call reached where she and he were walking. Run Cian. Several plates of fresh, delicious fruit were arranged on the table. "I called you last time, but you didn't come." The three of them, Manhwa, Run Cian, and Ella, were sitting in the same room. Ella spoke up. "It seems you're planning to work properly now. You said you only formed a guild to avoid paying taxes. And what about the Wild Guild? What happened to that incredibly lovely name?" Anyway, Run Cian covered her face and cried. "Someone threatened me that if I didn't change the name, they would leave the guild. Ella, sitting next to her, was curious. Who? Oh, you mean that guy over there who looks like a thug but is very charming? Meanwhile, Minyu was still enjoying a pastry, his eyes looking somewhat unhappy. He walked past where they were sitting, and Minova's eyes captured the image of his back as he passed by. She turned to watch him. Where did you find such a precious gem? But it seemed Run Cian didn't want to answer, and instead changed the subject with a laugh. I'm so glad I could get in touch with you. Minyu still casually walked around with a plate of pastries in his hand, not noticing that Minova and Run Cian were talking about him. How much money did you use to find him? Money? I didn't lure him with money. He admires me, my skills. So how much would it cost me to poach him? No way. I already stopped the Sung Un Guild from poaching him. Hearing this, Ella happily joined in. The Sung Un Guild? Oh my, if it's them, I want to join too. Run Cian's face darkened. All right, he's the one and only hope of our guild. Looking very surprised, Minova looked at her and asked, "But you were the one who contacted me to have him come here?" Startled, she asked hastily, "Huh? Who?" A man's hand appeared as Minova's words rang out, her ex-husband. That hand rested on her shoulder, causing her to freeze. She heard, "I was wondering whose voice sounded so familiar." Heliot leaned forward, looking at Run Cian in a friendly manner. "It's been a while, Run Cian. How have you been?" Minyu stood with his hands in his pockets in the middle of the room where a few people were. Raising a glass of wine, he thought with boredom. A deep impression. Why do I have to be standing right here? He raised the wine glass to his lips, his eyes a bit dangerous. I think while I was hesitating, I made an impression in a different way. A girl flashed past the slightly open door. He glanced over at her. Is that Reaper? Speaking of which, this hotel belongs to her family. The image of the kiss she had given him appeared in his mind again. Still holding the wine glass, he said nothing, looking very unnatural. Suddenly, there was a shout from a young man. Nail Iorum. The sound attracted him. Minyu looked through the crack in the door and saw the young man standing next to Reaper. Inside the hotel were the voices of Vager and Reaper. This is different from what we discussed before. How is it different? He stood in front of her with a sly smile. You said you'd go out with me after you clear that tower. Have you forgotten? Reaper's attitude was clearly annoyed now. Even though I never made such a promise, you still try to twist my words to your liking, don't you? Besides, I've already paid you in full. His eyes froze for a moment when he heard her say that. Slapping his forehead, he cried out, Hail Iorum. He was also losing his composure. Stop playing hard to get. You're so boring when you're like this. He thrust his hand very forcefully towards where Reaper was standing and watching silently, but his hand was quickly grabbed tightly by Minyu. Reaper stared wide-eyed, a shocked voice shouting, Fomet. Vager could no longer control his emotions, pushing with great force towards Reaper. Stop playing hard to get. You're so boring. A brilliant red screen of light quickly appeared. Then a firm hand gripped his tightly before it could touch her. That crimson magic, I seemed to be controlling Vager's every move. At this moment, his eyes were surprised, while Fomet's eyes were cold and dangerous. Fomet gripped Vager's wrist tightly before Reaper's wide, astonished eyes. She seemed to feel that something was off. What is this? He's emitting a killing intent that I've only ever felt from demonic beasts. Fomet, while Vager yanked his hand away from him. Is he a hunter? The three of them faced each other. Vager looked at Fomet curiously and asked, You are? She looked at him, wondering, Why are you here? But he only cared about her. What's wrong? Shouldn't I be here? He felt a mix of disappointment and jealousy, seeing Reaper happily asking him questions. No, it's just that I didn't think you were the type to come to places like this. I'm very happy to see you. He smiled, but you could feel his sadness as her eyes were only for Fomet. By the way, would you mind? He asked back, What are you hesitating for? Vager stood with his chest puffed out, smiling at him and interrupting their conversation. Could it be that you're Nail, Iorum's boyfriend? Probably not. You seem to be a hunter. Which guild are you from? Fomet heard, but had no intention of answering right away. He just silently stared with glaring eyes. He turned, maintaining that same attitude. I'm from the Wild Guild. Reaper cut in. I thought it was the Sweet Powder Angel Guild. Fomet said sternly. Quiet. His eyes became even more dangerous when he heard. Wild? What kind of nameless guild is that? He looked at Reaper contemptuously with a mocking tone. Nail Iorum. I can't believe you're involved with this loser. I'm so disappointed. He didn't bother to correct him, just asked. So which guild are you from? He sneered contemptuously. Me? The Guardians Guild. Reaper looked unhappy, her face scowling. The Guardians is one of the top 3 guilds. With a logo of 2 horned horses and 2 cross swords, they're famous for their ability to conquer towers in a short amount of time. Fomet's voice. Guardians. He crossed his arms. Mech also sneered contemptuously. I thought you were from Nebula, so doesn't that mean you're also from a nameless guild? Then, he whipped his head towards him, not believing he would say such a thing. What? But both young men were startled when Reaper suddenly burst out laughing. Her crisp laughter made Vager stare at her in confusion. On the other side, he couldn't hide his curious gaze at her either. Unable to stop, Reaper raised a hand to cover her mouth, her body shaking uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? She tried to hold it in before managing to say. It's funny, he just called the top 3 guild nameless. Both of them were speechless at Reaper's endless laughter. Vager scowled at him, annoyed. Seeing him just standing there with his arms crossed, with a truly arrogant look, he wondered, who the hell is this guy? Just a loser from some random guild. The 3 of them just stood there looking at each other, with no intention of leaving. The doorway. Inside, the appearance of the ex-husband and Kim Ian made the atmosphere just as tense. Manhwa sat silently, lost in thought. Outside, Vager smiled, showing off his pearly white teeth. He looked at him and said, "You're Baphomet, right? This party is a bit dull, isn't it?" As Manhwa turned to look outside, someone called her. "Hunter Manhwa." He entered the room and approached her. Manhwa recognized him. "Hunter Vager." He held out his hand. "I have an idea I'd like to propose." She was surprised. "An idea?" He flashed a confident smile. "I'm very grateful to be at such a grand party, but you know, most of the people in this room are hunters who have forgotten how to move their limbs, so this seems a bit boring." A girl in the room agreed. "He's right. We're not used to drinking champagne and socializing like this." Vager proposed an idea. "Why don't we organize a competition event?" Manhwa tilted her head and asked, "A competition event? You mean one-on-one friendly matches?" Lop disagreed, stating her point of view. "Wait, that's not very reasonable. The people attending this party are all representatives of their guilds. Even a friendly match that could affect a guild's reputation isn't good. Why should we?" He quickly cut her off. "If both parties agree, then there's no problem, right? I've already agreed to a friendly match." He smiled arrogantly and pointed to Baphomet, who was leaning against the wall nearby. With his friend here, 302. La Baume still maintained a disapproving attitude, but something felt off. This was a formal party after all. But it seemed Minerva thought differently. "Interesting. I was getting bored too." La Baume was stunned. "Huh? Mincio, why would you say that?" She glanced over at the 2 people with Kim Ian. "What do you 2 think?" The door opened a crack, a luxurious chandelier sparkling on the ceiling. Vager and Baphomet were standing opposite each other. Minerva watched intently, while La Baume was still a bit uncomfortable. So many unexpected things. Kim Ian was a bit tense, hearing her guild mentioned. On one side was a member of the Ianson Guild. She glanced over at Baphomet's opponent, while her ex-husband just smiled and watched. The other side was from the Guardians Guild. Seeing Reaper standing nearby, Minerva felt a little guilty. "Sorry to trouble you both, even though you prepared the party hall." She replied without much thought. "It's nothing. This place is about to be renovated anyway." Standing behind, Reaper looked at his sturdy back, worried. "But will he be okay? I know Baphomet is very good." Even so, she couldn't underestimate him, but Vager's skills were better than his. Glaring at Vager, she only hated him more. He must be deliberately trying to humiliate him in front of the other hunters. That bastard. Vager flashed a confident smile, feigning a difficult situation. "Oh no, it seems I'm in a tough spot." He put his hands in his pockets, for the sake of his pride. "I just wanted to ask Hunter Minerva to prepare a venue for the match. I didn't expect to attract so many spectators. Like this." He stared at him with hostile eyes. His voice dropped, emphasizing, "Especially when the match will be over soon." He also looked at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He started acting all high and mighty again. "Coming from a nameless guild only proves that you yourself are a nobody. I don't know how your guild got an invitation here, but you should have behaved more humbly. With a deceitful, arrogant face, he acted like he was superior but was being forced. Then I wouldn't have to put you in an awkward situation in front of everyone. And another thing, not letting Vager finish. Baphomet cut him off, uninterested. Whatever. He felt it was too long-winded, scratching his ear. Can we start? He smacked his lips. So much talking. His momentum was cut short. He could only let out a sharp laugh, his eyes angry. He held out his hand, his fingers curling. It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you? Then he spread his legs wide, lowered his center of gravity, and sparkling streams of power swirled around him, his voice growling. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Vager rushed forward, while Baphomet remained still, showing no movement. He also began to lower his body, clenching his hand into a fist. He focused. On the floor there was only him and a flash of frantic light. From outside a voice said. He disappeared. That stream of light shot down from above. He leaned to dodge, his eyes still focused on observing. Those streams of light continuously rushed around him, forcing him to just dodge. It seemed speed was his specialty. He revealed his face, then shot away, his hair thrown all the way back. Vager shouted. The situation was quite disadvantageous for him, yet he put his hand back into his pocket. But he was strangely calm compared to that bastard. He remembered when he and Griffin fought Bill. His face, as if waiting for something, was frozen without any movement. Images of the cold Griffin fighting appeared. In his mind, suddenly his pupils turned crimson along with a sinister smile. Not even close. Kim Isekai stood with her arms crossed, watching him. But suddenly her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, thinking to herself, no way. La Baume and Minerva watched anxiously. Kim Isekai's ex-husband also seemed tense. Reaper didn't dare take her eyes off the fight, her large round eyes always following him. In a rather horrific moment, Baphomet had grabbed Vager's arm and torn it in half, blood splattering everywhere. His face turned pale with pain. His eyes bulged in astonishment, while he was also a bit surprised by the result. A spray of blood shot up in front of his face. Everyone there was terrified. He threw Vager's severed arm down. He collapsed to the ground, cursing in pain. You bastard. The couple, Kim Isekai and her husband, stood watching. She turned to glare at her ex-husband when she heard him say, trash. But a second later, she was also quite surprised. He had slipped through the crowd and left. Masang Ian. Behind Minerva, a man and a woman were whispering. What the hell happened? Isn't that a bit too much? I thought it was just a friendly match. How could he do that? Minerva clapped in appreciation. Her cheerful tone and words made Baphomet and those around them turn to look. You are truly extraordinary, Hunter Baphomet. She continued to clap cheerfully, congratulating him. Your destructive power is unbelievable. I'm very impressed. I was right about you after all. The others just stared at him blankly. They whispered amongst themselves. I've never seen Minerva so excited. Baphomet. Is Baphomet his code name? He felt a little happy and glanced in one direction. In another room, Reaper looked at Baphomet and offered, hey, let me help you. Baphomet was surprised to see her take the initiative. She held out her hand. Your hand is injured. He turned his palm up, and indeed, there was a rather deep cut. Yeah. Reaper took out a medical kit to help him disinfect the wound. She felt a pang. He didn't even notice he was injured. Actually, it's always like this when fighting Vager. Baphomet, I won anyway. She scolded. Yeah, you're so naive. He didn't argue, but stole a glance at her, admiring her beautiful face as she focused on treating his wound. He restrained himself and looked away. The sky had darkened. The voices of the two continued to sound steadily. He was nonchalant. You don't have to bandage it. These kinds of wounds heal right away. She wouldn't have it. A hunter should ensure they are always in the best condition. Reaper remained focused and careful. You never know when the gates of hell dungeons will open. Looking at his hand that she had finished bandaging, she felt more at ease and said, even a small wound like this can get worse. She gave a beautiful smile. Now I'm sure you're the one who conquered the Labyrinth Tower. Baphomet seemed frozen by Reaper's praise. You're very strong. Suddenly, he had a feeling someone was outside the door. He peeked his head out to see. Just as he sensed, someone was indeed lurking at the door. Yeah, it turned out to be Kim Isekai. Seeing this, Reaper also spoke up and asked, what are you doing here? Kim Isekai smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean to intrude on your private world. But inside, she felt a little jealous. It's nice to be young. Kim Iseum looked at them with a proud smile. Moving closer to them, she said to Baphomet, "You buffed your right arm. Because you didn't have enough time to buff your whole body, you ended up deciding to just buff your right arm, right? But you didn't have to go that far." Although it was late, Baphomet's voice still echoed in the hotel. "I had to win. This is the reputation of the entire guild." But suddenly a voice spoke up like throwing a bucket of cold water. "A nameless guild has no reputation to lose." Kim Iseum's eyes suddenly became serious. She realized for herself his sensitivity in combat and the fact that he could use a skill he had never learned at will. Her full, red lips curled up slightly. "It's scary, but I also really want to see how far you'll develop, Baphomet," Kim Iseum said gently. "Perhaps I should thank you for bringing fame to the guild." Suddenly, from outside the door, Minerva's voice cut in. "For the guild to become even more famous, Baphomet must become even stronger." They were very surprised. Mincio on Minerva. Her voice was still steady, as she imagined the image of the two famous hunters, Vankizi and Gong. Having a strong hunter represent the guild also reflects the guild's reputation. For example, Vankizi of the Evil Guild and Gong of the Nebula Guild. Minerva continued to explain to him, "To reach that level, you have to become an S-rank hunter first." Her ambitious eyes looked at Baphomet. "I can see we are very similar, Baphomet." He also stared back at her with his sharp, hawk-like eyes. "Your belligerence. You were born to fight," she suggested. "I know a perfect place for you, Baphomet." Minerva raised her hand and smirked. "The colony?" he asked intently. "The colony?" Kim Iseum objected. She almost shouted, "No, you can't go there." The two people with two different thoughts were vehemently arguing, leaving Reaper and Baphomet sitting in the middle, not knowing what to do. That place is the fastest way to become an S-rank hunter, but it's also where A-rank hunters wither away. You don't need to go anywhere 302. You can reach S-rank without going there. But it will take a very, very long time. He's already tried his best, so speed isn't the issue. But what's wrong with that place? Neither of them would back down. Kim Iseum felt a bit wronged. She bit her lip and frowned in annoyance, imagining that place as a dark place. Reaper also spoke up. "Some people call it hell on earth. When the gates open, that's where the most demonic beasts appear, and then the towers also spring up." Reaper put her hand to her mouth in fear. "I've also heard that no matter how many towers are conquered, new ones keep appearing." Minerva confirmed, "So it's not a place to live." Kim Iseum was very angry, and she shouted, "Even ordinary hunters go crazy and become brutal when they set foot there. Fights between hunters all turn into massacres just because of a shoulder bump on the street." Baphomet bowed his head in thought, Kim Iseum's voice still ringing in his ears. "So you don't. You can't go there." Suddenly he spoke, causing all three of them to freeze. "If I go, I'll not only reach S rank, but also become stronger, right?" Minerva smiled in satisfaction, ignoring Kim Yunshin's voice. "Huh, no, I said no." Minerva immediately continued his sentence. "Of course. Do you want to take on the challenge?" Thinking about the dangerous place with sharp buildings in a distant land, she finished, "The colony?" Ella sat beside Nager's bed, watching him explain. "I've done everything I can." Then she sighed and stood up to leave the room, but not without a warning. "It might look fine, but you should go to the hospital for proper treatment. Because I only gave you first aid, I thought I'd be treated to some wine in a fancy place like this." Nager's face was full of worry as he looked down at his injured arm. "I should have listened to my mother's advice." Helios's face was smiling brightly, but exuded an unpredictable danger. "Don't meddle in other people's business." Nova's trembling voice broke the suffocating silence. "I'm sorry." Very unexpectedly, he was kicked hard right in the chest by him. He grimaced in pain. Helios's voice was critical. "If that hunter got in your way, you should have handled the situation thoroughly. Instead, you tarnished the guild's reputation." Nager was flustered. "I'm sorry." He seemed quite indifferent. "Whatever you do won't appease my anger." Suddenly Nova cried out, "Wait." One of Helios's hands had gripped his throat tightly, making him choke out words. "I promise it won't happen again. Please don't." In a complete panic, Nova waved his hands in front of him, begging incessantly, "Please." Maisie and Gunn, who was standing there, placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him, saving Nova from Helios's pincer-like hand. He smiled placatingly. A warning like that is enough. Why not let him go? He wasn't satisfied and growled, Maisie and gun. Then he angrily knocked his hand off his shoulder. As if freed, Nova just managed to grab his jacket and flee before Helios's furious eyes. He glanced to see that Nager had run to the door of the room. Then, flipping as fast as a pancake, he said cheerfully, "It's been a while, son." Helios extended his hand forward in a friendly manner. "I heard you're working as a special agent for the government." Such a waste of talent. Maisie and Gunn was also half joking. "I'm getting annoyed now. It's as if you're implying that working for the government isn't an important responsibility." He laughed awkwardly. "Oh, sorry if I offended you." Helios smiled and suggested, but as soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang in his breast pocket. "It's been a while since we've met. Why don't we have some tea together?" Maisie and Gunn was stunned as he looked down at his phone and then spoke politely to him. "Oh, please excuse me." Suddenly, he had to listen to Helios's meaningless phone conversation. "Hello, no, it's fine. What's up?" "Now, I don't think I can come right away." "No, that's not what I mean." "What's wrong?" The voice from the other end came through. "Are you that excited to be reunited with your first love after such a long time?" Taking the phone away from his ear, Helios looked unhappy, his eyebrows furrowed. The voice inside it continued. "It seems your wife hasn't changed a bit, has she?" In the quiet hallway, Helios and Maisie and Gunn went their separate ways, a hint of anger on his face. He thought to himself, "You already knew I work for the government." Frustrated, he spat out a curse. "And you still acted like that, you old fox." Just then, Kim Yunshin walked over. She froze and asked, "Who's an old fox?" Maisie and Gunn jumped, annoyed. "Damn it, you scared me." "What are you doing here, Kim Yunshin?" "That's what I want to ask. What are you doing here?" He replied, "I came for an important meeting, but I heard the Deficiency Guild was having a party here, so I dropped by." She looked at him with suspicious eyes. "I see." Then she grabbed his wrist tightly, almost shouting, "No, that's not right. No, stop number 302. He also said loudly, "Wait a minute." She turned away angrily. Snapping what? He put a hand on his cheek. "Are you still mad at me?" "Cha Mingu." She shuddered. "That's disgusting." Kim Yunshin told him, "Number 302 is trying to enter the colony." Maisie and Gunn asked doubtfully, "The colony?" She was in a hurry. "We have to stop him from entering that hell." He said indifferently, "It's not that bad there." She was stunned. "Huh?" He considered carefully and said slowly, because he raised a hand to stroke his chin, thoughtfully, because he'll get stronger if he goes there. At a coffee shop, two teenagers sat at a table, their faces extremely tense. Baphomet, wearing a sweatshirt with the hood up, rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Seeing Fane in a girl's outfit with a long dress and pink hair tied in pigtails, he asked curiously, "What's with that outfit?" Holding his coffee cup, he said, "What do you mean?" By the window, a glossy, plump money plant. "You look like a cross-dressing pervert." She was annoyed. "Can't you see I'm working?" "Working my ass." Suddenly, two teenagers approached them, scratching their heads shyly. "Excuse me, are you Hunter Fane? I'm a big fan of yours. Can we get a picture?" Fane agreed in a friendly manner. "Of course." Meanwhile, he glared at him, confused. He posed cutely with the two teenagers. He crossed his arms in frustration. What the hell? He was still waving goodbye to the two of them, then answered him. "Then my clients, I announced on my fan site that I would be at the cafe today." He held his coffee cup and listened to him speak. "I have to do this kind of fan service every now and then." He was curious. "Do they realize you're a guy?" He spat out a mouthful of coffee when he saw Fane casually reply, "Of course." He acted smug. "How do you think I got into this business? This world has all sorts of people." Then he switched to a serious tone. "Enough small talk." In a serious voice, Baphomet asked, "Have you found him?" Fane held his phone towards him and replied, "You mean the blonde pervert? I'll look for him, but he's changed a bit." He held the phone with the person's picture in his hand. Fane provided more information. "He's the leader of a cult now, so he dyed his hair." He added, "Even so, after you asked me to look for him, he went into hiding." "He what?" Fane looked at him, raised his hand, and continued, "But don't worry. Even though I'm not an expert in this field, I can ask my die-hard fans to track that pervert for you, as for your second request." Holding out that confusing drawing, he said wearily, "What does this mean? I can't make sense of it." Baphomet crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the drawing. Fane gave up, even though it's drawn in great detail. With a frightening look in his eyes, he was imagining that figure, the advisor. Vague thoughts appeared in his mind. That was the first mission I undertook, and in the end, I failed to find the culprit behind the advisor. And that person died at the hands of this mysterious figure, their body dismembered. He remembered the magic department chief once saying he did it to hide his identity. It seems the culprit is a magic-type hunter with the ability to resurrect corpses. After connecting the dots, if what the magic department chief said is true, then the culprit is a summoner. Fane raised his hand thoughtfully. A summoner, that's a special class, so the search range will be narrowed. Suddenly, he spoke, interrupting his train of thought. But you seem to be proving your worth. Weren't you complaining at first about not being able to gather information? By the way, you haven't told anyone about me, have you? Feeling a bit guilty, he stammered, of course. Not. Baphomet didn't seem very reassured. He glared at him. He was hit where it hurt and trembled a little, sweat covering his face, his skin a little pale. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Returning to a few days ago. At that time, Fane was very panicked. He told Maisie and Gunn everything he knew. It might seem strange, but what I'm saying is the truth. I successfully entered the boss room of the Hell Tower. That person was definitely Baphomet. He tried to show that what he was saying was true. You have to believe me. He finally spoke up. I know you entered the Hell Tower, Hunter Fane. He said hastily yes, so... Wait a minute. Maisie and Gunn pushed up his glasses when he heard Fane's question. You've been looking into me? He admitted it frankly. Just consider it standard procedure to verify the accuracy of the information you provide. Maintaining that attitude, he continued. But are you saying Cha Mingu is Baphomet? Then he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly in peals, which made Fane even more confused. He thought he wasn't being believed and got a little irritable. You don't believe me? I knew it. He quickly replied. No, I believe you. He was still smiling brightly as he explained. It's just that I feel like we're being manipulated by some secret entity. He said, but that doesn't mean I blindly believe what you say. It's just that my information matches the information you provided. Back to the present now. Fane was a little angry, thinking, Magic Department Chief. Looking at Baphomet sitting with his chin on his hand, looking gentle, Maisie and Gunn's words came back. You can help him. At that time, he didn't understand the meaning and quickly replied, but that guy is a demon. Maisie and Gunn leaned his face close to his, raising his hand and smiling slyly. He was surprised and leaned back a little, honestly, but I'm in his debt. Suddenly, Baphomet stared intently at his phone, his expression ugly. Fane thought to himself. That demon named Baphomet. He kept smirking at the screen. Why is this quack looking for me? He wondered. What the hell is he thinking? The sky was getting dark at a large house. Ichina's voice was still steady. Use the product for a week and then give me your feedback. I'm sure you have plenty of time, especially during the off-season. Ichina stopped talking, her face helpless as she looked at the person opposite her. Lyuri sat there, still glued to her phone, scrolling. Ichina asked, Are you listening? Lyuri replied perfunctorily. Yeah, I am. She asked curiously. What are you doing? Still not looking up from her phone, Lyuri replied. I'm fighting a boss. Should I spend money? This boss is too hard. She smiled, giving up, and said to herself, There she goes again. Lyuri was still very engrossed. Oh no, I can't do it. Then she said dejectedly, I don't care. I'm too lazy. Ichina knew her personality well. Her laziness is back again. At this time every year, she becomes super lazy and procrastinates on everything she needs to do. Although in her head she thought, she's really good at getting on people's nerves, but what can I do? She's the star of our guild, and I just have to put up with it. But Ichina tried to sound cheerful. She said, Right, you've been working nonstop. Why don't you take this opportunity to go on a healing trip? Her voice was full of fatigue, slumped on the table. But when she heard Ichina suggest a trip, she got a little more interested. Europe sounds good, or the nearby Asian countries would be nice too. Ichina suddenly remembered. Oh no, I think we have a photo shoot in Bojakai. She lost interest and sulked. Forget it, I'm not doing it. It's too tiring. Unable to take it anymore, Ichina jumped up, shouting, Hey, Lyuri, that's enough. At this rate, you'll lose your #1 spot to that Hunter Musement. Lyuri immediately changed the subject. What? She's quite pretty. Ichina got even madder. Yes, she's pretty, but that's not the point. She was too dejected, sat down, and crossed her legs. Just forget it. Do what you want, but don't take too long. You have a lot of advertising contracts waiting. Lyuri tiredly rested her hand on the table and put her head down to listen. Her sad face showed she was thinking about something she didn't want to talk about. Lyuri suddenly mentioned, "By the way, I heard you're participating as an advisor in the colony? You seem to be participating diligently." Ichina replied, "I have to pay attention to finding talented people to join our guild and at the same time resolve any misunderstandings." Thinking of her 2 male members, Lyuri quickly guessed, "Oh, you mean the rumor that the evil guild only recruits women, even though there are 2 men? Actually, the evil guild includes both male and female hunters, although there are only 2 men." Ichina was typing on her computer, but still asked with concern, "Why the sudden interest in the colony?" Lyuri replied, "No, it's just that you're putting a lot of effort into it." Ichina, "I know you're trying to find motivation, but give it up." Her face fell a little, her lips pouted when Lyuri heard Ichina say, "That place is not suitable for kids like you." In Lyuri's head, she wondered, "The colony? I wonder what that place is like that she says it's not suitable for me?" Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at herself in it and said to herself, "Even with this appearance, I'm still an S-rank hunter." She walked away sadly, then suddenly stopped for a few seconds. She had seen something. She hid behind a wall and peeked her head out to observe, seeing Baphomet walking behind a beautiful woman. She was even telling him to shut up and follow me. She felt like screaming, "Baphomet, I can't believe we ran into each other here." She kept following him. The beautiful woman exclaimed as she looked at a stall, "Oh my, they're having a huge sale." Baphomet put his hands in his pockets. "Are we going shopping?" Lyuri was quite curious about the other woman. "But who is that woman? Is that his girlfriend?" She only dared to hide behind the wall and look, feeling a little sorry for herself. She comforted herself. There's no way he were such a sloppy outfit to go on a date, but she knew well, although if they've been dating long enough, it's normal. Trying on a bright red dress with a deep back cutout, the woman commented, "I think the bottom of this dress is a bit small." Baphomet crossed his arms in front of his chest and angrily shouted, "What the hell? Did you call me out just to pick out clothes for you?" Looking from afar, she saw how charming the woman was. Her eyes widened as she silently praised, "What a great body." The woman turned to him and said, "By the way, a member of our guild is about to go to a faraway place, and as the guild master, I can't let you go unprepared, can I? You'll definitely need a lot of clothes since you'll be there for a while." He was confused. "What are you talking about? It's only a 30-minute drive from here." Lyuri, hiding and listening, whispered to herself, "Guildmaster? So she's not his girlfriend." She also stared wide-eyed and listened carefully as they said, "By the way, do you really want to go to the colony? Why don't you reconsider?" Lyuri thought, "Hunter Baphomet is going to the colony?" She slammed her hands on the table in front of Ichina and declared, "I," with a radiant face and an excited tone, "I want to go to the colony." In the sky, night was about to fall, the gray sky, and the clouds were also gradually disappearing, hazy and indistinct. A new day came. The sky that day was so high and clear. In front of Baphomet's house, Sujian's voice was heard. "You don't know how long you'll be gone, right? The scale must be different from climbing the tower, huh? Don't worry about your little brother. I'll look after him." She was a little surprised that he wasn't there to see him off, but he didn't even come out to say goodbye to you. "Is he sad that you two haven't been reunited for long after you returned from the tower, and now you have to leave?" Again, Baphomet let out a sigh. There's a reason for it. Then he thought to himself, he's probably sulking because of that thing. On the rooftop, his voice was heard asking, "Anyway, please take care of him for me." Sujian agreed immediately. "All right, don't worry. Have a safe trip." After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered, turned back, and instructed her. "Oh, remember to take him to school." In a large, modern tunnel, a white car was moving. Inside the car, Kim Yenshin was still trying to persuade Baphomet. "Please reconsider. It's not too late to turn back. You can become an S rank without going to the colony." He was annoyed by her nagging, leaned his head against the window, and said, "If you say one more word, I'm jumping out of this car." She remained focused on driving and replied, An A-rank hunter won't get a scratch from jumping out of a car. Don't threaten me." Then her eyebrows furrowed. "Helpless? Well, you're not going to listen to me anyway." Her voice became serious. "Remember this." He glanced at her, paying attention to her warning. "Once you're in there, no one is an ally. His face was emotionless. He said nothing to her words. Just focus on surviving. Hearing her announcement, he immediately felt a little tense. His eyes widened slightly. We're here. Her car was entering the colony with a magnificent house in front, soaring towers like sharp peaks pointing to the sky. They were lined up close together. A smile appeared on his lips. His face was no longer tense, but excited. He whispered softly, "Perfect." In the quiet office, Ayu Hyen was sitting alone. Suddenly, someone approached, attracting Ayu Hyen's attention. She spoke. "You're back. Did you wait for Cha Mingu to arrive?" A soft voice replied to her. "Yes." Ayu Hyen asked worriedly. "What's wrong?" Ayu Hyen's eyes were full of scrutiny. "Are you worried about him?" Kim Jun-sung thought for a moment. "I think that." Ayu Hyen, as if caught in a storm of emotions, shouted, "Cha Mingu will do just fine. He might even stay there forever." Jun-sung's eyes suddenly became sharp, filled with calculation, and he spoke with a smug voice. "Perfect." Then she shouted loudly, "How can I not worry when he says something like that?" The scene showed a massive tower full of majesty. Around it were other tall architectural structures that looked both mysterious and magnificent. A girl carrying a weapon was walking somewhere. Two men stood facing each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. In a colony square with tall, massive buildings, a man shouted in anger, "You son of a bitch." He grabbed the collar of the guy opposite him roughly. "What did you just say to me?" The other guy was no less fierce, his eyes clearly showing killing intent. "I told you to open your damn eyes. It seems you don't realize your place." The other guy heard this and cursed angrily. "You cheap blockhead." The guy with the sword started to draw it, eager for action. The other one was not to be outdone. His hand also drew his sword. The two looked at each other, filled with killing intent, but before they could fight, Baphomet came from somewhere. "Are you two about to have a sword fight?" Baphomet's appearance startled the two for a moment, and they shouted, "Who the hell are you?" The man was a bit disappointed, clicking his tongue. The atmosphere was now less tense, but it didn't stop the anger of the two guys. The man pointed his sword and threatened, "If I see your face again, you're dead." "Got it." The other one was not to be outdone. "You just watch your back." Baphomet looked at the retreating backs of the two with some disappointment. "Is that it? How boring." Baphomet looked around, silently assessing. "This place is just like I was told. The slightest bump, and they jump into a fight, and also, everyone here is A rank." He carefully observed each person and immediately came to a conclusion in his head. The people here are all well known. His eyes suddenly became extremely serious. Moreover, everyone was holding a weapon, something that should have been stored in their item inventory. Suddenly, something flew past Baphomet. In front of him was a young man bleeding from the head, his body looking like it was about to collapse. A voice from behind caught Baphomet's attention, a shot right to the head. "Hey, you okay, buddy? It doesn't hurt that much, does it?" He looked very angry, but couldn't do anything. The others continued to mock him. "But you have to be on your guard." Suddenly, the faces of the two became filled with resentment. A failure who's afraid to die and wants to escape the colony. Baphomet silently observed, the voices still ringing in his ears. "So when is a failure like you going to leave? When will I stop having to look at that pathetic face of yours?" Those words greatly amused him. "So they call those who want to leave here failures. Out there, A-rank hunters are highly regarded. Even though they're the same rank, it's their individual skills that make them different." He smiled, his face showing clear excitement. He stood there, secretly happy. "I like this place already." Someone called out loudly, "Hunter Baphomet." From a distance, Kong Haru and Kim Mizu drove towards him, shouting loudly. "There you are, on the rooftop of a building." Kim Mizu politely began, "Hello, we're from the colony shelter. My name is Kim Mizu." Kong Haru next to her introduced himself. "And I'm Kong Haru." Baphomet spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Do you two know you almost ran into me?" Mizu and Haru retorted without missing a beat. "How could an A-rank hunter die from something like that? But we didn't expect you to dodge like that. You're as ruthless as the rumors say. We received a report from headquarters. Have you ever been to the colony before?" The three of them continued to walk down the street. Baphomet spoke up. "I just know that the towers keep popping up. So this is the fastest way for an A-rank hunter to level up to S rank." The two of them nodded. It seems you already know what you have to do. Haru and Mizu glanced at Baphomet. Even so, it's our responsibility to give you an overview of how the colony operates. So please listen briefly. The two continued to explain. The rooms in the colony are designed for 4 people to enter together. Moreover, an S-rank hunter will voluntarily accompany them to act as an advisor for the team. Hearing that, he asked again, "An advisor? You mean people who are responsible for guiding new hunters?" Haru continued to explain. Almost, they're more like literal advisors. Mizu added to his words. The S-rank hunter's job is to give advice to the A ranks and also. She was silent for a moment, then said softly, "They are also responsible for stopping A-rank hunters from overexerting themselves to prevent possible casualties." He wondered, casualties? Mizu patiently continued. "I mean hunters who try to rush into fights that could be fatal." Baphomet spoke slowly. "I was wondering about that. Isn't it all the same once you enter the tower? Who knows if a hunter was killed by a demon or at the hands of a teammate?" His next sentence made him itch. "The rule of this place is to go solo." Baphomet stammered and asked again, "What did you say?" "You just said a team has 4 people." Haru and Mizu were extremely patient. "I mean the living quarters. It will be for 4 people per room. A hunter must enter the tower by themselves and complete it alone." Haru politely gestured towards the door. "Please go in. Manager No is waiting for you." The door slowly opened. Inside was No Jae-kyung, calmly smoking a cigarette. "Are you Hunter Baphomet?" Her face looked extremely dangerous. "Welcome. I am No Jae-kyung, the manager of the colony shelter." Baphomet glanced at the person next to him. "It seems you've also been briefed. What else?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Zuki also turned to look at him. In contrast to Baphomet, Zuki was not surprised at all, but rather a little disgusted. Baphomet excitedly pointed at him and shouted, "What are you doing here?" No Jae-kyung looked at them and wondered, "Oh my, do you two know each other?" Ji-guk angrily shouted, "Huh?" Hunter Griffin entered the colony on his own. Ji-guk hurriedly said to Ji-hyun, "He's on a journey to level up to S rank based on his data. Did you accidentally say anything unnecessary?" Ji-hyun hurriedly defended himself. "No, I didn't. How could I have information that only managers know?" Ji-guk pondered. If so, there must be someone. Suddenly, the two fell into a space of silence. Ji-guk was suspicious. "Manager, I haven't seen Manager Ma around lately." In the room, a voice rang out. "Hunter Griffin and Baphomet, you will both be taken to your respective accommodations." Jae-kyung sat on the swivel chair and calmly told them, "Our staff, who will escort you both there, will explain everything on the way. You don't need to worry." She continued, "Both of you." Baphomet listened intently to every word. Both looked very confident. She brought the cigarette closer to the ashtray. "The hunters here all show that kind of confidence until they are swallowed by the atmosphere of this place." She continued, "To become an S rank, you must become the one who swallows them, not be swallowed. Many hunters have achieved S rank through the colony. A typical example would be Raven." This information made the two curious. "Raven?" Jae-kyung's face became more sinister as she smiled faintly. "Based on both of your reactions to the codename Raven, the strongest hunter, it seems you both came here with the intention of becoming stronger. What do you two think? How does it feel after taking a breath in this colony?" No Jae-kyung looked towards Zuki. "I want to hear Hunter Griffin's opinion first." Zuki replied gently, "I don't see anything." Zuki's eyes suddenly wavered. "Even so, I've realized a few things after witnessing countless towers." He looked over at Baphomet. "I will achieve S rank after defeating all the demons in all those towers." Hearing that, Baphomet smiled smugly. Jae-kyung praised him. "You are as brave as the rumors say. And you, Hunter Baphomet, I also want to hear thoughts." Baphomet heard, but had no reaction. His expression was a little disgusted. "Obviously, to get S rank, I need to clear out all the towers, right?" Zuki still couldn't take his eyes off him. Hearing Baphomet's words, she let out an interested ooh. He clenched his fist with determination. "What do I think about the colony? I want to fight." He was truly determined to fight all the hunters here. Zuki still stared at him intently. Jae-kyung smiled slyly, full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, She burst out laughing, breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere in the room. Zaikyung gently reminded them, "That's not something an ordinary hunter would show." "Very well. I'm looking forward to you two to see who will conquer the colony and achieve S rank." Her voice still echoed in the space. "Good luck." Baphomet walked step by step, muttering, "Who would have thought I'd run into that bastard griffin here?" He thought to himself, "It can't be a coincidence. Is he tailing me again like during the last orientation?" He looked up. He observed the house in front of him and wondered, "Is this my place?" He slowly opened the door. The scene inside made him a little suspicious. Around him was complete darkness without a single bit of light. He slowly walked into the house. "It's so dark, is anyone here?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "No, I'm here." He jumped. He was blinded by the light that suddenly appeared. In front of him was a masked person who looked extremely mysterious. Someone was holding a mysterious object. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled him. Hyper said cheerfully, "Surprise?" Hyper looked at him happily. "I've been eagerly waiting for you." Newbie with the codename Baphomet. 3 people sat on chairs, looking at him with great amusement. Hyper laughed loudly. "Your codename really suits the colony." Lunatic spoke up. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lunatic, the S-rank hunter assigned to be your advisor while you're here. The others are A-rank hunters who will be with you." Zudi introduced himself with a bright smile. "I'm Zudi. A pleasure to meet you." Next to him, Zackle greeted him gently. "I'm Zackle." Hyper cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Hyper. We're the same age, so feel free to talk to me casually." The 3 of them looked at him, standing motionless, and wondered, what's wrong with him? Is he too surprised? Maybe he's just a little nervous. The best way to cure anxiety. Zudi took out a bottle of alcohol and said enthusiastically, "Is this?" Seeing his bewildered expression, they said, "Now, don't be shy." He observed each person as they kept telling him, "Drink up." But inside, he remained extremely vigilant. Who are these guys? Why are they so friendly? In a daze, Baphomet heard a voice calling Hunter Baphomet. When he opened his eyes, only Lunatic was beside him. "It seems you had a bit too much to drink last night. Wake up. It's time for you to climb the tower. Everyone is ready." As if he hadn't grasped reality yet, Baphomet asked blankly, "Huh?" A notification appeared. "The Tower of Rad has been conquered." Baphomet, feeling a bit tired, tried to recall what had happened. "I don't even remember how I just climbed the tower." He slowly opened the door, and a voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Hey, you're late." Baphomet looked at the 3 people gathered at the table, completely bewildered. "What?" He focused on every word Lunatic said. "Hey, Hunter Baphomet, the others have set up a competition system in this area. The first hunter to complete the tower gets 3 points, second place gets 2, and third place gets 1. Lunatic explained while pointing to the board behind him. "The last one to finish gets nothing. Do you understand the rules?" Baphomet looked at what was before him, momentarily unable to speak. Zudi laughed loudly, speaking sarcastically. "So you should take it easy with the jokes. How can a hunter get that drunk?" Mocking laughter continuously echoed in his ears. He smiled faintly, a smile that grew more distinct on his face. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces. To the astonishment of the 3, he showed no restraint. "Are you messing with me?" Baphomet gave a meaningful smile. "I'm starting to like this." He couldn't help but curse. "You sons of bitches." Outside, the rain poured down, and a mysterious tower appeared amidst the storm. A large, mysterious door appeared. Baphomet powerfully swung his sword. With a single strike, Baphomet dealt with the monster. He jumped up and kicked the monster hard. Not stopping there, he continued to attack other monsters. Baphomet kicked the door hard, shouting, "Come out." Inside the very mysterious room, it seemed they were performing some kind of ritual. A hooded figure spoke. "What brings you here?" "Human." Suddenly, he slowly levitated, creating a brilliant red light that enveloped his body, and he continuously uttered threats. "You will regret stepping in here." The others lost control because of that action. Their entire bodies writhed in pain as if being consumed by flames. Magic as red as fresh blood continuously appeared, enveloping him. Something protruded from inside the right side of his cloak. The other side also began to emerge. His body continuously bulged. His eyes widened, revealing a brilliant red color, no different from a hunting beast, thirsty for blood. His entire body was now exposed before him, a powerful, toned physique with large, veined wings. His face was ferocious, creating an overwhelming presence. He raised his hand, concentrating power in his palm, and praised, truly admirable. A powerful stream of his magic flew towards Baphomet, his voice mocking, "When you sacrifice yourself for me." Baphomet openly disdained him. "You transformed after barking something, so I thought you were strong." He glanced at him with contempt. "But it seems you've got nothing, huh?" Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, shattering everything. Baphomet, with two swords in hand, defeated the one named Amon, causing him to fall from a great height. Down. Hyper watched the scene before him with amusement. Not stopping there, he once again showed everyone his strength by taking down another ferocious beast. Zackle also became curious because of the sight. Baphomet made everyone admire him as he decisively defeated many targets in a row. Zudi, Zackle, and Hyper focused on his every move. Hyper glanced over at the other two. Displeasure was evident on everyone's face. Ignoring them, he calmly sat and fiddled with his phone. Hearing the sounds of admiration, Baphomet smirked smugly, looking up at the board where his name was completely marked up, accompanied by endless words of praise. "He's really strong." IEL Sujin introduced herself. "Good morning, I'm IEL Sujin." "Hello, it's done. Is there anything I can help you with?" "I work in the communications department of the Hunter Management Center. It's been 3 years since I started working here." Jiho shouted loudly. "What the hell? Are you telling me I have to wait for him to finish washing his hands?" The female employee stammered, "But it's..." "Yes, our job is to work with hunters." She saw the new employee was also about to cry. As if accustomed to such things, she thought to herself with an emotionless gaze, "I used to be that timid and naive." Such is life. There were 3 cases of vandalism, 5 cases of assault, and 10 cases of insulting hunter management staff. IEL Sujin couldn't help but come to her colleague's rescue. "Is a 10-day ban from the tower too light a punishment?" Seeing Sujin speak up, the girl stammered, "Senior." Her words angered Jiho. "What?" He pointed at her, speaking non-stop. "But I'm here to complete the tower. Why do you people treat hunters like this?" Sujin cut him off without hesitation. "That's right. As you said, you dare to treat us this way because this is the communications department." Seeing the hunter's stiff face, she was satisfied. This is where all the hunters gather, and if you make any mistakes, things won't be easy. Those words agitated him even more. What did you just say?" His hand shot out to touch her, and the employee, seeing this, screamed in terror, "Senior." Out of nowhere, a hand appeared and grabbed his wrist. Baphomet's sudden action caught the hunter off guard. "This is the communications department." Baphomet glanced at him coldly. "Get lost. That's my rule. Only hunters who can grow on their own can survive here." A mysterious laugh on the crowded street attracted the attention of many people. Baphomet walked while muttering, "I've sold all the items in my inventory, and I've also participated in a few battles every day." His face was radiant as he exclaimed, "So refreshing." Teza sneezed, and the girl behind her asked worriedly, "Do you have a cold?" Baphomet was walking down the street thinking. Besides, he pondered for a moment, "It's been 2 months since I came here." He pressed his hand into the air, and a red frame appeared. "I've gained a lot in 2 months. His face was serious as he continued his train of thought. "I've upgraded my skills with sigils after clearing the tower." He mused, "But I'm leveling up slower than I thought. Didn't I think I'd improve a lot more after using sigils from a sigil grade tower? Is it because of the level difference?" The tower grades appeared. The tower grades are rare, unique, epic, mythic, legendary. In his hand was a strange gem. The higher the tower's grade, the higher the grade of the tower's sigil. He continued walking, his thoughts unabated. "Right now, I can only complete epic grade towers, so I can only level up my skills with sigils from lower grade towers. In other words, like a PG hour. When my skills level up, I can get more experience. And with more experience, I can complete towers to get sigils. Then I can complete mythic and legendary grade towers." His gaze became more determined. "I can keep fighting. I can fight relentlessly. He remembered the days of standing before the great door, which made him even more determined. No more boring days stuck in the tower waiting for someone to come. His gaze became more passionate than ever. I will become stronger, stronger than when I was in the tower. He remembered Zaki's silhouette, his resolve hardening, stronger than anyone. He burst out laughing in the middle of the street, startling the passers-by around him. The laughter grew louder, his sharp eyes filled with menace. His phone suddenly rang, and he pressed the answer button. What? Baphomet was sitting on a chair, talking on the phone. He answered calmly. What's up with bills? I mean Jingu? 2 days ago, a voice was heard. We have a new transfer student. The teacher introduced him. His name is Jingu. Please be nice to him. A few female students looked at him and whispered, he's so cute. Those compliments made the boy behind him feel uncomfortable on the school grounds. Banjabup was pushed hard onto the grass, his face contorted in pain. The boy from before looked at him, his face full of defiance. Hey, I hear you're popular with the girls. You seem to be enjoying being surrounded by them. Huh? Banjabup agreed. Isn't that so? Banjabup explained very calmly. It's a natural instinct to be drawn to a special existence. He stood up and asked, is that so? Are you the leader of this place? The other boy looked bewildered. Leader, what do you mean? He punched the other kid hard in the face, who clutched his face in pain and fell onto the grass. The two guys next to him didn't know what to do for a moment. Banjabup looked at the fist he had just thrown and muttered, becoming the leader. The beast within him seemed to take over as he spoke coldly. Is to realize your own uselessness when facing a stronger opponent. Just consider this your lucky day. He stared at him. Learning the law of the jungle at this age will be useful for your survival. You know, back in the present, Baphomet was still on the phone. No wonder he's so bloodthirsty. They're brothers after all. While listening intently, he assessed the kid is just venting. Banjabup was full of dissatisfaction. What? You're not going to use the money from that rich lady? Don't you see that glowing apartment? Baphomet calmly explained, I didn't say I wouldn't use it. I realized when I saw Reaper again that the role of equipment is extremely important in the tower. Banjabup stammered, equipment? He was a little resentful. That's right, they're important, because you become a person who craves battle. Banjabup bit his lip, his eyes seeming to grow angrier. What about me? I didn't want to become human, but I became like this because of you. I didn't want to become human, but I became like this because of you. I'm not a hunter like you. I can't use magic as I wish. Banjabup couldn't hold back and shouted, I'm tired of just reading novels. If you're going to make me become human, you should give me a reason to like it, shouldn't you? Seeing Banjabup's attitude, he was momentarily unable to react. This guy. He was surprised to hear him complain, Baphomet, you're an idiot. He became even more agitated, an idiot who doesn't know how to have fun. Sujian answered the phone, anyway, I'll take care of Jingu. You should take care of... Never mind, I shouldn't worry about you, because you're strong. Baphomet listened intently for a moment, then replied, I'm hanging up. Baphomet looked at his phone screen, wondering to himself, why do I remember that? He suddenly remembered what Reaper once said, you're strong. Baphomet was lost in deep thought. Baphomet didn't notice Hyper had appeared beside him at some point, who asked with a bright smile, what's up? Baphomet glanced at him. Hyper looked back just as cheerfully. Baphomet asked warily, why are you acting like we're so close? What are you planning? Hyper quickly defended himself. Planning what? How can you say that? I'm hurt. Is it because I joked with you? So you're the type to hold a grudge. He didn't have a good feeling at all. So what? Is there a reason you're talking to me? Hyper calmly closed his eyes. Suddenly he spoke. Do you want to go out? That question made Baphomet ask again. What? He shot up, walked in front of him, and explained, you've been climbing the tower nonstop. Working is good, but you'll get burnout. Let's go get her hair done, go shopping, and go on a date. Baphomet quickly refused. No need. Before he could finish, Baphomet suddenly remembered Banjabup's words. You're an idiot who doesn't know how to have fun. Under the dim light of the lamp, their conversation became very confusing. After thinking for a while, Baphomet asked, where would be a good place to go? Currently, Baphomet was standing in a space full of dazzling, colorful lights. He suddenly felt his decision was a mistake, his eyes darkening. Baphomet observed his surroundings. Seductively dressed girls were constantly dancing to the music. He thought to himself, this place. While watching intently, he wondered, what the hell is this place? Kim Jae-hin, inside, introduced it flamboyantly. Everyone is surprised at least once, because no one could imagine there would be a place like this in the community. This opens once a month. This is the day when not only official hunters, but also foreign hunters and ordinary people can come and go freely. This area is always a battleground, right? He stood in the middle of the hall, smiling. Sometimes we have to relax like this to avoid getting burn out, right? He glanced around. Everyone was enjoying themselves. He continued to observe everything. People were grooving to the music. Kim Jae-in approached and asked him, "Why are you just standing there? It's like this is your first time partying like this." Cha-min-yu replied nonchalantly, "Is my first time." Kim Jae-in swayed, replying to this dull guy, "Is that so? So it's your first time?" Kim Jae-in, shocked as if he misheard, asked, "First time? No way. You're criminally handsome." Cha-min-yu scowled. "Is that a compliment or an insult?" He looked around the place and said, "But the interior looks quite familiar. It looks similar to a hotel I've been to." Kim Jae-in peeked from behind his back. This place used to be a hotel. The shock from the gate almost destroyed this place, but this building was fine. He continued to listen to him ramble. After turning this building into a community branch, they renovated and reused this place. Suddenly he blanked out and wondered, "So why did we come here?" Kim Jae-in was cheerful. "It really is your first time." He instructed, "All you have to do is groove like everyone else here." He pointed at him. "You can also drink." He still had suggestions at a big party like this. Or, Kim Jae-in's voice was full of insinuation. "You can also approach people who came here with their own agenda." Cha-min-yu didn't understand. "What agenda?" Kim Jae-in explained, "The community is a gathering place for hunters." When he asked, "Don't you want to do that?" he was genuinely curious. "Do what?" Kim Jae-in asked further, "What do you think? What's your type of girl?" Cha-min-yu asked, vaguely understanding girls. Kim Jae-in answered for himself, "I like the submissive and older type." Kim Jae-in suddenly had an idea. There's an old saying, "What's your ideal type?" Cha-min-yu didn't understand. "What do you mean?" He saw two people laughing together. Vager also looked in his direction, staring at him intently. Then he gave a sly smile, and he winked at him. He was confused by the man's look. A powerful kick slammed down on the table. Then the red-haired man's shout was heard. "Are you kidding me?" He put one foot on the table and said, "Look here, ladies, are you trying to trick me?" The girl seemed a little unconcerned by the accusation. Zudi held up a piece of paper with the word penalty on it and said, "This is too much. You keep picking it." Cha-min-yu stood there watching Zudi whine to the girls. "You girls see I'm in trouble? Fine, if you want it, you'll get it." He grabbed his shirt and said, "This is..." The shirt was thrown off, revealing a toned body, a body capable of fighting magical beasts, completely different from the bodies of gym rats. Cha-min-yu witnessed the scene and felt bored. Kim Jae-in spoke up. "It takes about 1 to 2 hours to get here from Seoul." He walked past Cha-min-yu. "It's not too far, but we had to go through an inconvenient process to get here." "Why do you think people still come all this way despite that?" He was a bit mysterious. In the community, everything is allowed except for murder. He was surprised by what Kim Jae-in had just said. Kim Jae-in stuck out his tongue. He ran off shouting, "Hey ladies, let's play." He then called out, "Baphomet, you come here too." He was silent. "Don't tell me." He remembered that day, after everyone had left. No Jae-kyung spoke up. "Hunter Baphomet, I want to talk to you." He wondered, "Talk? Is there something else I have to do?" She continued, "The purge department, that's what I heard." He was surprised. "You know I belong to the purge department, you." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "I won't explain further." She held up a pill. "I want you to find the source of this drug." Cha-min, you didn't understand a drug? She analyzed. "This is a drug that is being distributed within the hunter community." "What? You're saying it's a drug consumed by hunters? That's absurd. Can't you just catch a weakling like that yourself?" "Why ask me?" No Jae-kyung explained. "The community is a place where law and order are formed under the influence of hunters, except for heinous crimes. They will forgive minor offenses." She was cold, but it's a different story if ordinary people are involved. Cha-min-yu was confused. This drug is reaching their hands too? No Jae-kyung waved her hand. "You can do whatever you want. We will appear before you soon." He nodded in agreement. "Well, all right, if it's spreading among hunters, then a hunter must be the source." Cha-min-yu thought. It seemed he had another motive. "I have a question. If I find the person spreading that drug, can I just kill them?" She seemed pleased with the question. "Of course. A hunter will always prioritize humans. Even if the one causing trouble is a hunter, they must be eliminated." Back in the present, Kim Jae-in called him. "Baphomet," he smiled. "What's up? Let's go." Cha-min-yu looked at Kim Jae-in with a stone-cold face. He was still cheerful. He also agreed. All right, a flash of blonde hair went by. This caught his attention. He looked at the woman and thought, that woman is. She stopped, then stood before the crowd that was dancing. Everyone looked up at her beauty. She smiled and started to dance with everyone. That girl was Lai Jury 1 month ago. Someone asked, Hunter Van Kiji, are you okay? She whispered, yes, I'm fine. Another person also said, she's completely pale. Agatha asked with concern, fighting with A-rank hunters must be difficult, huh? Nun also replied, because they all have big egos. The two chattered, but isn't there anyone decent among them? You mean Hunter Griffin? They were a bit puzzled when she asked, Hunter Griffin. Lai Jury introduced herself. Hello, I'm Hunter Van Kiji, who will be in charge of everyone. She said hesitantly, I'm looking forward to. In response, she received hostile looks from everyone as she finished her sentence, working with. They talked amongst themselves to her surprise. Gala, guess who's here? It's the famous Van Kiji. I can't believe such a noble person would come to such a filthy place. Is this the end of the community? No one gave her a friendly look besides. A silver-haired boy observed them. Even that immature kid is here too. They laughed and joked. This isn't a school where kids can just come and go. He spoke up, old man, old lady. His eyes glared at them. If you're that uncomfortable, then come over here. Nun said, oh, and Agatha said, so that's how it is, but Agatha took Jury's hand and said, someone like Hunter Van Kiji came all the way to the community to be a role model for other hunters. Hunter Van Kiji is an S-rank hunter and also a royal lord, yet she still came to guide hunters in such terrible conditions. Jury said, huh? Nun also said, the hunters I'm close with also said they came to the community after seeing Hunter Van Kiji's actions. Jury was bewildered at this point. She continued to explain, the A-rank hunters in the community also respect you a lot, they just don't show it. Both of them said in unison, we'll help you, so don't worry. She wondered, why is this happening? She thought, I only came here to seduce one person. It's been 2 months. Jury pursed her lips, but I still haven't seen Baphomet. She remembered the words, a person with their head in the clouds can't survive in a place like this. She ran off. Where's Hunter Baphomet? She screamed. Agatha rushed out and asked, Hunter Van Kiji, what's wrong? She stammered, there's an insect in the water, so Agatha was silent at what she just heard. Then she said, the community's water system is a bit shabby, so this happens often. It'll take 5 days to fix. Jury was surprised. 5 days? So I can't shower for the next 5 days? Agatha said while pointing, there's a way for you to wash up. See that path? Then she continued, just follow that path. You'll see a hut. I heard it was used for surveillance in the past. The water there comes from the mountains and is very pure. It'll be fine. She prepared to go there immediately. Is that so? Then I'll go take a shower. Agatha reminded her, oh right, you're not allowed to use your hunter abilities there. Jury asked why. Agatha explained, because it's the only area of its kind in the community. Causing damage is forbidden. Jury asked, so I can only walk to that dark place? A moment of silence passed between the two. Agatha then spoke up, if you're scared, I can go with. Before she could finish, Jury said firmly, no, I'm an S-rank hunter. I'll be right back. The sky was dark. Jury walked alone in the night. Shouldn't I have just asked her to come with me? She was on the verge of tears. Not showering for 1 day, isn't that painful? I'm so scared. Suddenly, a sound came from the forest. Jury looked around. She thought to herself, what was that sound? She felt like someone was approaching her. The feeling of someone's hand getting closer. Jury immediately turned around. She lifted her leg and gave Chaman Yu a kick. At that moment, she looked at the person, then she panicked. Jury shouted, Hunter Baphomet. Chaman Yu in pain, said Yu. Holding her phone, Agatha remarked, Hunter Van Kiji is quite innocent, contrary to her image. Scrolling on her phone as she walked, she said to Nun, she's quite naive, and she's going to the cabin by herself, right? It'll be fine, won't it? I'm starting to regret it. She must be scared walking alone in the middle of the night. Let's go together if we run into her. Nun gazed into the distance. I wonder how strong Hunter Van Kiji is if she's in the highest echelons of S-rank. Agatha walked while pondering Nun's words. Even if we teamed up, we couldn't possibly defeat her. Then she smiled brightly and replied, it's just a hypothetical, right? Why would we ever confront Hunter Van Kiji? Still glued to her phone. By the way, I wonder how far Hunter Van Kiji has gone. Suddenly, the sound of crying echoed. Wake up. Nun and Agatha's eyes widened as they looked toward the source of the crying. sound. Baphomet was unconscious. The two were surprised to see him lying in Van Kiji's arms. They said in unison, "Hunter Baphomet." At the wooden cabin, Van Kiji covered her face with her hands. Baphomet lay on the bed, showing no signs of waking up. In the room were him and the three girls. "I'm in trouble." Agatha comforted her. "Hunter Van Kiji. Don't worry too much. He'll be fine." Van Kiji, however, was lost in thought, but he's so handsome when he's sleeping. Suddenly, he took a breath. She exclaimed happily, "Hunter Baphomet, are you awake?" He was dazed. "Huh, did I just pass out?" She stammered, admitting, "Actually, I hit your vital point. I'm sorry." She watched his reaction anxiously, but he couldn't believe it was true, wondering to himself, "I passed out from a single blow?" A little skeptical, he looked around. Agatha stood there and asked, "Are you okay, Hunter Baphomet?" He was curious. "Yeah, but who are you?" "I'm Agatha, and this is Nun. We're Hunter Van Kiji's roommates." He was still looking around in a daze. They were curious, "But why were you in the forest?" Well, I was just taking a walk." His eyes focused as he recalled. That night, the full moon was shining brightly. Hyper held a phone in his hand that was vibrating continuously. He looked at the phone happily, put one hand in his pocket, and kept walking. Suddenly, a sound made him stop. His eyes widened as he looked straight ahead. It turned out to be a rabbit that had jumped out and was looking at him blankly. At him, seeing it lying cutely on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. A rabbit? Then, unconcerned, he quickened his pace, not noticing Baphomet hiding behind a nearby tree. So there are rabbits here too. He stayed put, leaning against the tree, waiting. Having followed Hyper for quite a while, he was getting impatient. Him, in the forest at this hour? Is there something here? Good thing I followed him. Looking at Hyper's back ahead of him, he told himself, "I don't care if he's the root or a branch, and I don't care who's distributing the drugs." His eyes turned a dangerous red. "I'll kill anyone I catch." Only then did he step out from his hiding place. But he was very confused and searched continuously. Where did he go? Don't tell me he realized I was here. Suddenly, he glanced to one side. The sound of footsteps coming from beyond the trees caught his attention. He mumbled, "Over there." Gazing into the distance, he saw Vakiji walking alone. That beautiful face seemed to be very scared. Back in the present, Vakiji felt guilty, her eyebrows furrowed. Looking at him now, she felt regretful. "I can't believe I mistook Baphomet for a demon. I was wrong." He placed his foot on the ground. Suddenly, he felt something strange. His face panicked and his body stiffened. That expression made Vakiji worry. "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" "No, it's just..." Looking at the three of them acting normally, he thought to himself, can't they feel it? Or can this energy only be felt by someone born in the tower like me? He realized the energy inside this cabin is just like when you enter the tower. He was certain there's something here. He wondered, I can't believe there's a cabin in the middle of the forest. Vaziki also glanced at Agatha. It's used for surveillance, right? She was cheerful. Yes, curious about the answer. He asked again, surveillance? Surveillance of what? Agata didn't know for sure and just answered honestly, I don't know. I just heard it was built at the same time the community was founded. It's probably used to monitor the tower. Receiving the answer, he replied curtly, I see. But then he looked away and kept thinking, monitor the tower from ground level like this? But he quickly clicked his tongue. Whatever, I don't have time for this nonsense. I didn't come here for this. The group left the cabin. Someone asked, Hunter Baphomet, which district did you register for? District C. Then that's the opposite of our district. He said coldly, then I'll be going. Vaki hurriedly said, wait. Her face full of anticipation, she said softly, will we meet again? Baphomet was also quite surprised by the question and just stared blankly. But then all three of them were stunned when he said, I don't know. I'm not your advisor. Agata thought to herself, is he an idiot? Without a second thought, he turned to leave. If we're still here, we'll meet again. I'm leaving. They stood and watched him turn his back and walk away. Vaki was quite annoyed, her hands clenched into fists. Seeing this, Agata encouraged her, Hunter Vaki, don't overthink it. But she didn't pay attention, muttering to herself, I will change. Clenching her fist, Vaki resolved, I failed today, but next time I'll show my charm. I'll make it so he can't escape from my grasp. Her eyes determined, I'll make him beg to see me. She shouted, I can do it. Nun and Agata just stared at her with wide eyes. Against the sparkling moon and stars, Vaki's voice rang out, yeah, for sure. At another house, Zudi grimaced so annoying. Zako saw this and asked, "What?" Zudi said, frustrated, "A meal. Someone always has to ruin everything for us to have a decent meal." Glancing at Baphomet coming downstairs, Zudi said loudly, "They say even a tiger will come if you call its name. You sleep like a log." He didn't even bother to answer, making the other two glare at him sharply. He walked straight to where Hyper was looking at his phone and stared. His face was focused in thought. "I searched the whole forest yesterday, but couldn't find him anywhere. Maybe he disappeared because of the drug." Hyper noticed him staring and looked up. He grinned and asked, "What's up? Is there a problem?" He denied it. "Nothing." He also smiled back, wondering in his head, should I use the same tactic on him? Then he said, "Come outside with me for a bit." At a drink stall, Hyper's voice spoke up. "I wonder how humans appeared on Earth. Did we evolve or were we created? But then, religions believe we were created." He kept asking, "What do you think, Baphomet?" He was startled, huh? Hyper repeated, "Evolution or creation?" He beamed when he heard his answer. "Whatever. Does it affect me in any way?" But suddenly Hyper fell silent, his eyes wide as he remembered. Imagining the scene of meeting a stranger. "In the past, I went abroad and met someone. That person said humans are parasites on Earth because we committed a grave sin." He continued to recount, "Because we sinned, we have to live to pay for our actions." He picked up his glass, looking at Hyper, who was still engrossed in the story. "But because humans kept committing grave sins, God became angry. God created the towers in a fit of rage, filled with monsters to punish humanity. On the ceiling, the fan was still. Humanity, selfish and weak." Hyper gave a cunning smile, "And God was right to try and eliminate us." His face was weary when asked, "Right?" But suddenly he felt something strange inside him. His eyes widened blankly. When he came to, he was surprised to find himself lying in the middle of a grassy field. Looking up at the clear blue sky, the sun-dappled canopy of trees startled him. "Huh? The forest?" He sat up, tapping his head with a grimace. "Oh, my head, what happened? I think I was having a drink with that bastard Hyper." He opened his hand and found a piece of paper with a code printed on it. "What's this paper?" He looked over at his phone, which was ringing and lying some distance away. He picked it up and answered, "Hello." But he still felt strange. Why was my phone thrown so far away? The voice on the other end came through. "You finally picked up." He vaguely recognized it. This voice. Remembering, he asked, "Reaper? What is it? Why are you calling?" She cut him off. "What do you mean? You were the one who called me." They talked back and forth. "I did. So you don't remember? You seemed very drunk." "I'm glad you picked up. I was very worried because you suddenly hung up." "Worried about what?" The voice on the other end continued. "Well, you said something very strange." "What did I say?" Baphomet froze when she said that you wanted to date me. Not getting a response from him, she called out worriedly, "Shamanu." He screamed furiously, "Lies. Stop joking. Why would I say that?" She also got annoyed and yelled back, "Are you saying I made that up?" Very quickly, her voice softened again. I get it. It's because you're shy, right?" He was going crazy. "Shy? Me?" She said cheerfully, All right. I heard you're in the community, so do your best." Minu's face darkened. "You know what? I'll agree to date you on the condition that you reach S rank." He wanted to curse. Shut up and hang up. Unable to focus on anything else, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Furious, he walked while cursing under his breath. Damn it. What the hell did I do? Suddenly, he bumped into someone. That person was Dungsu. He turned his face and yelled, "Hey, watch where you're going." Still furious, he yelled back, "Damn it." His angry face was extremely dangerous. "Watch where you're going, or I'll dig your grave and bury you alive in it." Seeing him walk away, emanating killing intent, someone whispered to Dungsu, "He's crazy. Don't mess with him." Lunati's, leaning against a wall, asked, "Hunter Baphomet, why are you so angry?" He was surprised. Lunati's. He calmly observed, "Based on your clothes, you must have been out. It doesn't look like you were in the dorms." "I'm on my way there too. Let's go together." Lunati's voice, "I have high expectations for you. There's a high chance you'll be able to become an S-rank hunter." He didn't care about his words. Becoming an S-rank hunter doesn't mean you're like other S-rank hunters. I'm sure the power difference between you and other S-rank hunters will be small. There are S-rank hunters who can take on 2 other S-rank hunters alone, or some who are stronger and can even take on 3. He said, annoyed, "I get it." Then he asked back, "How many S-rank hunters can Captain Ma take on at once?" He turned his head slightly. "Me? Who knows? I'm not active anymore." So, the two of them walked on in silence. Suddenly, he took off his mask and snapped. How could you possibly know? Baphomet replied blandly. Only an idiot wouldn't realize. It's obvious you're Captain Ma. He followed Baphomet dejectedly. Thanks for playing along with me for the past 2 months. Can you keep it a secret from the others? He said, easy but, then he stopped abruptly. Don't you have something to tell me? Minu glanced back, waiting. He just stood there silently looking at him, not saying anything, then stammered. Ow, he pointed at him. You bastard, didn't you already tell me? He smirked. High expectations, my ass. Closing the door, he said seriously, all right, but why do you have to hide? Minu's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Lunati's did too, his face filled with utter confusion. Horrifying scenes were appearing before their eyes. The dead victim's eyes were still wide open, staring. The two of them shouted, Zako. His gaze shifted to the right. Another victim who had died a gruesome death. Lunati's felt a chill and stammered. What the? Both of them stood frozen, their voices still trembling. What is this? They practically screamed. What happened? Splotches of blood flowed around the corpse, and Hyper's body was the same. He was covered in blood, his eyes not yet closed. Hunters in the community were murdered. Baphomet and Lunati's just stood there as more people gathered. They recognized him. Hyper too. His eyes stared blankly into the distance as he wondered. How? The other hunters had surrounded the scene. I can't believe it. A hunter was killed right inside the community? This has never happened before, right? Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up, but Hyper died in a large pool of blood, his eyes still wide open. A frightened, trembling voice said, Isn't that the mark of a demonic beast? Minu gritted his teeth in regret, wondering, who? His face darkened with anger. Who killed my prey? Kangaroo loudly reminded everyone, please disperse. His expression was serious. We will handle this case. Kimiju also raised her voice to request. We ask all hunters to leave the area to preserve the scene. The hunters were upset. How is this possible? Why would a murder happen right in here? How can we just turn a blind eye? Those words left both her and him speechless. Suddenly a voice said, we will consider the A-rank hunters living in this house as suspects, which irritated Minu and the others. What? Minu was angry, but couldn't say anything, only thinking to himself, this is ridiculous. He looked back at the gruesome scene, analyzing it. If this was done by an A rank, there should be signs of a struggle. This kind of one-sided, overwhelming power means they were ambushed. Both Kangaroo and Kimiju stared wide-eyed. This was done by an S rank. Minu didn't understand and asked back. They were killed without being able to fight back, and you two still think it was done by an A rank? Kimiju frowned. Hunter Minu, please refrain from making such comments in a situation where we cannot yet determine the truth. Kangaroo also agreed, and that's just slander. He argued seriously, slander? It's just my hypothesis. If someone could kill 3 A-rank hunters, that person must be very strong. He continued, among the people here, I can confidently say that none of them could have done it. The people there also started murmuring, right? This is absurd, just like he said. This was definitely done by an S rank. And then Kangaroo and Mizu couldn't avoid being blamed. Even if it's true, it's still your fault for being negligent while on duty. The two of them stammered. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Enough. She stood with her hands on her hips, drawing everyone's gaze. No, Jaeyoung glared at him. Hunter Minu, I want to talk to you. Lunatic stood behind, observing silently. At a sturdy building, Department Head No's voice rang out. You don't need to investigate anymore. That's enough. He was confused. What? Sitting in her chair, she admitted, we also know that Hunter Hyper was involved in drug trafficking, but he was suddenly killed. He said urgently, shouldn't we be looking for the culprit? I'll do it. He was left speechless when she asked, and what if that person is really an S rank? Can you handle it? She clasped her hands on the table and seriously proposed, just leave it to us and focus on improving your strength like the other hunters. Thank you for your dedication. His resentful eyes stared straight at her. No Jaeyoung glared back as a warning. Stepping out of the building, he put his hands on his hips and looked off to one side, thinking this is strange. He felt suspicious of this person, silently calling her name. Department Head No Jaeyoung. Minu walked while thinking, trying to remember. What happened yesterday? If he was killed right after we split up? He slapped his head, blaming himself. Damn it, I can't remember anything. What the hell happened and why? He sighed, trying to remember what Hyper did to him. A small piece of paper appeared in his hand. Observing it, he wondered this. Staring at it, he suddenly remembered what Hyper had said. Look at this. I know you approached me for a reason, but I won't harm you because I know you'll understand me. Minu suddenly realized this is it. I was knocked unconscious after seeing this, but I don't feel any magic on this piece of paper. What does it only work once? He concluded this is probably the key to this case. Minu still didn't take his eyes off the paper. Seeing him, Lunatic called out, "Hunter Minu." He was startled, a little surprised. "Captain Ma." The sky was clear. Under the trees, the two men whispered. "The bodies of Hunter Guetali and Zako have been taken to headquarters. Did department head No say anything? She knows I'm on the cleanup team, so she gave me the job, but suddenly she told me not to get involved in this anymore. It's related to Hunter Hyper, right?" "Yes." Minu looked up and asked, "You know something, don't you? Otherwise, why would you have gone to the trouble of coming here?" Captain Ma was honest. "I came to see how strong you've become, but you're right, I also came here for personal reasons." He asked directly, "Is it related to the S rank who killed Hyper?" Lunatic was a bit surprised. After a moment of silence, he began to speak. "The community operates independently with its own system, separate from the central government. Therefore, what happens here can be covered up and manipulated." Minu speculated, "You mean this is related to the community's branch office?" Lunatic didn't respond, just looking on silently. A moment later, he answered cautiously, "It's possible that department head No is the one who killed them." Minu froze upon hearing this. An image of her appeared in his mind. She's been here since the community was founded. She's the one who best understands how the system works, and the only one who can use it at will. That same cautious voice spoke up. "I came here to find evidence of department head No's crimes." The two of them focused on their discussion. "So department head No used me to deal with Hyper, but because things went sideways, she took matters into her own hands. But there's something strange. It's as if she let her emotions get the better of her. Yes, she didn't even bother to hide the bodies." But Minu was still hesitant. "There's no way department head No used the system to do this. Someone must have had a hand in it. The only people we can trust are just the two of us." Minu and Lunatic were lost in thought, neither saying a word. They thought, "I hope we can find someone else we can trust." Valkyrie, holding a glass of water, was horrified. What? There was a murder in District X. Agatha, sitting opposite her, recounted, "The 3 hunters who were Hunter Fomet's roommates were killed." She was even more surprised and asked again, "Hunter Fomet's team?" Nun clenched her fist and punched the air. "Damn it," she said angrily as she walked. 3 promising A-rank hunters. The 2 girls saw her and said softly, "Hunter Nun." With a sad face, Agatha explained, "Nun and I joined the community as advisors not long after it was founded. We sympathize with the A-rank hunters more than other advisors." Valkyrie listened with wide eyes. Agatha's sad gaze was fixed on the floor. Before the gate breach incident, the status of hunters wasn't as high as it is now. There were only a few strong enough hunters, and a third of the population was killed, turning it into an extremely terrible disaster. Nun leaned helplessly against the wall. Her sad voice continued steadily. "Nun and I were there. A lot of people wouldn't have had to die if there were more strong hunters, and..." She angrily gripped the faucet. "The community is the most suitable place to train strong hunters. I can't believe A-rank hunters were killed in this very place." Valkyrie and Agatha sat slumped over, dejected. Someone called their names. "Hunter Agatha, Hunter Nun," at a high-end apartment building. Kangaroo announced seriously, "As you know, you're the only one left on the team, Hunter Fomet. I will inform you once there are more members for your team." He sat with his arms crossed, not paying much attention. "I hope you can continue to clear the tower and develop." Minu threw an annoyed look at them and spoke up. "So what? Are you guys going to find the culprit or not? We are currently searching for them." He clicked his tongue dismissively. "Fine." Lunatic also said fine. His voice was as bland as water. "Good luck." The 2 of them were left. He crossed his arms to take a nap while the other man stood with his hands behind his back, still watching. Then he opened his eyes just as the other man turned around. Their eyes met. A half-smoked cigarette was in department head No's hand. She asked with concern, "How is Hunter Fomet?" The 2 of them reported the situation. No particular movements. Department head No took a reassuring drag from her cigarette. "All right, watch him carefully." The 2 of them hadn't left yet and took the initiative to ask her, "What is it? Is there anything else?" "Well, we were wondering if you were okay." "I'm fine, you 2 can go." "Yes." Just as they turned to leave, she said, "Oh, right, I have a job for you too." Then she changed her mind again. "Never mind, I'll do it myself later." The door opened. "All right then." Department head No sat lost in thought. Then she picked up her phone. Calling a mysterious person, she said, "Are you ready? I have a request." The voice on the other end came through. "Sorry, I can't do it." Agatha answered the phone. I already knew. Still maintaining a focused and polite expression. "Ma'am." The sky was gradually turning dark. At the wooden cabin, her long, straight, smooth yellow hair spilled over the chair. Vakiji sat slumped in thought. She was a little scared. I can't believe a murder happened in the community. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The noise also caught Minwoo's attention. "What's that sound?" He suddenly remembered Lunati's words. "First, we have to find evidence that she killed those 3 hunters." He also appeared there, and an opportunity. Minwoo crossed his arms. "I don't know about an opportunity, but I know a very suspicious place." He asked hurriedly, "Where?" Suddenly, Lunati's received a call. "Department head No is calling me." He was surprised, huh? Minwoo was worried. "What are the chances that department head No knows your identity?" He speculated, "About 50%, but since she's calling now, it's probably about 51%. The suggestion came, "Let's split up from now on." Minwoo considered. "While I was following Hyper, I lost him in the forest where the cabin is. This cabin." He put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. "I can feel a source of energy. If there's any suspicious place in the community, it must be this one. Is it related to anything?" He glanced at one door, then suddenly shifted his gaze to the opposite side. His feet quickly took off, his eyes focused, staring down. Then he stopped short, suspicious. "I can feel the energy of a powerful tower beneath me." He turned around to check. Sensing something behind him, he turned his head. Vakiji threw a powerful kick at him, which he quickly dodged by ducking. Her eyes widened in recognition. Huh? Deja vu. Her eyes grew even wider. She screamed, "Hunter Baphomet." He looked up annoyed. "Shouldn't you look before you attack someone?" They were both surprised by each other's presence. "Why are you here?" "I have something to do in this cabin." "What about you?" "I came to take a bath." "You came all this way just for that?" Minwoo stared at her. Vakiji's eyes welled up with tears. He just clicked his tongue. "Here we go again. Did I ask this woman trustworthy?" He hesitated internally. "Should I check?" Minwoo spoke first. "I'm working for the government. The reason I came to the community is because they asked me to investigate this cabin." She was surprised. "This cabin? But looks normal." He told her without hesitation, "I have a special skill. I can sense things others can't." Vakiji was even more surprised by the man in front of her. Raising a hand to her mouth, she looked down. "Are you talking about something under the floor?" Suddenly, Minwoo punched down hard, shattering the floorboards. She dodged the debris and screamed, "Hunter Baphomet, what are you doing?" Her face suddenly became alarmed as she stared straight ahead. A thick, bright red energy erupted from the building. That stream of power was blood red, swirling around itself, eerily. Both of them were engulfed in that energy. Vakiji collapsed to the floor in fear. Minwoo was also astonished. "What is this? I've never felt this kind of magical power before." Then he vanished in a flash, making her call after him, "Hunter Baphomet." Left all alone, she stared at the crimson red glow. Then she decided to jump down through the hole in the floor. After him, landing successfully on the ground, she scanned her surroundings, searching. Minwoo, and she went deeper to investigate. She marveled, "A cave? There's a place like this under the cabin? Did you know beforehand?" She suddenly noticed something. Surprised, she asked, "Huh? It looks like a tower gate." He remained calm. "That I know why so many towers have been sprouting up in the community now." He stated with certainty, "This is the place that creates the towers." The two of them were standing before a large gate surrounded by that eerie red energy, a nest tower. The night sky with a bright moon above. No Jae-kyung spoke up. "The night sky here is more beautiful than I thought." Lunati's walked with her. He said, "That's true. There aren't many good places for stargazing in this country." The captain replied, "You can watch them whenever you want as long as you're here." Lunati's asked, of course, "But why did you call for me?" She replied sarcastically, "Because you dared to publicly talk to Hunter." Lunati's. No Jae-kyung continued. "The first time you met him was at the association, right? I'm pretty sure you've never met him in person." He answered, "Yes. I was dispatched to an autonomous nation with few hunters." Suddenly, she gave a cunning smile, as if she had figured everything out. No Jae-kyung continued. I've looked through the records and know you've been in many places. Costa Rica, Monaco, Singapore. Ah, speaking of Singapore, I know a hunter was dispatched there at that time. Have you ever heard the name Hunter Bill? Lunati's remained silent at the question, while she waited for his answer. He waved his hand and said, I'm afraid not. How could I know all the hunters dispatched there? She replied doubtfully, Is that so? Then she turned and glared at him, continuing, but isn't Singapore a nation with its own hunter system and many talented hunters? Team commander. He was silent at that question, then he became somber and said, I've been exposed. A huge explosion erupted, with thick smoke billowing around it. Lunati's lost the outfit he usually wore. He grimaced at the smoke. The acrid smoke made his eyes water as he struggled to open them. Gradually, he saw the figure of No Jae-kyung emerge. Her face was grim, with sharp eyes. Behind her was a large phantom. Lunati stood before her, silent. He spoke up. Did you really kill all those A-rank hunters? No Jae-kyung feigned surprise. Why are you here? Team commander. Lunati said loudly. Answer me first. Did you kill them? No Jae-kyung snapped. This is for a greater purpose, so don't you dare get in my way. He asked again, a greater purpose? I don't give a damn what the reason is. Then he lunged at her to attack. But you betrayed me. No Jae-kyung stood there, silent. Two figures jumped out to block his attack. He jumped back from their attack. He looked at the two who had just attacked him. The A-rank hunters were now soulless, no different from puppets. Lunati's was shocked. A-rank hunters. He immediately asked No Jae-kyung, what have you done to them? Her expression was cold as she looked up at him. He called out, Team Commander no. Meanwhile, Lyrie was surprised. She asked, a nest tower? Cha Min-woo answered, yes, a nest tower. He couldn't stop wondering that it's surprising. I never expected a hidden nest tower in a place like this. He thought further, but before that, Cha Min-woo stood before the nest tower's gate. How did I know? Lyrie spoke up, a nest tower. If the one behind this is a member of the association. She resolutely stepped forward to his astonishment, saying, then we have to take care of it. Cha Min-woo asked in surprise, take care of it. Lyrie put her hands on her hips and said, if it's really a nest tower, shouldn't we eliminate it? That way, the association will be safe and there will be fewer towers. He thought to himself, if we eliminate it, the association will become useless. He hesitated, and if that happens, Cha Min-woo spoke up to her astonishment, saying, we can't do that. She turned back, questioning, what? Are you talking nonsense? Before she could finish, he cut her off that if we eliminate it, then where are A-rank hunters like me supposed to train? Lyrie retorted, there are other towers scattered all over the place. And our duty as hunters is to protect the people, not for personal gain like this. She was even more surprised when he said, but to do that, don't hunters have to become stronger? He said bluntly, what if a gate suddenly appears and the hunters aren't strong enough? Then a lot of people will end up dying. Lyrie countered with her reasoning, it's different now. We can detect their presence. Our top priority is to ensure gates don't appear unexpectedly. Cha Min-woo replied, but what if a gate appears right now? We don't know if eliminating this gate is the right thing to do. She retorted, that's just your hypothesis. As hunters, we can't just leave that tower as it is. He shouted, so that's it. The team commander doesn't want to hide this because there are others who think like you. Lyrie was surprised. She said, that's right. H-U-H. Cha Min-woo gritted his teeth and said, Commander No is still trying to maintain the association to create powerful hunters. An image of No Jae-kyung appeared with a mask and red eyes. He said, even if she has to cast herself as the villain. Lyrie wondered, you mean a team commander responsible for the association is hiding and ignoring this nest tower? Why would she do that? What Cha Min-woo said made her realize the issue that she's doing it so that if a gate suddenly appears, it won't cause any damage. She recalled what Agatha once said, Nun and I were there. Not so many people would have died if there had been strong hunters then, and yet, Cha Min-woo said, in short, it would be a waste to eliminate it. Hunters can use it to train and become stronger. He remembered his 3 friends, constantly wondering, but why did the 3 of them die? Remembering his old comrades, he thought, why? Cha Min-woo was furious. He gritted his teeth. Hearing that, Lyrie said to him, Let me be clear. She was determined there's no reason for me to leave. I'm still going to take care of this place. He thought to himself, she's still clinging to those principles and integrity. At that moment, she reached out her hand to perform her technique. That makes me uncomfortable, he thought. Suddenly, the gate emitted a gust of wind from that provocation. He wondered, there's a barrier. She replied, wait a minute. She gathered power in her hand. Lyuri glared, preparing to strike. She punched the gate. She used all her strength to punch it. Cha Min-woo watched in silence as the gate continued to push her away. Lyuri shouted, I can't break through it with my strength. So how we get in? A voice echoed, come here, ringing faintly in his head, come here. The gate seemed to be inviting him in. I am waiting for you. Come here. Cha Min-woo was frozen by the call. He walked forward as if hypnotized. Lyuri asked, puzzled, Hunter Baphomet. He reached out his hand to her astonishment. His hand slowly touched the gate. He touched it lightly. The rhombus-shaped seal on the gate changed color, turning its characteristic red. Suddenly, a wide-open eye appeared there. A flash of light with many electrical sparks shot out, and the gate opened. Lyuri was stunned. She yelled, it's open. She tried to enter, but bolts of lightning blocked her. Lyuri said, I can't get in. It keeps pushing me out. Cha Min-woo stated bluntly, I'm the only one who can enter. She wondered what. Meanwhile, he thought, I can't hear someone calling me from inside. Cha Min-woo said to her, I'll go in and take care of everything. Lyuri questioned, what? You don't even know what's inside. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Lyuri wondered, what was that sound just now? He looked up. The sound was from outside. Cha Min-woo thought for a moment, then said, I want to ask you a favor. He continued, protect him until I'm done. Lyuri wondered, what do you mean? Cha Min-woo gave her a look and said, you'll understand as soon as you see it. He walked into the gate, ignoring her calls. Baphomet. He walked for a while in that red space. Finally, he set foot in that room. He looked around at the interior. The room was surrounded by a distinctive red-patterned carpet. He noticed a bright spot at the end of the room and wondered, is that a tunnel? Should I follow the light? Cha Min-woo decided to walk towards the tunnel. A red notification panel appeared in front of him. On it were the words, do you really wish to enter? Cha Min-woo put a hand on his hip and said sarcastically, it's been a while since you stopped me, hasn't it? Is this a place I shouldn't enter? The panel displayed more words.no, but your arrival is part of the plan. It displayed, that is all. Za spoke, it's too early for you to be here. Cha Min-woo asked back, will this change the future data for the worse? Za replied, it will not. He asked again, then why? Za was silent. Then she hesitated, it's just, I'm worried. Then Za said, go Baphomet. The red notification panel appeared with the words, main quest, clear the Nest Tower. Cha Min-woo stepped into a room decorated in a Western style. He looked around and thought to himself, what's in here? I went through the whole tunnel and it led me here. Cha Min-woo walked while looking around. The energy here is completely different from outside. It's like he was surprised by what was in front of him. I'm in. An attack came at him from under the water. He thought. He was surprised by the attack. The smoke from the attack gradually dissipated. He was astonished by the hideous monster. He thought, what the hell? The monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs. A young boy's voice shouted, stop Benji. The small boy stood on the monster's large body. Cha Min-woo was surprised to see the boy. The boy said, he's a human. The boy with white hair stood on the monster's body. He said joyfully, a human came here. Back to Yasu Hyuk, his face wounded from a mission. He thought dejectedly, my condition hasn't improved much because I've just been wandering around this tower. I should rest a bit tomorrow. He recalled the man's words, Hunter Griffin. The man had said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Team Commander Ma. Perhaps you'll be interested in our association. He thought, accepting that invitation is also a good option. He clenched his fist. How much stronger have I gotten? But Yasu Hyuk looked around the street. That it's so strange. Why is this street always so quiet? The sky was pitch black. The moon and stars were gone. He walked while looking around. I it this quiet because there's no one in the dorms. Suddenly, a spear appeared. Someone holding the spear stood behind him. The ground shattered. The person was surprised that Yasu Hyuk had detected him. He blocked the attack, saying what the... Yasu Hyuk realized there was a lot of killing intent behind him. Arrows all shot towards him. He managed to jump out of the way. Someone appeared from above to ambush him. He quickly ducked. Yesu Hyuk used his two swords to block the opponent's blade. Their weapons clashed, sending out sparks. His face darkened, glaring. Yesu Hyuk unleashed a move, sending the other person flying with a single blow. The person landed on the ground, regaining his balance. All three of them stood before him. Yesu Hyuk couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at them like soulless corpses, thinking, what is this? He flinched slightly to what's wrong with them. Their eyes looked so strange. At that moment, Yesu Hyuk thought of Cha Min-woo. He said to himself, I don't know what's going on, but this is my chance to try it. Yesu Hyuk unleashed a move. Blue sparks of electricity surrounded him. He issued a challenge, uncles and aunts. Yesu Hyuk's eyes turned blue as he looked at them. Bring it on. The three of them stood motionless like puppets. Behind them, it seemed someone was controlling them. Electromagnetic sound waves were being transmitted, seemingly someone's technique. That person was holding one side to control the sound waves. Agatha was controlling many different sound waves, and it seemed all those puppets were controlled by her. Back to Cha Min-woo, the boy said, Benji, look. Then he pointed at his eyes and said, eyes. He continued excitedly, nose. He was cheerful and enthusiastic, lips, while Cha Min-woo was getting angry. He pinched the boy's ear. The boy said, and your ears are different from my ears, so for sure. Hey, my ear. Cha Min-woo asked irritably, who are you? Are you the one who summoned me here? The boy cried out in pain. Why? Why would I? I just prayed for someone to come here. Cha Min-woo asked again, then who gave you the right to summon me here? At that moment, he looked closely at the boy's face and thought, this kid's face. Suddenly, Benji swung its pincer towards him, cutting between him and the white-haired, red-eyed boy. The boy ran to the magical beast and shouted, Benji. He spread his arms to stop the monster. Oh, Benji, he's a human. The boy turned back to him and said, he's a human. You're the one who was modeled after us. Cha Min-woo didn't understand. He asked us, model. He asked again, who are you? What are you people doing here? The boy answered cheerfully, I'm here waiting for Eol. He asked again, Eol. The boy smiled brightly. Eol told me. She said if I can make a lot of new friends here, she'll play with me again. The boy ran around Cha Min-woo happily and said, but now a human has appeared while I was bored. I'm so lucky. He asked the boy again, but I still don't understand what you just said. Hey kid, you said you made friends with the skin-crafting magical beasts. What does that mean? The boy beamed, saying magical beasts? Is that what humans call my friends? Anyway, I don't care what people call my friends. He continued to run around and said cheerfully, now, let's start playing. I'm so excited. This is the first time a human has set foot here. Can you tell me a story? The boy kept talking. Since you're a male, there must be females, right? Cha Min-woo thought irritably. This kid's lost his mind. He just keeps talking nonstop. The boy continued. Are there flowers and trees there too? Cha Min-woo said, other than your similar appearance. This sentence made the boy stop suddenly. You and Za have nothing else in common. Cha Min-woo was surprised by the boy. The boy turned and asked him with a scowl. The boy growled, how do you know her? The boy continued, Za is. He growled out each word, my bride. Cha Min-woo was shocked by what he had just heard. He asked again what? Without waiting for an explanation, the boy unleashed an attack aimed straight at him. Cha Min-woo blocked it with his sword. He was slammed into a wall, growling, this bastard. The boy stood on Benji, his eyes glaring, and said, tell me, how do you know her? He shouted, I said, how do you know her? Cha Min-woo was surprised by the boy's attitude. He thought, why did he suddenly get so angry? He assessed the situation and thought, moreover. The boy continued, well, I don't care how you know her either. He clutched his head, saying, all I have to do is eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. Seeing this, Cha Min-woo thought, his emotions are unstable. One of the boy's eyes turned yellow. He said, eliminate the erroneous data. Cha Min-woo was startled by this. His normal arm transformed into a grotesque one. He was frightened by this. The boy jumped down and rushed towards him. His power changed the space around them, pulling both him and the boy into it. A notification panel gradually appeared. Words appeared. Main quest. The boy sprouted two wings, one black, one white. The notification panel displayed the full text. Eliminate de creator, God offi eli specie. The boy, with wrinkles on his face, stood there, glaring. at him. Cha Min-woo was bewildered. Creator God, Illipet, he wondered. As he said to himself, what do those things mean? The boy had already pointed his finger to the sky. Then he aimed straight at him, saying 2 words, eliminate. Beams of light shot towards him. He held his slightly cracked sword in front of him. Cha Min-woo used his sword to block the boy's attack. Suddenly, the sword unexpectedly spoke. The weapon made a sound, crying out, that hurts, big brother. I can't take it anymore. The weapon seemed to have a consciousness of its own. Besides the pain caused by the user, could a sentient weapon feel any other kind of pain? The boy attacked continuously. Cha Min-woo jumped out of the way. The boy witnessed this. He continued to point his finger and said, eliminate. The technique circled behind Cha Min-woo, which he had noticed. The boy continued to say, eliminate, while he thought, what the hell is wrong with him? Beams of light were fired every time the boy said, eliminate. He dodged the attacks and couldn't stop thinking, whatever, but I'm sure this kid's power is something else. The boy kept repeating, eliminate. Cha Min-woo tried to dodge, thinking, what kind of ability is this? It's like the kid really has the ability to eliminate my soul. As he was thinking, he could no longer move as he wished and said, what is this? The boy flew down behind him. Cha Min-woo turned his head. The techniques the boy had pointed out were now materializing before Cha Min-woo's eyes. The boy's finger aimed straight at him, saying eliminate. At that moment, his weapon vanished, saying, big brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to disappear. Cha Min-woo said angrily, what? You bastard. The sword disappeared before his eyes. Now, the attacks were very close to him. He couldn't dodge them. They hit him. The spot immediately erupted into a huge explosion. The boy stood silently, watching the spot. He was startled by Cha Min-woo's voice. He said his body was still intact. Cha Min-woo looked at his body in bewilderment and said, it didn't cause any damage at all. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to say, eliminate. Then a huge explosion occurred. The boy continuously said, eliminate. Huge explosions occurred. Eliminate. All of them were aimed at Cha Min-woo. Eliminate, eliminate. He said it many times, thinking it might cause damage. Eliminate, eliminate. The boy's face darkened frighteningly, his mouth still repeating, eliminate, eliminate. He shouted, eliminate. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the boy's face. Cha Min-woo unleashed his power. He said, I don't know why your power has no effect on me, but it seems my power works. On you. Cha Min-woo had regained the upper hand. He said, are you ready for round 2? Cha Min-woo recalled the past. Minsu had once said, Baphomet, listen to what I'm about to tell you. The boy continued, I know you have immense demonic power and that your body's owner is Javen, but Javen uses his power for enhancement skills. Cha Min-woo asked back, what are you trying to say? Minsu explained, you could become stronger if you use Javen's techniques, but wouldn't that be a waste? He couldn't wait any longer and said, so what? Get to the point. The boy explained, magic is the convergence of supernatural forces. You can create mystery, he said with a cheerful expression, where you can bring about destruction as a harbinger of disaster. Magic is a vast power that lets you create your own universe. So what I'm trying to say is, he cut him off, no. Minsa whined, I haven't even told you my main point yet. Cha Min-woo replied, you want me to become a mage, don't you? He challenged, you want me to become a pathetic mage with a weak body who only moves one hand to cast spells? No way. The grumpy boy immediately took back his words. Do you have any idea how much effort we put in? Magic requires delicate and brilliant techniques, unlike someone who just throws punches recklessly. He also got angry. My techniques are brilliant too. I'll kill you for saying that. Minsu retorted, if you compare it to what we've done, you're just average. Then he threw a slipper at the boy as he was running. A moment later, Cha Min-woo spoke first to the boy who was holding his face. Anyway, I have no intention of becoming a mage. And you told me I need magic that can help me in battles. The boy replied, but about that, Cha Min-woo immediately said, I've already learned something that can help. Well, the flashback ends as he is standing. Here, he was surprised by the technique, which was rushing towards him. Seeing that, he said, isn't that just some trivial magic? Suddenly, Cha Min-woo dashed behind him. He punched him, sending him flying to the ground. His face flushed red as he looked at him. He used his leg to execute a kick, but the boy dodged it. Cha Min-woo glanced over at him. He gritted his teeth in fear. Then he spoke, you're too arrogant, you. Human. His hand reached towards him and said, annihilate. But Chaminyu was unharmed, making him say, why aren't you dead? Then a huge explosion occurred, and a lot of smoke appeared, hovering in the air. Chaminyu gradually emerged from the smoke. He set up a barrier and said, maybe I'm not as strong as I used to be. He continued, you said your power couldn't do anything to me, right? The boy writhed in pain. Chaminyu was immediately cut by the boy's wing. He noticed and thought, this attack causes this much damage. He landed on the ground and thought, but he walked on the boy's large arm. This guy, he's too weak. The boy's face contorted while he thought. He has no combat skills. He only has raw power that he doesn't even know how to use. Then Chaminyu said, item inventory, provide weapon. He raised his sword to finish him, but the boy's large arm blocked him. Then it spun him around, and the large arm threw him far away. He scowled. I knew this thing wouldn't work. He spoke haste. He tried calling out a salvation, patience. He recalled the words, enhancements? They're just trivial magic used to support hunters in battle. He continued to read, shouting, courage. Chaminyu remembered that laugh, saying, well, those are the words of fools who know nothing about the true power of enhancements. His sword seemed to be enhanced, he said, enhance. The sword flared up, determined by the power of its owner. Those words were, as if engraved in him, the stronger the owner, he prepared to fight, the higher the effect. That's a simple rule, isn't it? Chaminyu smiled at the power of himself, and the boy was afraid of his smile. He was about to use a technique, but the man in front of him had disappeared. Chaminyu slashed one side. The boy's wing was severed, and he staggered. He slashed the other side, and that wing was also severed. Then he unleashed a flurry of slashes on the boy's body. The boy's mouth fell open, thinking, I can't see anything. His knees hit the ground, his clothes in tatters. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a groan. He glanced fearfully at Chaminyu, who was walking towards him step by step. He majestically dragged his sword as he walked. Chaminyu said, you said you were curious about the outside world, didn't you? While you were creating towers here, the people outside were always finding ways to develop their strength. How do you feel? What's it like to feel helpless, unable to do anything? Chaminyu said, how ironic. Just because of the towers you created, the people outside are treated like monsters, and I am one of them. He said bluntly, but you know there shouldn't be too many strong people. Whether it's the weak, the strong, or the ordinary, the numbers must be balanced. He hesitated, so, pointing his sword at the boy, he said, your work here is done. Chaminyu glared at him. The boy looked at him with sad eyes. Then he laughed a refreshing laugh. He raised his voice and asked, how dare a creature like you say that to me? Who are you? His hand suddenly became vain-go. Then he held his hand out towards him and said, tell me who. Chaminyu's face darkened. He was very angry now. He spoke, I am, then delivered many slashes around the boy's body. The boy dazedly spoke, Binsi. Chaminyu stood there as the fragments from the boy's arm fell. Then he answered, Hunter Fume. Then Chaminyu swung his sword up. Another slash went straight into the boy's body. He was surprised, letting out a huh. He saw a familiar figure. Why? He saw behind him, R.A. looked back. He thought to himself, you said you were on my side. He remembered the past when he met R.A. How dare you? The beautiful past when he and R.A. were in love, betraying me. R.A. spoke. Hello, I am ELE, the one you love the most. He died, and that space collapsed. A red notification appeared with the words, Main quest, mission to eliminate ELE's pet, complete. The text continued to scroll. You have received a new skill as a reward. Chaminyu thought, a new skill. Then he was surprised by the scene before him. He couldn't believe his eyes. A sigil? I received a sigil in a place like this. It was as if it was beckoning him. Come here, Fume. It said, take me. That was the voice he had heard outside the nest tower. He immediately put his sword down and began to touch the sigil. There was no reaction, but it gradually turned from yellow to a red glow. The veins on his face all popped out. In pain, he cried out, ah. Then it emitted an intense light, a light that shook even Yuri, who was outside. She turned to look at that place, her mind filled with worried thoughts. Hunter Fume. But she turned back again, thinking, I can't go into the nest. I have to trust Hunter Fume, but I wonder what he meant by that. Yuri recalled. He told me to protect this place and said that I would know everything soon. A voice called from behind her, Hunter Vankiji. She turned around because it was Nun's voice. Nun smiled and said to her, So you're here. I've been looking all over for you. Were you bathing in the chamber again? Nin averted her eyes, saying but, looking towards the hut, she asked, why did this place end up like this? Is someone else inside? Nin walked past Liuri and said, I have to go in and check. Liuri asked, I have a question. She turned to look at Nun. Hunter Nun, were you with Commander No? Nin didn't answer but said, Agatha. She said we wouldn't have time to fight, but it seems the time has come. Nin immediately lunged at Liuri. Afterwards, she spoke, I'm sorry, Hunter Van Kiji. The sky was now evening, a cloudy, starless evening sky. In contrast to the peaceful sky, Captain Ma Song-un was running for his life. From behind Captain Ma's right, a pair of slender legs kicked hard against the adjacent wall to gain momentum, causing the wall to crack and shatter in all directions, leaving a dent in the wall. To Captain Ma's left, another man's leg also kicked hard against the wall, creating another new dent. Glancing back for a moment while running, Ma Song-un was also surprised by the pair of hunters behind him. Each held a sword, their faces veiny, kicking off the wall to gain momentum and fly forward. The pair of hunters lunged at him. A sword came down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust hovering in the air gradually dispersed, but there was no sign of Ma Song-un. Ahead was just a scene of adjacent tall buildings. The two of them stood motionless, their eyes completely white without pupils, their faces full of veins. The dust scattered to both sides after they brought their swords down and landed with great force. Ma Song-un's voice came from behind, surprising the pair of hunters. You two must be skilled A-rank hunters. Hearing his voice, the pair of hunters turned around with expressionless faces, still with those white, pupilless eyes. A gloved hand stood firm, aiming the edge of the hand towards the pair of hunters. A move came down. Captain Ma appeared from behind. Ma Song-un's hand chopped the back of their necks with great force, and both fainted from the blow. Lying on the ground, Ma Song-un was a little surprised to have taken down this pair of A-rank assassins. So I can capture them by force, huh? Captain Ma looked at the pair of hunters lying unconscious on the ground, thinking for a moment, mind control. This doesn't seem like something Commander No Jack Young would do. Ma Song-un's eyebrows furrowed, his expression more serious as he came up with another theory that it seems there's another S-rank hunter besides No Jack Young. Come to think of it, I also heard that No Jack Young's younger sister is also in the colony. Ma Song-un stood there, hand on his forehead, trying to recall something about No Jack Young's younger sister. She used to be a mage, I think. If she's the one cooperating with Commander No Jack Young, then no, I don't have time for this. Right now, I need to use these A-rank hunters to capture Commander No Jack Young, who has escaped. A murmuring sound from behind Ma Song-un cut off his train of thought. Song-un turned to see a crowd of people standing behind him, walking with a soulless, staggering gait. Ma Song-un looked at the crowd slowly approaching. Come on, I'll take all of you down. Turning completely around, Captain Ma was startled by the sight behind him, sweat beading on his brow. There are more. Behind the shuffling footsteps, they approached step by step, bumping lightly into each other. Dust swirled, their breathing even. The crowd trudged along soullessly. The chaotic crowd grew larger and larger, getting closer and closer to Ma Song-un. It made him flustered as the controlled crowd was too large. Ma Song-un could only stand and watch the crowd surround him. Huh? Wait a minute. How can I take all of you down if there are this many? Don't tell me. The crowd continued to advance slowly, some holding swords, some holding spears, and some ready to use magic. All the hunters present here were A-rank hunters. The smile on Song-un's face became more awkward. Oh boy, things are starting to get troublesome. In a flash, the crowd leaped up, weapons in hand, rushing straight at him. Song-un stood motionless, still lost in his prediction. Are all of them being controlled? A slender hand reached out from the darkness. A female voice rang out, as if calling a name, Echo. Then a blue light appeared, forming a dome that knocked away the controlled hunters. Come out and draw me. The hunters below were also affected by the magic dome, and they began to sway unsteadily. The awakens system voice rang out. All status ailments have been purified. The hunters fell to their knees one by one, then lay scattered on the ground. A large black cat, wearing a blue cloak with a bell on its tail, appeared in front of Ma Song-un. Song-un stood there, stunned by the large cat before him. Is that a spirit? The large black cat with pupil-less eyes wearing a blue cloth made Ma Song-un a little panicked. Tio summoned a spirit with such great magical power. The summoner must be a high rank. Hunter. Song-un glanced around, searching for the owner of the powerful magic spirit that had just appeared. The only hunter capable of summoning such a powerful spirit can only be. A pair of slender legs in blue high heels stepped forward, the sound of the heels clicking as she approached Ma Song-un. Ekiina approached with a surprised, bewildered look when she saw Ma Song-un. Captain Ma. Both of them were astonished, pointing at each other. Unbelievable. What are you doing here? Ma Song-un looked at Ekiina with a helpless expression, while she looked at him with a slightly contemptuous look. I should be the one saying that. Me too. Wait, what happened to your clothes? Why are you wearing those tight pants? They're not tight. Suddenly, a foul smell hit Ma Song-un's nose, startling him. Hunter Ekiina also noticed the smell after Song-un exclaimed in a helpless voice, "What is that horrible smell? Did you swim through the sewers? Is this really the time to worry about that? Tell me why you're in the colony." Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. The ground shook, leaving Ma Song-un and Sung Yuna confused and unprepared. What was that? Outside, a purple shield was gradually enveloping the colony, causing the ground to shake. Sung Yuna looked up. The purple dome was complete. What is that dome? Ma Song-un helplessly put his hand to his face. Ekiina was still unsure what had happened. What I feared has finally happened. It seems Commander No Jack-young has finally activated it. She has activated the colony's reinforcement function. Reinforcement? What do you mean? Song-un's expression was a frown as he looked into the distance. This colony is surrounded by towers. If another gate incident were to occur, the number of magic beasts that would flood and would be unimaginable. So they created a function to keep those magic beasts outside the colony. Sung Yuna's expression became even more stunned as she listened to Ma Song-un's explanation that in short, we can't get out of here anymore. In the room where Commander No Jack-young and her accomplices were, a man was sitting in front of the colony's system control panel. A room with a red glow from the control screen, and the voice of Commander No, I sympathize with your situation. Two staff members were tied up, sitting close together, their mouths covered with black tape. Our enemy has hypnotized skilled rank hunters. Commander No Jack-young stood there and turned around, but I need you to endure it here a little longer. No Jack-young looked straight at the tied-up staff on the floor, along with two other hunters. For the purpose of nurturing the colony's strong hunters, the reinforcement function begins. The staff members were tied up on the floor. All had fainted except for one girl who was looking on with fearful eyes, wanting to struggle free, but unable to. All you need to do is stay here and wait until everything is resolved. When everything is done, I will release you. After finishing her sentence, she turned away, looking towards the window, her face expressionless. No Jack-young's expression suddenly became alarmed, her pupils contracting abruptly. She ran to the window and threw it open, causing the two hunters with her to be a little confused, their voices bewildered. Commander No Jack-young. A pillar of red light appeared from within the dome. No Jack-young just watched without saying anything. The two confused hunters asked, "It's coming from the location where the towers were created. What happened there?" Commander No's panic was evident on her face, mixed with a bit of anger. Hunter Nun was supposed to be keeping a close watch on that location. At the place where the red pillar of light was emitting, Nun was in a fighting stance, her fist punching the ground, creating a cloud of dust in the air. To Commander No's shock, what is happening there? Nun slowly raised her head with a sharp gaze, a frightening and tense feeling in the air. I did everything to hide my presence. Facing Hunter Nun, Vankiji was in a fighting stance, one hand tightly gripping the hilt of her sword defensively. Nun's voice gradually became a little mocking, but it seems I can't ambush the esteemed Vankiji. The system's light flashed, Yuri with a serious expression, always ready to fight. The system's voice rang out, summon weapon from item inventory. Nen's face was tinged with sadness as she slowly stood up. Vankiji, what do you already know about the secrets of this colony? Yuri drew her sword, pointing it forward. She just stood up straight in silence. Nen's gaze gradually became sharp again, her tone questioning. There's someone else inside, am I right? Vankiji's gaze remained the same, cold and watching. She didn't say a word. Yuri's silence made Nun even more irritated. Nun's voice went from even to a loud roar. Yes. Oh, you refuse to answer me? Fine, then I'll make it so you can't do anything either. Nun's shout startled Yuri, shocking her. Her vigilance grew even higher. Nun lunged straight at Yuri. Yuri glared at the approaching Nun, asking in confusion, which made Nun gloat. What do you mean? Why do you suddenly want to talk now? A powerful punch slammed into the surface of the sword. It made a loud noise, and a strong gust of wind blew dust everywhere. Nun's eyebrows were furrowed, her voice slightly sharp. It doesn't matter who's in there. That person can't go any deeper. Vankiji tried to bear the weight on her sword, while confirming to Nun, no, you're wrong. He is already infiltrated inside. Hearing that, Nun's eyes widened in surprise. What? Another punch flew towards Vankiji. Nun asked while throwing punches, but this time Vankiji dodged. Who is it? Dodging Nun's attack, Vankiji circled behind her like a snake. Vankiji immediately struck back, her sword clashing against the armor on Nun's arm. Another slash straight at the opponent. Vankiji's eyes were full of determination, aimed at her opponent. A blue light. The move she unleashed was dodged by Nun. Nun mocked, and Vankiji's expression turned to astonishment upon hearing Nun's words, as expected of the sword prodigy. While parrying the move Vankiji unleashed, Nun once again brought up Yuri's past. I heard you missed the chance to become a national representative. Yuri's unpleasant memories came flooding back, echoing in her head, her eyes filled with fear. Number 16. Contestant Ryuji has been disqualified for violating the rules. The image of the awakens system appeared. While she was still in her combat gear, her sword and helmet had both fallen. She has been confirmed as an awakened one, so she is no longer eligible to compete. Yuri's spirit was in turmoil, her eyes wide, her pupils becoming lifeless and shrinking, drenched in sweat. The awakened system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have been chosen to become an awakened one. After that, the whispers and gossip about her grew more and more. I heard she's an awakened one, possessing supernatural powers. No wonder she's so good at swordsmanship. So, she entered the tournament even though she knew about it? She's despicable. Those comments made Yuri hate being an awakened one. It hurt her deeply. Back in the present, Yuri was shocked as the unpleasant memories returned. Vankiji's expression once again filled with fear. Nun dodged while looking for an opportunity to strike. You must be very tired. A punch from Nun split the large tree behind in two. Luckily, Yuri jumped up in time, dodging a dangerous blow. Nun stomped her foot hard on the ground, creating large shards of rock that flew high. I know how that feels. She used her strength to throw large rocks at Yuri. Nun spoke while attacking, saying she understood Yuri's feelings. I also went through that during the gate shock incident. Yuri nimbly dodged the large rocks and slashed them in half. Nun continued to ramble on, that feeling of helplessness and being ostracized by society. Nun stood there seriously, making a big decision. I will no longer follow Commander No Jack Young's request. A blinding yellow light like electricity surrounded her. I will simply act according to my own beliefs. Nun shouted loudly, her power erupting and blowing away the rocks, creating an illusion of a ferocious white tiger above her head. Her hair also gradually turned white, beast rebirth skill. Yuri was stunned, looking at the immense power Nun unleashed, the blinding light radiating everywhere. Yuri's expression gradually became hesitant after hearing Nun's confident words to her. Images of Yuri's loved ones appeared, her voice still a little hesitant. Your beliefs? That's right. Compared to what you went through in the gate shock incident, my experience is nothing, but Nun's power did not diminish. The blinding yellow light still enveloped her. Yuri gradually remembered the teammates she cherished. Nun's power not only didn't diminish but increased. Her eyes had turned yellow. Our beliefs. Yuri's memory flashed to the scene where she was in the hospital after the accident. A man's voice calling out to her hunternim. He stood with a pregnant woman, the person she had saved from the accident that had occurred. You saved my wife from that accident. Thank you so much. Yuri looked at the woman gently stroking her pregnant belly. If it weren't for your help, our unborn child would have been in danger. Through those memories, Yuri's power also erupted, and blue streams of power gradually appeared more and more. Surrounding Yuri's body is to turn the fairy tales of the towers into urban legends for the next generation. Her pupils had now turned a dangerous, toxic green. Our greatest purpose is to destroy the towers to prevent gate shock incidents from happening one more time. Yuri's power erupted violently, enveloping the surrounding space. Vanisit's curse skill, level 3. At this moment, Yuri's image was only a black silhouette with blue eyes, surrounded by misty smoke. Strength increased by 500%, agility increased by 500%, and my belief. The system's voice continued to announce Yuri's power. Yuri's form now resembled a god wielding a curse with an extremely high energy state, immune to all status ailments. Energy is enhanced, defense decreased by 500%. Is to destroy your belief, Hunter Nun. Surrender to the god Vanisit. The two stood facing each other. The air was tense after both had unleashed their power to a high level. Then they both rushed forward to fight, creating a massive shockwave. In a white room, only Nun stood there that I knew it. The rumors were all true. Nun's face was very calm at this moment. How unlucky for me to have to witness Vankiji's true power in battle. Nun turned her head to look away, her expression still cheerful and calm. That you're really strong. Nen's hair suddenly turned white, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Agatha, you asked me if we had a chance of winning if we fought Vankiji, right? Nun turned her face with a bright smile. It doesn't matter if we fight together or fight alone, we'll lose anyway. This time, Nun's head hung low, looking at the ground, the blood from her head trickling down in a line. You know what? I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a nap. Then, only one of Nun's arms was seen raising. I'll leave the rest to Miss Agatha. Back to the present. Nun was unconscious on the ground, her body covered in blood, not moving. Vankiji stood looking at Nun lying on the ground in his powerful black armor. I'm sorry, Hunter Nun. At this moment, Echidna and Mayangun were trying to run from the crowd of control people. No way. How could Commander Nojakung do something like this? Is there any way to stop the reinforcement wave? Once this operation has started, it cannot be stopped. It will last for about a year. The two of them jumped onto the roof of a nearby house. If that's the case, maybe we should find a way to contact. The outside. Mayangun turned on his phone, but there was no signal at all. Mayangun tried to send a message to make contact, but it wasn't possible. The two had to run again, looking for a safe place. Messages are disabled too, but it's possible Commander Nojakung's team is in the same situation. Before they could take a step, a greatsword blocked their path. The two had to stop. Let's try every possible way first. But first, two A-rank hunters stood before them. One was a mage, the other held a sword, ready to fight. We have to defeat these A-rank hunters first. After a while, the two A-rank hunters were on the ground, motionless. Mayangun and Echidna looked on with suspicion. Mayangun thought for a moment and was startled. Just how many A-rank hunters are they controlling? It could be the entire country's manpower. Mayangun thought of Baphomet, whose whereabouts even the magic commander currently didn't know. Echidna also blurted out, "Don't tell me they brainwashed Baphomet too." I knew it. Baphomet is also in the colony. Yeah, Baphomet. Wait, how do you know he's here? Echidna was startled and didn't dare to speak. Well, I still find you very suspicious. Mayangun stepped closer, looking suspiciously at Echidna. Echidna could only back away, not daring to answer. Only authorized hunters are allowed in here. But how could you enter on your own? Under Mayangun's questioning, Echidna had to look away, while also trying to change the subject, so Mayangun couldn't question her further. Don't tell me you're involved in some illegal ring. Shouldn't we focus on solving the problem at hand? A sound caught Sung Yuna's attention, but Xianun didn't believe it. There's a sound over there. Stop changing the subject. A figure suddenly rushed towards Mayangun, holding two swords, his intense killing intent catching the magic commander's attention. One of Griffin's swords came down, clashing with a powerful force against Xianun's specialized boots. When they saw each other's faces clearly, they both stared in surprise. Magic Captain, Hunter Griffin. Landing safely, Griffin looked to the side. Echidna stood there with a panicked expression. Du Sukhyuk saw this and asked after her, but no one answered. Hunter Echidna is here too? Out of politeness, Echidna had to ask after him in return. Du Sukhyuk's expression didn't change, but he had many questions. Are you okay, Griffin? Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine, but what's happening in the colony? The sirens were blaring, and then there were these A-rank hunters acting strangely. Echidna and Seonun looked at Griffin, who didn't have a single injury, which made them suspicious. As for him, he stood there bewildered, not understanding anything. But you're also an A-rank, and you seem perfectly fine, don't you? You're right, he doesn't look affected at all. Mayon-un fell into deep thought again. It seems they only mind control certain A-rank hunters. But what is the condition for being mind controlled? From behind, the two A-rank hunters who had just been defeated were slowly getting up, putting Echidna and the magic commander on alert. Aren't those the two I just took down? Echidna's expression turned grim, while Seonun became worried and wary. Thanks to a few words from Yuna, Seonun found some clues. These zombies will probably keep attacking us until their leader is eliminated. Could it be? Looking at the soulless A-rank hunters in front of him, Seonun figured out. The reason Griffin isn't affected like them is because he just arrived here a few months ago. But why would they do this? Mayon-un stood in thought and wondered. For what purpose do they want to create this army? The magic commander, with a serious expression, asked Echidna for help. She was still dazed. Miss Echidna, please help me trace the flow of magic. We'll find the one controlling these A-rank hunters first. Elsewhere, Agatha, a woman with black hair, she was the one controlling the A-rank hunter zombies. Her control power was symbolized by glowing blue magic circles. Back in the real world, she was in a large room. Turning her head, her eyes glanced behind her. She asked, is everything in place? The S-rank professors, behind Agatha, were the S-rank professors, looking at her with uneasy expressions. One S-rank professor spoke up, then another. Hunter Agatha, you told us to temporarily control the rebellious elements. But what do we do when they wake up? Moreover, this place has been infiltrated by government people. Are you sure this is okay? Agatha smiled at them, her voice even, without a hint of worry. We can persuade them to join our side. As for the undercover investigator who infiltrated here, her expression went from smiling to more frightening, her tone not fearful, but even colder. If we can't negotiate, then we just kill them. The frightened people turned to each other, whispering. Agatha sighed at the worries of the S-rank professors. Is it okay to do that? The government people, after all. What if something happens? Suddenly she shouted, her voice sharp, her face irritable. This bunch of cowards. Everyone present was startled. She spoke with a disappointed voice. I'm so disappointed in you. After going through the shock at the gate, you're still in this state? Towards the end, her tone became more and more filled with a mockery of a mad person. Then what did you come here for? Wasn't it to train stronger hunters? But if this place is discovered, the entire tower will disappear, and your dream of becoming stronger will be nothing but a fantasy. Didn't I say that from the beginning? The people looking at her could only remain silent, standing there looking at each other. Agatha extended her hand forward. She took the hand of an S-rank hunter from the crowd, her voice soft and sweet. Dear hunters, no matter what, we must be united. Let's persevere to become the pillars for the ideal generation of hunters. Agatha smiled happily, answering the questions from the crowd. Are you sure everything will be fine if we get through this situation? Of course. So everyone please continue to complete your tasks. A strange male voice was heard. Agatha still replied cheerfully without any guard. How long will it take to solve this problem? Only one investigator got in here, so it won't take long. Agatha turned towards the wall, still answering confidently. After answering halfway, she stopped. Is it true that when that place is destroyed, the towers will also disappear? I already told you, if that place is gone, this colony will be gone too. Her eyes widened as if she had just realized something important. She asked again, who? A strange black shadow appeared behind the S-rank hunters. They still didn't understand what was happening. What? An explosion rang out, a blinding light radiating. The people were terrified by the dust and explosion, coughing violently. Griffin knelt on one knee in a ready-to-fight stance. Sung Yuna was cold, her hand still in the posture of having just used magic to break the wall. The S-rank hunters were horrified as the group of 3 broke through the wall. Ma Songun's hand was still gripping Agatha's neck. The S-rank hunters shouted, their voices trembling, "Who are you?" They were startled when Echidna asked back, "Who are you?" I should be the one asking that question. Ma Songun's face was now only cold and calm as he asked the S-rank hunters, "What are S-rank hunters doing here? Are you on the side of these traitors?" Agatha's face was now full of fear and pain as Ma Songun grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. "Hunter Agatha, you're Commander Nozaking's younger sister, right? Are you the one who turned those A-rank hunters into pawns?" Ma Songun's expression gradually grew colder and more frightening. It seems Commander Nozaking also approved of this. "You did all this to shift the attention onto the A-rank hunters to help her escape. But I still wonder one thing." The Magic Commander's hand still gripped Agatha's neck tightly. "Not letting go, I understand you wanted to use them to temporarily weather the storm. But why haven't you let them go yet?" Agatha's expression gradually changed from pain to a demonic smile. Whatever crime Nozaking has committed, she still cares about the colony's hunters. Did Nozaking really give this order? Agatha suddenly used her strength to shout loudly, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Kill him. He's the government's hunting dog sent to ruin our good work." This time, Songun was angry. The Magic Commander's grip grew stronger, making Agatha cry out, "Ugh!" Ma Songun gritted his teeth. He had understood everything. "Hunter Agatha, so you're the one behind all this." The S-rank hunters shouted as they rushed towards the Magic Commander. "Let her go, even if you're from the government." The S-rank hunters finally got into a fighting stance. "We still have 5 S-rank hunters here." Ma Songun slowly turned his head, his hand still holding Agatha high, calmly looking at the arrogant group. "We're completely in the upper hand. 5 of you, what can you do?" Hearing that, Griffin suddenly realized something that seemed very important. Ma Songun's voice continued to ring out. Griffin turned to look at Echidna, his voice hesitant. "There's a rumor going around lately. Hunter Echidna, my energy..." At this moment, Echidna realized her own energy was gradually evaporating. She was a little panicked. "This is mana burn." The Magic Commander's hand squeezed Agatha's neck tighter and tighter, speaking as he squeezed. Echidna could only stand there and watch as her energy and everyone else's was fading away. She had already guessed part of it, that an S-rank hunter had single-handedly killed 7 of his own rank. Could the Magic Captain be? The S-rank hunters were horrified to see their own energy also gradually disappearing. "Should we test the rumor?" "Oh, by Mana." Ma Songun's voice grew more serious and colder, making even the S-rank hunters freeze. "Of course, those who voluntarily confess and surrender will be considered for leniency." Gradually, Agatha's expression became uglier as air could not enter her body. The Magic Commander continued, "This is not a suggestion." The Magic Commander glared, his voice still cold. "It's a threat." Switching to Nozaking's side, 2 A-rank hunter zombies rushed towards them, one holding a bow, one holding a knife. With a single slash, Kong Haru and Kim Mizu took down the 2 zombies. Commander Nozaking walked over to look at the 2 bodies lying on the ground, motionless. Then she approached Haru and Mizu. "You 2 just knocked them out without injuring them, right?" "Yes, but what's going on? Why don't the A-rank hunters recognize the commander? They've met you before. What did Hunter Agatha do to them?" Faced with Haru and Mizu's questions, Nozaking just looked away silently. In Nozaking's mind, she was currently very shocked. Not recognizing me is one thing, but why are they wandering around soullessly like this? "Noda Jang, what have you done?" The air was silent. None of the 3 said anything. Kong Haru suddenly spoke up, pointing towards the pillar of light. "Commander, the red light from the forest has disappeared." Nozaking looked towards the forest with great worry. "Could it be that Nun has already taken care of it?" "I can't contact Nun. The reinforcement system has blocked all electromagnetic waves." From behind, a familiar pair of assassin's boots approached, but no one had noticed yet. "Let's go to the cabin to observe the situation, then see how Magic Captain Songun is doing." As she finished speaking, a large, familiar black shadow slowly approached Commander Nozaking. Nozakiing was startled and turned around to look. A horrified expression. Kongharu and Kim Mizu were also startled, turning around. Surprisingly, that black shadow was Baphomet. But strangely, his eyes were soulless. He just walked forward silently like the zombies. Baphomet continued to walk slowly towards Nozakiing's group of three, who could only silently observe his every move. Kongharu and Kim Mizu had relaxed their guard and were about to move forward to deal with him. But Nozakiing was still full of worry and unease. It seems Baphomet has also been mind-controlled by Agatha. We'll handle him. Nozakiing quickly found the abnormality, but it was too late. They used magic on Baphomet? No, it needs enough time and conditions to work. Before Nozakiing could stop them, they had already run towards Baphomet. With weapons in hand, the two of them rushed forward with great speed. Wait, hold on. Commander No shouted loudly, but it was too late. No, don't get near him. 2 slashes at a speed so fast the naked eye couldn't see. Before Haru and Mizu could realize it, they had each lost an arm. Both fell to the ground in great pain. Baphomet slowly called out. Commander Nozakiing, Hipper. Baphomet said a familiar name that made Nozakiing gasp in astonishment, her eyes wide. Kongharu and Kim Mizu. Both of them were on the ground, clutching their severed arms which weren't bleeding. Rudy, Commander, Zako, why did you kill them? Baphomet's eyes were cold and frightening as he looked at Nozakiing. Was it because of the tower's base? Nozakiing was horrified. How do you know about that place? Baphomet quickly rushed straight towards Commander No. It's over. Could the red light have disappeared because I won't let you have your way? How do you know how much effort I put into protecting it? Now it's all gone to waste, I destroyed it. Hearing Baphomet's last sentence, Nozakiing's eyes changed. The commander's eyes were now filled with killing intent. What? Baphomet had been dealt a fatal blow, blood splattering everywhere. Nozakiing stood there looking at his darkened face. Baphomet fell. A large claw appeared from behind Nozakiing. Baphomet's 2 hands were severed, a large wound on his chest. Nozakiing was both bewildered and astonished. Impossible, me and the S ranks. None of US could get in there. Baphomet lay, trembling on the ground. How did an A-rank hunter like you get in? A hint of fear flashed across Nozakiing's face. She said loudly, that place is extremely important for training A-rank hunters like you. Baphomet said, making Nozakiing unconsciously realize. So that was your motive. An image of a dead boy, with wounds identical to Baphomet's. He struggled to sit up. The evidence is the murder of those 3 hunters. Nozakiing looked at Baphomet with disappointment. You had so much potential, Baphomet. But he just smiled and retorted, do you know why I put up with this nonsense? Because my skill needs conditions to activate. Commander No's expression returned to its initial coldness. But you've crossed the line. Baphomet's expression was fearful, but still held a hint of mockery. First, a one-on-one duel with a strong opponent. Second, receiving a fatal blow from a hunter. Nozakiing continued without paying attention. If you had been willing to turn a blind eye, you could have become even stronger. Baphomet didn't back down either, continuing to speak regardless of whether Nozakiing was listening or not. And finally, reaching the final floor of the tower, Commander Nozakiing shouted, directing the claw to rush towards Baphomet. Die, Baphomet! The system displayed a notification. Mission to eliminate L's pawn has been completed. You have received a new skill as a mission completion reward. Baphomet shouted, Gehenna! A tightly shut yellow, I slowly opened in a demonic way. A powerful energy spread out, making Nozakiing unable to stand firm. The skill Gehenna. Nozakiing was surprised to see the system notification. The surrounding area will be changed according to the characteristics of King Baphomet's Acropolis. The area affected by Gehenna will automatically receive the tower's challenge. Nozakiing became panicked when she saw what the system announced. What? A quest appeared with a strangely shaped Baphomet. What the hell is this? Emergency quest, hit Baphomet, the master of the Hell Tower, 3 times. Baphomet smirked. He reattached the 2 hands that Nozakiing had just cut off. That was close. He touched his neck, his face uncomfortable. I was dead. About an hour earlier, Yuri had just escaped her combat skill and was slowly descending. She opened her jade-green eyes wide and looked down. Then she approached the mangled corpse, hesitatingly speaking, I'm sorry, Hunter Nun. Suddenly, the wooden cabin behind her made an unusual noise. Immediately after, a loud, sky-shaking explosion rang out. Yuri was startled, tried to both block the explosion and observe. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly landed and hurriedly called out, "Hunter Baphomet." She immediately ran to the empty space from the explosion, wondering, the door is gone. Did Hunter Baphomet clear the stage? But where is he? Yuri looked around worriedly, thinking to herself, if the Nest Tower has the same system as the tower. And as her thoughts flowed, in another place a teleportation gate appeared. It's highly likely there's a secret path in the forest leading to the outside. From within that gate, a familiar figure gradually stepped out. It was Minyu. He tiredly knelt down, breathing out in pants. Then he looked up, confused, thinking to himself, what is this? He recalled the moment he touched that dazzling orb. When I touched the crest, my mind went blank, a feeling I never want to experience again. Thinking that, he stood up straight, took off his coat, and complained, so hot. At the same time, he was secretly happy. At least I've cleared the Nest Tower. Now all that's left is Captain No Zaekyung and the S-rank hunters under her, right? Minyu held his coat and moved through the forest, calculating, in my current state, dealing with them won't be easy. It's better to leave it to the magic captain. Suddenly he stopped, staring blankly at what was before. His eyes. He looked at the quest board in disbelief and cried out, what the hell? The quest board read, eliminate Captain Zaekyung and survive in the colony. Minyu complained with great annoyance. Are you kidding me? Isn't that just telling me to go die? After saying that, he paused for a moment and thought, could it be? He immediately called out, skill window. Immediately a symbol appeared with its stats, level 9, time remaining 4,475, 1,199 seconds. Max level is 11. He looked at the symbol and said to himself, time discrepancy is a skill that allows me to absorb the power of magical beasts. Then he recalled the battle with Zachan and wondered, was the Labyrinth Tower the last place I used this skill? Although he had successfully reduced the cooldown time with a number of crests collected while conquering the colony tower, Minyu continued to look at the small light on his hand and ordered inventory Nest Tower crest. Gazing at the crest that appeared in his hand, he thought to himself, Zahn never gave me an impossible mission. If so, I need to use this. As he spoke those words, it was time to return to reality in the fight with Zaekyung. And let's make a bet, shall we? Minyu let out a soft breath and thought, it's fine. At this moment, he put his hand on the back of his neck, gritted his teeth, and spoke, if I wasn't lucky just now, I would have lost my life. A surprised voice read out the quest from the quest board, Hunter Baphomet. Eliminate Hunter Baphomet, the boss of the Hell Tower. The system displayed, emergency quest. Eliminate Hunter Baphomet, the boss of the Hell Tower. That voice belonged to Zaekyung. She didn't understand and asked him again, what does that mean? I just received that quest. Hearing this, he was startled and surprised. What? You received that quest too? Me too. And my mission is to eliminate you. He said to her sarcastically, what a surprise. You get a mission while I'm like this. Your system must have considered me a magical beast. Zaekyung didn't believe it and denied it with suspicion. I don't know what you're talking about. Hunter Zavan risked his life to conquer the Hell Tower. Minyu let out a few amused laughs at her questioning. Why are you the boss of the Hell Tower? He gave a contemptuous smile and replied, someone once told me, this is a world where strange events are not unusual at all. You should probably reconsider your old-fashioned thinking. He slowly raised his arm with its long claws and said, at least one thing is very clear. Minyu, full of fighting spirit, called out, one of us will die here. Zaekyung frowned, looking seriously straight at him. Suddenly something happened that startled her. It was her two subordinates charging from behind him. The two of them attacked him fiercely without any hesitation. Minyu turned his head to look straight at them, his eyes wide with danger. He didn't need any movement for their heads to be severed from their necks. Zaekyung was stunned witnessing this. Seeing her two subordinates immediately knelt straight down. Both of them trembled, not believing their senses, panicked. Are we dead? How are we still alive? Minyu then spoke up, calming the two of them down. I have no intention of killing pawns. It's boring. After speaking, he immediately pointed to one side. Chains shot out, wrapping around them and pulling them away as he shooed them. Get out. Zaekyung was panicked when she heard them call her Captain. Minyu spoke up to reassure her, don't worry, I was very generous and moved your subordinates out of this area. He put his hands on his hips and told her, I'm only aiming for their captain, not them. After saying that, he glanced at her and uttered, one word, stand. Immediately, he powerfully dashed in front of Zekiyoung. Just as she was preparing to receive the blow from Minyu, suddenly two masked figures appeared from nowhere and blocked it. He looked at them in surprise and exclaimed, a summoning technique? One masked figure slightly turned and moved to the left. The other masked figure also turned and moved to the right. He gently and skillfully dodged each of their attacks. While leaning back, he suddenly discovered something. Immediately, Minyu used his leg to kick straight at the arm of the masked figure attacking him. Then he stomped it hard to the ground, just as another one flew down from the sky. Without a single wasted motion, he immediately grabbed its face. Next, he forcefully dragged it across the ground to gain momentum. Immediately after, Minyu forcefully threw the masked figure straight into the sky. At this point, he raised his hand to cast a spell. A magic circle immediately appeared. A chain shot out from that circle, piercing through the masked figure he had thrown. After killing the two of them, Minyu silently exclaimed, I knew it. And then he felt something surging within him. His lightened body was once again filled with energy. Right at this moment, horned wolves appeared from nowhere. He looked at the pack of wolves surrounding him and wondered, what's going on? These wolves gnashed their teeth dangerously, and quickly they leaped up, bearing their sharp fangs at him. Minyu remained calm, standing perfectly still and watching them. The system then displayed a notification. Zehenna's passive skill has been activated. A symbol then appeared. Limit all skills plus or minus 20%. Another symbol also appeared. Protect all resistance attributes plus or minus 20%. Minyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he broke into an amused smile. So that's how it is. He looked at the wolf and exclaimed, a weapon with memories. Instantly, chains appeared, slicing the wolves in half. The wolves were cut down one by one until only one remained. Suddenly, a sword plunged straight into its head. Not a sword, but an axe. He split the wolf in two and charged straight towards Zekiyoung. Filled with bloodlust and a deadly aura, Minyu rushed towards her. She stood frozen, her brow furrowed with a hint of anger. A stream of astonished thoughts echoed. What is this power? The sound came from the axe in his hand. Is this my little brother's true power? He looked at the axe in his hand and wondered, a weapon with consciousness? The axe cried out in annoyance. How terrifying. This feeling is so wonderful. The axe in Minyu's hand had now changed its shape. It laughed with delight. That's more like it. So satisfying. With his new weapon, he confidently turned back to ask the person before him, would you like to? He slowly uttered each word, see. Just as he excitedly shouted the question, a monstrous hand reached out to protect Zekiyoung. Something even more wonderful. From behind a monster's claw, she stared straight at him. Minyu questioned her irritably, you're ruining the mood. It's so annoying. Aren't you going to bring it out? The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. A dinosaur appeared behind him. He said with disgust, not this one. The dinosaur immediately looked up at the sky, bewildered. Before it could even attack, it was slammed to the ground. Immediately after, Minyu raised his fist with a demonic smile. A single punch from him tore the skin on its neck, exposing the bone. As he held his punching stance, a monster from behind threw a weapon at him, but unfortunately for it, he dodged. Two more monsters appeared behind that one. Minyu immediately raised his axe. The axe had transformed into a blade, allowing him to effortlessly slice through the monsters. Zekiyoung continued to summon more monsters, but they were quickly split in, two by him. Without stopping, she summoned more. Octopus-like monsters charged straight at him. Instantly, Minyu leaped high into the air as the blade transformed into a spear. The moment the three octopus monsters lined up, he hurled the spear, piercing through them. Another wave of monsters appeared, holding short blades in their hands. They rushed forward to surround him, but he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he broke into an amused smile. That smile grew more and more crazed, his face seemingly filled with ecstasy and satisfaction, his blood-red eyes full of bloodlust. Minyu was now at the peak of his excitement. As if going mad, he shouted, this is it. This is what I was talking about. One by one, monsters were summoned, and all of them were swiftly dealt with by him. Another dragon was summoned, letting out a loud roar. Not giving it a chance to attack, he immediately jumped up. A single kick from him sent its head flying. Minyu glided past the dragon's corpse, staring intently at the person before him. And then he launched his chain blade towards Ja Ki-young, shouting, "Stop hiding and come on out." The chain blade wasn't aimed at her, but shot past her, heading for the space behind. The chain went taut, as if grabbed by something in the dark space behind her. A hand with sharp claws and red, glowing eyes appeared. The monster he had been waiting for had finally emerged. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Seeing it, Minyu laughed in delight. Everything that followed was just a pitch-black space. A monster's arm slowly fell. That arm, along with the 3 remaining arms, all covered in wounds, fell down. At the same time, a familiar pair of shoes also appeared. He landed on the monster's body, blade in hand. Minyu frowned, lowering his gaze to look at the body beneath him. Then his eyes widened into a glare. A soft but thorny voice uttered, "Die." With that, he pressed his hand onto the monster's corpse. In the deathly space, a stream of blood poured from the monster's body. In another cosmic space, no Ja Ki-young suddenly appeared, standing within that cosmos. She stood as if looking at something in this cosmic space. Suddenly, a monster's corpse appeared before her eyes. She showed no fear of the monster. At that moment, another figure holding a blade appeared in the cosmos. It was Baphomet, tilting his head slightly as he looked at her and smiled. She calmly put her hand in her pocket to get something. She pulled a cigarette and a lighter from her pocket. No Ja Ki-young lit the cigarette. She took a drag and exhaled a plume of white smoke from her mouth. She spoke. "It seems you weren't lying. I never expected Baphomet to become immortal." He replied nonchalantly, "I told you so. You need to get rid of that old-fashioned mindset." His expression was no longer nonchalant, but serious as he asked, "I'll ask one last question. Why did you kill Hyper and the others?" Her lips curled into a smirk. She laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Are you that shocked by the death of one commander? Don't tell me you had feelings for them. Who would have thought a monster could be so sentimental? Could it be you fell in love with a mortal?" He said nothing, letting her continue. "Is that why you transformed into a human form?" She said while smoking, "Why did I kill him? I'm not too fond of confiding in a demon." She took the cigarette from her mouth and said, "Hyper. No, Ji-hyun was the first survivor I rescued from the dungeon break." He was surprised and listened as she recounted. "Before that, we hunters had never received the kind of treatment we do now. In a city, 2 voices were talking to each other. Is the food there really that good? It's true. I heard that during lunch, people have to wait in long lines." Hattie and Daejong were walking and talking about the delicious restaurant. "If you go there with me now, we won't have to wait." "That's good. I rushed to the tower earlier without eating anything, so I'm starving." When they arrived, they saw a sign that read, "Hunters Not Allowed." The 2 of them stood in front of the sign without saying a word. At this point, she continued her story. Back then, hunters were treated like a foul plague. People shunned them. It had already been proven that hunters weren't a threat to society. So why did people still believe those baseless rumors? After returning home, the 2 cooked a lot of food. Daejong rested her chin on her hand and said, "It's really strange. We were born as normal people too." Both of them fell silent. But Hattie spoke first to break the silence. "Let's eat." I really want to try that dish." Hattie was walking down the street, her mind preoccupied with what to make for dinner tonight. Fried tofu or stewed? I don't think I can make curry. She's sick of that dish already. As she thought, she glanced around. I want to cook at home on my day off, or maybe I should just order fast food. She stopped and looked over. Isn't this the restaurant Daejong wanted to try the other day? It's not mealtime yet, so there aren't many people. She looked at the sign and thought, they don't deliver at this hour. But they do take out. The sign read, "Takeout available from 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. She looked at her clothes and thought, I'm dressed like a normal person. They probably won't realize I'm a hunter, right? Then she looked up and decided that settles it. I guess I'll order from here today. If I buy it and put it in the fridge by the time Daejong gets home. Suddenly, something made her panic. She looked up at a monster that had crushed the restaurant. What was that just now? I suddenly felt the presence of a monster. She continued her story. At that moment, a dungeon break occurred. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Help. Perhaps deep down, I had always wished for this day. Help! People were screaming and begging for help. In desperation, Hunter, please save us. That was more than enough to make me feel proud. And right before my eyes, with a panicked expression, she shouted, "Are you okay?" She sat next to the boy, who looked at her with a terrified face. From then on, the hunter, Kim Ji-hyun appeared. A tall, muscular man said, "You want to propose going back there? Haven't all the survivors already been rescued?" The people around them were gossiping about the boy, that child. I heard his grandparents and older sister were all buried under the rubble. Really? Then they probably can't be saved. Her captain and teammates said, "But I have no other choice. I've been assigned to the next area, which is the red zone. I heard it suffered considerable damage. So far, they've only found 2 survivors, and I'm about to head over there. What about you guys?" "Huh, if you're not going, we'll also..." She immediately spoke up. "I want to assist with the rescue operation." A young man looked at her and her teammate and said to her, "Hey, without the captain, what are we supposed to do?" She said, "We have the location. If we go in, rescue them, and leave immediately, I don't think it will be very dangerous." A hand was placed on her shoulder as she was speaking. But Young-soo put his arm around her shoulder and said nonchalantly, "You can go wherever you want." She looked at him while her teammates said, "Humph, this useless guy." He smiled at her, ignoring his teammates' words. He'd do anything for his girlfriend. A while later, he was laid on the ground, his eyes wide open. She trembled as she sat beside him, calling out, "Young-soo." Her teammates said, "Damn it, I told you not to come here." Her eyes widened, tears welling up as she heard her teammates say, "It's all your fault." The teammate shouted in her face, "He died because of you." Back at the base, she spoke to the boy, and the boy said to her, "What? You couldn't save them?" The boy asked her, "But you promised me you would save them." "Hey, why?" Her face was incredibly cold as she said something to him. The boy's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. He screamed at her face and said, "Liar." She continued her story. "The monsters from the red zone swarmed into our area, and because of that, 70% of our team's forces were killed. After that, I couldn't do anything anymore, just living like a soulless corpse ever since." She sat alone and thought, if only I were stronger, if only I were a more powerful hunter. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on her, and someone called her name, No Ja Kyung. Tall towers appeared, and someone was saying, "This place is known for having the most towers." I don't know why, but the towers just keep appearing. It was the captain standing next to her. The captain looked at her, and she said, "Their connection, it looks like a colony." And the captain walked, and the captain said, "Colony, a colony." Huh? That's a good name. From now on, that will be the name of this place. But the captain said something that surprised her. "No Ja Kyung. From now on, you will be in charge of managing this place." The captain continued, "There are countless hunters living idly, just like you. The government wants to give them a chance to work. No Ja Kyung, I acknowledge your abilities as a hunter. From now on, use those abilities for the government." She had now become the manager of the colony, and a thought always lingered in her mind. This place can train a powerful hunter. She continued her story. "I bet everything on the colony and started gathering factions." She saw her younger sister with a young man. "At first, my sister agreed to cooperate with me, but then she changed her mind. She turned her head, pretending not to see, took a drag from her cigarette, and ignored it. However, it posed no threat to the colony. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. If only we had never found the tower's nest." Someone said to her, "We noticed something strange, so we dug down and found this." She and the 2 workers went down. She was shocked by what was before her, and the worker said, "We don't know what this is. Do you know what it is?" I understood immediately. This was the reason behind the appearance of the towers. The 2 workers turned away and said something that made her turn back to look at them in surprise. "But we have to report the entire construction process. I'll call someone from the government." In her mind, she thought, report to the government? They won't let this slide. She turned back with a terrifying expression and looked at the 2 of them. Then, for the colony to exist, they must be silenced. Darkness enveloped the space as someone asked, "Does anyone else know about this place?" The workers replied, "Yes, well, just the 2 of us and a few workers outside, but why do you ask?" The mysterious girl raised her hand, commanding a monster to attack the workers from behind. In the space, No Ja Ki-young calmly smoked the cigarette in her hand, slowly saying, I even did things I shouldn't have to hide that place. He listened silently as she spoke. I built a mansion on top of it as a disguise, to avoid prying eyes, and thought it would be fine if the hunters involved, including me, kept quiet. Suddenly, No Ja Ki-young's expression changed. She said, but Ji-hyun knew about the nest from the moment he arrived at the colony. She recalled how she had accidentally met Ji-hyun back then. He glanced at her, Kim Ji-hyun. So No Ja Ki-young and Ji-hyun talked for a while. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. If I had known you'd become a hunter, I would have had you sought out. Ji-hyun remained silent. She knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't dare say anything more and just admitted, I owe you an apology. If only we had saved your family back then. Seeing her hesitation, Ji-hyun spoke up. The reason for the tower's appearance is in the forest, right? He turned his face away. She asked, how do you know? Wow. And you're just leaving it there? You haven't reported it to your superiors, have you? That's illegal. He glanced at No Ja Ki-young and whispered in a low voice, you said you owed me an apology, didn't you? He leaned in close to her ear and said, then let's make a deal. She told him more. Ji-hyun's condition was to have the citizens visiting the colony transport a special drug. He turned away. She said, when I asked for the reason, he said, Ji-hyun turned his face back, coldly stating, because all useless humans must die. No Ja Ki-young said sorrowfully, I don't know what was going on in his head, but he was no longer the child I once knew. She looked at her own hands helplessly. I couldn't kill him. How could I bring myself to harm the child I once saved? As if knowing her intentions, he said, so you wanted to borrow my hand to kill him. She clenched her fists in anguish and admitted, that's right. I wanted to involve you to get rid of Ji-hyun. He still said nothing. How ironic that my plan was destroyed by you. At that time, Ji-hyun had said, you want to use Baphomet to kill me? Back then, No Ja Ki-young was very calm and composed in the face of his grumpy words. For old time's sake, I didn't intend to go this far, but I have no choice. Did you know the government has planted someone in the colony? Yet, although she appeared cold on the outside, No Ja Ki-young was thinking, I suspected this would happen sooner or later. Ji-hyun shouted, you're about to face all the criticism. She wondered, but how does Ji-hyun know? She looked at him suspiciously. The fact that he knew about the nest was already strange. He gave an awkward laugh. I'm the one who reported it. After saying that, Ji-hyun left, leaving No Ja Ki-young screaming, Kim Ji-hyun, stop. Why did you do this? Why have you changed so much? Ji-hyun glanced back at No Ja Ki-young coldly. What on earth are you thinking? He said something that jolted her. If you'd saved my family back then, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly, a splash of blood shot out, surprising Ji-hyun. His body went limp as he leaned against a nearby wall. Someone shouted, huh? Two young men standing nearby asked, Commander, Hyper, what's wrong? No Ja Ki-young remained silent, her face as cold as ice. Without thinking, she turned her face away, looking at the two of them with regret. You shouldn't have come here. And so, she killed those two as well. This is the truth you wanted to know, Baphomet. She asked him, what do you think? He wasn't sad at all, but instead broke into a grotesque smile. He chuckled and said, how nauseating. No Ja Ki-young gave a forced smile. Hearing you say that, can I take it as a compliment? Instantly, the smile vanished. She tossed the cigarette in her hand aside. As the cigarette fell, she said, you're right, I am a disgusting human. But she began to challenge him. If I'm going to die, I should die like a hunter, shouldn't I? She said proudly, a hunter who hunts and kills monsters. He closed his eyes, preparing for battle. Baphomet took his stance. She was still smiling, tilting her head slightly as she said, thank you, Baphomet. No Ja Ki-young touched her chest, clenching it tightly. She began the ritual, summon. The summoning point is right inside this very body. A powerful light radiated out. He watched attentively. He smiled with excitement, his white shirt fluttering in the wind. A bizarre shape emerged. She had become Jezebel. She brought out several beasts and said, you are too strong, Baphomet. He was thrilled, as expected of an S-rank hunter. It remained nonchalant, don't disappoint me. He was very excited and shouted, entertain me. The monsters charged forward. On a clear morning, a tall building stood with one side in ruins, as if a fierce battle had just taken place somewhere inside. Inside, hunched figures were walking around. They were definitely not human. They were bizarrely shaped zombies staring off into the distance. One of them raised a bloody human arm, a product of the fierce battles. It proudly roared to its kind. Suddenly, from the sky, a giant foot stomped down, crushing the monster into a bloody pulp. The zombies looked up in fear and screamed. It was a large monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man, wearing only white briefs. It was incredibly ferocious. With bulging eyes, it glared down as if it wanted to eat the zombies alive. Just as it roared, slashes suddenly appeared, cutting vertically through its body. In a daze, half dead, it faintly saw the silhouette of a girl walking with a beast. The rhinoceros monster behind Nelia charged forward. Nelia watched them die without remorse, her eyes indifferent, her mind empty. Nelia stood there, looking up at the soft light shining into the building. The scene changes to another place where Jezebel is absorbing some kind of energy into its body. It whispered in a somewhat mundane tone, "Night in the nest." Jezebel walked through the galaxy, speaking flowery words, "Still so beautiful, even in the area I created." It smiled, satisfied with what was happening. Now, a long, winding orb revealing many sharp mouths was suspended high above, trapped in chains. Jezebel asked it, "Isn't that right, Baphomet?" The chains from his body lashed out at Jezebel as if to kill it, but unfortunately, Jezebel was one step ahead. The chains tightened around Baphomet, causing him immense pain. Jezebel taunted Baphomet, "You've gotten too sentimental." From the air, a large man holding a great sword charged straight down at Jezebel. He moved extremely fast, intending to end Jezebel's life with a single swing of his sword. Despite the long and powerful slash heading its way, Jezebel remained very calm. Black ribbons rushed in from somewhere. They gathered into a sturdy wall, blocking the blow for Jezebel. But the sword's power was greater and pierced through the wall. A massive explosion occurred, but it was unclear whether Jezebel was alive or dead. Cha Minyu silently observed the situation. He glared and said to Jezebel in a strained voice, "You're right, I am very sentimental." Jezebel not only dodged the blow, but also turned around and shouted, lecturing him, "That's why our sister always said, I'm not cut out to be a hunter." A large, bright orb of power along with ribbons rushed towards Baphomet. He remained calm, glancing at Jezebel with a contemptuous smile. "Is that so?" Baphomet dodged the attack and retorted, "But for you not to be a hunter, wouldn't that be too much of a waste?" He jumped on the beasts, using them as a foothold to swing his sword and advance on Jezebel, shouting contemptuously, "When you're this talented." He swung his blood-soaked sword without hesitation. Jezebel used its hand and something else to block it. In one move, Jezebel was cut diagonally across its body. It was still in shock, staring at him for a long moment. Jezebel was slowly falling. Seeing that it wasn't dead, he immediately jumped up, raising two small daggers, intending to strike again. He swung the daggers down, closing in on Jezebel's face. The slash was so powerful that the ground below also had to bear the brunt of Baphomet's attack. Jezebel's hands were bleeding. Seizing the momentum, he continued to swing his sword. He struck Jezebel with another slash, which it blocked, but the attack only injured the palm of Jezebel's hand. Not giving up, he continued to swing his sword. This time, its body began to show small cuts. Seizing the opportunity, he put all his strength into a thrust. This time, Jezebel's leg was chipped. To finish it, Baphomet unleashed a continuous flurry of slashes on Jezebel's body, creating a web-like pattern that was hard to escape. He raised his leg and kicked its body, pushing Jezebel down. Unable to resist, Jezebel fell to the ground, sending dirt flying. He also landed, cautiously taking a few steps back from Jezebel. With a vicious expression, he looked at it with a contemptuous smile. Once again, Baphomet charged forward. Not willing to lose, Jezebel raised its hand to create a spell. A beam of light shot out in a twisting motion. He watched the beam of light for a few seconds. Very quickly, the light rushed towards him, closing in on his eyes. He He immediately dodged to avoid a large black, tree-like object erupting from the ground. Baphomet raised his hand high, intending to slash it a few more times. He swung down with immense force. Suddenly, something appeared, making him stare in surprise. It was the axe of a beast, blocking his sword. The beast struggled, as if trying to say something. It slowly sat up, letting out a piercing roar. Next, the monster swung its long, sharp horn. Noticing its intent, he immediately slashed the horn off. At the same time, another sword was placed on his shoulder from behind. He calmly grabbed the sword, bent it upwards, and returned it to the beasts. He finished them off one by one, quickly and easily. One after another they died, one with its brain split, another cut in half. Only the main monster was left, worried upon seeing this scene. It couldn't understand how he could do that. Baphomet didn't hesitate and rushed toward the leader, swinging his sword to slash it. Jezebel saw this scene but remained silent, saying nothing. Baphomet glared straight at Jezebel. Jezebel felt the murderous aura radiating and was terrified. The giant monster again used its huge feet to stomp on him. Inside the soles of its feet were gaping mouths. But before it could do anything, he hit it once and sent it to meet its maker. The light from the blade pierced through the galaxy, soaring high. He jumped beside the massive monster, cutting it in half in an instant and throwing it toward Jezebel. Seeing this, Jezebel jumped high to dodge the attack. As fast as the wind, he circled behind Jezebel and swung his sword. The two sources of power collided, creating a large flash of light. Jezebel was hit, injuring her left shoulder. Chain-like tentacles shot out from somewhere to attack him. Baphomet nimbly dodged all the whipping strikes. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his sword, the blade nearing Jezebel's neck. She stared in horror, her eyes wide open. With a squelch, blood splattered. Her two arms were severed from her body. Jezebel said sorrowfully, "I knew I stood no chance of winning against you." Without a shred of pity, he replied with just one word, "Let's end this." Jezebel tried to use all her remaining magic to fight him. Baphomet brought out long, wide, jet-black wings to counter. Thanks to the two powerful magic streams colliding, a brilliant light illuminated a patch of the sky. Jezebel's white dress was cut into many pieces, fluttering down before his eyes. He looked at it indifferently. That tree over there was becoming extremely angry. What was left was falling apart. Without a hint of mercy, he swung his sword. Using his wings, he flew quickly toward it. It's unclear what happened, but down below, everyone was talking. The young man had just seen something that confused him. Up there, all the chains were tightly binding that strange tree. Valkyrie jumped over, looking up at the sky to assess the situation. His heart was as cold as ice, showing no mercy for anyone. He rushed toward the only remaining living target, Jezebel. Looking at that neck, Jezebel was slowly turning back. A beat too slow, he had already slashed it. Nelia still looked up there without saying anything. She was silent for a long time, then smiled as a deep cut appeared on her neck. At the same time, he had sliced off Jezebel's head completely. The moon still stood there, shining brightly in the sky. Nelia praised, "The moon is so beautiful." A voice rang out, full of command and demand. "Please state your name and code name." Baphomet crossed his arms, replying indifferently, "Cha-Min-Yu, Baphomet." The voice spoke once more, "What is your rank, and how did you get to the lair?" Griffey answered each question gently. "I am an A-rank hunter. I came to the lair through an introduction from Captain Ma." The voice did not stop. "Hunter China, it seems you were not among those invited to the lair. How did you get here?" China was a little angered by those words. She explained in a loud voice, "I already told Captain Ma everything. Initially, however, I snuck out of the lair is how I got back in. By the way, how much longer do I have to be here? I'm quite busy." The questions didn't stop there. "Hunter Valkyrie, I heard you participated as a mentor. Did you notice anything unusual about the other S-rank mentors, ma'am?" In response to the other person's question, Valkyrie just gave a clueless laugh. The exchange continued. Captain Ma sung on, Could you please explain what happened at the lair? Especially the events related to Captain Nojakium. Ma Sung unsaid calmly. I believe I've already submitted a report on that incident. Please read through it first. I have read it. I've read it, but there are some parts one don't quite understand. The other person continued to ask. In the report, you mentioned that you eliminated Captain Nojakium, but the autopsy report suggests otherwise. Ma Sung-un, feeling a bit guilty, turned his face away and replied softly, I'm pretty sure I wrote more than that. I clearly stated in it that I don't know who did it either. That's exactly what I'm interested in. The voice rang out, pressing. The only people capable of eliminating Captain Nojakium are you, Hunter Valkyrie, and Hunter China. However, their fighting styles don't cause those kinds of wounds, which means a third party was involved in this incident. Ma Sung uncrossed his arms, his face showing clear annoyance. He said, Is that so? I didn't notice. The other person called out to him softly, Captain Ma, the illegal route that Hunter China used to enter the lair became our escape route. The voice grew louder, showing rising anger. How much longer are you going to be like this? Who killed Nojakium? Not to be outdone, Ma Sung-un angrily shouted, I already told you, I don't know. How can I write a report about something I have no information on? As if he couldn't hold back any longer, Ma Sung-un slammed his hand on the table and yelled straight into the other person's face. Are you seriously doing this, Captain Song? We're a team, aren't we? I only went to the lair on orders from my superiors. The staff member hurriedly tried to calm him down. Calm down. I'm just following procedure. I haven't accused you of anything, have I? Ma Sung-un continued to raise his voice. You're the one who raised your voice at me first. China said, You want to know how I entered the colony? An old sewer, so old that even the staff at the lair didn't know existed. That old sewer car turned out to be the only area where the enhanced security program didn't activate. The man with brown hair, wearing a cloak and glasses, said, Hunter, China, you're done. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand stopped him. He asked, bewildered, What is this? Hunter China. China, feeling guilty, turned her face away and answered softly, I'm sorry. I promise I'll visit you in prison. Hunter China used it to deliver those drugs to Hunter Hyper. At the massive corporate skyscraper, a voice called out, Sir. The man was crying, his hands and feet flailing about to justify himself. I swear, I didn't know they were drugs. I was just told to pick them up for someone. The man kept talking nonstop. I'll tell you everything. I'll even describe what he looked like then. Outside, Ma Sung-un was watching every move intently. Suddenly, someone approached and called, Captain. The staff member continued, We requested a fingerprint confirmation of that man, and it turns out he's just a D-rank hunter. His words startled Ma Sung-un as if he couldn't believe it. He asked again, D-rank? A D-rank hunter couldn't have arranged all of this on his own. Does that mean he's telling the truth and someone used him as a middleman pawn? Ma Sung-un thought pensively. This is getting quite complicated. Aside from a past connection, Hunter Hyper and Captain Nojakium had no further interaction after that. The two entered the elevator, looking tense and serious. Ma Sung-un continued his train of thought. Since Captain Nojakium's case is closed, let's put that aside. I wonder how Hunter Hyper is doing now. Although Ma Sung-un didn't show much emotion, countless problems were popping up in his head. Since he's an A-rank hunter, it seems he wasn't dealing drugs for lack of money. So if Baphomet's statement is true, he distributed those drugs out of contempt for humanity. Does that mean he's just a monster who has always done whatever it takes to satisfy his desires? Ma Sung-un thought as he walked, that's not good. We have to locate the drugs that Hunter Hyper distributed. However, a more pressing concern is, he stopped at a room, observing everyone inside. How can we get these A-rank hunters back to normal? Ma Sung-un observed the dazed faces with despair. Most of the A-rank hunters at the lair were in a state of severe delirium. They looked like lifeless people, constantly making unintelligible sounds. Suddenly, someone held up a bag. Inside was a small but terrifying insect. He said, This is the main cause. The doctor continued to speak, word by word. The A-rank hunter psychosis is caused by these parasites in their bodies. A woman with long hair, not Sung-un. She was wearing a cloak. Her voice continued to ring out. An S-rank hunter with the codename Agatha, right? That hunter's ability is to control these parasites. Tejas seriously explained every detail, Initially, these insect control techniques were mainly used to cause adverse effects and control mana beasts. But she used it on hunters. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Ma Sung-un asked with curiosity, is there no way to cure them? Baphomet and Griffin listened intently to every word. She sighed and continued, these parasites cause severe damage to the body and brain. So even if they are cured, I'm not sure if it would mean anything. Right now, all we can do is wait for their cells to repair themselves naturally. The hunters who were infected with the microorganisms were also quite lucky, otherwise they would all be dead. Baphomet asked with curiosity, then why are Griffin and I completely fine? Teja calmly explained, that's because the parasites need a lot of time to fully adapt to a human body. At least, that's my conclusion. Pausing for a moment, she continued to remind them, however, to be safe, make sure to use the enemas to flush them out. Hearing those words, the two shouted, what? She calmly advised, everyone knows that the intestines are the favorite egg-laying spot for these parasites. Every word she spoke was like a thunderclap to the two of them. Their faces turned dark. Ma Sung uncovered his face in horror. Teja emphasized, you can't let the parasites lay eggs in your intestines, right? Teja gestured toward the medicine boxes on the table, turning to the two and continuing, I'll leave the enemas here. Make sure you use them today before you leave. Hearing that, Ma Sung gulped. He advised the two, I know it's hard for you, but what other choice do we have? It's the doctor's orders. Baphomet and Griffin cut him off, calmly announcing, what are you talking about? You're using one too. As soon as the words were out, Ma Sung-yuen's face changed drastically, revealing clear fear. Teja, a bit confused, asked him, what does that mean, Ian-san? Ma Sung-un stammered. Doesn't it only apply to A-rank hunters? She calmly replied, you said you choked Agatha, right? Then since you had contact with her, there's no guarantee you're safe. Teja said, as she turned to look at the two struggling behind her, we found evidence that she was also plotting to do that to S-rank hunters. Why else do you think those people used it in the first place? Echidna said with annoyance, Hunter Baphomet, we'll meet later. Being suddenly called out made Baphomet a bit dumbfounded and confused. The sight of Echidna dragging Vankiji caused a lot of gossip. What's wrong with Hunter Vankiji? Don't tell me she's also infected with parasites. She's completely out of it. That incident at the lair must have shocked her badly. Vankiji, being dragged along, whined incessantly. I'm so hungry, sis. Is it because I empty my stomach? Echidna replied helplessly, wake up, young lady. Suddenly, applause rang out. Teja said in a stern tone, all right, everyone, don't just stand there. Get back to work. When you're done, make sure to have someone double-check it. As soon as she finished, she went to her desk, sat down, and focused on reading the report. Suddenly, a glass of water was placed on the table in front of Teja. The other person spoke, here, have a drink. Seeing Ma Sung-un, she asked with curiosity, didn't I tell you to go use the enema? He replied with some embarrassment, I'll use it today. I still have things I haven't finished. Ma Sung-un gave a slight smile, but his face was drenched in sweat. He started to ask, I'm sorry, you must be very busy. How's your hospital? Teja replied, neither quickly nor slowly. I called a doctor to cover my shift. Of course, I also remembered to have the Hunter Association cover the fees. She closed her eyes, looking a bit tired, but her mouth kept moving. Besides, one of my guild's precious members is also involved. It's only natural for me to come. I also have a strained relationship with the government because of that past. Ma Sung-un was silent for a long while, then continued. That strained relationship started because of me. Teja's voice became a bit quieter. I also bear some responsibility for that incident. She remembered the woman who was completely tied up and continued. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go to that woman and ask her how to turn those parasite-infected hunters back to normal? Agatha laughed lightly, her eyes showing clear helplessness. She said softly, my goodness. She looked straight at the boy standing in front of her and said with amusement, it seems I've got a young inspector this time. Despite that, he said calmly, Hunter Agatha, you will not be able to use your abilities in this facility. In any case, if you attempt to use your abilities, the collar on your neck will detonate, even if you manage to disable the detonator. Agatha smirked slightly. She cut into his unfinished sentence. The countless lasers around us will shoot through my body. Is that what you're trying to say? She smiled brightly and continued, the inspector before you already explained it to me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the inspector cleared his throat. He pointed at her and continued, "All right then, I'll begin." Agatha's eyes showed clear amusement, as if she had discovered something. Not letting the inspector continue, she put on a sympathetic face and quickly asked, "Oh no, Inspector, did you just break up with your girlfriend? Or something?" A voice spoke up. "Are they interrogating Hunter Agatha in there?" The man sitting on the chair was startled by the noise. Seeing Ma Sung-un approach, the man quickly asked, "What about Hunter Hyper's case? Have you found any leads?" Ma Sung-un put his hands in his pockets and replied calmly, "Not sure. Everything is still vague. Have Taja interrogate the D-rank hunters and those related to them." The man continued, "You mean the hunter who delivered the drugs, right?" Ma Sung-un plopped down on the chair very elegantly. He listened calmly to every word. "Yeah, hey, I've been thinking about it as much as you have. If you think your case is so important, why don't you try to solve my case as much as yours? Who exactly killed Captain No Ja-kyung?" As if not hearing those words, Ma Sung-un casually replied, "I told you, I don't know." But the other person wouldn't let him off. "What are you trying to hide? Are you trying to protect someone?" To end this conversation, Ma Sung-un quickly changed the subject. "Has Amanda gotten any information from Hunter Agatha? For example, any way to turn those A-rank hunters back to normal?" As if used to this, the man said helplessly, "You're trying to change the subject again." "Well, we still don't have any leads." Ma Sung-un asked with curiosity, "What? So what have you guys been doing all this time?" Suddenly, the door to the room opened, interrupting the conversation and drawing the attention of both men. The inspector ran out of the room shouting, "I don't think I can continue this interrogation. I'm sorry." He ran while wiping away tears. That action startled Ma Sung-un, who quickly asked, what happened?" Contrary to his alarm, the person next to him, as if used to this, said calmly again, "This is already the fourth inspector to run out crying." As if he couldn't believe it, he asked again, "What?" The man slowly explained, "That woman is calm on the surface, but..." He remembered her innocent-looking face and continued, "Every time she opens her mouth, it's all venomous words." Ma Sung-un stood confidently in front of Agatha with his glasses and a determined face. Seeing his appearance, she said cheerfully, My, look who's here. If it isn't Captain Ma." She laughed lightly, welcoming him with amusement. "I was really looking forward to seeing you again." Hearing those words, Ma Sung-un chuckled softly. "Me? I didn't know I was your type, Hunter Agatha." She continued to speak. "That feeling you left on my neck, I can't forget it." The smile remained on Ma Sung-un's lips. He said, "Oh, you must like it rough." Ma Sung-un calmly crossed his arms, continuing to speak. "It seems you're someone who likes to talk. Was Captain No Jong like that?" Agatha replied without hesitation, "That's just on the surface. My sister was a very gentle person. Since you two have spoken before, you must have noticed, right?" Hearing this, he let out an interested, "Oh, didn't that inspector tell you?" Ma Sung-un slowly emphasized each word. "Captain No Jong is dead." Every word he uttered momentarily shocked her. Her eyes widened, and she stammered, "My sister." But not letting herself be put on the defensive, she quickly changed her expression. "I see. So that's what happened in the end." Ma Sung-un continued, "It seems the death of your own sister doesn't make you sad?" Agatha lowered her head in silence. She admitted, "Of course I'm sad, but do I need to try to prove that I'm sad? It's just that I had already anticipated this outcome. I wouldn't be surprised if my sister died at any moment." She recalled past memories and continued to speak. "No, to be precise, my sister actually died in the catastrophic gate incident 10 years ago. The lair was the only thing that kept her alive all this time." Agatha's voice became almost a whisper. "Me too." Suddenly, she turned to ask him, "Captain Ma, have you ever felt the pain of being treated as worse than scum by the very people you work to protect?" On the glass door was a posted sign, "Restaurant does not serve hunters." She was lost in a stream of memories, recalling the image of people running away from the destruction. Back then, she felt surrounded by cruel eyes. She asked about that feeling of betrayal. Suddenly, a tear seemed to appear in Agatha's eye. She continued to speak with resentment. "Hating is one thing, but in the end, you feel like you want to kill them all." He heard every word she said, sighed softly, and asked, "Is that why you turned all those A-rank hunters into your puppets, so they wouldn't betray you?" Suddenly, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Agatha's lips. As if regaining her composure, she replied, "It seems the reason those 7 hunters didn't want you to betray them was the same." Agatha continued the conversation. "I've looked into the 7 S-rank hunters you killed, Captain Ma. I heard you were colleagues and were very close. How would you feel if those colleagues of yours were alive right now?" Ma Sung-un pushed up his glasses, still listening intently. "If I were in their shoes." Suddenly she paused for a long moment, observing his face, then emphasized each word. "Then I would probably demand to rise from the grave to kill you. Inject the truth serum." Agatha's words didn't make him flinch. Instead, he confidently issued a threat. "Once we're done with you, you'll rot in a solitary confinement cell for the rest of your life." Ma Sung-un leaned his face close to hers, the smile on his lips becoming even more dangerous. He continued, "It seems no one will be listening to that babbling mouth of yours." Agatha chuckled softly. It seems I made you angry." The black sky was starless, with faint, hazy clouds drifting by, creating a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. The sound of discussion echoed through the space. "All right, are we departing for the concentration camp?" "All right, we've gathered all the information we need from that woman." Agatha was tied up tightly in the vehicle, her eyes blindfolded, only able to hear the sound of the conversation. "Then let's depart." The sound of a door slamming shut rang out. Ma Sung-un watched the vehicle drive away. He put his phone to his ear and said to the person on the other end, "Hey, Ion-san, we found a way to turn those A-rank hunters back to normal." Griffin had a face showing clear exhaustion, his eyes dark and sunken. Beside him was Pommet, who looked no better. The two sat on the chairs, sharing the same thought. What is this nonsense? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. I haven't seen Captain Ma at all. I want to ask him if he knows about this. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making the two of them much more alert. Pommet trembled all over. He mumbled, "Damn it, haven't they all left already?" He quickly shot up and ran off. Griffin watched him go, a bit confused. Suddenly, he saw a piece of paper with a strange pattern. He wondered, "What's this?" An employee said to Kong Taeyong, "You mean the personal files of the D-rank hunters, right?" He nodded. "That's right." The other person continued, "I made a list because Captain Ma requested it." "Is it urgent?" Kong Taeyong replied, "We're investigating, so we'd be grateful for even the smallest clue." The female employee replied while typing on her computer, "Oh, okay." Suddenly she stopped. She observed for a moment, then continued, "What's going on? Why did the personal file suddenly change?" That made him curious. "What is it?" The two observed the man in the photo. Something's not right. It wasn't like this a moment ago. This D-rank hunter, she continued, his personal file says he died in a dungeon 2 years ago. The man was scratching something in the palm of his hand. The voice continued to ring out. "Thank you. Thank you very much. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten." Hyper. As the thin layer of skin was scraped away, a strange symbol was revealed in his palm. He kept listening. "Your legacy will continue." Suddenly, the man laughed lightly, and the layers of skin on his face began to peel off. A horrific explosion suddenly occurred. A voice echoed in the chaotic space. "All weak humans should disappear." De Jong's words echoed in Sung-un's ear. "I did a little research. The 7 S-rank hunters you killed were all your colleagues when you were still active. What if they were still alive?" Sung-un walked out of the room, his mind still replaying every word. "If I were your colleague." His expression was extremely calm, as if he was ignoring it all. But in truth, no De Jong's words still affected him. "I would come back to kill you." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. When no one was around, Sung-un's voice suddenly rang out. "If they were still alive, I'd hope they'd come to kill me too." The ringing of a phone cut off the stream of emotion. Sung-un's touch. He calmly picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, Taejang, what's wrong?" The person on the other end said in a panic, "Captain, we're in trouble. That D-rank hunter isn't a D-rank." Sung-un asked, confused, "What do you mean?" The other end replied, "He's an imposter. We're in danger." Sung-un was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" A terrible sound came from above, followed by a tremor that startled Sung-un. He tensed up and shouted, "Taejang, what's that sound?" The tremor affected many places, and Minyu in the toilet was no exception. He wondered in confusion, is it an earthquake? A vicious blow landed straight on the face. The fake D-rank hunter stood defiantly amidst the motionless bodies of the government hunters. The imposter lowered his head. Then he looked up, a gleeful smile drawn on his ordinary face. He suddenly turned around. Behind him, a figure wearing a baseball cap appeared. Minyu looked around and asked, "What happened here?" Minyu raised an eyebrow at the other hunter and asked, "Aren't those hunters from the main headquarters? Who are you? Don't tell me you're the one who beat them up." The imposter asked back, "Are you the hunter who escaped from the association?" Hearing this, Minyu said in a low voice, "I can't believe you did this to them. You're quite reckless." The imposter replied nonchalantly, "They're all A-rank hunters. It's no big deal." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself straight at him. As the distance between the two closed, the imposter's face suddenly peeled off like a lizard's skin, revealing a head of pure white hair and eyes the color of tea. Minyu's eyes widened at the familiar face, and he spat out a name, Davin. The imposter, now with Davin's face, continued to charge at him. Minyu didn't react, as if frozen in shock. Then he lowered his head, rubbed his neck, and sighed, "Ha, this bastard." His eyes suddenly glowed blood red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've crossed the line." In an instant, the imposter's pupils contracted. Glancing to the side, Minyu moved at an inhuman speed, flashing past him and simultaneously severing the imposter's right arm. He asked angrily, "How dare you impersonate him in front of me?" The tremors continued. Soo-hyuk watched in confusion as the headquarters hunters hurried away. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Hunter Griffin." Seeing it was someone he knew, he calmly asked, "Captain Ma, what's going on?" Song-un said in a panic, "There's an internal problem. You go on ahead." Song-un then noticed he was alone. He asked in alarm, "But I thought you were with Fume. Where is he?" Coincidentally, he looked at the paper in Soo-hyuk's hand, and his eyes, always half closed behind his glasses, suddenly widened. He didn't have time to worry about anything else, and just asked, "Hunter Griffin, what does that piece of paper say?" Soo-hyuk explained, "It's not mine, this is." Before he could finish, the paper was snatched from his hand. Soo-hyuk looked at Song-un in astonishment and exclaimed, "Captain Ma." He only heard Song-un ask, "Who gave it to you?" On the other side, the dripping blood had formed a small pool. The one-armed imposter just stared at the missing limb without a word. Finally, he asked, "Do you hate my appearance so much that you cut off my arm?" Minyu, holding the severed arm, just exhaled. He bluntly threw the arm away, frowning as he said, "It's not that I hate it. It's because a bastard like you is imitating him." The imposter laughed and said, "Really? My apologies." He once again tore off the peeling skin, laughing as he said. Then, in the blink of an eye, he transformed from J1 into a woman with braided blue hair. He raised his leg, preparing to kick straight down, and asked, "How about this?" The kick came down with a hardness unlike human flesh and bone. Minyu, while dodging, asked, "Are you a man or a woman?" Immediately after, he took a full punch to the stomach, but still managed to answer, "It's all the same." The punch was so strong, it made him break out in a sweat. The imposter groaned in pain and said, "You're really annoying." Pushed back by the force of the punch, the imposter immediately regained his balance and rushed forward to attack again. He used his teeth to tear off the peeling skin again. This time, it was a young man with black hair who knelt down and raised his hand, gathering a blue light. From that left hand, a powerful beam of light shot out, like a laser towards Minyu. A large explosion shattered the floor tiles, sending them flying everywhere, even creating a thick cloud of dust. The imposter looked ahead smugly. He didn't notice that Minyu, completely unharmed, had already launched himself in an instant, aiming a kick straight at his head. His knee slammed into the imposter's face, sending him flying and pinning him against the wall with such force that it immediately punched a hole through the thick wall. The imposter was terrified by the incredible speed and power. Blood splattered from his face. The imposter went limp, seemingly defeated. Minyu stood looking down and asked, "What face are you going to show me this time?" The imposter suddenly laughed again. Minyu was surprised to notice something strange. He said hesitantly, "This body." The imposter exclaimed, "You're really strong. Are you really an A-rank? Your code name?" He looked up at him with pitch-black eyes and asked, "Is Fume?" At that moment, Song-un ran over, calling, "Hunter Fume." Minyu looked at the newcomer in surprise and exclaimed, "Captain Ma, The imposter laughed and said, "You're here." Song-un was startled when the imposter suddenly declared, "My mission is complete." Song-un shouted urgently, "Hunter Fame, stop him." Minyu let out a confused sound, "Huh?" But he immediately understood Song-un's intention and quickly turned back. The imposter laughed and bit down on a piece of paper printed with a strange symbol. He said, "I just needed to make an impression." Minyu was startled and thought to himself, "What is that?" The imposter looked like a puppet with one eye missing, utterly wretched. He tore the paper with his teeth, smiled brightly, and said, "See you again, Fume." Suddenly, as the paper was torn, the imposter's head also exploded like a smashed watermelon, shattering and splattering everywhere. Minyu was too shocked to speak and couldn't stop it in time. Song-un was the same. He exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" The headquarters hunters ran over to help those injured in the incident. Staff members bustled back and forth, talking. Detailed portrait sketches of 3 people were placed on the table. Minyu asked, "Is this enough?" The female employee with glasses exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, room 302, you draw really well. Did you ever learn to draw?" Minyu rested his chin on his hand and replied, "When I was in the tower, if I wasn't fighting, I just sat and drew." His words made the female employee let out a "huh." Song-un picked up the drawings and ordered, "Taerang, take these. Compare them with the hunter files and see who they match." The other person replied seriously, "Yes, sir." Minyu witnessed this and said bluntly, "I don't know if the investigation will be of any use." The female employee asked, "Why is that?" He looked at the busy Song-un and said, "It felt like he was wearing an oversized suit. That corpse was a bit strange. I think there's a separate host." He recalled the scene of the imposter self-destructing earlier and thought to himself. His last words were, "See you again, Fume." Song-un, beside him, agreed with Minyu. "You're right. If that was his real body, he wouldn't have thrown his life away so easily." Then he turned and said, "Yoon Seon, can you examine that corpse?" Hearing this, Yoon Seon grumbled, "The whole corpse? Do we really need to go that far?" Song-un didn't let her refuse. He just said, "We're counting on you then." And so, the only girl in the room left, leaving the 2 guys behind. Song-un and Minyu were both silent. In the middle of it, Minyu suddenly exclaimed, "Ah." Then he said frankly, "I want to ask you something. I think this case is related to it. So, I thought I put it in my pants pocket where. Did it go?" Song-un placed the paper with the strange symbol on the table and asked, "You mean this?" Minyu asked in surprise, "Did I drop it?" Song-un suddenly cut in, "Hunter Fume." He said, "I think we need to talk." Song-un began his story. 8 years ago, I was a hunter. Back then, I made a living with this job. I used to think making friends with others was a luxury. Then, those hunters appeared before me. They taught me everything, taught me how to communicate, how to read emotions, and express my feelings. He put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "They were the hunters who taught me how to be human when I had amnesia and was wandering around, and they were." He turned his head and continued with a bitter smile, "Also the ones who died at my hands." Song-un held the piece of paper out in front of Minyu and said, "All because of these bastards." The 2 stood before a wide doorway, looking at each other. Song-un spoke, "Come in." Inside were giant glass tubes containing a glowing rectangular shard. Everywhere you looked, there were similar test tubes lined up in rows. Minyu followed Song-un, curiously looking left and right. He glanced to the side, and suddenly a portrait of a person came into view. It was a young man with short, fluffy hair and bright eyes, smiling brightly at the screen. He thought to himself, "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Minyu asked, "What is this place?" Song-un replied, "This is where we keep the records of the cleared towers. It's also a place to pay respect to the hunters who have fallen." Song-un continued, "The things they used, their signature items, are all preserved here. You must have seen the doors as we walked down the hallway. The records for each tower are behind those doors." Minyu, still not paying much attention, asked, "I see. So what tower is this?" Suddenly, an image made his eyes widen. Half a face, unsmiling, with a black string earring. That person was J1. Song-un stood before J1's glass case and answered, "The Hell Tower." Minyu exclaimed in shock, "The Hell Tower?" Song-un continued, "The Hell Tower is quite famous. You must have heard of it. That tower has taken the lives of many hunters over many generations. Korea's strongest hunter, J1, conquered and died in that tower. Song-un placed his hand on the case containing Jae-won's picture and said, but ironically, we couldn't find Jae-won's body. A funeral was held, but he left nothing behind. Only his file is empty. Seeing Min-yu's silence, he continued, some people even wonder who stole the body of Jae-won. Min-yu suddenly asked, what does what you just said have to do with the Hell Tower? Song-un changed the subject again. The reason I became a government official, he raised the piece of paper to his eyes and said, is, of course, to find these bastards. Then he clenched his fist, crumpling the paper, and said, if you're a hunter, it's hard to encounter special cases related to them. The fastest and most accurate way is to work from within the government. As a government employee, I did the jobs they gave me. He continued, from the cleanup team to a petty spy. Song-un recounted, that's how I climbed to my current position as the leader of Jozu, the government-affiliated organization tasked with eliminating criminal hunters. He added, at first, I also thought the existence of those towers had nothing to do with me until the Hell Tower appeared. The towers open for any hunter who wants to conquer them, but the Hell Tower is the only place where a hunter must meet a condition to enter. He walked past Min-yu and said, some hunters really like this because it makes them feel special. Then he said bluntly, even if they don't know it's a death trap. Min-yu repeated in surprise, a death trap? Before Min-yu could recover from his shock, Song-un said again, we are investigating the hunters who entered the Hell Tower. Song-un hinted. So, he said bluntly, all the hunters in that tower's records are criminals. Criminals, he said to Min-yu. Baphomet, the people you killed were all criminals capable of murder. Song-un said, gates and magic beasts are born. He looked at Min-yu and continued, but the results are quite hard to accept. He began, magic beasts and humans. Song-un stood in front of Jae-yoon's picture and said, in other words, after examining the corpses of magic beasts and hunters, all their body parts have the same structure except for the heart. This information was truly enough to make Min-yu's eyes widen in terror. Seeing this, Song-un continued, we haven't announced this yet. What would happen when the public finds out is all too clear. So, I suddenly thought, magic beasts and hunters aren't that different. He spoke without stopping as he slowly walked closer to Min-yu. Hunters might even be more vicious. Unlike magic beasts that kill out of instinct, criminal hunters are completely intentional. He continued to observe Min-yu and said, our duty is to catch criminals like them, but Baphomet, the master of the Hell Tower, helped us. This was all too clear. Min-yu broke into a sweat, his mouth open but unable to utter a word. Finally, he asked, when did you find out my identity? Song-un didn't hide it and said, Hunter Fane told me. Min-yu asked in surprise, that cross-dressing guy? Song-un added, of course, I didn't believe it at first. Song-un remembered the strange white-haired girl and said, like the spirit of the system, something I'd only heard about in ghost stories. Recalling the red window that said it would grant his previous wish, he added, and the red system window. After explaining, he said, so from then on, I started paying attention to you, and today I've made my decision. Whether you, the one who kills criminals in the Hell Tower. The two faced each other. Song-un asked, and I, the one who punishes criminals, meeting each other, is it a coincidence? He held up the piece of paper again and asked, is it a coincidence that you have this? Song-un rarely opened his eyes wide behind his glasses and said seriously, my goal is to eliminate the criminals so they disappear from this planet. If you grant me this wish. He looked straight into Min-yu's eyes at a very close distance and declared, I am willing to sell my soul to the devil. He finished concisely, trust me, Baphomet. Just then, Min-yu's system interface appeared, announcing, a new quest has been updated, accompanied by an image of the symbol on that piece of paper. This is a clue-finding quest. Min-yu was startled to hear the system say, due to the new quest update, you have unlocked the affinity level system. His eyes widened as he looked at Song-un in front of him and the system's words. Your affinity level with Ma Song-un has changed from wary to friends. At this moment, Song-un spoke again. I've been investigating them for years with no results. You're the key to this, Baphomet. Min-yu rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, thinking, damn it, I don't understand what's going on, but he spoke up. Have you told anyone my identity? The fact that I'm a magic beast. Song-un replied, to me, Magic beasts and criminal hunters are the same. Minyu just pondered without answering. Finally, he asked, I have a question. If that bastard Fane entered the Hell Tower, does that mean he's also a criminal? Songun replied, Hunter Fane is clean. The proof is that he's still alive. He continued, Hunter Fane is probably part of the ghost plan. Hearing this, Minyu immediately thought of Ja. He thought to himself, just how many steps ahead have you calculated? Yeah? After their exchange, the two looked at each other in silence. Minyu finally asked, so then, the late Hunter Jayun. Songun understood what Minyu wanted to say. He said hesitantly, yes, the one everyone praised and looked up to. Songun added, but we don't know what to do with him. There are many things he did wrong. He recounted, he killed a stranger, the hunters who conquered the tower with him. Remembering Jayun's blood-stained face, he continued, after losing his family in a gate collapse, he killed his aunt's entire family, the people who had taken him in. Minyu was speechless with shock. For a moment, something made him narrow his eyes. It was an image that flashed through his mind of a very happy family with a father, mother, and younger sister. The image of the mother smiling weakly with a frightening wound on her neck. The image of the younger brother standing frozen. That face belonged to a young Soo Hyuk, filled with horrified tears and disbelief. Noticing his strange reaction, Songun called out with concern, Fame. Minyu replied, no wonder Griffin hated his brother enough to want to kill him. Hearing this, Songun said, so Hunter Griffin already knew. Speaking of which, Songun mentioned a problem. We can't explain his motive for killing. Usually, even a madman has a purpose or simply enjoys the feeling of killing. He remembered once witnessing Jayun laughing and talking happily with others. He smiled gently like a normal person, but in a flash, a hint of sadness appeared on that face. Songun silently concluded, but Jayun looked very lonely. He continued, it felt like he was doing it on someone else's orders. Minyu asked thoughtfully, orders? He also remembered Jayun once saying, because I have a mission to do. He repeated, a mission? This time, someone heard and asked back, huh? What mission? Minyu, flustered, changed the subject. It's nothing. What's the next step? Songun asked back, you're the one holding the paper. Shouldn't you know better than me? Minyu replied, annoyed, I don't know either. That bastard Hyper used it. Hearing this, Songun thoughtfully summarized, Hunter Hyper, and another hunter attacked the main headquarters. Songun asked, the unidentified hunter said he wanted to make an impression, right? Minyu replied, right? Coming all this way just to do that is too weird. Songun also agreed, it doesn't make any sense. Minyu speculated, could there be another reason? Songun also replied, that's a possibility, but we've made some progress. He calmly analyzed their purpose, their hatred for humanity. Except for hunters, they're a criminal group opposing humanity. A group of dangerous individuals engaged in organized activities. Perhaps they are gathering hunters with similar thoughts. At this point, Songun seemed to have discovered something and was terrified, and quickly turned around. Minyu called out, confused, Captain Ma. Songun didn't have time to explain and just said, the signal is jammed here, so I can't make a call. I have to go outside. Minyu, still not understanding, asked again, what? Why do we have to go outside? Songun replied cryptically, it's not for no reason. I was planning to sneak away to create a diversion over there. Minyu hurriedly chased after him, shouting, say something that makes sense. Songun suddenly mentioned a name that startled Minyu, Hunter Agatha. The sky was dark and silent. The transport vehicle was overturned, bodies scattered all around. No Durang was tightly bound and slumped over. Suddenly, she heard someone call, Hunter Agatha. The person continued, has a negative attitude towards normal people. Durang, suspended, was startled and thought to herself, a car. The other person said again, if you remember, the words spoken made Durang tremble, her appearance and her unique ability. A person in a suit was thrown in front of her. The loud noise made Durang ask in fear, what's going on? There was just a loud bang, and all of Durang's restraints were removed, causing her to fall straight to the ground. The stranger asked with concern, are you okay, Hunter Agatha? Durang's blindfold was removed, and the person said again, sorry for being rough. We had no other choice in this situation. Durang sat up and looked fearfully at the two cloaked figures, asking, who are you? One of them said, us. The person glared and said, we hate the useless. The person continued, we hate people who demand their rights without having any power. The person stared at Durang and said, "We hate those who need to be eliminated." Durang listened with bated breath as the person said, "We hate insects like them." His emotions surged, and he shouted, all of them must be destroyed, even humans who can't be recycled." Then he laughed and asked, "Hunter Agatha, don't you agree?" Durang's eyes widened as she looked at him without saying anything. He held out his palm, which had the familiar blue symbol printed on it, and said, "Yes, we are people like that." Jiang thought to herself, could they be? He asked her again, "Do you want to realize this dream with us, or not?" Durang opened her mouth, and she suddenly smiled. She smiled with empty eyes and asked, when are you guys going to kill them all?" The other person thought smugly, "We've recruited her." At the main headquarters, Song-un said, "It's an emergency." He stood at the door and said, "I'll contact you after I've handled this." With that, he slowly walked away. Minyu suddenly asked, "Captain Ma, do you really trust me?" He continued, "At first, I wasn't on the side of humans either. If I take over everything and go crazy, what are you going to do? It'll be too late to stop me then." Song-un calmly replied, "You think I haven't thought of that? I have my own ways." He said very naturally, "If it comes to that, I'll stop you myself. Don't you want to fight me?" Then he gave a slight smile. At this, he waved his hand and said, "Well then," he was cut off before he could finish by Lai Juri, who appeared out of nowhere. "Captain Ma." Song-un turned around in surprise and asked, "Hunter Van Kiji?" Lai Juri suddenly knelt before him, causing Song-un to step back in alarm and say loudly, "What's wrong with you?" She spoke, "Please arrest me." Song-un let out a confused sound. "Huh?" Lai Juri knelt there with her head down and reported, "I killed an S-rank hunter. I'm a murderer. Please arrest me." Song-un said, "Resigned. I told you it was unavoidable. You had no other choice." Lai Juri suddenly raised her voice. "I used that skill without thinking it would take Hunternan's life." She recalled that day and explained, "Vanadium's protection is a formidable skill that even the user must risk their life for. But there's a way to survive, and that is to take the target's life." Lai Juri said, "At that time, I took Hunternan's life. I am a murderer." Minyu frowned at her. He suddenly spoke up. "Hunter Nun was targeting you because she wanted to kill you." Lai Juri asked, startled, "Huh?" He continued, "That Hunter was just acting on her own purpose. It was just unfortunate that she ran into a strong opponent." He asked again, "Are you saying her life was lost in vain?" Lai Juri quickly refuted, "No." She suddenly fell silent. Then she said calmly, "I thought I used all my strength to stop Hunter Nun, but if the future she was pursuing was the right one, then maintaining the association might not have been the right thing to do." She said sadly, "Perhaps I destroyed a better future." Song-un, who had been listening, responded, "Not at all." He smiled slightly, raised his hand, and said, "That's too ambitious. It's true that when the association is preserved, strong hunters are produced." He told another story. "Not long ago, I went there. Previously, Song-un had seen a man and a woman leading an old person being stopped by a staff member. You can't go inside. He saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" The staff member said, flustered, "They want to join the association." The middle-aged woman spoke up, "This is my grandmother's hometown." The man explained, "I heard the association will soon become a place where ordinary people can live. My grandmother said she wanted to come here one last time before she closes her eyes." The old woman also asked worriedly, "Young man, can't you grant the wish of a dying person?" Hearing this, Song-un was just stunned, not knowing how to respond properly. Back in the present, he smiled and said, "A hunter's top priority is people. If we just hold on to the association, no one will have hope at all." Tears suddenly fell. He continued, "Unaware, so, Ms. Van Kiji, what you did." Lai Juri's tears suddenly fell. Song-un and Minyu were instantly stunned. Lai Juri asked while crying, "Did I do the right thing?" Song-un instinctively replied, "Yeah." Lai Juri puffed out her cheeks to take a breath. She suddenly wailed, startling the other two. She cried and shouted loudly, "I'm so happy, so happy." Song-un suddenly put his hand between his eyebrows and muttered, "Hunter Fomet." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took off at top speed, leaving behind the words, "I have to go. Something urgent came up. I'm leaving Hunter Van Kiji to you." Minyu reached out his hand in a hopeless attempt to stop him, shouting loudly, Captain Ma, hey you bastard." Lai Juri was still crying. Minyu glanced at her, completely bewildered. Lai Juri continued to cry louder. Minyu lost his patience and grew annoyed. He couldn't take it anymore and rushed over, grabbing both her hands and shouting, "Stop crying." Startled, Lai Juri did indeed stop abruptly. Minyu looked at her, thinking he had succeeded, but just as expected, Lai Juri's eyes welled up with tears again. Minyu had a look of dead-eyed despair. Lai Juri continued to wail. Minyu also panicked, clutching his head and shouting, "What am I supposed to do?" That day, Baphomet faced the most difficult challenge of his life. Two people were still rummaging through, searching for information on the affected individuals, and quickly came to a conclusion. 3 dead and 1 alive. Song-nun, not seeing the information he was looking for, asked, "What about Hunter Agatha?" The colleague next to him replied, "We haven't found any trace of her. It will take some time to find her." Song-nun sighed. "Is that so?" As if remembering some important information, he immediately inquired, "I heard a strange story while investigating Captain No. Do you know anyone who worked under her?" The assistant thought for a moment. The image of 2 people in black suits appeared in his mind, and he told the truth. "I don't know their names, but it was a man and a woman, right? I know that both of them had a contract with Captain No. But is there anything interesting about them?" Having said that, he started spreading unconfirmed rumors, despite Song-un's face turning cold with displeasure. Hunter Baphomet killed Captain No. He looked up at this person, his eyes filled with speechlessness. A moment later, Song-un suddenly raised a finger high, as if witnessing something interesting, and let out a chuckle. This laughter made his colleague quite confused. He looked at Song-un with contempt and asked, "What are you doing, you idiot? You're hiding Hunter Baphomet, aren't you?" Unexpectedly, Song-un didn't directly refute it, but was evasive. "Who knows? I don't know anything. How can an A rank beat an S rank? Impossible." But he was very annoyed with this attitude and was about to press further. "Hey, Ma Song-un." But Song-un completely ignored him, paying no mind. He strode quickly to the door, leaving only a farewell. "That's right. I have an appointment. I have to go." That person quickly chased after him. "Hey!" Outside in the hallway, the air conditioner was blowing as cold as ever, and every tile on the wall radiated a chill. Having gone a long way and shaken off that colleague, Song-un breathed a sigh of relief. He lamented silently. "You should know how annoying he is, right?" After walking a bit, he met Joe Soo-hyuk standing in a corner of the hallway, scrolling on his phone, obviously waiting for someone. Song-un immediately approached to greet Soo-hyuk. "Hunter Griffin, have you been waiting long?" Soo-hyuk quickly turned off his phone and replied coldly, "No, I just arrived." Song-un knew that his own issues had affected the other person, so he raised his voice and sincerely apologized. "Thank goodness. Sorry for making you come all the way here." The crowd in the hallway was as busy as usual, but not too noisy, so Soo-hyuk just calmly replied at a normal volume and made a suggestion. "It's nothing, it's just a bit crowded here. Should we talk somewhere else?" So the two of them went into a quiet room to talk. A cup of cocoa was placed on the table. After placing the cup of cocoa in front of Soo-hyuk, Song-un politely probed, "Do you like cocoa?" "I don't want to offer coffee to a student." Soo-hyuk didn't pay much mind, just quietly looked at the cup of cocoa and said, "It's fine, but what are we going to talk about?" Song-un wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he got straight to the point. "I couldn't tell you because of what happened at the Central Branch. Can you tell me everything that happened at the association?" Soo-hyuk didn't seem very surprised by this question and compromised. "If it's about that, yes, okay." After telling the other person everything, he asked in return, "Is that all?" Unexpectedly, Song-un gave a bright smile. He said some very touching words to him. "I want to be friends with you too. You've been a great help at the association, and I'm also interested in talented hunters." Faced with the enthusiastic offer from the person opposite him, Soo-hyuk chose to remain silent. "If you need my help, just call. I'll help right away without hesitation." It wasn't until a while later that he spoke up. "Are you dissatisfied with me about something?" Song-un couldn't hide his surprise as the conversation suddenly took a different turn. "What? You mean S?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Soo-hyuk, who then said something that made his jaw drop. "The reason you offer to talk to me, isn't it because of Hunter Baphomet?" He directly expressed his displeasure after a few sentences of conversation that seemed to expose Song-un's true purpose. "I can become an S rank without joining the association. It's not that I'm arrogant. I just feel like you're trying to get close to me. I only joined the association out of curiosity and the desire to fight Non." Stop, he continued. That's why I agreed to your offer. His voice gradually became sharp and showed his dissatisfaction. But it seems you want me to stick to Baphomet. Song-un was still quite surprised by the pace of his conversation, still trying to regain his composure. Well, you mean? He seemed to want to press on, but Soo-hyuk decisively stood up, picked up his backpack, and said, I don't know your purpose, but I've had enough experience at the association, so thank you. Without waiting for Song-un to make another move or say another word, Soo-hyuk immediately said his farewell. If you have nothing else, I'll be going. Song-un was dumbfounded by his barrage of words that left no room for retreat. Until he had put on his backpack and turned to leave, Song-un was still sitting there dumbfounded, not understanding how things had turned out this way. After composing himself, he let out a long sigh. Watching his figure leave so decisively, without any hesitation, Song-un broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, he could only lament and feel terrified. Is he really a student? How can he be so sharp? Is this a hunter's instinct? After the room returned to a state of him being alone, he began to think about the future. Baphomet will continue to get stronger, even faster. Song-un recalled the words Cha Min-yu once told him. It will be too late when you try to stop me. He also agreed with these words, as Baphomet said, if the time comes when I have to stop him. Then he thought of the figure of the student who had just left. Hunter Griffin, you're a treasure. Song-un thought very highly of him. You need to get stronger, and you will, stronger than even your brother, J1. In his house, Min-woo was sitting still as a statue, his eyes staring straight ahead. In front of him was a screen with the images and information of many people. Min-woo couldn't help but criticize intimacy level. Why would they make such a useless system? Then he put his feet up, rested his chin on his hand, looking very world-weary, his eyes fixed on the screen as he silently criticized it in his mind. It seems like it wants me to have human emotions. All the people I killed in the Hell Tower were criminals. Thinking of the figure of the beautiful woman, Ja, with that cunning smile, he became even more confused. What do you want so badly that you'd even use me? Not letting himself get distracted by trivial matters, he started to think about the main issue again. Above all, I'm the only one who knows they committed crimes. Are only people related to me in the system? While thinking and scrolling through the screen, after a while, Min-woo suddenly scrolled to a picture of a teenager, someone extremely familiar to him. The name Beelzebub is also here. Whether Min-woo pressed it by mistake or not, the screen immediately displayed the words Beelzebub. He was extremely surprised to see the following lines of text scrolling on the screen. His true form is a boss in the Hell Tower, but he lost and became Fu Mei's subordinate in the struggle for the throne. He is an archmage. He is proficient in all types of magic. If he regains his power, all mages will be weakened before Beelzebub. The lines of text on the screen displayed continuously without stopping. Beelzebub's intimacy level is wary. Obviously, these lines made Min-woo feel extremely annoyed. This thing, even though he was very annoyed, the screen continued to run until the last character before officially stopping. If you want to see more information, tap to see more. After being annoyed for only a moment, Min-woo fell back into a relaxed state, resting his hands on the ground and leaning back, accepting the advantage of this system. After all, it does show me information about everyone. After stabilizing his emotions, he continued to scroll the screen, then saw someone's information and stopped immediately. The screen was displaying the image and information of Iona. He thought to himself, Reaper is also here. For some reason, the more he thought, the more embarrassed he felt, not daring to look directly at the picture on the screen. But the picture was still directly facing him, looking straight at his face, trying to suppress the fluttering embarrassment in his heart. He tilted his head and glanced at the screen. The picture on the screen was still looking straight into his eyes. Min-woo tried to summon all the courage he had, his trembling finger reaching out to touch the screen. His finger gradually got closer to the screen. Just as his finger was less than a palm's width from the screen, the doorbell suddenly rang, making his heart leap. Min-woo was so angry he could go crazy, but he still had to hold it in, then went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he didn't even bother to see who it was, but just asked with a curt attitude, "Who is it?" Sung Iona stood outside, her arms crossed, greeting him coldly. "Hello, Hunter Baphomet." In contrast to her friend, Lee Jury behind her had a very bright attitude. She waved and asked him, "How are you?" Minwoo was very confused. Why did you two come to my house? What's the matter? Iona replied, because we have business with you. Minwoo asked back, business? While the three of them were about to continue their conversation, a childish voice rang out from inside the house. Baphomet, I'm hungry. Jinwoo rubbed his stomach, his expression indifferent, and made a suggestion. Let's go get food from the neighbors. Seeing that Minwoo said nothing, he looked out the door, saw the two girls standing outside, and couldn't hide his alarm. We have guests. He quickly recognized one of them as the person he had met before, the red-haired woman from before. Iona's attitude changed as fast as flipping a rice paper, from a cold expression to a face as bright as a flower. And she even asked affectionately, It's Jinwoo. How are you? Seeing the group of them talking back and forth at the door wasn't appropriate, so the four of them went into the house to sit and talk over tea. Juri had been glancing around since she entered the house, and after sitting down, she still looked around with the curiosity of a child discovering a new world for the first time. So this is Hunter Fume's house, while Iona had adjusted her appearance, immediately becoming a polite, elegant woman. Even her words became gentler. Let me introduce myself. I am Echidna, the guild master of the evil guild. My real name is Sung Iona, but since I'm here on business, please call me by my nickname. Minwoo quickly grasped the key word, business, then turned to ask the person next to him with a curious attitude. Old hag. Cha Jinwoo. How do you know this woman? Jinwoo was a little guilty, not daring to look him straight in the eye, and mumbled, that is, before Jinwoo could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Iona. Let me explain. A few weeks ago, it was a beautiful day, the sky was clear, the white clouds were like silk floating overhead. On a not-so-deserted road, a woman's enthusiastic voice could be heard. Don't worry, Mr. Hunter, we will satisfy your request as much as possible. It turned out that Iona was sitting in the passenger seat and talking on the phone with someone. She made an offer, so when are you free? I will arrange it whenever you are free. It's not clear what the other end of the line said, but she suddenly fell silent for a moment, then her attitude became harsh. What? The girl sitting in the driver's seat was also a little startled by Iona's voice just now. I'll wait, sir. The red-haired girl asked as soon as she saw Iona hang up. What's wrong? After hanging up, Iona sighed and replied, he said he doesn't want to join a guild at the moment. The car was running on the road, and even though she was driving, she was extremely confused as to why there was this change. The conversation yesterday was fine. Iona sighed again. He said he doesn't like that the evil guild has too many female members. The red-haired girl couldn't believe her ears. What? These words offended her. So even though she was holding the steering wheel, she flew into a rage. She shouted loudly, who does he think he is? Doesn't he know anything? A hunter swayed by rumors. How ridiculous. The red-haired girl was about to explode in anger again, but was cut off by a sentence from Iona. He's very picky. She continued to explain, the image we've built has held us back. You shouldn't have sent Lee Jury to the association and recruited him yourself. The red-haired girl disagreed. I believe Jury will do well. She's motivated. As she spoke, the image of Jury with a bright smile waving at everyone came to her mind. I'll be back. But Iona didn't think so. She's only there because there's something she likes there. What can such a careless person do? The more she talked, the more her head ached. I have to find a precious gem and make it shine. She leaned her head against the seat. Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed. We're back to reality. Suddenly, Iona looked outside and noticed something, but she noticed that the two buildings on the side of the road looked a little different than usual and asked, did we take a wrong turn? We're already on the hill. The red-haired girl only now realized her mistake. She quickly apologized. Oh my God, I got lost because I was busy talking. I'll turn back now. Iona didn't mind and waved her hand. It's fine. It's okay to wander around for a bit. At this time, on a pedestrian bridge, a teenager was walking leisurely as usual. Behind him was a little girl running to catch up with the person in front. When she got very close to Jinwoo, the little girl whined and made an offer. Jinwoo, let's go home together. Can we hang out together? Jinwoo immediately refused. Why, I'm busy. But the little girl still wouldn't give up, retorting, I heard you're going to Hae-Yun's place. Hae-Yun said so. Jinwoo could only explain helplessly. I'm going there because her mom said she'd make me a delicious meal. The little girl immediately bragged about her mom and gave a signal. My mom is a good cook too. He still firmly disagreed and even quickened his pace. I can't. Today is an important day. It's the neighbor's barbecue party. The little girl behind him still refused, insisting on being near him, which made him want to get angry, and she continuously whined and accused him, no, not fair. Play with me too. He really couldn't ignore it anymore. Jinwoo walked a few steps and then stopped on a step quite far from the ground. By inertia, the little girl who was following him was also forced to stop and felt extremely confused. And under the girl's astonished, bewildered gaze, Jinwoo took one step and jumped from the stairs straight to the ground without getting hurt or scratched at all. After landing, Jinwoo turned back, his whole face clearly showing his annoyance. He warned irritably, "Stop following me." But no one expected that the little girl was not only not scared but also said, "I can do it too." Jinwoo was officially stunned with surprise. With that, the little girl didn't hesitate at all, stood right at the edge of the stairs, and jumped down. According to the inertia of a normal person, jumping from such a height in this posture would surely result in a fall, bruised all over. Perhaps because that's usually the case, no one dares to do it. Unexpectedly, he met a reckless one today, so Jinwoo was stunned and terrified. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Regardless, he still couldn't bear to let a girl fall to the ground, so he quickly used his superpower to catch the little girl. After the little girl landed, she stumbled forward. He had no choice but to catch her again, and so she fell into his arms. When they were both standing steady, Jinwoo immediately asked, "Are you okay?" The little girl replied shyly, Yeah. Jinwoo was breathing a sigh of relief that everything was fine when suddenly the sound of a car braking sharply made his heart leap. Yuna looked out from the car and had witnessed everything, shouting loudly, "Found it, a precious gem." And so it was another intimate greeting from Yuna. "Your name is Cha Jinwoo?" She smiled brightly again, looking very admiring, and made seemingly very cute gestures as she continued, "Go-wa, what a beautiful name. If you become a hunter, that name would be beautiful too. Are your parents at home?" Jinwoo was a bit speechless at this person, but still replied politely, "I don't have parents. I have an older brother, but he's been at the association since he received an offer." Yuna heard the key word and asked back, "Association, your brother is a hunter?" Jinwoo nodded, "Yeah." In Yuna's mind at this moment, a perfect plan was just waiting to be executed. If he's a hunter in the association, he must be very talented. If I'm lucky, I can recruit the brother too. No sooner said than done. She immediately inquired about the brother's identity. "Is that so? Do you know your brother's nickname?" Jinwoo replied, "It's Baphomet." She unconsciously repeated, "Oh, Baphomet." Before she could finish the sentence, the air suddenly became strangely silent. People and things seemed to stand still with time. It wasn't until a moment later that the red-haired girl came to her senses. Startled by this unexpected fate, she covered her mouth and uttered each word. Not that person, Yuri's motivation. Yuna suddenly performed a 180-degree change of expression, so much so that even Jinwoo was amazed. Damn it. Back to the present. After telling the whole story, Yuna concluded with an extremely polite sentence. "That's why I met Jinwoo." Yuri said softly in a daze, "So you were in the association." Minwoo immediately grasped the crux of the story and turned to question the one next to him. "Why did you use magic?" Jinwoo also knew he did wrong, but still had to defend the situation at that time. "What was I supposed to do if I didn't use it? There would have been trouble." Yuna suddenly became serious. "I'll get to the point." She pushed a file folder in front of the two of them and made her offer. "I want your younger brother to become a student at the hunter training school." She began to explain to the two of them. After the gate appeared 10 years ago, they removed the age limit for hunters. The government also wants to nurture young hunters. After talking for a while, she tapped lightly on the file folder to make a point and continued. "So the hunter training school is where talented children gather and are trained from a young age. Although it's a new organization, it's more organized than you think." At this point, Yuna immediately stated her purpose for coming here. "I want to invest in your brother. We will support everything he needs at the school, including tuition." Then she looked at Jinwoo, who was listening intently, and continued. "But after he finishes his studies, he must become a member of the evil guild." At this point, Yuna became very excited, offering praise as well as a promise of honor. "Your brother will become the greatest archmage in the hunter world. He's already an archmage." After a very enthusiastic, passionate, and positive speech from her, the two brothers said nothing and just sat there in silence. Just as Yuna was wondering whether to say it again, she heard a sentence from Minwoo. Is that all? She asked back in surprise. What? Every word Minwoo said next was like a time bomb that made her break out in a cold sweat, as if exposing her true purpose. You want to raise my brother to be your person. Isn't that too little compared to what you're getting? Minwoo was indignant at this unfair exchange. He angrily shouted back, who would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs like that? This attitude of not meeting force with force made Yuna quite tense. She thought to herself how to deal with it. Vomit. But only a moment later, she understood the reason for his resistance. He still holds a grudge about what happened at that gas lake. After venting his anger, Minwoo went back to his seat. He crossed his arms, also wanted to have a verbal battle with Yuna, but was cut short. There's a saying, a gentleman's revenge. Jinwoo had no choice but to whisper prompt. Is not too late. Only then did he finish the whole sentence. Is not too late after 10 years. Under the silent gazes of the two girls opposite him, Minwoo immediately stated his arrangement for his younger brother. I can also send him to the school under my protection. Then he chose to tear off or mask himself. I don't want to listen to you anymore if you don't tell the truth. When Yuna heard this, how could she not know what he wanted? She let out a soft laugh and said, I knew it would be like this. After saying that, she immediately put the file folder aside, slamming on the ground with a thud. Under the foolishly gaping eyes of the two brothers, Yuna quickly presented a series of undeniable benefits. Lifetime VIP membership at a super luxurious resort. A large, luxurious airplane cabin appeared before their eyes. She said, lifetime VIP airline membership. A luxurious hotel, as beautiful as on TV, came into view. She continued, lifetime VIP membership at a 5-star hotel. At this point, Yuna suddenly stopped and drew out a sentence, as if to arouse the curiosity of the two, and she confidently added a benefit that would soften anyone's heart. A penthouse overlooking the Han River. After listing the above benefits, before 4 half-believing, half-doubting eyes, Yuna revealed one more thing. Of course, I have prepared many more things. On the surface, the two of them were still calm, with an indifferent attitude, but deep down they were already shaken. It's hard to refuse. Minwoo glanced down at his younger brother, who was sitting and pondering. Seeing him at this moment suddenly reminded him of a sentence. I don't want to become a human, but I became one for you. He also remembered every word, every sentence he had said when he was frustrated. Because I'm not a hunter like you. I can't use magic at will. If you want to make me become a human, you should let me enjoy it like a human. Thinking of this, he also understood, his eyes looking down at the ground as if in deep thought. And then, under Yuna's joyful gaze and Jinwoo's disbelieving eyes, he nodded in agreement. Okay, do it. Jinwoo still couldn't believe his ears. Real, really? Minwoo nodded, making another offer. Yeah, about the things you mentioned. I'm a hunter, so I'm very busy. Give them all to my brother. He had made up his mind. I'll earn my own money from climbing the tower. Jinwoo was severely shocked, silently calling in his heart. Vomit. Emotions churned within him, leaving him speechless. He hesitated for a long time before managing to utter a word. All emotions seemed to explode as Jinwoo suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. I'll listen to you from now on. He was deeply moved by Minwoo's kindness, and at the same time made his own promise. I will obey you for the rest of my life. Yuna was trying to digest his last words. Obey. Yuri beside her clapped and cheered as everything came to a happy ending. Jinwoo, for some reason, kept lunging forward, determined to hug his brother no matter how much Minwoo tried to refuse. Jinwoo's image on the system that Minwoo had criticized so much changed from a serious picture to a smiling one, accompanied by the words, Beelzebub's intimacy level is trust. It wasn't until the afternoon that everything was settled, and the whole building was still quite quiet, not too bustling. Yuri looked at Yuna, who was giving instructions and confirming something with Jinwoo up ahead, and said happily, this is good for her. After saying that, she gave a bright smile to comfort him. It's normally very difficult for an awakened person to survive. Minwoo also agreed. Yes. As they were about to leave, Yuri suddenly turned her head back to confirm something important with Minwoo. That's right. You haven't forgotten that promise, have you? Minwoo asked in return. A promise? She regretfully chided softly. You forgot. But she didn't hold it against him, only offering a hint, a date. Yuri gently tucked her hair behind her ear, flashing a beautiful yet shy smile. Her voice firm as she said, "You promised to go on a date with me." On a certain evening, in a deserted residential area, Lee Yuri was sitting and sobbing quietly under the eaves of a quiet building. She kept crying, tears falling and falling, and she kept wiping them away until even her sleeves were soaked. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Cha Min-woo walked over to her, dumping all the candies and snacks he was holding in his arms onto the bench where she was sitting. Yuri immediately stopped rubbing her eyes and quietly watched him place the items on the bench. After recognizing what was being placed next to her, she asked in confusion, "Oh, what's this?" Min-woo also replied in confusion, "Can't you tell by looking? It's candy and snacks." Under Min-woo's not-so-natural gaze, Yuri asked her question, "Why are you?" He answered honestly, "I heard that eating sweets helps reduce stress, so." Hearing this, Yuri suddenly froze, just staring at him with wide eyes, tears still lingering in their corners. Suddenly, she burst into tears, her heart deeply moved. "Hunter Fume bought sweets for me." Her attitude was positive, but Min-woo became extremely flustered, not knowing what to do, and helplessly asked loudly, "Why are you crying again?" After a while, Yuri finally stopped crying. Chewing on a piece of candy, she complained pitifully, "Candy is just for coaxing children." Min-woo, also a bit uncomfortable, rubbed his head and asked shyly, "Is that so?" Yuri finished the candy and sat there in a daze, as if pondering something important. Then she opened her mouth and admitted, "I know a way to stop crying, but..." Min-woo looked at her and asked, "There's a way?" She only dared to hesitantly whisper her request, "Please." As if gathering all her courage, she began to find her voice again, saying each word clearly, "Go on a date with me." The shopping mall was extremely crowded, with a bustling stream of people and shops built side by side. The shopping area was filled with tall and wide buildings, and people could be seen on every floor. Min-woo stood waiting on a street corner, checking the time on his phone. 12:28. She told me to be here at 12, so why don't I see her? Anywhere. Suddenly, whispers and murmurs rose from the crowd beside him, making him look up. A few young men walking down the street also stopped, their faces flushed with shyness, their eyes wide like grapes. Her long, golden hair flowed like a stream. Yuri, the girl with sun-like hair, was looking at her phone while turning her head to look around, as if searching for someone. After looking around for a moment, her gaze suddenly stopped at a street corner. Min-woo was also standing there looking at her, and their eyes met, leaving both of them extremely surprised. Yuri quickly ran towards him, apologizing as she ran. "Hunter Fume, I'm sorry. I'm late, aren't I?" Min-woo didn't bother with pleasantries and directly pointed out her mistake. "You're 30 minutes late." Even Yuri was surprised at how precisely he timed it. 30 minutes? Standing in front of him, the thought of what had just happened made her heart pound with shyness, and she had to cover her face with both hands to hide her embarrassed expression from anyone. She tried to explain, but couldn't speak clearly. Something came up while I was getting ready." In her mind, she was embarrassed about the reason she was late. "What should I wear? This one or this one? I wonder what style Hunter Fume likes. I should have gone shopping for new clothes yesterday." The more she thought, the more embarrassed she became, and the atmosphere grew more awkward, so she decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. She made an offer. "It's lunchtime, my treat. What would you like to eat?" Hearing her words, Min-woo began to think. "What I want to eat?" Yuri nodded, and fearing he might feel shy, she said generously, You don't have to worry about the price." Then she fell into her own world of talking to herself and making herself shy. "I've booked a famous restaurant nearby, and we don't have to go there. But the chef is from a famous 5-star hotel abroad. We don't have to go there, because we'll go to the place you want." Min-woo didn't pay much attention to her mumbling, just glanced around for a moment and pointed randomly at a restaurant. "Let's go there." Yuri asked again to confirm. "What, that place?" So the two of them went into a restaurant together. Inside the restaurant, Yuri was staring wide-eyed at the person opposite her without touching her chopsticks. Min-woo immediately noticed her unusual behavior, swallowed the food in his mouth, and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Being called out, Yuri felt a bit awkward and hesitantly replied, "Oh, I am. I'm eating a lot." As she put piece after piece of food into her mouth, she was distracted watching him in thought. It seems like he likes meat, but what man doesn't like meat? Unlike Yuri, who was not focused on her meal, Minwoo was eating with great appetite. Seeing that the plate was empty, he called out loudly, "Sir!" Under Yuri's astonished gaze, he ordered very naturally, "For more servings, please." After the two finished their meal, it was time to pay the bill. The cashier announced a truly shocking price, 1.13 million won. After leaving the restaurant, Yuri was still staring at the bill, doubting her existence, while Minwoo was extremely natural, without a hint of shyness about being treated, even rubbing his belly as he walked down the street. I'm so full." But very quickly, Yuri came to a conclusion in her heart that she herself accepted. So Hunter Fume is a man with a big appetite. After his food had settled, Minwoo turned to look at her and said, "Thanks for the food, since we're done eating." At that moment, he uttered a sentence that left one speechless. "Can I go now?" Yuri stared at him, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Having just gone through a considerable shock, she fell into another, heavier one. Although her mind was in turmoil, she managed to stop him and tried to explain. "We're on a date. If I just wanted us to eat, I would have just invited you for a meal." It was only then that Minwoo understood. Is that so? But she misunderstood this phrase as a dismissive and disrespectful remark. Yuri asked, a little annoyed, "What do you mean, is that so? Hunter Fume, have you never been on a date before?" "I'm not kidding." Minwoo immediately admitted, "I never have." Yuri sighed, accepting any explanation, and replied unconsciously, "Yeah, I know." Halfway through her sentence, she reacted to what he had just said, and her eyes widened. Then she looked up at him, her face a mask of disbelief, her voice trembling as she confirmed, "Oh, really? You've never been on a date?" Minwoo was a bit embarrassed, but still answered honestly. Yuri, still somewhat disbelieving, chose to confirm again. With that face, he still nodded. "Yeah." Hearing this, she suddenly gathered all her courage and looked straight into his eyes. Then she asked a bold question. "Then have you ever been in love with anyone?" Minwoo rubbed the back of his neck, squinted, and shook his head, answering honestly, "No, why do you ask?" Immediately, she covered her face, but even so, the word impossible was clearly visible in her eyes. Her attitude was so obvious that even Minwoo got annoyed. "Why are you looking at me like I'm some rare creature?" Yuri thought to herself, he's never dated or been in love. Looking at the man who was getting annoyed in front of her, she still couldn't believe it. Hunter Fume has been single all this time? She was so surprised she didn't know what to say. Does someone like him really exist? Minwoo's appearance in front of her suddenly included a pair of black glasses. I didn't know because he wears glasses and has a quiet personality. And of course, she was lost in thought again. It was just her imagination. His appearance changed again to look very sexy. And I'm the only one who knows how hot he is. Same old rule. Also her imagination. Yuri, who was looking at him, suddenly turned away, covering her face with both hands, smiling like a flower in bloom. Her whole body exuded the shy, beautiful aura of a young girl in love. But Minwoo didn't know, only seeing her keep turning away and making some strange little movements, thinking irritably, "What are you doing?" As if discovering a new truth, she spun back around, still thinking. "Hell, wait, does that mean?" Yuri realized something. Is everything we're doing now his first time? 2. Then she started thinking far ahead with a far from normal state of mind. I'll be his first love. And so she ran off a little distance, giggling to herself as she ran, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest in celebration. Minwoo couldn't take it anymore. This strange behavior was getting on his nerves, and he spoke up. "Vankiji, are you?" Before he could finish, she cut him off. Lee Yuri. She stood opposite him, with the shy demeanor of a schoolgirl, and said gently, "Please call me by that name, not my code name." Knowing he didn't understand, she explained sweetly, "Because today we're not hunters, we're just a man and a woman." And her official demonstration made him freeze up as well. Cha Minwoo. The next destination for the two was the aquarium. They were looking at the fish together when Yuri suddenly saw something interesting and ran ahead. Minwoo quietly watched her from behind. It turned out she had discovered another fish viewing area that looked very beautiful and romantic, so she ran over to see it right away. Seeing her run off, he slowly followed behind, and then he also walked up to that fish tank. He looked up at the fish. The fish were swimming in a school. Then, as if noticing something, his gaze left the school of fish and looked forward. It turned out that Yuri had been watching him the whole time. The moment their eyes met, the surrounding scenery was enveloped in a dreamy blue, as beautiful as a fairy tale. As if moved by this incredibly beautiful scene, Yuri gave a small smile, not a wide one like usual, but still possessing an irresistible beauty. After visiting the aquarium, the two went to a shooting range together. As soon as she had a gun in her hand, Yuri quickly slipped into the role of a hunter, no longer the shy girl from before. She decisively loaded the gun, aimed, pulled the trigger, and fired. The bullet hit the bullseye, a good result. After shooting, she looked satisfied, turning to the person next to her with a provocative gaze. The challenge had been issued. Minwoo casually accepted the challenge, quickly taking the gun in his hand. A smug smile played on his lips. As if returning to his usual state, he held the gun, fired a few decisive shots, and smugly watched as not a single bullet missed, leaving even Yuri beside him with her jaw dropped in amazement. Win some, lose some. With this thought, Yuri showed no arrogance at all, and as soon as he put the gun down, she immediately applauded, and he very naturally enjoyed this admiration. Afterward, the two went to the prize counter, but the two employees pointed to a sign with an apologetic attitude. The sign read, "Please understand that there are no prizes for hunters." This made both of them very unhappy, and Minwoo was about to get angry. To cool their anger and unhappiness, the staff made an offer. "Since you both participated, we'll give you this." Minwoo dangled the black cat keychain in his hand, the consolation prize from earlier. Yuri held the keychain in her hand, smiled brightly, and subtly hinted, "Mine is white." The two were walking side by side down the street when they suddenly heard a loud wail. It turned out to be a little girl who had lost her mother, crying loudly on the side of the road. "Mommy, where are you? Mommy." A while later, it was already quite dark, but luckily it wasn't raining. The little girl who had been crying because she lost her mother was now holding two cat keychains in one hand and an ice cream in the other. Since she had found her mother, she was no longer crying and even smiled brightly as she said goodbye. The girl's mother also bowed apologetically for having troubled the two of them. On the surface, Yuri cheerfully said goodbye, but her heart was breaking. Goodbye matching keychains. After everything was settled, Yuri turned to ask Minwoo, "So shall we go to dinner?" He replied briefly, Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had attracted the attention of a red-haired teenager. Yuri continued to ask, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Minwoo still answered honestly and very briefly, "I don't know meat." The red-haired teenager turned to say something to the girl with him. On the other side, Yuri and Minwoo were still enthusiastically discussing the evening. She made a small request. "Meet again? Can we eat what I want this time?" He agreed without hesitation. "Whatever you want." That red-haired teenager turned to strike up a conversation with the two in a strange language. "Hello." Minwoo thought to himself, "Are they foreigners?" Yuri quickly replied, "Sorry." She smiled brightly and answered under Minwoo's, "Are you kidding me? Look, I'm not good at English." After saying goodbye to the other two, Yuri began to tell the story of her family. "My family immigrated when I was little." With that, she took out her phone, showed him a picture, and boasted, "This is my family." She pointed to each person in the photo and introduced them. "This is my dad, this is my mom, and my younger sister. My parents are farmers back home, and my sister lives with me." Yuri stared at the family photo and continued, "My dad has remarried. My mother was very weak, so she passed away when she gave birth to me." At this point, her eyes looked sad. She looked at the screen, thinking of her deceased biological mother, and even revealed her name to him. "My English name is Julia, and my nickname is Julie. So my Korean name is Lee Yuri." Then Yuri continued her family story. "My dad loved my mom very much, and his loneliness grew. So he decided to live in a foreign country to forget about my mom." Looking at the affectionate couple standing close together, she said, "Then my dad met my stepmother and they got married." She looked up at the sky, thinking about her situation and expressing her pride. "I always wanted a mom and younger sibling, so I'm very happy every day." After saying that, she closed her eyes, slowly felt it, and said, "That's why." Then she opened her eyes, looked at the bustling crowd ahead, and expressed her feelings so that this happiness doesn't disappear. Then she looked at the families playing together, the happy couples together. She also felt the positivity in it and said, and people who like happiness like me. Don't get sad. She then resolutely stated her current and future goals. I will continue to be a hunter to pursue that. After speaking, Yuri smiled so brightly that her eyes crinkled, a smile as radiant and warm as the sun. Even Minwoo, who seemed indifferent, was affected and couldn't take his eyes off her. Realizing that staring at someone was a bit rude, he immediately looked away. But he still gathered the courage to tell her, "You're much prettier when you smile than when you cry, Venkiji." Remembering their earlier agreement, he immediately changed how he addressed her, which made Yuri's heart flutter in that moment. He said again, "Oh no, Lee Yuri." One could guess that Yuri's face was now nothing but shyness, red as an apple, and she didn't dare to move, just stood there motionless. To break the awkward atmosphere, he turned and walked away, saying as he went, "I'm hungry, let's go eat. Where's that restaurant you mentioned?" But after walking a distance and still not seeing her follow, he turned back to see her still standing there. Minwoo immediately called out loudly, "Hey, are you listening? I asked where the restaurant is." Yuri heard his words. She gave herself a mental pep talk, and with all the courage she could muster, she turned around. Then she faced his back and shouted, "I like you." She shyly made a suggestion. "Can you?" Before his surprised eyes, she finished her sentence, "Can you be my boyfriend?" Unexpectedly, Minwoo turned back and looked at Yuri. After a while, he was still staring at her without saying anything. So Yuri had to speak up to probe Cha Minwoo. After collecting his thoughts for a moment, Minwoo opened his mouth. Liking someone, he asked a question that made her exasperated. What does that feel like? Yuri was truly helpless, speechless, not knowing how to describe her feelings at that moment. She began her nonstop rambling. "Cha Minwoo, did you grow up in the middle of nowhere or something? I'm confessing to you." And that's how you respond? Minwoo didn't seem to process any of it, only managing to ask back, "What?" Seemingly not knowing how to handle the situation, Yuri let out a long sigh. She started talking about his special traits. "You've never loved anyone, nor have you ever dated." As she spoke, she didn't even realize when she started to laugh. "You don't even know what it feels like to like someone. You're very interesting, Cha Minwoo." But these words were not meant to tease. Yuri was still focused on thinking of an answer for him. She said hesitantly, the feeling of liking someone. Although it was very abstract to explain clearly, she still tried to make the dazed Minwoo understand. You don't want to think about that person. But that person is still on your mind. You're curious about what they think of you. And then you unconsciously look at that person. The more she spoke, the more he froze, his eyes wide as if he didn't know what to think, while Yuri continued her answer. "And you always think about the things that person says. Isn't that what it feels like to like someone?" Finally, after a long speech, she came to a conclusion. Of course, there's no clear definition, but taking this opportunity, Yuri expressed her true feelings and sincere heart to him. "That's my complicated feeling for you." After a long while, without hearing a response from him, she asked again, "Cha Minwoo." His expression at that moment was very strange, so much so that she couldn't figure it out and just unconsciously asked him, "Why are you making that face?" The sky had officially turned dark, the sun was nowhere to be seen, and the whole sky was full of clouds today, so not a single star was visible. In an apartment, a girl was sitting on a bed, and at her feet, a cat was being affectionate. Iorium was in a relaxed state, leisurely drying her hair, surrounded by playful cats. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone caught her attention. She set the towel aside, reached for her phone, and answered the call, then started to ask, "What's up? You're calling so late?" It seemed the person on the other end was asking how she was. So she replied, I'm the same as usual." Outside the window, the sky was now pitch black, while Iorium continued the conversation in her room. "I thought you wouldn't call me back after hanging up like last time. How was your social experience?" It seemed the person on the other end said something that greatly surprised her. What? Minwoo on the other end of the line had just made some kind of proposal that even Iorium found confusing. She chided, "Hey, are you drunk again? What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about?" Minwoo firmly asserted, "I'm not drunk." Then he repeated his words, "I said let's go on a date." Not Iorium said calmly, "Actually, we've only known each other for a few months, but I know you're also a hunter. You always clear the tower in a surprising and calm manner." As a hunter, I respect you very much. Her eyes shone with anticipation, so I was very curious about what you're like outside the tower. That's why I accepted your offer. But the more she spoke, the more annoyed she became. Who knew we'd end up meeting here? Cha Min-woo, with his head wrapped in a bandage and a cotton pad taped to his cheek, had a blank expression. He was lying in a hospital bed, receiving in 4, and Iorium was sitting in a chair beside him. A loud scream echoed from the hospital. Who gets unexpectedly hospitalized while on a date? A few hours earlier at a cafe, a girl was drinking a beverage. Iorium crossed her arms and thought, the meeting time has passed by 10 minutes. Did I come too early? Feeling uneasy, she took out her compact to check her reflection. Does my makeup look okay? He asked me out so suddenly, so. Then she closed the compact and fell silent. Iorium regained her composure and thought, that's right, this is an investment for the future. Baphomet is getting stronger. He'll be the best mercenary I can hire. She assessed, well, his looks aren't bad, but his personality is a no. 10 minutes later, Iorium was still sitting with her arms crossed and back straight, maintaining a serious posture. 25 minutes later, she was bored and scrolling through her phone. Iorium's face darkened with annoyance, ignoring the shouts of the people. There's an accident at the intersection over there. Someone's hurt. 40 minutes later, she couldn't be patient any longer and shot up, shouting, why aren't you here yet? Suddenly, a voice called from beside her, hello, Iorium. She ran up to Cha Min-woo and angrily questioned him, what's wrong with you? Why are you so late? You didn't even answer my calls. It was only then that she noticed the wound on his cheek. What happened to your face? Min-woo turned his face to hide the wound and replied dismissively, I slipped. He held up his shattered, dead phone and continued, and my phone broke. Iorium exclaimed, how bad must it have been for an A-rank hunter's phone to break like that? She stared at him for a moment. Iorium acted as if nothing had happened. All right, let's go. Min-woo was doubtful. Go where? Her tone was as if she had already predicted it. I've already booked movie tickets. Knowing you, I also knew you wouldn't have prepared anything. He hesitated before that. Take it. Iorium was about to ask, what are you doing? When Min-woo handed her a flower. A still fresh rose wrapped in transparent cellophane. Min-woo, covered in dust with a wounded face, had an attentive gaze. Iorium stared at him blankly, then accepted it, slightly flustered. Thank you. After that, the two went to the movie theater together. On the screen, a man and a woman were arguing. Iorium seemed embarrassed as she watched. She thought in confusion, I can't focus on a movie. Baphomet did something so unlike him. She glanced slightly at Min-woo. Did I underestimate him? Baphomet is. She rolled her eyes when she saw he was asleep. Asleep? How ridiculous. She let out a soft sigh of relief and propped her chin on her hand. All right, in that case. Min-woo slumped down, resting his head on Iorium's shoulder, and she immediately noticed something on his forehead. A stream of blood was continuously flowing from his forehead. She called out loudly, Cha Min-woo, at the emergency medical center. Emergency department. Min-woo lay there impassively, listening to Iorium's barrage of questions. So there was a collision and you were hit by a car 3 times, then you got stuck in a truck. She was a bit reproachful. If you were any other normal person, you'd be on the other side by now. Why did you lie and say you slipped? Min-woo didn't answer, sat up, took the bandage off his head, and said nonchalantly, I feel better now. Let's go continue watching the movie. Iorium said coldly, don't ignore my words, and the movie is over. She tried to advise him, let's put this aside so you can go home and rest. We can still go another time. Min-woo interrupted, I knew you'd say that, so I didn't bring it up. He said softly, there's one more thing I want to check today. She wondered, check what? While the two were talking, 2 pairs of legs, one male and one female, hurriedly approached. A man in a suit shouted from behind her. Iorium, standing next to him, was a woman who appeared to be his secretary. Min-woo and Iorium both turned their eyes to look at the 2 newcomers. Arrived, she suddenly called out, Uncle. The man, trembling with anger, him. Then he pointed a finger straight at Min-woo and furiously yelled, is he your boyfriend? At the luxurious Paradise Hotel, the lobby was decorated in a modern European style. Inside the office was a cabinet of rare liquor. A voice rang out, I was surprised when Director Seal suddenly called. He said you were at the hospital. Iorium's uncle sat stroking his chin, looking at the information on the tablet his secretary was holding out, and continued. So your name is Cha Minyu, codename Baphomet, an A-rank hunter. Well, if you're planning to date my Iorium, you should at least be at that level. He asked Iorium suspiciously, don't tell me you didn't come home yesterday because of this kid. How long have you two been dating? She retorted irritably, I was at the shelter yesterday. And why are you looking up his personal information? He replied nonchalantly, personal information? You do it too. She sulked, just leave me alone, uncle. He frowned and signaled Ms. Lee. Hearing this, the secretary nodded. She approached Iorium and reported, Ms. Iorium, I'd like to discuss the renovation of the hotel lounge with you. Iorium was confused. What? Why discuss that with me? The secretary affirmed, because it has to be you, Ms. Iorium. She asked again, what? Right now? The secretary was still certain, yes, right now. She was still uneasy in a situation like this. The secretary was resolute, yes, in a situation like this. Minyu silently watched as the still hesitant Iorium was pushed away by the secretary. W8. At that moment, her uncle spoke up, drawing his attention. The girl is gone. I'll get straight to the point. He pushed an envelope forward. He ordered in a stern, low voice, take the money and stay away from my Iorium. Minyu's face scrunched up as if he had stepped in poop. He thought to himself, I've seen this scene in movies before. Hey, he tried to explain. It seems you've misunderstood something. I was just, but Iorium's uncle cut him off. If you were an ordinary person, I wouldn't mind you dating her, because she is free to date anyone. Pausing for a moment, he continued, except for hunters. You will get Iorium into trouble. These words stunned Minyu. Thinking of the H symbol of the Heaven Hotel, he considered, Iorium is the heir who will take over this hotel from me. She is not allowed to continue the dangerous activities of a hunter, as she is the representative of this family. He sighed, if my older sister, Iorium's mother, hadn't died from the shock at the gate, Iorium would not have become a hunter. He glared coldly. Before she gets in any deeper, I will convince her to give up being a hunter. Minyu let out a scoff. He said sarcastically, it's up to her whether she wants to continue being a hunter or not. Aren't you overstepping your bounds by restricting her freedom, even if you are related by blood? Iorium's uncle was taken aback. What? His face turned cold as he listened to him continue. As for that money, I can easily earn that much by clearing a tower. You should think about her first before making such a deal. Shouldn't you? Minyu stood up to leave. What a waste of my time. I'm about to go on a date with your niece. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, stunning him. You will regret this. He asked suspiciously, what did you just say? Iorium's uncle was calm. I knew it would be like this. So how about this? He recalled a luxurious restaurant, like a French restaurant. As he thought, he explained, we have a partnership with a restaurant. He imagined a scene of a chef standing amidst incredibly delicious and appealing dishes. He continued, the head chef there has worked in many famous hotels and has also won many international cooking competitions. However, he is very picky and unique, so he only cooks for 20 people a day. He says that the taste of the food will be ruined if he cooks more than 21 servings, and those who have tried his food say this. Pausing slightly, he emphasized a taste of heaven. Minyu was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. A taste of heaven. Iorium's uncle stated his condition. It's very difficult to taste his food with just money. But what if you could taste it through my connections? He glared and yelled, you can have that heavenly meal in exchange for giving up. Iorium. Minyu declared decisively deal. Iorium, who happened to be standing right behind him, was furious. What do you mean? She slammed her hand on the table. She questioned loudly. It seems you investigated a lot about Cha Minyu and try to lure him with food. Huh? And what's with this envelope full of money? This isn't some third-rate drama. Minyu watched the two argue without emotion. Iorium put her hands on her hips and explained seriously, Cha Minyu and I aren't even in a relationship. We're just on the same team, and I hired him as a mercenary. Her uncle retorted, not backing down. That's how a relationship between a man and a woman starts. You said you two were on a date. She continued, we were on a date, but Iorium turned to look at Minyu. She said in a low, cold voice, you know, uncle, I was testing to see if I should date him or not. Minyu was stunned by her next words, and I can't. He stared wide-eyed at Iorium, who was rambling on. I can't imagine what it would be like to kiss him. He let out a light laugh in disbelief. Iorium didn't notice his reaction and kept chattering. Because if we were really dating, physical intimacy would be very important. He laughed louder and louder, making her notice. Finally, he burst into a long peal of laughter, making both of them think he had lost his mind. Iorium asked tentatively, "Huh, what are you laughing at?" Minhu's answer made her freeze. "You already kissed me." She came to her senses, flustered. What are you talking about?" Minhu recounted, "Don't you remember? The day we went to eat together after clearing the holy tower." He raised a trembling hand, restraining himself. "You were dead drunk, and," he roared, "you kissed me." The image of Iorium forcibly kissing him replayed over and over in his mind. After his shout, the entire room fell dead silent. An awkward silence fell. Everyone seemed to freeze, looking like three lifeless stick figures. In this dead silent moment, a soft voice echoed, "What?" Iorium's eyes rolled back as she screamed loud enough to pierce her uncle's eardrums. "What?" she stammered, trembling as she asked rapidly. I really did that, but I didn't drink that much while I had a few shots, but..." Minhu acted heartbroken. The culprit often doesn't remember what they've done, do they? "I've been tormented by it, but you can't even remember that kiss." Iorium felt like she was a terrible person, disappointed and indignant. Minhu pointed a finger at her face. I will sue you for sexual harassment." With that, he grabbed his jacket and left. Iorium hurriedly called after him, "Cha Minhu," outside in the hotel's front courtyard. He walked at a steady pace, ignoring the calls from behind. "Cha Minhu. Hey, Cha Minhu." A hand nearly touched his jacket. "Wait." Minhu scowled and turned back to look at Iorium. What? His eyes were indifferent. Iorium hesitated. She suggested, "Should we go see a movie now?" He replied apathetically, "Fine." She suggested again, "Or let's go eat." He immediately objected, "No." Minhu was emotionless, paying no attention to her. After thinking for a moment, he clarified, "I was just kidding when I said I'd sue you." Iorium was silent, not knowing what to say. The silhouettes of the two of them, standing side by side, were cast on the ground. She spoke shyly, "I'm sorry." The setting sun peeked out from behind the trees. Minhu didn't answer her, taking out his phone and fiddling with it for a moment. His expression was uninterested. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, Iorium asked, "What are you doing?" Minhu was indifferent, calling a taxi. He was skeptical. "What? Is there something you want to say?" She wrung her hands. "I was wondering, you asked me on a date." Iorium scratched her cheek and smiled shyly. "Because you became interested in me after the kiss, right?" Then she widened her eyes in anticipation. She stared at Minhu, nervously waiting for an answer. But he didn't say anything for a long time, and just as she was about to ask, Cha Min dash, the taxi arrived behind him. The taxi drove off again. Iorium stood silently, watching the taxi leave, her figure looking so lonely. The image of the city at night, sparkling with beautiful lights as seen from above. A voice rang out. "Is this the view for those at the top of SOC?" Iety, a mysterious dark figure standing at the floor-to-ceiling window, said, "I think I finally understand why humans strive for success." He gave a mysterious smile. He burst out laughing, a malicious laugh as if he had some evil plan. Suddenly, the lights turned on, revealing the mysterious person to be Cha. Jinyu. He turned to question Cha Minyu, who was sitting on a chair, clapping. "What do you think you're doing?" It was getting to the good part. He didn't forget to add a sarcastic jab. "Are you upset about being dumped, so you came here to cause trouble?" Minyu was nonchalant. "I heard there was a mechanism to turn on the lights by clapping, so I gave a try." As if just reacting to what Jinyu said, he gritted his teeth threateningly. "But what nonsense did you just spout? Do you want to die?" Jinyu, unafraid of death, continued to taunt. "You really know how to enjoy yourself, Baphomet. To think you'd fall in love with a human." He denied it. "When did I ever do that? It was just out of curiosity." He mimicked in a drawn-out voice. "When did I ever do that? It was just out of curiosity." He threatened. "Do you want this day next year to be the anniversary of your death? Or not?" Minyu snapped and yelled. "And how did you know I got dumped?" Jinyu replied casually, "I was a little curious, so I had a demon servant follow you. Normally, you would have noticed, but this time you didn't even pay attention." He recalled the scene of Minyu standing in front of a flower shop and hinted, "You even." Minyu was still hesitating. Should I bring flowers to the date? When a truck came speeding towards him. Thinking of this, he said sarcastically, acting like a fool and getting hit by a truck. Jinyu picked up a wine glass, sat down on the chair, and said nonchalantly, "The human world has a saying like this, love blinds reason." He said sarcastically, "I can no longer see the beast within you. You become a human through and through." Minyu sighed and retorted, "That's not it. Just shut up." Jinyu ignored him, his expression grim as he continued his analysis. "Even if you get close to humans, you'll just get tired of it. What are you going to do if you suddenly turn back into a beast? Will your relationship turn into one of those where you love and kill each other?" Jinyu suddenly remembered something. Startled, he shot up and asked, "Wait, what time is it now?" Minyu replied, "Almost 8 p.m. "Why?" He said urgently, "We have to hurry." He was confused, huh? He explained, "There's a party at Grandma Kim's house today with dishes made from the lettuce I grew. It's healthy, organic food with no pesticides." He was unconcerned. Why go to all the trouble of eating there? Let's just eat here. Jinyu glared reproachfully. What the hell are you talking about? A proper meal should be eaten at home. He urged Minyu, who was still sitting dazedly on a chair, hurry up and get ready. He looked at Jinyu, who was rushing around to get things in order, and wondered, what is this? Home, didn't you just want to play around? Or something? In a high-rise building with lights on and off, a sarcastic remark echoed. Besides, you damn fly are so picky about what you eat. The next morning at the clinic, Kim Ryan-sung stood by the hospital bed and said, "There's nothing unusual in the test results." "How did you get hit by a car?" Minyu, sitting on the bed and moving his arm, was emotionless. "You don't need to know." Ryan-sung, as if not noticing his attitude, said, "Oh, right. Your body wasn't affected after returning to the colony, right?" Minyu just grunted in affirmation. She asked tentatively, "You probably don't have anything to do today, right? Do you have some free time?" He answered curtly, "No." Ryan-sung pretended to be heartbroken. "Our number 302 is so tactless. I was planning to ask you out for lunch." Minyu put on a cold face and was about to leave. Ryan-sung suddenly remembered something and called him back. "Oh, right, I almost forgot to give you this." He stopped and turned around suspiciously. "What is this?" She held out a file. "Team Leader Ma asked me to give this to you." She reminded him, "Do you remember the supervisor you met after becoming a hunter?" Hearing that, Minyu recalled the image of the man named Quasar. He looked at the investigation report of specimen from case 0152E as the memory of Quasar's wife. Half of her body is slimy, multi-eyed monster, replayed in his head. Ryan-sung explained, "It was the evil spirit that turned the supervisor's wife into a monster." This is the report on the specimen investigation results. You can find the main information on the last page. Minyu was shocked by the information in the document. Before his eyes was the line stating the result. A large number of unidentifiable genes were found, and their composition is similar to human biometrics. Ryan-sung also asked, "Do you understand what this means?" Minyu speculated, "So that ugly body was created by piecing together the bodies of many people." Ryan-sung's face paled as she hugged her arms and shivered. "Exactly. Reading the results gave me goosebumps." She deduced, "This must be the plan of a psychotic magic hunter, killing without purpose. Creating a zombie for no specific purpose could be the act of someone who sees killing as a hobby." Minyu silently reviewed the report. He thought of the monster's wide-open mouth with 100 eyes inside and mused, "Is this why I only felt disgust when I looked at that monster?" Ryan-sung was pensive. It seems Team Leader Ma is also having a headache over this. There are several cases of missing hunters related to this psychotic hunter, but there is no evidence to determine that it's the same person. Minyu held the report and replied, "You've said that before. But the fact that the team leader has no clues proves that guy is more careful than we thought." Ryan-sung nodded. "You're right, but the fact that he gave the file to number 302. Pausing for a moment, she hinted, "Don't you think the hostile atmosphere between you two is easing up?" Minyu hesitated while he thought to himself, "It's because Team Leader Ma has discovered my identity." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he probed, "Is it true that the 7 hunters in Team Leader Ma's group were killed?" Ryan-sung was surprised. "He even told you about this." Minyu probed, "You seem to know a lot about it?" Ryan-sung calmly recounted, "I was also partly responsible for that incident." He was confused. Partly, she didn't answer directly. "You can hear the details from Team Leader Ma yourself." As Ryan-sung walked out, she muttered, "I can't believe the team leader told him even that." Minyu followed behind, yawning. As the two of them went outside, a little boy ran past, yelling, I don't want to get shot. A voice rang out right after, catching Minhua's attention. You mischievous little boy. An arm with bulging muscles, a broad chest so taut it looked like it would rip through the shirt. A tall, large man in a nurse's uniform casually slung the boy over his shoulder and laughed. What do you think you're running, kiddo? You can't escape from me even if you run. At that moment, he also noticed the two of them, Ryan Song. He smiled brightly and greeted them. Good morning. The director is as beautiful as ever today. Ryan Song replied, You're full of energy again today, aren't you? Nurse Jang. He looked at Minyu curiously. This gentleman next to you is... Ryan Song also remembered and looked at him. Ah, this must be your first time meeting Nurse Jang. She introduced. Nurse Jang Jae-ho is a member of our guild and an employee at the hospital. He's on a short leave to take care of his child. Jae-ho, being mentioned, flashed a sunny smile. I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Cha Minyu. A female nurse holding documents called Ryan Song from behind. Director, do you have a moment? There's a file I need you to look over. She responded, Yes, I'll be right there. I can't see you off. Take care. Then she left immediately, leaving only Minyu and Jae-ho, who was still carrying the child, looking at each other awkwardly. Minyu was about to leave. I should get going, huh? Suddenly, Jae-ho moved his face very close to him. His eyes sparkled with friendliness as he said, Cha Minyu, you're really as handsome as the rumors say. He said enthusiastically, You must be a hit with the ladies, right? Do you get a lot of confessions from female hunters? The more he heard, the bigger the question mark that appeared on Minyu's face. Jae-ho's eyes shone intently. Minyu stared at him, dumbfounded. His eyes sparkled and shimmered as he moved closer. He was almost drawn in as well. Suddenly, he gave a thumbs up and a wink. You're surely popular with men, too. Outside the hospital, the sky was clear and cloudless. Minyu was standing at a bus stop, and next to him, two girls were talking. He paid them no mind, thinking, what's with that crazy, shiny-eyed guy, saying all sorts of weird things? Was that a compliment or a jab at me? Minyu recalled his words. You must be a hit with the ladies, right? Do you get a lot of confessions from female hunters? He associated it with the image of homely jury confessing. I like you. Please be my boyfriend. Minyu ruffled his hair, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. He muttered darkly, I didn't become human to do things like this. The image of Jinyu and his word from last night reappeared. You really know how to enjoy yourself, vomit. To think you'd fall in love with a human. He gritted his teeth and silently refuted. That's not it. I only became human to satisfy my own amusement. Iori's words also replayed because you became interested in me after just one kiss. He was startled, his train of thought broken. The voice of the girl standing next to him entered Minyu's ears, making him feel guilty. Isn't it hilarious? He's so delusional, asking me out on a date. He whipped his head around. The two girls, oblivious to his existence, continued to gossip. I wonder if he's already imagined the wedding venue? The girl closer to him said sarcastically, What are you talking about? He's probably already thought of names for his grandchildren. As she was talking, the two of them noticed something. Anyway, he thought I liked him just because I was a little nice to him. The two girls were terrified when they saw Minyu's murderess. Gaze fixed on them. A sweet, whiny tone rang in Minyu's ears, though he remained emotionless. I want you to eat first, honey. No, baby said she wanted to eat. In front of him was a couple feeding each other cotton candy. Then honey will count to 3 and we'll eat together. Okay, babe. His face remained expressionless as he listened to them practice counting. 1, 2. Before they reached 3, he suddenly darted forward, cutting. Between the two of them, a couple was taking lovey-dovey photos, the atmosphere filled with pink bubbles. Minyu looked away. Why? But then he saw a pair of students smiling sweetly and holding hands. He kept a straight face and looked elsewhere, grumbling internally, of all days, it had to be today. Another couple on a date, the girl leaning sweetly on the guy's shoulder. He glared. There's another one. Even the cats are in pairs, cuddling each other. Minyu felt like he had wandered into a land dedicated to lonely people, surrounded by couples in romantic settings. Min-Yu's mouth twitched in annoyance. Why are there so many irritating things around? He was a little dejected. His gloomy eyes looked like they wanted to skewer all the people in relationships. I need something to heal this crappy mood. Min-Yu turned as if searching for something. Then his eyes widened as he discovered a place for a single person like him. That's it. Min-Yu stretched his arms and back, pulled up his hood, and warmed up his body. A purple glint flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed softly, "It's been a while." The arcade machine screen showed the game had ended and requested more coins. He said contemptuously, "This brat." At the Starcat Cafe, a surprised voice rang out, "What?" Moon Ji-hyun had a surprised look on her face. With Hunter Cha Min-yunim. Iori, sitting across from her, looked a little guilty. "It's been a while since we've met. I'm sorry for bringing this up. But you're the only one who knows both Cha Min-yu and me." Ji-hyun regained her composure. "That's true, since we went to the Holy Tower together." Iori was flustered. "What should I do? I want to get closer to Cha Min-yu." But to do that, Ji-hyun was also deep in thought. She asked, surprising Iori, "Iori-nim, do you really not have any romantic feelings for Cha Min-yunim?" Back at the arcade, a person wearing a jacket with an Inyang dragon symbol on the back walked in. The manager spoke up, "Welcome." The mysterious man looked around. Then he noticed Min-Yu sitting and playing a game. He smirked. The male character in the game shouted as he gathered power into his fist, "Avenge my grandfather." He punched the three-eyed monster straight in the stomach, killing it instantly. The young man clutched a red string and called out softly, "Grandfather." He stood on a mountaintop and vowed to the blurry image of a gently smiling old man before him, "I will carry on your will." The screen froze on the image with a notification, "Jin's story complete." Min-Yu, still holding the joystick, said without emotion, "That was fun, but I was just playing against the AI, so the difficulty was a bit low." Suddenly, his phone rang. The phone screen showed the caller's name as Iori. Min-Yu was silent for a moment. Then he answered the call, "Hello." The other end also spoke, "Hello, Cha Min-Yu." She sounded a bit resentful. "You actually picked up. I've been calling you, but your phone was always off." Min-Yu was nonchalant. "I broke my phone. Don't you remember?" Iori remembered. "Oh, right. You were in an accident, weren't you?" "I forgot. It seemed you just got a new phone." Min-Yu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why did you call?" The other side stammered, "It's about." Suddenly, he was notified that he had received a challenge in the game. He was suspicious, a challenge request. Iori was still hesitating. "After I left that day, I've been feeling uneasy." Min-Yu, not paying much attention to her, questioned, "There's someone sitting across from me." He thought to himself, "Well, perfect timing, playing against the AI isn't interesting enough." He said indifferently into the phone, "If it's about that, you don't need to worry about it." Iori's tone was somewhat urgent. "I don't need to? How can you say that?" While looking at Ji-hyun, who was signaling with her hands, she hesitated. "So, do you want to talk over a meal?" "We didn't get to eat then. You like good food, right? I know a great restaurant. You usually have to line up for a table at that place, but I know the owner, so we can get a table right away." Iorium was still rambling. "When are you free? I can adjust my schedule to match yours." So, when Min-Yu cut her off, "Hey," she was puzzled. He said coldly, "I'm hanging up." Hearing that, Iorium froze awkwardly. She tried to call out, "Huh? Hey, Cha Min-Yu, wait." He hung up decisively. He held the phone with a grim face. In the game, Min-Yu's male character took a full KO kick from the opponent's female character. He was surprised, "The other person beat me." The system displayed a notification, "Do you want to send a rematch?" Request. Min-Yu chose the yes button. The opponent's female character had a cunning expression. After a few minutes, his character was knocked out again. In another round, his character was kicked out of the ring. A few minutes later, victory still belonged to the female character. Once again, his screen flashed with the two bright red letters KO. Min-Yu was skeptical. Who on earth is this? Unable to hold back, he jumped up, annoyed, and praised the person. "You fight dirty. Show yourself." Then he saw the mysterious man from before sitting across from him. The man wore a hat that hid his face, yet Min-Yu could still recognize that he was a hunter. The man then spoke, "I've heard a lot about you, Hyam. Your temper is as fiery as they say. Vomit." The man introduced himself. "I am the guild master of the Nebula Guild, Vango." A look of surprise flashed in Min-Yu's eyes. He looked up slightly, smiled, and extended an invitation. "Want to join our guild?" Lai Yuri's face was glued to her phone screen, not blinking. Sung Yuna, standing beside her, opened her mouth impatiently. Why have you been staring at that phone this whole time? Do you think Hunter Fomet will come just because you asked him to? Hearing this, Lai Yuri flusteredly affirmed. He was in a good mood, though. Saying that, Lai Yuri, through the rose-colored glasses of infatuation and a faulty memory, happily pictured the image of Fomet smiling and complimenting her pretty smile. She exclaimed loudly. He even said my smile is pretty. Sung Yuna indifferently retorted. He probably just said that to flatter you. I've told you, he doesn't like you. Lai Yuri retorted irritably. Why are you being so prickly all of a sudden? It's not my fault you've been single for so long. This sentence hit a sore spot for Sung Yuna. Annoyed, she pinched Lai Yuri's cheek and scolded. This little brat, you just say whatever you want, huh? The powerful pinch made Lai Yuri double over, clutching her cheek in pain. Sung Yuna, holding in her anger, walked away indifferently without looking back. Setting the joking aside, Lai Yuri spoke up and asked, but why did the government ask to see us? Nothing bad is going to happen, right? Sung Yuna, also unsure, replied, I don't remember doing anything illegal either. They probably just want to borrow our guild's strength. Lai Yuri said with some worry, we're famous enough to be in the top 10, but compared to other guilds, we don't have as long a history. I'm scared of what they might ask of us. Wouldn't it be better to ask the Nebula Guild? Sung Yuna calmly replied, your problem is that you have no ambition other than becoming an S rank. Let's just hear what they have to say first. As for cases like the Nebula Guild, before she could finish her sentence, the two of them ran into Cian. Sung Yuna initiated the greeting, we meet again. Cian asked in a friendly manner, have you been well? This is the first time we've met since that time at the colony. They started chatting about old times. The Prime Minister, he's inside right now. The door swung open. Sang Jin was sitting inside. He turned and said, you're here, Hunter Echidna and Hunter Van Kiji. Sung Yuna greeted him politely. Hello, Prime Minister Baek Sang-jin. Lai Yuri, behind her, was surprised and thought to herself, so he's the Prime Minister of the Hunter Center. The two representatives shook hands amicably. Sang-jin said, thank you both for making the long trip here. Sung Yuna also replied, we're very curious about what you want to ask of us. Sang-jin called out, Team Leader Ma. Cian, standing nearby, answered yes. Then he took out a remote and pressed a button. A large world map appeared. Cian introduced. The red dots here show the distribution of the towers. He continued, and this is the map predicting the locations of the towers. The image changed, causing the two girls to startle and stare wide-eyed. The map was almost completely covered in red dots. Sung Yuna exclaimed in horror, what? They're covering almost every nook and cranny. Left. Sang Jin calmly began, this is data sent by the American Hunter government. Sung Yuna exclaimed in surprise, America. Sang Jin continued, and the American Hunter government. He announced, almost without emotion, has issued a notice that a gate collision will occur in the near future. The two female hunters were frozen upon hearing this. Sung Yuna asked hesitantly, in the near future. What do they mean? Cian replied, worst case, 1 to 2 years. Sang Jin clasped his hands and said seriously, you two probably already know this, but underdeveloped countries are losing their homes because of the towers, and they are being abandoned. To prevent the gate collision, we must first deal with the abandoned towers. Sung Yuna asked, so, does that mean you want to dispatch our guild on overseas missions? But Sang Jin said no. He replied, I want the evil guild to move domestically. In return, you'll have to clear towers more busily than now. Lai Yuri asked again, busily. Sung Yuna quickly grasped the issue. She said, so that means we'll be busy handling the work of other guilds as well. Which guild will be the first to be sent overseas? Sang Jin replied, currently, we plan to send a total of 3 guilds. He listed each name, the Drake Guild, the Moonlight Guild, and the Nebula Guild. At that moment, in the arcade, Minyu asked in confusion, the Nebula Guild. He tilted his head and asked, are you the guild master? Ha-sung replied warmly, yes. Have you ever heard of that guild? Minyu asked back indifferently, is there any hunter who hasn't heard of that guild before? Ha-sung replied with a slight smile, my brother and I are also quite famous. Minyu remembered the old man and thought to himself, brother? Does he mean Hunter Chiyu? He thought to himself, They do look a bit alike. Just then, Ha-sung asked, "Do you think I look like him?" Minyu was startled and thought, "Am I becoming too easy to read?" At the same time, he gave a non-committal response. Ha-sung said again, "To be honest, I'm a bit puzzled about that too." He's not the type to praise someone like that. As he spoke, Ha-sung secretly sized up Minyu. Thinking to himself, a hunter, Ha-sung observed Min use energy and thought. His gloomy energy source is truly spec-eel. But Ha-sung then thought, but I don't see anything suspicious about his background. Ha-sung, with his minimalist dot-like eyes, looked at Minyu. Ha-sung leaned in to look at Minyu. Ha-sung circled Minyu, brazenly and boldly observing him from top to bottom, causing Minyu to freeze up. Minyu was confused. Minyu was annoyed. Finally, he couldn't hold back and questioned, "Where are you?" Ha-sung suddenly cut him off. "What do you think of my offer?" Ha-sung smiled brightly and said frankly, "I like you. What do you think of me?" Minyu dazedly recalled the earlier comment about being popular among men. He replied awkwardly, "I already belong to another guild." Ha-sung didn't give up and continued to persuade him. "I heard you say that, but don't worry. Job hopping isn't considered unethical in the hunter world. I can help you." He offered, "How much was your signing bonus for joining the guild? If you have any terms or conditions you want, you can name them." Minyu answered bluntly, "There was no signing bonus or any terms." Ha-sung asked hesitantly then, "How does that guild pay? What's the guild's name?" Minyu answered succinctly, "Wild." Ha-sung asked again, "That's the first time I've heard of it. Is it a new guild?" Minyu replied, coolly, "We just changed our name recently." Ha-sung didn't give up his questioning. "So what was its name before?" Perhaps annoyed by the questions, Minyu glared at Ha-sung and replied in a rush, "I don't know, and I don't want to think about it anymore. What I mean is I don't know, so don't ask." Seeing Ha-sung maintain his attitude, he clarified, "I never said I would join the Nebula Guild." He said bluntly, "I don't like being ordered around." Ha-sung asked in surprise, "Then why did you join that guild?" Minyu answered honestly, "They met all my demands." Hearing that, Ha-sung instinctively repeated all demands. Ha-sung rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Then he smiled brightly again, pointed at himself, and said, "I could be persuasive too." Minyu snapped irritably, "I already said no." He calmed down, sat on the chair, and said, "Just sit down." Minyu declared, "I'll win this time." Ha-sung stared at him, stunned, then he laughed again. Ha-sung began, "This game is a bit old. They've released a new one, but the boss hasn't downloaded it yet." Minyu said, confused, "What?" Ha-sung maintained his enthusiastic tone, "I know a place that has the new game downloaded. Let's play there." Minyu stood in the grand lobby and asked, bewildered, "And where are we?" Ha-sung answered honestly, "This is the Nebula Guild building." At the same time, an employee's greeting was heard, "Hello, Guildmaster." Minyu asked again, "Is that game here?" Ha-sung replied again, "Yes, there's a private gaming area inside the guild building." Nelia, who was walking by, suddenly saw the two of them. She excitedly walked over and exclaimed, "Oh my, who is this? Is this Hunter Baphomet?" Minyu asked hesitantly, "And you are?" Nelia smiled and replied, "Long time no see. You're as charming as ever." Minyu fell silent and began to search his memory for the identity of the person in front of him. Remembering, he blurted out, "You're the summoner whose stomach was torn open." Nelia didn't let him finish the sentence and hit him hard with a cheerful attitude, exclaiming loudly, "Huh, why is that the only thing you remember? That's so mean. I'm Nelia." She then asked, "But why are you here?" "Oh my, Guildmaster." Suddenly realizing something, Nelia's eyes widened as she raised her index finger. Then, without hesitation, she grabbed Ha-sung's hand and pulled him to a corner. She pulled him down and whispered, "He's very sensitive about food." Finishing everything, Nelia and her friend said goodbye to everyone. "All right, see you later." Ha-sung suddenly grabbed Minyu's shoulder and said, "Oh right, that's right." He smiled and asked, "Since you're here, would you like to eat something?" And just like that, a large feast was quickly laid out. Ha-sung said modestly, "It's not much." Minyu stared intently at the food. Ha-sung said with satisfaction, "Enjoy your meal." He sat opposite Minyu and said, "I didn't know what you liked, so I told the head chef to make as many dishes as possible." Saying that, he smiled again, looking like a cunning fox. Next, he led Minyu on a tour, introducing each room. "This is our spa. You can take care of yourself here." He said again, "This is our gym. Training here can help increase hunter stamina." He continued, "Our nail salon. The female hunters love this place." It went on like this to many, many other places. Ha-sung didn't stop, and this is... Finally, they reached the elevator. The system announced, 4th floor. Doors closing. Ha-sung pressed the button for the 4th floor and said, now then. He continued, shall we get to the main event? This is the 4th floor. Ha-sung turned around only to see Minyu holding a cup of water, hugging some knitted item, and staring with wide, dazed eyes. Minyu's face was shiny, a sign of corruption. He asked, if I come here, can I enjoy all of these things? Ha-sung replied, yes, of course. He continued, but only members of the Nebula Guild get to enjoy this privilege. Minyu's expression fell in disappointment. Ha-sung still looked surprised. He asked again, even this isn't enough to entice you? The system announced, canceling 4th floor. Going to the 20th floor. Minyu said, confused, what are you? Ha-sung said, I'm thinking of something more interesting than a game. He glanced at Minyu, still smiling brightly, and asserted, I'm sure you'll like a lot. On the 20th floor, built of wood, a powerful, clenched fist slammed down. The muscular man punched the floor with enough force to shake the air. Hanga nimbly jumped up, perfectly dodging the blow. Without hesitation, she exerted her strength, arching her body to deliver a kick. The other man quickly took a defensive stance, squatting down to block it. Hang-A looked straight ahead, and the man also looked at her. The two responded simultaneously. The man forcefully flexed his biceps, intending to fling Hang-A's leg away, but she flexibly rotated her body to withdraw her attack. Then, in a flash, a punch directly blocked her next offensive move. The two of them continuously threw moves without rest, the intense collisions creating shockwaves. The other man smirked. He lowered his body, gathering his strength. Then he charged like a leopard, lunging towards Hang-A. But Hang-A wasn't flustered at all, and even said calmly, I told you that if you just wait, an opportunity will come. In a flash, her foot had risen from below in a straight line, striking her opponent's chin. Hang-A kicked high, straight into a vital point, sending the other person flying into the air. Then he fell hard onto the floor. He fell right in front of the newly arrived Minyu. Hang-A scolded, dissatisfied, you're good at everything, except for that hot temper of yours. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes wide with surprise. She blurted out, Ha-sung, Guildmaster. Ha-sung also greeted her back in a friendly manner. So you were training. Ha-Beck, standing beside them with his hands on his hips, asked, what, did you come to fight too? Ha-sung asked back, you too? Ha-Beck replied, I just came to watch. After saying that, he silently raised an eyebrow at the person next to Ha-sung. He said hesitantly, the person standing next to you. Ha-sung admitted without hesitation, yes, that's Hunter Baphomet. The two people standing there were startled and simultaneously thought of the promising A-rank hunter that Hunter Chiyu had mentioned. Ha-sung dutifully made the introductions. From the left are Ha-Beck and Hang-A, and the hunter lying on the ground is So Ji-yoon. Hang-A said in a friendly manner, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Hunter Chiyu, but why did you come here with that hunter today? Ha-sung said, what do you think? Hunter Baphomet is going to fight. Minyu, not understanding a thing, asked back, fight? Hang-A asked again, who's going to fight him? Me? Ha-Beck, beside her, chimed in, if two A-rank hunters fight, are you going to kill the weaker one? Hang-A then asked, then can you do it? Ha-Beck denied it, annoyed, I'm a magic-type hunter, not a martial artist. Hang-A turned to the guy who was still lying on the ground crying, and said, you can ask that guy. Ha-Beck said bluntly, he already lost. Ha-sung cut in and asked, what are you all talking about? Then he smiled a dangerous smile and declared, I'll be the one to fight Baphomet. This time, Hang-A was stunned. She broke into a sweat and thought to herself, that's... Ha-Beck was also shocked and frozen, thinking that's a bit. Minyu, without a hint of fear, glanced at Ha-sung. Ha-sung took off his coat and said, let's make a bet. He took off his hat and continued, if I win, you'll join the Nebula Guild. And if you win, Ha-sung, now with his hair down, having taken off his coat and hat, turned his back to Minyu and declared, then I'll do whatever you ask. He turned his head to look straight at Minyu, his dangerous eyes asking, how about it? Whispers from all around reached the young Ha-sung's ears. So that kid is the youngest son of the Nebula Corporation? I heard the chairman dotes on the youngest son. Of course, that kid has both looks and talent. He was born with a golden spoon at such a young age. Ha-sung looked up. He heard everything clearly. The Nebula Corporation will probably belong to that kid too. Suddenly, a strange voice approached. Hello, I'm Young Subin. I didn't expect to meet someone my age here. The little girl thought to herself, I have to make a good impression. At the same time, she smiled brightly and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. The little girl told herself, Mom told me I have to befriend him. Her mother was also standing right behind, watching her daughter. She smiled smugly, thinking my daughter is doing well. This is my chance to join hands with the Nebula Corporation. We might even become the masters of the Nebula Corporation. Her daughter, following her mother's wishes, innocently leaned closer to Ha-sung and asked, this place is boring, isn't it? The little girl said, how about we go for a walk? At the same time, Ha-sung also opened his mouth, continuing her sentence. How about we go for a walk? The little girl was startled and cried out, huh? Ha-sung repeated her exactly, huh? Such a strange thing happened that the young girl froze in fear. Ha-sung then smiled, leaned in, and whispered, did I just scare you? How cute. In such a close and pressuring distance. Ha-sung said nonchalantly, but what can I do? You're not my type. Go tell your mother to give up on becoming the master of my corporation. Successfully scaring the little girl away, Ha-sung let out a light, natural smile. Inwardly, he was laughing secretly. Ha-sung opened his silver eyes wide, still maintaining his smile as he thought to himself, the thing I hate most is boring people. At the Nebula Guild headquarters, Ha-bek asked in fear, what did you say? He questioned Ha-sung, are you really going to do it? Ha-bek was so shocked he stuttered, what? Guild master. I mean, he's an A rank. Ha-sung nonchalantly asked back, a guild master can do whatever he wants, right? So what if he's an A rank? Ha-bek immediately said, but the Nebula Guild's rule is to have a fair match. Hearing that, Ha-sung whispered bored, that rule again. He asked again, what are rules for? The question made Ha-bek so angry, he gritted his teeth and muttered, this little brat. In the end, Ha-sung still relented and compromised. All right. Then let's do this. That's right. Ha-bek, bring me 2 pieces of cloth. Taking the cloth, Ha-sung explained, you know about the orientation organized by the Hunter Central Headquarters, right? Since you're a hunter, you must have participated before. A-rank hunters and above often use this format to compete there. Ha-sung tied the white cloth to his left bicep and said, now the Nebula Guild will use the same method. Ha-bek gave Minyu a similar cloth. Ha-sung continued, of course, there have to be safety measures too, right? All active and passive skills are forbidden. Ha-sung smiled again. He said mysteriously, and stats too. Each individual's entire system will be disabled. We will only be able to compete with pure physical strength. Even as Minyu remained silent, Ha-sung continued to speak. How about it? A good idea, right? After hearing this, Minyu smiled. He took off his jacket, tossed it aside, and replied, all right. He continued to roll up his sleeves. He secured the cloth and asked, you said you'd grant my every wish if I win, right? Standing directly opposite Ha-sung, Minyu said nonchalantly, then you'd better not break your promise. Ha-sung did not. Ha-sung replied, smiling confidently. Minyu looked down with an indifferent expression, his head held high. On one side, Hanga pulled her still crying friend aside. Ha-bek asked, confused, how badly does that brat want him that he'd go this far? Hang A asked hesitantly, does this match have any meaning? Ha-bek replied, I'm not sure. I just see him try to show off his strength to recruit that guy into the guild. Ha-bek thought to himself, yes, this match is meaningless. The result has already been decided. Ha-sung began, you know the rules, right? Whoever takes the other's cloth first will be the winner. Minyu, having been thoroughly introduced, said, you're really kind, aren't you? Ha-sung smiled, accepting the compliment. I get that a lot. Minyu then said unexpectedly, are you this kind when you fight? Just as Ha-sung voiced his confusion, Minyu's fist was already right in front of his face. Ha-sung, not panicking at all, stepped back and blocked the punch. He said with a laugh, you like surprise attacks? In a flash, Ha-sung's knee was already raised, ready to smash into Minyu's face. His elbow followed simultaneously. Minyu raised both hands to block. Ha-sung aimed straight for the cloth on Minyu's arm. Not giving Minyu a chance to react, Ha-sung quickly stepped back, coiling his body for a kick. Ha-sung smiled in amusement. Minyu also let out a grim smile, clearly very excited. The two of them charged at each other, simultaneously throwing a punch that collided, creating a powerful shockwave. As soon as their fists separated, one of Minyu's legs was already tensed. He executed a flying kick in midair, aiming straight for Ha Sung's head. Despite the fast movement, Ha Sung still reacted in time, blocking with his hand. Min Yu's assault didn't stop there. He planted his hand and spun his body. The series of movements formed a double kick with terrifying force, striking straight at Ha Sung's face. Min Yu looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Such a fast and unpredictable kick, yet Ha Sung blocked it so naturally. He even smiled and let out a breath. Suddenly, Ha Sung grabbed Min Yu's leg. He threw Min Yu far away. Min Yu, while being thrown, maintained a surprised expression, glaring at Ha Sung. A whooshing sound. Min Yu used the force to push off the wooden wall, continuing to charge straight at Ha Sung. Another punch aimed straight at his face. Ha Sung still blocked it. Sensing something, Min Yu was startled. He continued to retreat to gain momentum. Another exquisite high kick. Ha Sung was still able to block it. Just like that, every one of Ha Sung's attacks was blocked at the right moment, as if predicted. Everything happened quickly. Min Yu retreated to a distance, keeping space between himself and Ha Sung. He thought to himself, this bastard's movements. Ha Sung still wore that same confident smile. Min Yu thought to himself, it's strange. Min Yu bent his body again. He continued to charge forward, actively attacking Ha Sung. Ha Sung's eyes flickered to the side, locking onto him. Min Yu was startled when he realized it. The high kick was blocked again. Min Yu thought to himself, instead of reading my movements, it's as if he already knew. Down below, Ha Beck opened his mouth. Van Gogh can't control that thing, can he? Hang A responded in agreement. Right, it's both a blessing and a curse. On one side, the other two were still fighting intensely. Hang A observed and said, penetrating another's abyss. Hang A and Min Yu exclaimed in unison. Mind reading. Min Yu looked straight at the still calm Ha Sung. He asked, right? Ha Sung smiled again. Ha Sung didn't hide it anymore, speaking frankly. You knew right away. As expected, you really have a good eye. I've had this ability since before I awakened. It's a unique ability, separate from a hunter's ability. Ha Sung opened his silver eyes wide and said, Baphomet, I can see everything with my eyes. He continued, you're like me. As if replaying Min Yu's past, Ha Sung said, if you want something, you have to have it. If anything dares to interfere, you'll eliminate it immediately at any cost. He continued, no matter how difficult or how much time it takes, you don't care as long as you still want to continue. Finally, Ha Sung smiled and exclaimed. So, his silver eyes widened, locking onto Min Yu. Ha Sung suddenly charged forward, initiating an attack. He asserted, this is my victory, Baphomet. Just obediently join the guild. A dangerous blow, but Min Yu quickly dodged it. Not stopping, Ha Sung took a stance again. It seemed like a straight punch to the face. Min Yu instinctively leaned away, but nothing happened. Ha Sung suddenly appeared behind him. The previous blow was clearly a feint. Ha Sung grinned, grabbing Min Yu's face and forcing him down. Min Yu refused to lose, gritting his teeth and tensing his body to block the push. Then he threw a hook kick. Ha Sung dodged it in a flash, also creating distance from Min Yu. Having escaped, he stood up, gritting his teeth and staring at Ha Sung. But before he could prepare, Ha Sung had already appeared on his right side in an instant. Another frontal punch. Min Yu struggled to block it. The leg that had just kicked moved cunningly. Ha Sung planted his hand to execute a hook kick straight into Min Yu's side. Min Yu was startled, unable to dodge. He felt as if he had been locked in place by a giant fist, unable to resist. Ha Sung launched a continuous barrage of attacks. Min Yu could only tense his arms to block, while Min Yu was tensed up and unable to fight back like this. A voice rang out. The difference in talent is decided from birth. Min Yu suddenly regained his senses, his pupils constricting. The image of a red demon carrying a spear appeared. It asked, Baphomet, aren't you a low-level demon from the first floor? Why did you come up here? Min Yu replied, I want to climb to the top. The red demon heard this and sneered in surprise. The top? You're insane. A mere low-level demon like you dares to defy me to climb to the top of the tower? Know your place. Min Yu asked in disbelief. Why can't I defeat you? The demon said with even more contempt. Are you stupid? I am a high-level demon, and you're just a low-level demon. The difference in talent is decided from birth. Remembering this made him grit his teeth and think. Talent. Ha Sung, in the middle of his attack, realized something. Min Yu thought to himself, don't mess with me. Ha Sung suddenly froze. He felt an invisible pressure as if being watched by a wild beast. Before he could reorient himself, Minyu's fist flew straight at him, landing on Ha-sung's face. Minyu thought to himself, that damn talent. Ha-sung took the full force of the punch and was sent flying. Minyu successfully hit Ha-sung, but he had no reaction. He looked up, his eyes as sharp as a predator's, thinking sarcastically. Mind-reading. He remembered that headless red demon, thinking to himself, they rely on that talent and crow so loudly, only to die at my hands in the end. Ha-sung propped himself up on his knees. While Ha-sung was still looking at Minyu in confusion, he was still thinking, why only me? Why? Minyu took off his t-shirt and threw it at Ha-sung's face. Just as Ha-sung's eyes were covered as he caught the shirt, Minyu rushed forward. Ha-sung didn't expect it either, looking at Minyu in a daze. Hang A and Haba outside were also so shocked they froze. Minyu grabbed Ha-sung with one hand. He threw Ha-sung far away. Ha-sung lay on the ground, still dazed and not understanding what had happened. He shut his mouth, his eyes still wide. Ha-sung quickly jumped up to face the completely changed Minyu. Ha-sung thought in astonishment. I can't read his mind. Why? Then he saw Minyu standing with his body limp, as if he had let go of his defenses, yet gave off an incredibly terrifying feeling. Ha-sung thought in fear, an inhuman state. Then Minyu looked up with bloodshot eyes, having lost his reason. Ha-sung unexpectedly thought, is he planning to fight with instinct? He asked himself, is he even human anymore? But then Ha-sung smirked. He also threw the black t-shirt away and said, interesting. Ha-sung faced Minyu and said, let's go all out, Baphomet. Minyu said nothing, just stared at his prey. The next round continued. The two rushed at each other again, still at the Nebula headquarters. In the wooden combat training room, Hang A's eyes were wide and her mouth was agape in shock. Haba next to her had a similar expression. The bald-headed friend was still depressed and crying. The white towel fell to the ground. Hang A and Haba exclaimed in unison. Fun go! Ha-sung was knocked out next to the towel, his face still showing a look of terror. The other two asked aloud in disbelief. He lost. Haba came over and asked with concern. Hey, are you okay? Ha-sung said. Was he born a hunter? Which made Haba ask back in confusion. Huh? Ha-sung ignored him and continued talking to himself. Or is it the difference in experience? No, that's ridiculous. He's younger than me. Haba looked down and said, have you lost your mind? You. Once again, Ha-sung interrupted Haba with a loud, unrestrained laugh. Ha-sung laughed until his eyes were shut tight. He shouted, I'm so curious about him. This is interesting, Baphomet. Minyu, who had already left, also smiled in satisfaction. He happily held up a black card and asked, with just this card, I can use all the communities belonging to the Nebula Guild, right? A phone suddenly rang, and Minyu squinted as he fumbled for it. He quickly answered the phone. Hello. The other end also spoke up. You answered quickly. Huh? It's me. Minyu asked back. Who's me? The person on the other end said impatiently. It's Fans. Didn't you save my number? Minyu came to his senses and replied. The crossdresser guy? My phone was broken, so... Fans interrupted in annoyance. Why do you keep calling me a crossdresser? I have a name. Whatever. Fans got straight to the point, saying, about the thing you asked for, I couldn't find any clues about the first one, but I did for the other. Then Fans uttered a name that made Minyu freeze. In his tracks, Rocky. After hearing it, Minyu stood silently for a moment. Then he grinned. He asked, where's that bastard? In a place isolated from the world. A voice rang out. Adam and Eve were the first two humans created by God. They were naked, but felt no shame. Hands clasped, index finger pointing to the sky. That person continued. Why? Because at that time, they had not yet committed the sin of eating the forbidden fruit of knowledge. The speaker was a figure in a white robe, standing among people in black robes. That white-robed figure continued. After eating the forbidden fruit, they immediately felt ashamed of their nakedness. They confessed themselves to be sinners. The white-robed person spoke again. So what must we do? Atone with all our hearts. The white-robed one shouted. To prove yourselves. The black robes fell slack, dropping to the floor. One by one, the black-robed people stripped, leaving only their naked bodies, both male and female. Seeing this, the white-robed one smiled in satisfaction. Then he was surprised. He exclaimed, what is this? His eyes caught the figure of someone who had not disrobed. He asked, why do you not atone? He slowly stepped closer, straight to that deviant one. The The white-robed one leaned close to the deviant. He spoke and asked, "Why do you not atone, you sheep? Do you not wish to be saved?" He laughed again. The black-robed person still didn't speak. Suddenly, that deviant one spoke, a familiar voice that startled him. Me? That deviant one was Minyu. He sneered and asked back, "I'm a demon. Why should I do that?" The hidden man continued with a greeting reeking of gunpowder. "Long time no see, you sick, sex-addicted dog." Sia Junho also revealed his face and smiled, calling out the name. Baphomet. A woman's voice shouted a name. Yeho. The little boy Jiho, lying on the ground, weakly answered, "Mom." He tried to push himself up, his mouth ceaselessly calling, "Mom." The worried mother knelt down and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Sia Junho replied, "I'm fine, but..." Before he could finish, the mother quickly grabbed his hand, pulled him up, and said loudly, "We need to run from here now. Take my hand." Sia Junho hurriedly ran after his mother, then looked back in alarm. The last image he saw was a rotten cross blocking 3 large monsters. The little boy's face was dirty, but his eyes were wide and bright. All that remained in his young mind was the image of the cross. A loud explosion shook the entire space, debris flying everywhere as the building collapsed. The hem of a white robe was faintly seen rushing out of the rubble. Sia Junho braced himself with his hands, bending his knees to absorb the shock. He looked up and smirked with a smile. Above him was Minyu in a black robe, sword in hand, stepping out of the rubble. Sia Junho spoke. "You're as belligerent as ever." Seeing Minyu just look at him indifferently, he asked again, "How did you know I was here? Were you following me?" Then he laughed casually and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you to miss me this much." Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful sword strike slashed across Sia Junho's head, not letting him say another word. Minyu attacked, but noticed white flower petals and a familiar voice from behind. Too hasty. He wasn't surprised at all. Sia Junho laughed and asked, "Let's talk first, shall we?" He glanced to the side and said, "By the way," next to their battlefield was a green area of trees, now all cut down by Minyu's attack. Sia Junho gently advised, "These poor trees, you should cherish their lives more." Minyu sneered, glaring at Sia Junho and asked, "You're not the type to joke around, are you?" Sia Junho smiled with narrowed eyes and retorted with another question. "Do you think I'm here for entertainment?" Minyu didn't answer, just gripped his hand and swung his sword again. Suddenly, Sia Junho raised his hand and said, "There are many problems getting in our way." Minyu was startled as he realized the intention. The direction Sia Junho's hand was pointing was towards the dozens of brainwashed people still standing frozen in the room. His eyes suddenly lit up with a golden light that also enveloped his hand. Another explosion. This time it was light yellow slashes flying randomly. Previously, Seoung Un had asked, "You found him?" He touched his chin thoughtfully and said, "Come to think of it, your information gathering ability is quite useful." Finally, he said, "All right, I'll assist you." Then he raised his index finger and declared, "But you will have to report to me after you're done." He said, "You must avoid human casualties." Minyu held his sword defensively in front of the group of ordinary people. A red, chain-wrapped shield enveloped the area before him, protecting everyone from the previous attack. Sia Junho witnessed this and said with a sneer, "You're not one to think of others either, are you?" Minyu held the shield steady, not answering. Suddenly a tremor occurred. Sia Junho still kept his smile. Minyu glared. A giant white snake emerged from behind Sia Junho and shouted, "Baphomet." At the same time, an intricate circular magic formation appeared behind Minyu, and he shouted, "Come forth, Baal-zebub." The red-eyed white snake angrily shouted, "This teasing is for my sister." It lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite. Minyu also roared, "Baphomet." Dozens of sharp ice shards suddenly rained down on the snake. The ice magic hit its protective formation and exploded like flowers, but it also completely blocked its attack. The snake turned to Sia Junho worriedly and said, "Master, that is..." You stepped out of the magic formation and landed behind Minyu. Sia Junho said doubtfully, "I feel it too. Why is it a kid who possesses magical abilities of a high level?" He exclaimed in confusion. "Who the hell are you?" Jinyu puffed his cheeks in annoyance and thought to himself, "I thought Baphomet was tricking me, but he's asking me to do a bit too much." Minyu said calmly, "What are you thinking about? He's going to die anyway." Baal-zebub. Jinyu waved his hand and said perfunctorily, I know. After speaking, he raised his hand into a stance like Sia Junho's, and Minyu once again raised his sword. The two coordinated smoothly and immediately divided their targets. Minyu charged straight at Sia Junho. Seeing this, the white snake hurriedly lunged forward, opening its mouth as before and shouting, "How dare you?" But before it could even touch him, it saw the world spin. It was suddenly forced to stop, gravity pressing down on its giant body. Jinyu stood below and asked casually, "Over here, aren't I?" The snake cried out in anger. "You." Jinyu just kept one hand raised, and the snake shouted in frustration. "This damn kid." Faced with the monster's fury, Jinyu grinned, but his eyes held pure, killing intent. Minyu said coldly, "You're full of it." Sia Junho was still smiling brightly as he began. "So you brought that kid here to keep me busy." Minyu continued, confusing Sia Junho. Not just that. He immediately grabbed one of Sia Junho's shoulders, his eyes flashing a dangerous red, and he commanded, "You're coming with me." Sia Junho was clearly defenseless and got caught by Minyu. Suddenly, a large eye etched in purple light tore open space and appeared, enveloping the two of them. Sia Junho covered his mouth with his hand, and as the dust settled, he was startled by the change in his surroundings. Before him was a space like the vast, endless universe, and he cried out in shock. This is taking advantage of Sia Junho's apparent shock and defenselessness. Minyu swooped down from nowhere and immediately swung a sword at the nape of Sia Junho's neck, but it was dodged. As if not noticing Minyu appearing behind him, Sia Junho still smiled and said, "No warning at all." The sharp blade slashed straight at Sia Junho's face, a powerful, unhesitating strike, and that face was cut in half. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Sia Junho's body stiffened. Those eyes lost their pupils, and from the cut, no blood appeared, but rather a golden light and dazzling butterflies that scattered around. The butterflies flew everywhere, surrounding Minyu as well as his sword. Sia Junho suddenly split into two people, both enveloped in golden light. He said, "You seem to have gotten stronger." Nearby, two more of Sia Junho's clones appeared one after another. Behind the clones was a figure that seemed to be made of light. He declared, "But I'm not the same as I was before either." His golden eyes shone as bright as stars. He smiled and said, "I now have the power of the origin." The clones surrounding Minyu asked in unison, "Aren't we enough?" Minyu didn't answer. His eyes turned red again, as sharp as a wild beast's. On the other side, Jinyu was also observing his opponent. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, kicking up his cloak. Even behind him, a cloud of hazy dust was created. The white snake opened its mouth wide and lunged, intending to swallow him. A sphere of energy as wide as the snake itself suddenly appeared, heavily pressing it down as Jinyu commented, "Your attacks are too easy to read." The snake cursed in fury. "You damn kid." It used its head and giant body to charge straight down. The destruction caused the ground to shatter and become uneven, but it thought in confusion. This feeling, Jinyu had somehow appeared right in front of its pupil, raising his hand and calling out, "Where are you going?" "I'm over here." The snake quickly coiled its body, trying to lock Jinyu in, but he jumped up to evade it. Another downward ram, and Jinyu lightly somersaulted to dodge. The snake tried to make another snap, but it was still easily dodged. It let out a frustrated shriek. The white snake opened its mouth and cursed loudly. This insect, but hearing a joke, Jinyu laughed loudly and asked, "How did you know I was an insect?" He didn't hesitate to curse back. "You're a snake, but you wriggle like a worm." The white snake charged, furiously cursing. "You insolent brat." Just as the giant fangs were about to hit Jinyu, they stopped. The snake realized it had been imprisoned by chains at some point. It thought in fear. "Since when?" Jinyu calmly stroked his chin, tilted his head, and said, "Since when? Of course, it's because I've been fighting for a while, but..." His eyes widened arrogantly as he said, "My blood still boils a little even when fighting someone as weak as you." Then he asked, "Now how should I take care of you?" "Or you, worm, you're a demon slave, right?" He continued casually, "I'm wondering what a snake demon slave would taste like. I wonder if my demon slaves will like it. They'll eat you alive." He smirked and recounted, "At first, you'll feel a little pain until your whole body is chewed clean." Jinyu's eyes glowed blood red. His words continued, I'm thinking of the sight of you, writhing in pain. How beautiful it will be. The snake suddenly screamed. No. Suddenly, two strange, black-eyed little girls appeared, biting down hard on Jinyu's arms just as he finished speaking. What do you mean? No. Blood splattered, terrifying Jinyu. He hurriedly used wind magic to blow the two nuisances away. The two little girls in white quickly retreated towards the white snake, looking at Jinyu with hatred. Jinyu was now kneeling, both hands clutching his shoulders as if he were seriously injured. He held out his hand and was horrified. His trembling hand was covered in blood. He exclaimed in shock, "Blood!" The two little girls worriedly touched the giant snake's head and called out, "Sister." The white snake also said, "You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous." The two little girls simultaneously teared up and cried. But by now, Jinyu had stood up. He suddenly spoke. Who are they? Can he create more demon slaves? He continued to mumble. The only time I've ever bled in a fight was when I fought Baphomet in the Hell Tower, and that was a long time ago. Jinyu's body trembled violently. He said, I can't believe it. I'm feeling pain just because of someone as weak as you. Facing the snake's fury, Jinyu shouted. This humiliation, a dark red, malicious aura erupted from Jinyu's childish body. His appearance was now demonized. His two eyes were covered in a blood-red color, and a third eye was pinned on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and affirmed, I will erase you. The giant white snake witnessed this, and it let out a terrified scream. No, in that other space, Sia Junho's clones were being cut down one by one. Each and every one of them was slain in a single strike. Minyu stood in the middle of it all, powerfully swinging two sharp blades, killing everyone around him. One clone tried to launch a sneak attack, but Minyu decisively dealt with it with one slash. That clone was immediately cut into two pieces, but they seemed endless. As one wave was killed, another advanced. Minyu's pupils constricted. 3 jet-black, star-shaped magic formations appeared one after another. In the air, simultaneously, they formed many other similar formations that shot out jet-black chains, piercing through rows of clones. The clones couldn't resist and were all killed, cleanly. As for the one tough one that remained, Minyu rushed forward and kicked in the face. Like a god of death, he stepped over the clones' corpses with his dual blades and advanced. His face, hidden in shadow, revealed only his red, murderous eyes glaring at Sia Junho. Sia Junho was still floating. He suddenly let out a laugh. Just as Minyu jumped up to end it, Sia Junho suddenly erupted with a powerful light that tore even his white robe. Desolate butterflies fell. He took a stance with both hands and said, That's surprising, Baphomet. Then from his 2 hands, a dazzling ball of light was raised high. He laughed and said, It seems I shouldn't be so gentle with you. Sia Junho's eyes suddenly turned completely white. He said, Try a taste of this. Then, without hesitation, he threw that energy ball towards Minyu, screaming, Baphomet. Minyu faced the high energy source and just pursed his lips. Unexpectedly, a blade suddenly pierced through the triumphant Sia Junho's stomach. He looked down in terror. Minyu had somehow gotten behind him and delivered a fatal blow. Minyu grinned. Minyu's eyes had turned into vertical pupils. Strange white patterns also appeared on his face. He smiled and said, Die. Following his words was the motion of pulling the blade up, splitting Zaki in 2. Zaki's eyes turned completely white, losing all focus. At this moment, an image of Zaki appeared along with a mysterious stream of thought. I realized it as soon as I saw him. That image cracked along with the confidence of that thought. My power can completely surpass him. Back in reality, the owner of the blade thought to himself, But this. Minyu slung the blade over his shoulder and lamented to himself. What a boring end, huh? He cursed in annoyance. Why did it take so long to find him just for it to end so quickly? What a waste of time. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, about that matter, he remembered the quest notification board. Punish the Apostle of Lust. Instantly, Minyu raised his hand and thought. As soon as I met him, a quest appeared. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at his hand, feeling strange. Something is happening to me. Minyu glanced up slightly. Before, he saw the quest system was still intact and cried out in surprise. Why isn't it completed yet? Seeing this, he turned his head worriedly. Don't tell me. But Zaki's corpse was still there, unchanged. Minyu stared at the corpse and told himself, "No, he's definitely dead. I'm sure I cut him in half." Suddenly, he froze. His facial muscles twitched slightly as he wondered, could there be an error? Then, with his stubbornness, Minyu tried to call the system. Quest window, quest window, quest window, quest window. After a while, he furiously tapped at the system. Why is it still the same? Come on, come out and fix it. Suddenly, the system displayed a strange notification. It's not over yet, Baphomet. Seeing this, he froze. What? Just then, something rushed to attack Minyu from behind. Instantly, he turned and blocked it. As he turned to counterattack, he cried out internally. This feeling is so familiar. A huge explosion occurred. Zaki's corpse gradually transformed into something else. The system immediately appeared in front of Minyu. The quest on it had changed. Warning, an error has occurred in the system. Eliminate the surrounding demonic beasts. Minyu exclaimed in surprise. What? The system disappeared. He looked up at the thing in front of him. Minyu stared blankly at the scene before him. He looked at the butterfly-like monster in alarm and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, a strange voice came from nowhere. "What do you think?" A figure with an unclear face gave a bizarre smile. That voice continued to echo. "You think it doesn't exist?" That white figure still maintained its bizarre smile. At this moment, a soft sound was heard. God, the butterfly monster with a sad face slowly spoke. Does not exist. Then it released a brilliant source of energy. That energy shot quickly towards Minyu. He stared, stunned, as the thing approached him. Suddenly a loud voice cried out, "Zaiho!" A dazed, astonished little boy stared at what was before him. The person standing in front of the boy was cut in half by something. Immediately, another person ran over, grabbed the boy, and fled. As soon as the girl in the cloak put the boy down, another person ran over and called his name. Zaiho! The girl in the cloak took something out and hurriedly told them, "Quickly take the child and this out of here now." The blonde girl took the device and asked, trembling, "What is it?" The girl in the cloak explained. "It's a demonic beast detection device, and it shows you a safe route or to the nearest shelter." Zaiho was startled and listened as the girl said, "I want to give you a teleportation device, but I already gave it to someone else. If you use it, you might be able to meet a hunter." After saying that, and seeing the girl in the cloak stand up, the blonde girl quickly asked, "What about you?" The hunter girl immediately stood up, shielding them. She thought of her fallen comrade and said, "I can't abandon my comrade." With the terrifying monster before her, she turned her head and hesitantly continued. The hunter girl's face was pale with fear, but she still assured them, "With my current strength, I can only hold out until you escape safely." Instantly, she shouted, urging them, "Please go." The little boy Zaiho, being pulled away, still looked back at the hunter girl with regret. Then, the boy shut his eyes tightly, turned his head, and gritted his teeth as he ran after the blonde girl. Suddenly, Minyu's dazed, blurry face appeared here. His figure, like a ghost, watched the boy pass in front of him in confusion. He looked at the desolate scenery around him and wondered, what's going on? Is this his memory? Inside the desolate, ruined city, Jeho and the blonde girl hid behind the rubble, avoiding the demonic beasts. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. After that, they held hands and continued on. The two of them hid behind a large wall, avoiding the demonic beast that passed by. The blonde girl looked at the guide device in her hand, which pointed in one direction. The two of them quickly followed the direction indicated. Suddenly, Jeho noticed something. It was the corpse of a man with one side torn off. Suddenly, the horned demonic beast noticed something and told the blue demonic beast next to it. The blonde girl quickly covered her mouth, so terrified that she fell to the ground, making a noise. The two of them, pale with fear, glanced behind them. The blue demonic beast poked its head out from behind the wall, searching. The blonde girl and Jeho were so scared they were covered in sweat. The blue demonic beast's eyes scanned everything around. The spot where Jeho and the blonde girl were just now was empty. The blue demonic beast and the horned demonic beast turned their heads and left. At the spot on the ground they had just passed over, a nearby manhole cover lifted slightly, then seemed to close immediately. Jeho and the blonde girl were suddenly looking at something, a human hand reaching out towards them. Before them were three men, and the one reaching out to them asked, "Are you two all right?" His face was worried as he exclaimed, "Thank God." In just a moment, Jeho and the blonde girl had been saved by them. The man gave a gentle thanks, They appeared before us thanks to God's mercy. Right after that, a scene of bustling people appeared before their eyes. This is an underground shelter. As you can see, everyone here has escaped from the demonic beasts, just like you two. The man leading them explained, unlike other shelters, this place is run by civilians because the government that used to run it abandoned us. Then he pointed to a man talking to some children and introduced him. He is the one who led us out of despair after we were abandoned. The man with the gentle smile was introduced. He is Minister Yu Hainshion. Jeho looked at the man and listened intently. Actually, this place has its limits, so we can't save everyone who comes, but the minister saved us. He said that we should be saved. The blonde girl then spoke up, "Is that so?" Suddenly, the man called out, "We're here." A slightly old door appeared before them. This was where people lived. When they entered the room, the man told them, "It's a bit cramped, but you two will stay here until the gate stabilizes." The blonde girl thanked him. "It's fine. This is enough for the two of us. You've accepted us and even given us a place to stay." The man smiled brightly and interrupted her. "It is the minister's wish. If you want to thank him, you can tell the minister later." Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing their attention upward. Looking up at the ceiling, the blonde girl wondered, "What's that sound?" The man answered, "It's probably the bell for mealtime. Let's go. We have a lot to talk about on the way." He then looked at them and suggested, "But why don't we change our clothes first?" A while later, the dining hall was bustling with people. Jeho and the blonde girl listened to his instructions. Breakfast is at 7, lunch is at 12, and dinner is at 6. The blonde girl wondered, "Where does this food come from?" The man immediately explained, "We have a year's worth of supplies stored in this place." Jeho then spoke up, "A year? Will the gate stabilize by then?" The man slowly replied, "We will monitor the situation and get some supplies from the outside if we have the chance." Suddenly, Jeho looked towards a group of men talking on the other side. The blonde girl noticed him and asked, confused, "What are you looking at, Jeho?" The scene suddenly changed. Unbeknownst to them, the priest had appeared and was standing there preaching, "Now let us pray with our minds and bodies." Only then did Jeho notice his surroundings. He immediately clasped his hands in prayer. Like everyone else, the priest knelt on one knee to pray, and Jeho's face was filled with tranquility. The boy recalled the moment the hunter was slashed in front of him. The priest was now muttering something, and Jeho's calm face continued to pray. What the boy remembered at this moment was the image of the female hunter shielding them. At this moment, Jeho slightly opened his eyes, and the image of the terrified female hunter appeared in his mind again. A sudden light caught his eye. A stream of light was radiating from behind the priest. Jeho was astonished, staring blankly at this sight. The priest's whole body seemed to be emitting a brilliant aura. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his small lips. Jeho's entire face looked as if he had been completely brainwashed. A mysterious voice gently rang out. Once upon a time, when God created the world, under the dim light, the sound was steady with each breath. He said, "Let there be light," and light appeared, and all things could see one another. The voice in the air was uninterrupted. He then made light and darkness appear alternately in the world, also known as day and night. The tone was full of enchantment. He said again, "Let us create a species in our image, and give them the wisdom and strength to rule the sky, rule the sea, and become the creature at the top of the world's food chain." God used himself as a model for us. The person slowly recounted, but he divided them, half women, half men, and he blessed us. Jeho looked at the book, intently reading the final passages. He gave us the ability to reproduce to increase our population, so that we could become the strongest species ruling the earth. After the boy finished reading, applause suddenly broke out. The teacher on the podium clapped enthusiastically, praising him. Student Jeho read the passage very well. "Let's give him a round of applause, class." Just then, a boy named Minsu eagerly raised his hand and asked, "Sir, Mr. Minister, does that mean God has a shape like ours?" Hyen replied to the boy, "It's the other way around, my boy. Our shape was created based on God's shape." Minsu turned and smiled with delight at the girl next to him. "So God also has eyes, a nose, and a mouth, just like us." Hyen began to explain to the children, "Not only that, God can also be a bird soaring in the blue sky, or a lion galloping on the plains, or some form of mystical light. He opened his eyes, looked straight at them, and said, "In other words, we are a part of God." Then he turned to the girl next to Jeho. "All right, Non, you read the next page." The girl Non softly replied to him, "Yes, sir." After that, the girl stood up and began to read. God said, "Now I will give you plants and seeds scattered everywhere so that you can clear the land, cultivate, and store food." When she reached the next sentence, the girl suddenly coughed violently, startling Jeho. As for the other creatures, Jeho worriedly asked Non, "Are you okay?" Hyan quickly reassured the girl, "Oh dear, perhaps it's a bit too much for you." Then he asked Jeho for a favor. "Jeho, please take her to the infirmary for me." After that, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the hallway. Non was carried out of the classroom by Jeho. The girl felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, you had to miss class because of me." Jeho gave a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing, we're friends." Hearing the boy say that, Non was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the girl asked Jeho a confusing question. "Do you think God really exists?" Jeho didn't understand and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Non immediately cut the boy off. "If God really exists, he must have known about this disaster and prevented it, and I wouldn't be this weak." Jeho became a little pensive, thinking for a moment. The boy began to recount, "I was curious about that before, so I asked the minister about it. He said this is like a test God has given us." Jeho looked up at the ceiling full of wires and continued, "A test to see if we are mature enough, capable enough to survive." Non blankly continued his thought. "If so, are the people who died the ones who weren't capable of passing this test?" Jeho smiled faintly and answered, "No, they still passed. It's just that they got to meet God a little earlier. The living have duties to fulfill, so God won't meet them until the time is right." Jeho gently advised the girl, "Just believe the minister's words." "I also feel that." The boy remembered the image of Hyan radiating an aura and exclaimed in admiration, "The minister is so divine." In that radiant light, Jeho said with conviction, "That's why I believe his words and pray every day. That one day, the dungeon outbreak will end and the world will be at peace again." The boy, with a radiant and confident face, "I sincerely hope so, because God really cares about us." Then Jeho turned his head to look at Non and urged, "I want to become an adult so badly. Non, you should get well soon and become an adult with me." The girl Non gave a gentle smile in reply to the boy. Suddenly, she suggested, "You can put me down." Jeho heard this and worried, "Will you be okay?" Non assured the boy, "Just put me down. I can walk on my own." After that, Jeho carefully put the girl down on the ground. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps attracted the two children. Non looked at the back of the adult in front of them and wondered, "Isn't that Minsu's mother?" Jeho looked at the person next to her and also wondered, "The person with her looks like a hunter. Where are they going?" But then the boy stopped caring and quickly reminded Non, "Who knows? Let's go to the infirmary first." Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Non saw Jeho standing still and asked, confused, "What's wrong, Jeho?" The boy's face was now filled with shock. Then, without knowing what the boy had seen, he quickly bowed his head, turned, and walked away, saying, "It's nothing. Let's go." At this time, elsewhere in the shelter, a pot was dropped, splashing water everywhere. A woman saw this and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my goodness, what a waste." The blonde girl hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Just then, two nearby women began to scold her. "Right now, the most important things are food and water. How could you drop something so important, you useless girl?" Hearing these words, she felt guilty and uneasy. The woman from before brought another pot of water and inquired, "Miss, have you ever done housework before?" The blonde girl replied, flustered, "Well, no. I've only been focused on earning money." So, the woman interrupted her and asked again, "What about your husband?" "We divorced when Jeho was just born." Finally, the woman decided to assign her a task. "Well then, you can't do housekeeping. I guess you can only do janitorial work." The blonde girl immediately agreed. "Ah, that's fine too, as long as I can be useful." A moment later on a path in the shelter, the sound of people talking could be heard. "All right, I understand." The blonde girl was now walking down the hallway, preparing to return to her room. Suddenly, a sound attracted her. "He'll be kicked out soon." The blonde girl cried out silently, "That voice belongs to." She quickly hid behind a nearby wall to eavesdrop. "Who That kid, Jeho. Their entire conversation was recorded. That kid's family had a considerable fortune before the dungeon outbreak, but that's useless here. That's right. Upon hearing the next words, the blonde girl's body trembled. How pitiful. They said they'll move him to another refugee camp. Her heart shook that he'll have to stay in another refugee camp. She silently recalled the other man's words. As the minister said, everyone has the right to live. No one will be left behind, just as the other woman sadly said. Do you think that's what the minister wants to do? The others are trying to persuade him, but he's still hesitating. The blonde girl rushed out and shouted, "Is that true?" The two were startled and cried out, Jeho's mother. The blonde girl's voice trembled slightly as she said, "The boy can't leave this place. I know I'm a bit useless, but," she cried out, unwilling to accept it. "How can any other place be as safe as here?" Suddenly, when the two women spoke up, Mississippi, the woman suggested, "Well then, why don't you try begging the minister?" A while later, the sound of a whining child echoed in the dining hall. "I don't want to." Jeho watched the mother and child in front of him struggle over the food. "That I don't want to eat this." Come on now. At a time like this, having food is already a good thing. Hurry up and eat. The boy glanced at the mother next to him, trying her best to coax her child to eat. "Chocolate. I want to eat chocolate." "There's no chocolate here. I'll find some. For you tomorrow." The woman was Minsu's mother. She smiled gently and said, "Minsu, open your mouth." Suddenly, the image Jeho saw when he took Non to the infirmary flashed through his mind. Jeho slightly bowed his head to hide his expression. At this moment, the blonde girl finished eating, stood up, and instructed him, "Jeho, Mom has something to talk to the minister about. You can take your time eating." "Yes, Mom." After the blonde girl left, he bowed his head and continued to eat. Suddenly, someone called the boy's name. "Hey, Jeho." Two kids were standing near the door waiting for him. A moment later, a small voice asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "I just found a really interesting place. Let me show you guys." Minsu led the way for Jeho and Non, who follow behind. "But isn't that a restricted area? We're not allowed to go in there. The adults are all working now. No one will notice us." Then Jeho and Non suddenly noticed something. Jeho looked at the iron gate in front of him and wondered, "Where is this?" "It has these iron bars." Minsu replied, "I heard this place is an abandoned underground waterway. They fenced it off so no one would fall in." While Jeho was still staring thoughtfully at the gate, the boy Minsu continued to call out, "This way." The three children continued on. Jeho turned and reminded Non behind him, "Be careful." When the boy turned back to look ahead, a magnificent scene was before his eyes. Minyu's spirit glanced at the girl Non, who was exclaiming with excitement, "I never expected a place like this in a refugee camp. It looks just like something out of a comic book." He looked straight at the thing in front of him and frowned slightly. "It seems this is the place that contains the fragment of Ieli." He remembered that bright red, dangerous gate and called it by its name, the Nest Tower. Then Minyu looked around, confused. "But why is it so empty here? Is it because of the dungeon outbreak?" But it didn't disappear. Just then, Minsu called out, "Hey, you two, come over here." Minyu watched the two kids run ahead and thought to himself, the dungeon outbreak happened because the tower was careless, or you could say it was because the Nest Tower created the other towers. Suddenly, another voice rang out that I heard some people mention that. It was Jeho's mother, sitting in the minister's room, talking to him. Hai and Shion tried to explain to Jeho's mother, "You know, we have a whole community here, so I can't decide anything on my own." "Then is there anything you can do to help him stay?" "Here." Hai and Shion vaguely replied to her, "If you can do something useful for the community, maybe they will let the boy stay here." Jeho's mother said in disappointment, "What can I possibly do?" The atmosphere between the two suddenly became silent. Suddenly, Hai and Shion broke the silence. "Ah, I remember now. There's another way." Jeho's mother asked hastily, "What way is that?" He began to present it to her. "You can participate in the daily holy assembly. Most of the saviors participate in religious activities, so if you can gain their favor." He put on his gentle smile and said, "You'll be able to persuade them more easily." Jeho's mother immediately agreed, not knowing that she had been deceived by Hai and Shion. "I'll do it." "When does the holy assembly take place?" Night gradually fell upon the land. A hand gently stroked the head of the soundly sleeping Jeho. After stroking the boy's head, Jeho's mother left the room to meet the minister who was already standing. They're waiting. He handed her a cloak. Jeho's mother put it on and then blended into the crowd. She and the others in cloaks went to the altar that Jeho's group had visited before. Suddenly, everyone around her knelt, startling her. Jeho's mother immediately pulled up her hood and knelt down as well. She was a little anxious and frowned slightly. On the high platform, a person in a red cloak appeared. It was Hien Chion, and he was wearing a cunning smile. When the sun rose above the ground, Minsu, with a surprised face, cried out, "Huh, where's Jeho?" Non shook her head and replied to the boy, "I don't know." Minsu exclaimed, a little worried, "Don't tell me he went to that place from yesterday again." The girl Non didn't understand and asked back, "What place?" Minsu hurriedly explained, "The altar." Night fell once again, the full moon shining brightly. Jeho's mother's face was now extremely worried. She ran around in a panic, searching for something. Where did he go? It's so late, and he's still not back in the room. Suddenly, a person in a cloak appeared and called to her, "Jeho's mother, what are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare for the ceremony." Jeho's mother quickly shook her head and refused. "No, Jeho is missing. I probably can't go today." The person reassured her, "The boy is missing. He's probably just playing somewhere around here. You'll find him soon enough." But today is the most important day of the ceremony. As the person was urging Jeho's mother, "Don't worry so much," and she turned her head and cut him off, retorting, "I'm sorry, but I want to find the boy first." Suddenly, she froze, seeing the unpleasant atmosphere from the two people in black cloaks. Jeho's mother felt a pang of guilt when the person raised his voice to remind her, "Even if you do well 1,000 times, if you fail just once, all your efforts are useless." This is everyone's shared opinion. With that, the two people in cloaks left. Jeho's mother watched them leave, her face pale as she remembered Minister Hien Chion's words. "You can participate in the Holy Assembly, and from there, you can win the favor of the saviors." Remembering those words, she paused to think. In the end, Jeho's mother decided to put on the cloak and attend the ritual. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, "As soon as the ceremony is over, I'll run and find Jeho right away." At this time on the platform, a person in a black cloak spoke up, "Thank you to everyone present here." The person said slowly, "Today is a full moon." He gave a demonic smile and explained the reason. "Our venerable superior wishes to honor this sacred and special holy assembly." The mysterious man began to ask a question. "Now let me test everyone's faith a little." Then a series of questions were asked. "Do you all love God?" "Yes." "Are you all willing to sacrifice your lives for him?" "Yes." The person gave a grotesque smile. Then Jeho's mother listened as the person asked a strange question. "Are you all willing to offer your souls and hearts to him?" Suddenly, her face became horrified. The layers of cloaks on this side were dropped to the ground one by one. It was the same on the other side. Everyone at the ritual suddenly threw off their cloaks, exposing their naked flesh. Jeho's mother looked around in fear. "What's going on?" Suddenly, she froze. Everyone was staring at her with strange eyes. Jeho's mother turned pale as she heard them questioning her. "You won't offer your heart and soul to God? You don't love God? You're not willing to sacrifice for him?" A hand appeared and pointed straight at her. The people around her rushed towards her, chanting, "She is a traitor." Jeho's mother ran away in fear, screaming loudly. She looked in one direction and discovered something. Mixed in the crowd was a pair of soulless eyes looking at her. She cried out silently, "Minsu's mother?" Then Jeho's mother turned her head and spotted Hien Chion standing there. "Mr. Minister." She was terrified and begged him for help. "They're so strange. It's as if..." Suddenly, he cut her off. "Do you want to stay in this refugee camp? If you do, you must win their favor." Hien Chion no longer had his fake smile. His face was terrifying as he said loudly, "With your own body." Jeho's mother was stunned, feeling as if her whole world was collapsing. Behind her, many hands reached out. In the distance, on the altar platform, there was a dark shadow. It was Jeho, scared and trembling, hiding behind it. The boy witnessed everything, his eyes welling up with tears as he asked in disbelief why. An image of a child appeared as a voice narrated. Minsu was always eating chocolate. Looking at the outstretched hand in front of him, the person said, "But then he shared that chocolate with us." The voice secretly revealed, because there was no chocolate among the food distributed to us. The person recalled, I once asked him where he got it. Minsu answered innocently, this? My mom gave it to me. An image of Minsu's smiling mother appeared. The voice softly called, Minsu's mother. And the image of Minsu's mother going somewhere with the hunter also appeared. All of these were memories Jeho was reliving while huddled in a corner of the room. Just then, a sound made the boy look up. Jeho looked at the woman entering the room and cried out silently, and my mother. Jeho's mother was now smiling and calling the boy's name. Jeho. She knelt in front of the boy and held out her hand. Today, Mom helped a lot of people, and this. In her hand were small pieces of candy. They gave Mom chocolate in return. You like chocolate, right? In Jeho's mind, he cried out silently. After that day, Mom started giving me chocolate. The boy now stared at the candies in front of him. Suddenly, Jeho gave an unusual smile. After that, the boy spoke to his mother, Mom. Those small lips moved slightly, as if the boy was telling his mother a secret. After listening to him, Jeho's mother was silent for a moment. Then she smiled faintly and nodded at him. In the pitch-dark space, a soft voice rang out along with footsteps. This way, Mom. I heard there's an underground drainage pipe here. A small hand was enveloped in a larger one. Jeho and his mother stood before a cliff. A calm voice rang out. It would be better if we left this place. Immediately after, their two figures disappeared, and then a series of deafening impacts rang out. In the end, only a silent space remained. Below the cliff were two corpses. Jeho exclaimed in despair, I died that day. A look of sorrow crossed the small face as the boy slowly cried out, ah. On a full moon night, Jeho recounted. 3 nights later, a system suddenly appeared next to Jeho's corpse. The light illuminated the entire area around the boy's body. Suddenly, Jeho's eyes flew open, shining brightly, as he cried out dangerously in his mind, I came back to life. The boy remembered the moment he trembled in prayer. Thinking back, it's so funny. I can't believe they sensed divinity from a human. Jeho remembered his frantic prayers and laughed at himself. Maybe Non was right. If God pitied us, why did the dungeon outbreak happen? The boy's head was covered in sweat, his heart full of denial, and oh, if he really cared about us, my mother and I wouldn't have gone through those things. I mean, even if he cared. His small hands clenched tightly. There's no way he heard my prayers. Jeho suddenly let out a weak laugh because I begged God to kill that fraudulent pastor. The boy's smile became more demonic as he said in anguish, he really doesn't exist, does he? Tears rolled down from his resentful eyes. God isn't real. Jeho knelt before the cross and shouted in anger. It's been like that from the very beginning. Returning to reality, a stream of power surrounded Jeho as he slowly stood. The boy tilted his head back and took a breath as he felt his body return to normal. His eyes had now changed, his golden pupils filled with coldness. Jeho looked away, glancing to the side. The boy walked over to his mother's deformed corpse. Immediately, the boy raised his hand and used his power. A massive surge of energy erupted, creating a deafening sound. Hues of flesh and skin mixed within that yellow light. 2 female bodies were formed within it. A pair of hands suddenly reached forward. The 2 of them embraced Jeho, speaking eerily. We are pleased to meet you, Master. We are your demon slaves. They firmly assured the boy, we will do anything you ask. Jeho's face darkened as he repeated their words. Anything. You will obey my every command. The 2 demon slaves, with faces resembling Jeho's mother, replied in unison, of course. The boy's voice echoed in the air. If that's the case, the boy turned his head to look at the 2 demon slaves with a dangerous smile and said, let's go kill that bastard. Under the dim light of the shelter's light bulb, 2 women were talking to each other while searching around. Did you really see them? It's true. Jeho and his mother really went this way, and then they disappeared for 3 days. The short-haired woman clenched her fists, blaming herself. Why do we say that? The woman with the pixie cut next to her quickly scolded. What are you talking about? The short-haired woman recalled their conversation in the hallway and retorted. You said it on purpose because you knew Jeho's mother could hear. She remembered the moment Jeho's mother confronted them, clenching her fist and scolding. If it wasn't for you being so troublesome. The woman with the pixie cut immediately shouted. So what? Otherwise, that group of lunatics would have targeted us. The short-haired woman hesitated for a moment, but The woman with the pixie cut questioned loudly. We already agreed, didn't we? You're talking as if I'm the bad guy. Suddenly, Jiho appeared out of nowhere. Aunties. The two women were startled and turned to see the boy, exclaiming, Jiho. The boy clutched his arm, pleading pitifully, Please, aunties, help my mom. A moment later, 3 figures arrived next to a large pit. The two women looked down in horror. The woman with the pixie cut turned her head and asked again carefully, You said your mom is down there? Jiho replied, crying, Yes, she slipped and fell. Please save my mom. The two of them looked down, discussing and calculating. A fall from this height, wouldn't that be certain death? How can you say that in front of a child? So what should we do? At this moment, one of them looked at the boy and suggested, Jiho, just the two of us aunties can't help. You should go call the others to come here. Suddenly, the boy spoke up, asking a strange question. Mama's been very strange lately. She always goes somewhere every night and always brings back chocolate. Do you aunties know anything? The two women were startled and stammered. They answered hesitantly. Well, it's a special church service that only adults can attend, right, one's mom? Yes, she's right. The two of them looked at the silent boy and hurriedly explained, It's a special service organized by the pastor. Jiho, you like the pastor too, don't you? Hearing this question, Jiho spoke, leaving the two of them stunned. No, the boy gave a demonic smile. Daijeho continued, I hate him. As soon as Daijeho's words ended, his 2 demon slaves appeared and pushed the 2 women down. The boy closed his eyes and said calmly amidst their screams, Now I'm sure. Daijeho opened his eyes, affirming coldly, The people here continuously ignored the pastor's behavior, simply in order to survive. The boy looked at his 2 demon slaves and asked sarcastically, Isn't it disgusting? The 2 demon slaves looked at him and replied in unison, It is indeed very disgusting. And immediately, their eyes changed upon hearing the boy's next command. You know what to do next, don't you? Not only their eyes, but their fingers also grew longer. After that, chaos erupted, and the 2 demon slaves began to slaughter everyone. A woman and a man were running away, looking back over their shoulders. Then, in the next moment, the man's head was gone. The woman screamed in terror. Suddenly, the woman's face paled as she glanced upwards. A giant white snake appeared above her head. It opened its glaring red eyes and looked down. Immediately, everyone fled for their lives, leaving only the little girl Nan behind. The little girl looked around anxiously, searching, Mom, where did you go? Suddenly, the figure of a young boy appeared. Daijeho stood still behind, watching the others run away. Seeing the boy, Nan ran to him. Daijeho, where have you been? Besides, something dangerous is happening. The little girl immediately grabbed the boy's hand to pull him along. Let's run. Then she noticed the boy wasn't moving and stopped. Nan called out in confusion, Daijeho. The boy then spoke. Did you know that you'll have to make an important decision when you become an adult? Daijeho slowly spoke incomprehensible words, but you still have the potential to become a good person in the future. Nan asked the boy, bewildered, Daijeho, what are you talking about? The boy Daijeho continued hesitantly, when you become an adult. The boy recalled the moment he carried Nan to the infirmary and remarked, You promised you would become a good person. Then the snake behind the boy opened its eyes wide, the surrounding atmosphere growing terrifying with his every word. But I don't know if I can protect you. Daijeho's eyes welled up with tears, but the boy had to steel his heart and say cruelly, It's best to kill you before that happens. Elsewhere, under the soft candlelight, a hand reached up to gently stroke Minsu's mother's hair. You're beautiful. How old are you this year? Minsu's mother gently replied to the man, 35. The perfect age. Why did you separate from your husband during the dungeon outbreak? She recalled the past and recounted, He abandoned my son and me and ran away by himself. A voice from her memory softly called to her, Honey, Minsu. Minsu's mother revealed without emotion, but he died not long after. But the voice echoing in her head was different from what she told. Hold my hand tightly. It's safer over there. The man feigned anger and clicked his tongue. How could a man not even protect his own woman? Minsu's mother smiled seductively. That's right, he was a terrible husband. Then she glanced up, smiling eerily at the person in front of her. But you're different, aren't you, Pastor? Minsu's mother said suggestively. You can protect Minsu and me, right? Huichin affirmed with certainty, of course. Then he gave a cunning smile and made a request, but in return, you have to do something for me. Outside the church gates. Suddenly, someone ran in, startling Huichin, who exclaimed, "What is it?" The person hurriedly reported, "There's danger, Pastor." Just as he was speaking, something stabbed him from behind. "There's someone." The man was quickly sliced into 3 pieces by the 2 demon slaves. Both Huichin and Minsu's mother screamed in terror. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a warning voice echoed amidst their bewilderment. "Be careful of that liar." A pair of small feet slowly stepped inside as a voice analogized. They approach in sheep's clothing, but are actually man-eating wolves that leave no bones. They will always watch their prey. Daijeho appeared behind the 2 demon slaves and accused. Those are the things the pastor used to say. The boy's eyes were full of resentment as he questioned, "But is he really a pastor?" His secret touched upon, Huichin angrily shouted in denial, "You little brat, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening, as the 2 demon slaves approached in the dim light. Embraced by the 2 demon slaves, Huichin, as if losing his mind, uttered, "Who are these beautiful ladies?" One demon slave leaned close to his right ear and whispered, "We have something to ask you, Pastor." He replied shyly, "What is it?" The other demon slave also leaned into his left ear and whispered, "Why did you do this? What did you claim to be the spokesperson for?" "God." As if hypnotized, Huichin answered, "Well." He revealed a shocking truth. "Actually, I'm not a pastor." He began to recall the past before the dungeon outbreak. "I was just someone who came to pray in the church." Huichin remembered the desolate scene and recounted, "And while I was listening to the prayers, the dungeon outbreak happened, the church was destroyed, and the other followers all died." He looked at the corpse beside him and uttered, "Even the pastor lost his life." Here, the truth was gradually revealed. In the past, he had picked up that Bible. His fearful eyes glanced behind him. Huichin discovered that the survivors were approaching. In that past vision, they asked him, "Are you the pastor?" Returning to the present, he immediately screamed, "They were the ones who called me pastor." Minsu's mother's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the crazed man shouting and revealing the truth. The officials leaving the shelter was a lie. Daijeho watched him confess the secret. "I was the one who lured some hunters to take over the shelter and killed all those people." Huichin madly confessed everything. It was a natural disaster anyway. Who could find out? No one. Then he paused as if returning to normal and wondered, "Why did I confess?" Immediately, a spray of blood shot into the air. The 2 demon slaves pierced through his murder weapon. Huichin clenched his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, unable to utter a word. The 2 demon slaves withdrew their hands, flashing grotesque smiles. Minsu's mother covered her mouth in terror. At this moment, an amused smile appeared. Daijeho laughed with a mix of malice and triumph. "You are a heretic." As one demon slave withdrew her hand, bright red blood spurted out. Minsu's mother watched the scene before her in horror. The other demon slave also withdrew her hand, causing more fresh blood to spray. Daijeho watched from a distance, smiling with satisfaction. Huichin's fingers twitched in pain with each spur of blood. Amidst Minsu's mother's piercing screams, Huichin was completely torn apart by the 2 demon slaves. Daijeho smiled with amusement. Then he glanced to the side and said sarcastically, "Now even a normal human like me can manipulate you like toys." After killing Huichin, the 2 demon slaves approached Minsu's mother. She trembled in fear, backing against the wall and begging, "Spare me. I'm a victim too. If he hadn't done anything, I wouldn't be here now." She screamed in utter terror, "I have a young child at home. Without me, my child will..." Suddenly, she stopped when she saw Daijeho standing motionless in the distance. Then the boy glanced up and spoke. "Don't worry, Minsu was already dead." The boy's words left Minsu's mother stunned, bewildered. Her voice seemed to soften. "Oh, I see." Her eyes were lifeless, hopelessly accepting. "Then just kill me and get it over with." Back in the shelter's hallway, another person had just been killed. Those fleeing for their lives were killed one by one. A sharp, cold sound echoed in the air. Through the hole in a person's face, a blurry figure could be seen with its mouth agape. The hunters looked at the splash of blood in horror. They looked at the scattered corpses in fear. What happened here? Why is everyone dead? Just then, a strand of hair appeared, fluttering in the wind. They looked at the demon slave who had just killed someone and wondered, and who is she? While they were asking foolish questions, a familiar figure approached. Why isn't she wearing anything? Is there some kind of special service today? It was Daijeho, approaching with that soulless smile. The boy spoke, greeting them. Hello, my dear hunters. The hunter with the bow saw the boy and was confused. A kid. Daijeho seemed to think of something and sneered contemptuously. Wait, never mind. I can't call scum like you hunters. The hunter with the bow scolded in annoyance. What? What the hell is that kid saying? The boy said, dangerously, it's fine if you don't know, since you're all going to die anyway. Immediately after, the demon slave charged forward on the boy's command. Finish them. Just as the demon slave's sharp claws were about to touch the hunter with the bow, a huge tremor occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. Daijeho stood bewildered, watching the cloud of dust settle. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise at the calm cries of the hunters. What's this? They had pinned the demon slave to the ground, and the hunter with the bow stepped on her head and said contemptuously, she rushed at me as if she wanted to kill me, but she's pathetically weak. His eyes turned cunning. Oh, by the way, he lifted the demon slave's face to appraise her. You're beautiful and have a perfect figure. The words that came out of his mouth clearly revealed his disgusting nature. You're not like the other staff I've worked with. At this moment, Daijeho shouted in alarm, don't. The hunter with the bow and the other two sneered. So scary. The kid is telling us not to. Then their smiles suddenly vanished. Immediately after, the hunter with the bow rushed forward and kicked Daijeho in the stomach. The boy clutched his stomach in pain as the man looked down on him. You should have known your own limits. I really hate loudmouthed, slow kids like you. After saying that, the two hunters behind him started a conversation that caught his attention. But there's something strange about that kid. Why can't I sense any awakened energy from him? What, from that kid? Come to think of it. Then they looked at the demon slave on the ground and discussed. She's strange too. She's not human. Could she be a demon slave? The hunter with the bow sneered in disbelief. An awakened and a demon slave at this age? Don't tell me this kid killed everyone here. Then he grabbed Daijeho's hair, pulling him up and boasting, what a mischievous kid. But kid, no matter how strong you are, you shouldn't act all high and mighty like that. He moved closer to the boy and threatened, the greater the power, the higher the price. As your senior, I feel I should teach you a lesson. Suddenly he paused for a moment. But first, the hunter with the bow hinted with malicious intent. Let's have some fun with that demon slave first. Daijeho's eyes held an unreadable emotion as he listened to the man's every word. Open your eyes wide and watch this. In the boy's memory, the image of the crowd rushing towards his mother flooded back. The boy's face remained blank and unresponsive as the man's footsteps echoed. I don't know how you got a demon slave. In the boy's mind now, there were only images of hands reaching for his mother, while the hunter with the bow was still voicing his intentions. Even though she's a demon slave, she still has the form of a human. So, a laugh cut him off. He turned to Daijeho in confusion and asked, are you laughing? The boy's next words startled him. I knew it from the start. I knew I couldn't possibly defeat a hunter. The boy revealed dangerously, so I'll use that. As soon as Daijeho's words ended, a terrifying sound echoed. The hunter in the cloak wondered, what's that sound? In the space, rocks and dirt fell from the ceiling. The giant white snake appeared, opening its mouth wide towards the hunter with the bow. He reacted quickly, jumping up to dodge a python, while they were still in a panic. What is that thing? At this moment, the demon slave whispered, we've successfully lured them into the trap. With that, she opened her eyes wide and stared intently. The giant snake broke through the shelter's roof and charged outside. The hunters stared blankly at the action. What did that demon slave do with that snake? They've escaped. Did they go through the ceiling? Just then, Daijeho's voice rang out, do you know? The hunter with the bow was surprised and wondered, is that the kid's voice from before? The boy then posed a question to them. Do you know how strong a hunter is? Suddenly, a giant foot stomped heavily on the ground. Daijeho smiled faintly and recounted, before I came to this refugee camp, a hunter saved my life. The silhouette of a familiar monster appeared above the hole. The boy recalled and assessed. She looked pretty strong. The boy's smile grew wider as he said, but while she was saving me, that monster immediately jumped down into the shelter. Daijeho looked at the monster and introduced it. This thing killed her. The hunters began to feel fear amidst the boy's amusement. What will happen to you? A huge explosion occurred while the boy was wondering, will you be able to get out of here alive? After that was a moment of silence. A soft voice spoke, those hunters. Daijeho recalled the scene of the hunters and uttered, are dead. The boy also remembered the people in the shelter and said calmly, everyone else is dead too. Then the boy thought back to when he collapsed on the road and recounted, after I was exhausted, some hunters found and saved my life. Daijeho described the scene at that time. They asked me a few things, but the scene of the boy sitting quietly amidst a myriad of questions. What's your name? Where are your parents? The boy smiled faintly when the person asked, are you sure a monster killed everyone in that refugee camp? Daijeho's smiling eyes immediately changed as he replied, I don't know. I can't remember anything. In his heart, the boy cried out, I didn't tell them the truth. And then the boy revealed his intention. Even though I'm awakened, I won't become a hunter. Of course, sometimes I have to use my powers because I'm an orphan and I have to survive on my own. Daijeho silently affirmed, and I have no intention of becoming a hunter because I have already gotten my revenge. Time passed, and Daijeho became an adult. He was walking through the city, thinking, come to think of it, it's obvious I'd end up in a place like this, a place that harbors unregistered awakened like me who don't follow the law. Suddenly, a girl appeared and struck up a conversation with him. Hey, handsome. That girl was Maker. A little later, in a brightly lit high-rise building, Maker seemed to have just had an interesting moment with Daijeho and was lying on the bed, asking him, hey, do you have a nickname? He asked back, confused, what nickname? I'm not a hunter. She immediately retorted, but I can't just keep calling you hey, or you know. I have a nickname too. My nickname is the Peacemaker. Daijeho, who had just come out of the shower, heard her and criticized. Do you know that nickname doesn't suit you at all? Hearing his words, Maker refused to back down. What do you mean? It suits me perfectly. As the Peacemaker, I solve problems for my clients. He then sneered. My meaning and your meaning are quite different. Then she suggested, well, if you can't think of a nickname, I'll think of one for you. Maker thought for a moment. It should have some meaning or be similar to my nickname. After finishing her thought, she let out a cry. Then she uttered a name that caught Daijeho's attention. Loki, what do you think? Immediately after, Maker introduced the owner of that name. He's a god in Greek mythology. Daijeho immediately agreed. Okay, but why? Maker looked at him, lowered her eyes, and explained with an eerie smile. Well, it's because you have the ability to make people feel like you're welcoming them, but it's only on the surface, right? Loki is famous for being a trickster and a liar. She looked at his back and remarked, it suits you perfectly. After drying his hair, he sat down on the bed and praised coolly, not bad. Maker laughed with delight and exclaimed, of course, right? I'm great at naming things. From now on, I'll call you Loki, cute Loki. Suddenly, she spoke up and asked him, but I'm curious about one thing, Loki. Why don't you use your power to satisfy your greed? Loki asked back, confused what? She glanced at him seductively and said, other people, including me, do it. Everyone uses their power to satisfy their greed, but I see you don't do that at all. Her words, as if having a magical allure, echoed in the night sky of the glamorous city, or maybe you just don't understand yourself yet and don't know what you really want. After leaving that place, Daijeho walked down the street, thinking to himself, what did she mean by that? I've already done what I wanted, which was to get revenge. Suddenly, someone called out, stopping him in his tracks, excuse me, cute young man. A middle-aged couple smiled and sized him up. You're very handsome. We're just ordinary people. A moment later, a brilliant light shone. A man stood on a stage holding a microphone and spoke clearly. Everyone here will receive a great blessing because we have waited for this day for a very long time. A bald man stepped out as he was introduced. Today, the leader of the heavenly demon sect will show us his power. The people below cheered and chanted, Leader, you're so cool, leader. He flashed a brilliant smile amidst the gushing praise from the crowd. So handsome, so cute. Then the host continued, gesturing to one side to introduce the believer who is about to experience his power is him. The teenager with his eyes shut tight walked forward to the host's pitiful cry. Oh no, you're blind, aren't you? The teenager said for show, "Yes, I had an accident when I was a child, so." Then the host asked the person next to him, "And she is?" The people around whispered and gossiped. "So pitiful, my goodness." The person on the stage continued to answer, "She is my mother." The mother beside him began to put on a show, crying, "If only I hadn't let go of my boy's hand back then, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all my fault." The teenager beside her softly called Mom. The host turned to the audience and asked, "Aren't they a pitiful mother and son?" Then he announced loudly, "But the worries of these two will end here." A light cloth fluttered with his eloquent voice. "The leader of the heavenly demon sect will make it so you can see the light again." The bald man placed a small cloth over the teenager's face. Then he brought his hands to the boy's face. His eyes were intensely focused. Immediately after, the bald man began to chant strange things. The people below listened intently, praying. On the stage, he chanted more and more. The people below clenched their hands in anticipation. After a while, he chanted even louder. Immediately, it was as if something happened. The teenager shot up and shouted, opening his eyes wide. He tremblingly raised his hand to gently touch his face, "My eyes." He feigned a joyful cry amidst everyone's astonishment. "I can see. It's real." The moment he finished speaking, the people around him immediately started cheering. "Sect leader, sect leader." The bald man smiled happily amidst the crowd's praise. "This is the power of the heavenly demon sect leader, the sect leader." His smile was filled with confidence as he heard people cheering for him. "Divine sect leader, sect leader." Suddenly, a snicker rang out, and the laughter from the crowd grew louder and louder. A voice cut through everyone's excitement. "I came here because I heard what that old man said, but in this modern age, are there still people who pull these stupid tricks?" The voice raised a question. Can he really perform miracles? That person pointed at his bald head and said, "If he can, then why is he bald?" The host froze and glanced at him. Then he hurriedly made an excuse as the questioner stepped forward, because the sect leader is not the type of person who would perform miracles for his own benefit. It's not that he can't, it's just that he won't. "Is that so?" That familiar figure teleported in front of the bald man. The host quickly asked, "But who are you?" He frantically questioned him. "Where did you come from?" Yiho ignored his question and suggested, "Then revive him." Instantly, he blew the head off the person pretending to be blind next to them. Both the bald man and the host were stunned. The people below were also horrified. The young man fell amidst the terrified screams of those around him. The two men who staged the act turned pale with fear. Yiho immediately cut him off. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and save him." He laughed maniacally, goading, "You should show me a miracle, shouldn't you?" Hearing this, the people around fell silent. Then they all started clamoring at once. "Ah, so that's it. He's preparing to perform a miracle. As expected, you can save him, right? Sect leader." At this moment, the mother turned to run, catching Yiho's attention. "Oh, really?" He spoke up to stop her. "Where are you going? Your son is dead." The fake mother immediately retorted, "Son my ass. I'm not even married." Terrified, she pointed straight at the bald man and exposed him. "We just met today. That old man paid me just to act in this play. Miracles are all bullshit." Hearing this, Yiho gave a sarcastic, knowing glance. "I knew it. I was right. Only a bunch of fools would believe this." Then he looked down at them and asked, "How do you all feel?" The feeling of being deceived. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening. He looked at the people below who were looking up with terrifying, questioning eyes. Was it all just a lie? He said there were miracles, so everything they did for us to see was just a lie. Yiho looked at those disappointed eyes and thought, in them, I see the eyes of the betrayed. He remembered that moment and, shaken, exclaimed, "Just like me." Suddenly, he stood motionless. Yiho lowered his head, pulling his hat down as the sound of rushing footsteps and curses rang out. "You frauds, you tricked us." He bowed his head even lower as the people swarmed forward. "You took a lot of money from us." And then he collapsed to his knees, trembling, not from crying, but from laughing so hard he shook. Yiho's face showed extreme pleasure and excitement. From that, he concluded for himself, "At that place, I realized that my desire for revenge had not ended." Sometime later, somewhere, two people in hanboks and masks were dancing. The two gradually moved closer together. A loud noise erupted as someone appeared out of nowhere and struck the other two down. Among the people below, a girl cried out, "Sect leader." Others also shouted emotionally, "Sect leader!" Someone even fell to their knees and wept, "Oh, sect leader." In that person's mind, he exclaimed with delight, "So, praise this god." He stood up to their cheers, "Sect leader." That person felt everything and exclaimed, "Praise me with all your hearts and souls." Beneath that cloak was a grotesque mask. From that, a sinful Loki Akaki was born. His thoughts were filled with despair, and then, "I will deny the existence of gods, and you will all sink into despair, just as I once did." In the last row of the crowd, there was a person with their face completely covered. A familiar figure appeared beside that person. The faint, ghost-like face of Minwo appeared calmly. After that, his face became clear and normal, accompanied by a dazzling light. He opened his eyes, and it seemed everything had returned to reality. Minwo looked at the glowing butterfly monster in front of him. The system now appeared, "Annihilate the sinner of lust." The system's message continued to change, "Liberate the sinner of lust from his sins." Immediately, Minwo jumped up to dodge the monster's antenna strike, cursing, "This damn little thing." Full of fighting spirit, he asked loudly, "Are you done talking?" In his heart, he silently cried out, but he looked at the butterfly mana beast launching its antennae and wondered, why did he turn into a mana beast? Below, Minwo nimbly dodged its attack. Suddenly, he recalled, "Don't tell me it's what Captain Ma said back then." He remembered what Song-un had once said. In other words, after examining the bodies of mana beasts and hunters, all parts have the same characteristics except for the heart. That's why I think that mana beasts and hunters aren't that different. Suddenly, he thought of the image of skin and wondered, just what is the relationship between humans and mana beasts? At this moment, the mana beast continued to shoot its antennae forward. Instantly, he snapped back to his senses. Minwo immediately sliced off its antenna. He lightly swung his blade, cutting off the first one, then continued with the second one. The moment he paused briefly, other antennae rushed in from behind. A light sword stroke slashed away those antennae. Minwo's blazing red eyes shifted slightly. He immediately jumped above the mana beast's head. Right after, he raised his blade high and said menacingly, "Die." A powerful strike came straight down from above the mana beast's head. The mana beast's face was split in two. Minwo silently stared at it. Suddenly, skin joints appeared, connecting the two sides of its face. His eyes widened in astonished disbelief as he let out a small cry. Its antennae also instantly reconnected. He quickly jumped up to dodge the cluster of antennae stabbing at him. Suddenly, Minwo noticed something. It was the antennae that had been cut off earlier that were changing. He watched in amazement as the antennae returned to normal. He's regenerating. Right after, the pair of antennae on the monster's head began to gather power. Instantly, it fired a large beam of light straight at Minwo. After the shockwave passed, only a thick cloud of dust and smoke remained. Suddenly, something shot out from within the cloud. Chains appeared, shooting straight at the mana beast. The smoke gradually dispersed, and Minwo's voice came from within, "So you can heal yourself." It was he who had used Baphomet's power to summon those chains. He said coolly, "You really are a complicated bastard." Immediately, more chains shot out towards the mana beast. The chains vied to pierce its body, and one of those chains created a hole in the mana beast's body. But almost instantly, the hole healed back to normal. Without pausing, Minwo took out his axe and rushed towards the mana beast. He took advantage of the chain at the end of the axe, then quickly threw it, slashing across the mana beast's body. After that slash came a series of other slashes that cut the mana beast into pieces. He said to it confidently, "Even if you can heal yourself." He looked at the mana beast's head floating in midair. Minwo shouted powerfully, "Even so, you must know that tearing you to pieces like this will kill you, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a slash split the mana beast's head in two. But surprisingly, it quickly reconnected. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Then he gave a forced smile and cursed under his breath. How disgusting. After healing, the mana beast opened its mouth wide to gather power again. It unleashed a sound wave towards Minwo. He immediately activated a protective sphere. Inside the sphere, he braced himself and thought, "Is that an infinite regeneration skill? I'm being suppressed." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and paused. Suppressed? He now realized the situation. Wait, this is the Gehenna space. So, Minwo softly uttered a word, skill. Just then, yellow orbs appeared in the sky. The mana beast created countless yellow orbs, preparing to attack. Those orbs quickly rushed to attack him. Minwo stood there calmly, without moving an inch. A deep voice rang out eruption. Instantly, a giant flame appeared, blocking the yellow orbs. The powerful flame knocked away the mana beast's attack. As the flames flashed past, the mana beast seemed to sense something. It was startled to discover that one of its wings had been burned. Witnessing this, Minwo exclaimed with interest, "What a surprise." He smiled faintly and uttered a cryptic phrase, "an advantage." He thought of the image of a circle with an eye in the middle, revealing, when entering towers of legendary grade or lower, all mana beast information will be revealed. His blood-red eyes looked coldly at the mana beast as he told himself, "Gehenna seems to be like a tower." A system circle appeared, analyzing the mana beast's characteristics. Infinite recovery when attacked, but weak against magic damage. From this, Minwo decided, then I'll lock on to all targets, including the mana beast. With that, he raised his blade in a ready stance, surrounded by flames. Well, now then, a flame erupted on his blade. The mana beast silently watched the blazing fire. Minwo powerfully launched himself into the air. His eyes were terrifying as he growled, "Let's end this." He aimed straight for the mana beast and descended. The distance to it grew closer. Just then, particles of dust emanated from its body. The dust particles flew in front of Minwo, surprising him. He was transported to another space and was stunned by the sight before him. In that space, a young Loki appeared in front of him. His blade was still aimed at the little boy who stood there, smiling gently. Just as the blade reached his neck, the boy gave an innocent, content smile and said, "Thank you." A light slash grazed past. Minwo, stunned, exclaimed, "What?" Back in the real space, he had successfully severed the mana beast's head. It was followed by a loud explosion. In the massive fire of the explosion, the charred butterfly mana beast slowly fell. In the dark space, the entity of the young boy Loki also fell. The bisected corpse gradually merged with the flames. The young boy Loki also gradually faded into the darkness. Minwo remained in that pose as the mana beast's corpse fell completely into the fire. The system then displayed a notification, "Liberation of the Apostle of Lust from his sins complete." Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Gehenna has vanished. The spatial wall opened. Jinwoo hurriedly ran over, calling out, "Baphomet." He slowly approached and asked him, "Are you done?" Suddenly, he noticed the charred corpse and said hesitantly, as if understanding the situation. Jinwoo glanced over with a bored look. No wonder the beast disappeared. "Is it because you killed their master?" Suddenly, he changed his tune, a sinister smile on his face. "This is getting interesting." Jinwoo thought of the chaotic image with the two Noka demons and said, "Too bad." With that, he turned and nudged Minwo, making a condition, "Anyway, I've helped you as much as I can, so don't nag me next time." Suddenly, he noticed his strange silence and asked, "What's wrong?" Minwo's mind was full of questions. What was that? I didn't kill both of them. He thought of the moment he met the young Loki and wondered, but why did I still hesitate at that moment? As he was questioning himself, did his story confuse me? Jinwoo beside him kept waving his hand, calling out, "Hey Baphomet, hey, why are you spacing out?" Minwo suddenly flinched and asked himself, did I pity him? Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Jinwoo persistently bothered him. "Are you listening? Hey, you idiot." Paying him no mind, Minwo held his forehead and denied it. "No way. That's impossible." Seeing he wasn't bothered, Jinwoo took the opportunity to scold him. "You idiot, you blockhead." With a headache, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. "But why do I feel so uncomfortable?" And, of course, the other guy was still bothering him. "Hey, what's 2 times 9? You don't know, do you? You really don't know, do you?" After those words were spoken, Minwo landed a heavy blow on his head, scolding, "Shut up, you're too loud." He angrily looked at Jinwoo, who was holding his head with tears in his eyes, and scolded, "You've said enough nonsense, you should." Suddenly, the system appeared, making him stop. He looked at the system panel in surprise. Seeing his strange silence, Jinwoo turned his head to look. A sound of astonishment was heard. "What is this?" What surprised the owner of that voice was the notification on the system. The main quest to annihilate the Apostle of Lust, Loki, has been completed. Reward, Loki's special skill. The scene changes. Now in the human city, at Minwo's residential area. A hand gently off her plastic container, saying, "Sister, try this. I made some fresh kimchi. I think it'll suit your taste." Yunja took the container from Mrs. Song's hand and replied happily, "Thank you. I'll enjoy it. Come to think of it, I made some sauce the other day, and it tasted pretty good. You should take some home." Mrs. Song also replied cheerfully, "Thank you so much." Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they leaned in close to whisper, "But did you know?" They looked towards where Iorium was standing and gossiped. "That girl went to the priest's place yesterday, and now she's here again." Iorium was currently worrying to herself, "Is he home?" She stood in front of Minwo's door, thinking, "What should I say first if we meet? Should I apologize? Wait, is it rude to come here without notice?" Then she remembered the time in the cafe. "But he suddenly hung up on me, so I don't want to call him again." Iorium was filled with determination. "I need to clear this up. I could just find a mercenary as strong as Baphomet." Suddenly, a sentence flashed through her mind. "Iorium, don't you have any feelings for Minwo?" She lowered her eyes slightly, silent for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of a conversation came from behind her. "Should we go get dinner?" Recognizing the voices, Iorium was shaken. "If we're eating, we're eating." "What?" "Eating is the most important thing for busy modern people." Minwo appeared at that moment, clicking his tongue. "How can a kid like you be a busy modern person?" He held his aching head because of the person next to him. "I saw it last time, but why are you so bothered about a fly touching your food?" Seeing them, Iorium hastily hid, making a noise that caught Jinwoo's attention. "Did you hear something?" Mrs. Song and Yunja looked at her with strange eyes while Iorium cried out in panic, "Why?" The earlier determination was now replaced by a pale face. "Why am I hiding?" At this moment, Minwo was glaring at the kid next to him, calling out Grandma. He turned his head, ignoring the conversation beside him. "Grandma, can I come over to your place to eat later?" "Of course, you should come too, Mr. Cha." A moment later, a surprised voice exclaimed, "What?" After hearing what Minwo revealed, Jinwoo exclaimed with great interest, "The skill you got after killing Loki is a spirit beast summoning skill." Then he probed again, "You also got a special skill after killing the hunter Zavin, right?" Minwo calmly replied, "Yes." He thought about the two of them and analyzed. Zavin was the apostle of wrath, and Loki was the apostle of lust. You have their special skills. After all that, Jinwoo summarized the issue. If the same thing happens with the people you deal with from now on, does that mean you can get their special skills as a reward? Do you think so? Not hearing a reply from the person in front of him, he fell silent. He then wondered what happened to Baphomet. Why go so far to do this? He stopped thinking. Jinwoo let out a breath and spoke up. "That's enough of that." He prompted Minwo. "Have you tried summoning a spirit beast yet?" He eagerly revealed to him. "Your spirit beast will be determined by your nature and personality. And I wonder what your spirit beast abilities will be, or how many spirit beasts you'll have." Minwo stood there, clenching his fist, closing his eyes in thought. Then he softly uttered one word. "Nature." Then he looked at the fly next to him and asked teasingly, "Would you want a fly as your spirit beast?" Hearing him tease, Jinwoo angrily shouted, "Who wouldn't? They're small and valuable, not as a partner to help in battle, but as a tool to gather information." Speaking of which, he suddenly had an interesting idea. "How about we see what kind of spirit beast you get?" Following his suggestion, he closed his eyes. He began to form an image of it in his mind. "A spirit beast? I want it to look terrifying, with sharp teeth and the brutal instinct of a warrior." Then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "That's right, the strongest mana beast." Immediately after, a dazzling red light appeared in front of him. The system displayed a notification, activating spirit beast summoning skill. Jinwoo raised his hand to shield himself from the formidable power. Minwo silently waited to see what would happen. Within that red light, a ghostly face appeared. The blazing red energy gently floated up from his house. After a moment, the power dissipated. Jinwoo silently looked at what was in front of him. Then he let out a snore of laughter. Minwo stared silently at the thing in front of him amidst Jinwoo's gleeful laughter. "What the hell is that? Is it your spirit beast?" The corner of his mouth twitched and veins started to pop on his face. Minwo groaned in annoyance. What is that thing? At a large building, Taeyong was telling Songun, everything has been handled properly. There are no more problems. He continued, Hunter Baphomet has found the contact information for the dungeon break. I've looked at the documents on that refugee camp. There are many traces of that murder case. Songun frowned slightly and said, but how is that case related to the awakened being Loki, even though the data does match up? Taeyong asked coldly, what data? Songun heard this and replied in a calm tone. After the dungeon break, the criminal behavior of those awakened beings increased. Taeyong listened to Songun with a cold expression. At that time, the influence of hunters grew. They freely enjoyed money, power, fame, and everything else. Then when they committed crimes, they just used their power to cover up their crimes. Songun said in an angry voice, we are such evil creatures. Hearing this, Taeyong just closed his eyes calmly and said nothing. As for Songun, he smirked slightly. He smiled, then continued, so you only told your brother about this? That's right. So what is he going to do? Taeyong thought. He's been paying a lot of attention to his brother these days, and said he's going to an item repair shop. Songun, walking ahead, heard this and replied, an item repair shop? Not going to a shopping center? He put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression and said in a doubtful tone, I'm pretty sure he only has normal A-rank hunter items. Shouldn't he go to the shopping center to buy better items? Maybe it's because you have to wait a while to get items at the shopping center, and he needs items he can use right away. Hearing this, Songun would rub his chin, then smile and say, now that he's finished that job, I have to give him a reward. The scene changes to in front of a room. Suddenly, a pair of feet stop. Minwo frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, is this the place Captain Ma mentioned? At this moment, a female employee came over and asked him, are you Hunter Baphomet? Then she bowed slightly and said, Captain Ma told me to come here. I am manager Yujisu. This is an item shop for special hunters. She smiled and said in a gentle tone, that's right, this is a shop that only serves hunters who have made great contributions or have a close relationship with the shop. Minwo felt confused and said, but I'm far from achieving either of those. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, is this a VIP shop? Yujisu just smiled brightly upon hearing that, then bowed and invited him in. Captain Ma knows a lot of people. Please come in. Minwo entered, but his heart was still full of doubt, thinking, I knew Captain Ma was well-connected, but I didn't expect him to be this influential. At this moment, his pupils suddenly widened, as if he had seen something. When Minwo entered the room, the first thing that caught his eye were incredibly powerful weapons. He glanced over the items here and thought, what is this? Minwo looked at the weapons, the items here. Yujisu behind him smiled faintly, then said in a gentle tone, you can feel it, can't you? The items here. She looked at him, who was extremely surprised, and continued, are all cursed items. She introduced, cursed items. Those are items that both grant power to their owner, but also diminish or even destroy their mind. That's why hunters can't trade cursed items. Minwo stared intently, while Yujisu smiled brightly on the side. They're only sold in VIP shops where the government buys them from hunters and sells them back to certain hunters. Yujisu smiled on the outside, but couldn't help but think, Captain Ma did all this just to help an A-rank hunter get here. Even S-rank hunters avoid coming here because of the nature of these items. What is Captain Ma thinking, bringing an A-rank hunter here? Thinking this, she continued to move forward to guide him. This place isn't very suitable for you, is it? Let's go to the other rooms. But Minwo just said coldly, I can feel an incredibly strong, killing intent here. Hearing him say that, she was extremely surprised. What? His body was now radiating a murderous aura, and his tone suddenly became cold. So let's just continue. Minwo surveyed the weapons one by one. At the same time, he thought, to train your mind. Many items appeared. His gaze became incredibly fearsome as he thought, kneel before me. Yujisu, standing behind, seemed to feel that murderous aura as well. She couldn't help but think in fear. This killing intent is... There are many ways to control these evil weapons without harming anything. An image of controlling those weapons appeared. One of them is to make these weapons know that their user is the one with the upper hand. Then she wondered, how could an A-rank hunter like him possess such a monstrous killing intent? At this moment, she tremblingly reached her hand toward him and said, "Hunter Fomet, stop." Just then, a hand from behind suddenly touched his shoulder and said, "Can you stop?" He finally calmed down and looked at the newcomer with a cold gaze, seeing that it was Helios. He smirked at him and said with a smile, "Don't you see the manager is in a very difficult position?" Minwo frowned, looking at him and thinking. He stopped me. Helios continued to smile and say, "We know each other, don't we?" Hearing this, Minwo said in an annoyed tone, "Do we? Then who the hell are you?" Right after he said that, a shout came from the side. "You bastard!" Vager, furious, said, "How can you talk like that to the guild master of the Helios Guild? Have you forgotten the party hosted by the Hidden Dippos Guild?" Minwo looked at the two of them again with an annoyed expression and said, "And who are you two?" Vager was completely shocked to hear that. He said angrily, "This bastard." Right after, Minwo smirked and said in a cold tone, "I remember your rotten faces now." At this point, he laughed with utter contempt. "Aren't you the hunter who was rejected by Naorium?" Hearing him say that, Vager was startled and thought in astonishment. He was rejected too. Minwo continued, "After that, I injured your arm because you attacked me." Vager's expression now became extremely angry, with a hint of fear. He remembered the day his arm was cut by him and felt terrified. His hand trembled as he clutched the arm that had been cut before and said in fear, "Damn it." In this atmosphere, Helios suddenly spoke up. "Our guild member made a mistake. We will formally introduce ourselves again. I am Helios, and he is Vager." He continued, "You are Hunter Fomet, right? In the same guild as Teza." "Which Teza?" "Kim Junsong. Isn't she your guild master?" "Don't tell me you don't know her code name." Helios, his tone now a bit surprised, continued, "So you don't know what a talented hunter she is?" His expression was puzzled as he looked at him. A moment later, Helios was talking to another staff member. "A pleasure to meet you, miss." "A pleasure to meet you, sir. We have prepared the equipment you requested." "Over here." Minyu heard this and said in an annoyed tone, "What? He just has to order what he needs in advance." Yujisu then came forward and said with an embarrassed smile, "So what would you like to do? Should we go look somewhere else?" He looked at her and said in a calm tone, "No, I'll look at the things here. I was planning to look at some ordinary item, but now I'm interested in these evil items, so." At this point, his pupils suddenly widened in surprise, as if he had seen something. Minyu's gaze was now fixed on the item that the other staff member brought to Vager. That female staff member brought the item to him and said, "Hunter Vager, this is the weapon we introduced to you last time." The weapon was a gauntlet with sharp blades on top. Seeing the weapon, he was a bit surprised and blurted out, "That's..." Seeing he wasn't paying attention, Yujisu asked, "Hunter-nim." He then came to his senses and turned to say, "Yes, please show me the daggers, battle axes, and swords. Then I will show you some suitable weapons. Please wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, she went to get the weapons for him. Minyu walked around, and suddenly his gaze stopped at a certain spot. Then he saw a book-like item on the display table. Yujisu returned at that moment and asked, "We've prepared them. Would you like to come see them now?" He suddenly said, "Wait a minute, what is this? Why can't I feel any killing intent from it at all?" Yujisu replied, "Are you talking about this demon tome? We're having a hard time controlling it, so we've temporarily placed it here." "Hard to control?" Seeing him ask, she continued to explain, "This book has been sealed. Even if you wanted to inspect it, you wouldn't be able to." Minyu said in a calm tone, "If it's a demon tome, why don't you let the magic-type hunters break its seal? We've tried, but no one could do it." She looked at his serious expression and continued, "If its seal is broken, it will be moved to the area for evil weapons to ensure safety." Minyu looked at the book lying on the table. Scene changed to the men's restroom. Vager was standing at the sink, looking in the mirror. Then he recalled what Helios had just said. "I have high hopes for you. The Vice Guild Master also has high hopes for you." The Vice Guild Master. His expression was now full of determination. "That's right, I can do it, I can." While he was thinking, a voice came from behind. "You'd better not use it." The speaker was Minyu. He was a bit startled and scared. He then turned around and asked, "What?" Minyu stood with his arms crossed and said in a cold voice, "I've seen it before. You're thinking of using that evil weapon, aren't you?" This weapon is beyond your current abilities. It will devour you. Hearing him say that, his face became extremely angry. The next second, he brushed past him and said in a furious tone, "Whether it devours me or not is none of your business. Get lost." Hearing him say that, he didn't get angry at all and replied, "Your bluffs are terrible." Then he added, "Did you bluff Iorium like that too? Bragging about a date you never promised." He was startled, then looked at him with a murderous gaze. Then he said, "I never lied. Nah, Iorium was just trying to act innocent." Hearing him say that, he was a bit surprised, his pupils widening. He then turned back and asked him in a puzzled tone, "Huh?" Scene changed to a small house. He opened the door and stepped inside. Minyu entered the house with a dark expression. He glanced around, then looked outside. Minyu was very focused, then checked every nook and cranny of the house. Then he said in a cold tone, "You're hiding well." He put his hands in his pockets and added, "Come out." As soon as he said that, they jumped out. A skull-shaped monster shouted, "You have returned, my lord. We guarded the house, just as you instructed." The three monsters appear at the same time, saying in unison, "Master." Minyu looked at them, shouting their slogan with a helpless expression, "Loyalty. We swear our loyalty to you." At that moment, they suddenly looked at him with sparkling eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, "Yangdo." Immediately, those items appeared in front of them. One of them asked him in a curious tone, "What are these things?" He frowned slightly and said, "Weapons for you. Take a look." One of them chose an axe. One took a sword, and the last one took a pair of dual blades. The one holding the sword stepped forward and asked him, "All right, but..." He looked at them and thought, "These items are all mine. I wonder if the system's restrictions apply to these items as well." Thinking of this, he said, "How do they feel to you?" They answered him, "We can feel an evil energy. It seems like they're whispering something." As they said this, one of them said, "But it's fine. We are much more evil than them." Minyu was very surprised to hear that. Then he said, "All right, then let's go now." One of them asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Then he shouted, "All of you assemble." He put his hands in his pockets, turned, and left, with them following behind. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. The monsters asked in confusion, "What's that sound?" He said in a calm tone, "Pay no mind. There's a girl who fainted at the bottom of the stairs." The sky had turned a late afternoon yellow. They stared blankly at what was in front of them. They said to him, "Master, this place is..." Before they could finish, he cut them off, "The entrance to a tower. I want to test your strength inside this tower." They said fearfully, "A strength test?" Hearing them ask, he replied, "You don't need to destroy this tower. I just want to see how you fight." He looked at their fearful faces and added, "The standard for this test is me. If you don't catch my attention..." At this point, his eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. "Then I will kill you myself." Hearing this, they were terrified and began to switch to combat mode. The next second, they charged in frantically slaughtering. The faces of these small monsters were now filled with savagery. They continuously slaughtered while shouting, "Die." Meanwhile, Minyu stood with his arms crossed, then gave a satisfied smile and said happily, "I can use them now. You passed the test." Inside the tower, they slaughtered continuously, killing one monster after another. Their killing movements were neat and swift. Minyu watched from a distance. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Even their fighting style is like a second version of you." Minyu glanced down toward where the voice came from. Then he said, startled, "You scared me. What did you get here? I told you not to enter the tower whenever you want." Jinyu's face remained very calm. Then he said in a cold tone, "You know I'm a young awakened one now, so from now on I can enter the tower." He crossed his arms, looking at him with a mocking tone. "Right. How's your school life?" When he said this, the boy frowned and shivered. Seeing this, he asked, "What's wrong?" The next second, Jinyu shouted, "I hate that place." Seeing this, Minyu said, confused, "What do you mean? You were grinning from ear to ear last time. I thought it would stay that way." Looking at the angry expression on his face, he continued, "Did something happen?" Jinyu's voice trembled. At this point, he suddenly shouted, "Their standards are too low." The three monsters heard this and turned in surprise, thinking, "Is he talking about us?" Jinyu said with a pained expression, "We had a test today, and do you know what we did?" Jinyu recalled the events at school. At that time, his teacher held a spoon in her hand and said with a smile, now we'll have a test on spoon bending. Hearing that, Jinyu seemed to freeze in shock. He was so shocked he couldn't say another word, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The students in the class took turns bending the spoon and were praised by the teacher. Good job, Sungtae. The other girl was also praised. You too, So-yeon. There was even a child who bent 2 spoons at once. The teacher praised him generously. You bent 2 spoons? That's amazing. Finally, when it was his turn, the teacher called him up. Lastly, our new transfer student, Jinwoo. He thought at that moment, seriously, I have to go bend some spoons. Just then, he suddenly saw Sung-yeon standing outside the door looking at him and couldn't help but think in fear. What the hell? Why is that woman still here? Sung-yeon's gaze on him was very intense. Why is she looking at me with such expectant eyes? He thought, but Baphomet said, control your power. Once you reveal your power to them, you'll be at risk of being exposed. But when Jinwoo saw Sung-yeon's gaze, he felt very uncomfortable. But how am I supposed to satisfy the expectations of the one who sponsored me? He remembered Min-woo again, but I can't go against Baphomet's words. Then he looked at Sung-yeon's eyes, but when he thought of Min-woo, he felt extremely conflicted. But his face was now covered in sweat, and the world was spinning before his eyes. Right after that, he shouted in anger, whatever. Then all the surrounding spoons flew up. The other students' eyes widened in amazement at this scene. The teacher was also frozen by his actions. The intact spoons were floating in the air. In the next second, they were bent. Sung-yeon, outside, was also astonished to see this, her face unable to hide her happiness. Min-yu, hearing this now, was furious. He turned to question him. So you revealed your power? Jinyu scratched his head and said, I couldn't help it. I received too much from that woman. He said with a completely helpless expression, I had no idea controlling my own power would be this difficult, even harder than high-level magic. Min-yu then snapped his fingers and said, you need a rest. Immediately, a piece of white cloth fell from midair. Other demons also appeared. Jinyu lay his head on a female demon's lap and closed his eyes, while another demon massaged his legs. Min-yu added, you're being too complicated. At this moment, as if remembering something, he said, that's right, this thing. Summon item. Min-yu sat down next to him, holding the book, and asked, can you open this? Seeing the book, Jinyu said, a grimoire? He spoke up. I heard that even a grand magus couldn't open it. You can't compare me to those fake mages. But why a sealed grimoire? You could have picked something better. Min-yu shook the book in his hand and said in a calm tone, I feel that there's something special about this. Hearing that, Jinyu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. Then, while thinking, Baphomet really has a good eye, he reached out to take it and said, give it to me. System notification. Transaction. He continued, it now belongs to you. Jinyu held the grimoire and said, how is it mine now? Min-yu said in a calm tone, it needs to be that way to open it. Jinyu looked at the grimoire with a doubtful expression. Strange. Scene changed to a room. The guild master of the Labom Guild, Hunter Ella, lay on the bed with a very satisfied expression, saying, wonderful. The doctor standing beside her saw this and said, what kind of hunter whines so much? Ella replied with an annoyed expression, hunters are still human, you know. Combat specialized hunters have high stamina, but a physically weak mage like me gets tired easily. She looked over at Mio standing beside her and asked, do you want to foredrip to Mio? Hearing her question, the Labom Guild member, Hunter Mio, smiled brightly and said, no, I'm fine. The doctor also spoke up. Why would a young lady need an foredrip? Only old people need it. Lying on the bed, Ella's face became extremely angry. She said in a furious tone, sorry for looking old, you bitch. That a bit heartless for someone in the same boat as me. Kim Jun-sung looked at her with a judgmental gaze and said in a cold tone, it seems that little girl is the hunter you're sponsoring. Hearing that, Ella replied, you didn't meet her at the Hidden Dip Hose Guild's party, did you? What do you think? Pretty, right? Lying on the bed, Ella laughed very smugly. Van Kiji is now nothing but an influential figure. Hearing that, Jun-sung immediately said, Van Kiji my ass. Right after, she smoothed her hair and said in a confident voice, in my youth, I would have definitely outshone her. Ella then threw a bucket of cold water on her. I know what your past was like. What's with the confidence? Mio, on the side, sat quietly listening to their argument. What do you mean? I was confessed to left and right when I was young. Me too. There were even 2 guys who dueled over me. But the more they talked, the more heated it got. Mio was a little worried. That was entirely your fault. Oh my God, what are you talking about? The 2 of them were arguing very fiercely. Don't you remember? That guy who approached you. He was interested in me. But he used you to get close to me. At this moment, Mio suddenly said, I am a buffer. Jun-sung turned to look at her in surprise. What? Ella also calmed down. She said she wanted to meet you when I told her I was coming here, so we came together. Jun-sung looked at her and mumbled, a buffer, huh? That's a tough choice. You won't be able to enter the tower alone. She can't even swat a fly out of fear. Jun-sung looked at her and thought. For a moment, she saw the aura radiating from Yo and thought, the aura I feel from her is likely passive. But it's not to show off her own strength, but to lower the opponent's guard. She has something that other hunters, who are always excited about fighting, don't have: calmness. She was born to be a buffer. If she has the perfect team for her, they will become a team with outstanding coordination. Capabilities. The conversation continued. Didn't your guild members say anything? About what? If you favor one member too much, the other members might leave the team. The 2 of them were now walking and talking. You really don't know anything, do you? I care for her and look after every single member with love. Mio is a star who will promote our guild to the world. Shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? Why should I? What? Why not? You have that hunter in your guild. That good-looking hunter who acts like a thug. The one who tore off Hunter Van Gogh's arm. Hearing that, Mio's expression became a little worried as she thought. Someone tore off another person's arm like that? Who? Hearing that, Jun-sung replied. You mean number 302? She calmly explained. He is the only active member of our guild. Ella, following behind, said, no wonder. Did you bring him to the party to leave such a big impression? She continued. That's right, I saw that handsome hunter outside. Jun-sung asked in a calm tone. Where? Hearing her ask, Ella replied, in front of the Nebula Guild. Hearing her say that, Jun-sung froze. For a moment, then she shouted in fear. What? When? When did you see him? A few days ago, I think. Ella spoke up. He's very friendly. Hearing these words, Jun-sung couldn't help but tremble in fear. Him? Friendly? Ella recalled the incident and said, I saw the Nebula Guild's master, Van Gogh, trying to recruit him. Remembering his terrifying smile, she added, while he was like a beast stalking its prey. Ella's words were like a stab to her heart. To be honest with you, I know you set up your guild just to reduce taxes. You have no plans for it. In contrast, the Nebula Guild is the best guild in the country, and they offer generous benefits and perks. They basically lack nothing. The more she spoke, the more it was like arrows piercing Jun-sung's heart. I heard you don't support him at all, even though he's a rookie, which is why people all want to join the Nebula Guild. Ella frowned and said in an indignant tone, you should be careful, Jun-sung. Hearing her say that, she couldn't help but get angry. Otherwise, he'll be snatched from your hands. Scene changed to a neighborhood street. Minyu was walking while eating ice cream. Then he saw a long line of people. He couldn't help but ask in doubt, what are they lining up for? When he looked in the direction everyone was lining up, he saw Jun-sung happily examining people. Please remember to take your medicine regularly, and remember to gradually reduce the dosage. Do you walk around often? He suddenly said, quack doctor. She froze for a moment when she heard those words. Scene changed to a cat yawning in a street corner. Jun-sung and Minyu were standing on the rooftop of a building. He asked her, what are you doing? Hearing that, Jun-sung immediately explained, I noticed there are a lot of elderly people in your area. I want to do some medical services. She smiled very fakely and added, I have to maintain my reputation as a guild master in front of my guild member. Then she pretended to be concerned. Don't worry, I'll clean up later. As a guild master, I don't want my guild member to be bothered. Then she smiled gently and said, feel free to rest, number 302. He looked at her and said in a cold tone, why does it feel like you're deliberately emphasizing certain words? Seeing his suspicion, Jun-sung pretended to say, you're imagining things. Minyu still felt very suspicious and stared at her. Then he said helplessly, fine, do whatever you want. You're not doing anything weird, so it's fine. Of course, I wouldn't cause trouble for my guild member. Why do you keep talking like that? He continued, you're emphasizing. Before he could finish, a bucket of black water was poured on him. The bucket landed right on his head. Jun-sung, standing beside him, looked on in shock. Then she glanced in the direction the bucket fell from and saw the shape of a cat sitting on the roof. The cat was still meowing happily. Scene changed to Min Yu's house. He just came out of the bathroom, then ran his hand through his hair and said, "I don't know what that was," suddenly getting doused in soy sauce. Just as he said that, a sound suddenly came from the bathroom. From the other side of the door came a voice. "Why is there no hot water?" I said it wrong. "The hot water is on the right." Got it. Minyu sat outside thinking, it's just cold water. Then he closed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Then he opened his eyes again, his gaze extremely cold. The sky was clear blue. Then there was someone outside the gate. That person reached out to knock on the door. The sound reached Minyu and caught his attention. He went to open the door. "Who is it?" and was surprised to see that the visitor was not Iorium. "Hello." She waved, smiled awkwardly, and said, "It's been a while, Baphomet." Minus. At that moment, she realized he wasn't wearing a shirt and said shyly, "Why are you?" At the same time, Yin Song called from inside the house, number 302. Minyu turned around in surprise. She continued, "Is this the only shirt you have?" She came out drying her hair, wearing his shirt. "I think it's a little big." Yin Song suddenly recognized the girl in front of her and said, "Oh my." Yin Song looked at Iorium. "We've met before, haven't we?" Na Iorium stood frozen, looking at her, while Yin Song continued, "At the Hidden Dip Hose Guild's party." Na Iorium looked Yin Song up and down. Wet hair, smooth skin, the romantic boyfriend shirt. At this moment, she couldn't help but think Minyu was also shirtless. It was as if they were. Just then, Yin Song recalled the earlier words. "Don't you have any feelings for Minyu?" Na Iorium tried to calmly say, "It must be a misunderstanding. I thought you liked me." Hearing that, his expression became extremely surprised as he said, "What?" She continued sorrowfully, "Sorry for interrupting your good time." Right after that, she turned and ran away. Seeing this, Minyu called after her, "Hey, where are you going?" Yin Song peeked out from behind with a surprised look. "Oh no, what do we do?" Minyu's face turned pale. "She's misunderstood us." Minyu thought as he ran, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, why do I have to do this?" A series of thoughts rushed through his mind. Just let her misunderstand. Minyu searched for her in every corner of the street. "Where are you?" And in another corner, "Where did you go?" He gritted his teeth and ran everywhere looking for her. Not Iorium, that girl. A woman in the street saw Minyu running around and asked, "Are you looking for the girl with the braided hair?" The two women watched him run past, confused. They kept watching, and in just a second, Minyu immediately ran back to where the two women were sitting. He hurriedly asked, "Do you know where she went?" Elsewhere, banners with the words "Keep away" were cordoned off in a street corner. A car arrived, and someone's foot appeared. Seongun got out of the car, one hand in his pocket, and asked, "Is this the place?" As he got out, a man approached and asked, "You're Captain Ma Seongun." The man shook hands with Seongun. "Nice to meet you. I'm Senior Inspector Kim Sukhan from the Mapogu Police Department. I contacted you because this case is outside our expertise." After listening, Seongun got straight to the point. "I understand. Where is the body?" The inspector replied, "I'll lead the way." The sunlight gradually faded as sunset fell. Seongun looked at the scene. Taeyong from behind began to analyze. "Captain, this is..." Behind the banner was a human corpse that was not intact, missing its head and one arm. Not only that, but strange purple eyes were scattered around the victim's body. Taeyong concluded, from the state of the corpse, it doesn't seem to be the work of a human. Seongun agreed with his words. "That's right, a human couldn't have done this." The eyes whispered, "Hungry, so hungry." Dugo told the inspector, "You called the right people. We'll take it from here." The car door slammed shut. Seongun and Taeyong watched the inspector's car drive away. Seongun asked, "I know we need to investigate first, but this case was caused by that thing, right?" Taeyong agreed, replying, "Yes, it definitely was." Seongun's face turned serious as he guessed the culprit, the necromancer. An image of Quasar appeared. Seon thought about the last trace from the necromancer. The last trace the necromancer left was on Baphomet's advisor, the hunter Quasar. A hand covered in twisted marks. The necromancer wanted information on newly awakened hunters to resurrect his dead wife. and the hunter Quasar provided him with that information, leading to the disappearance of hunters. Seung-un thought as he walked down the street. Although Quasar was caught when Baphomet stopped the spirit, he was killed by the necromancer's evil spirit. The eyes and teeth behind Quasar prepared to devour him. Before he died, Quasar only said grimly, "Good luck, Captain Ma." Then blood splattered as, I couldn't find any more clues about the necromancer. Until today's body appeared, I've finally found something. Seung-un rubbed his chin, wondering but why. Seung-un asked himself, he's never left a trace, a body like this before. It's strange. Seung-un had a bad feeling about this. Don't tell me something's happened. A purple eye appeared, surrounded by a red, murderous aura. The eye immediately opened wide, as if tracking something. The surrounding red aura moved towards the back of a girl, then continued to draw closer. The thing it was tracking was Iorium. She turned to look grimly, as if she sensed something. A voice rang out, seriously. Her eyes lit up when she heard the voice. Minyu had finally found her. He stood behind her and asked, "Why did you run off alone like that?" Iorium just turned to look at him. Minyu didn't know what to say, looking at her pensively. Iorium said nothing and just turned away with a huff, startling Minyu. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Minyu gave in, kneeling on one knee and asking, "What are you doing?" Iorium replied, "I'm looking for a 4-leaf clover." He asked again, "What are you going to do with a clover?" He suddenly stopped talking as she shot him a glare. The street light illuminated the dark night sky. Iorium remained silent, looking down at the ground. Seeing this, Minyu wanted to say something. Minyu began to explain himself. "Hey, I don't know why I have to explain this to you, but what happened earlier was just..." Iorium cut him off. "I get it. It's common for a guild master and a guild member to have that kind of relationship." He frantically tried to explain, I don't have that kind of relationship with that wolfbam." Minyu was met with Iorium's silence. Seeing her still sitting there with no intention of getting up, Minyu asked, never mind. It's late. Aren't you going home?" Iorium just replied calmly, "I'll go home when I find a 4-leaf clover." Suddenly, Iorium turned to look at him and said, "Do you want to talk with me until then?" Minyu was silent for a moment, then replied, "All right." Night had fallen. Iorium's hand was still trying to find a 4-leaf clover. She looked at him, the person beside her talking enthusiastically. He told Iorium many stories. Iorium listened silently and also turned to observe him. Her gaze moved to Minyu's lips, and Iorium watched intently. Minyu noticed her staring at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Iorium was startled as if she had just been caught. "What do you mean?" "I wasn't looking at you." Minyu closed his eyes to clarify the situation. "Whatever. That's how it was. I just couldn't let her get soaked in soy sauce. I know it's hard to believe it was because of a cat." He turned to ask her, "Do you believe me?" Iorium said succinctly, "I believe you. Cats are like that." Iorium talked about how she used to have a cat. "I know what cats are like because I used to have one. They'll stare at you intently, scratch you, push things over for no reason. If they weren't cute, they would have gone extinct long ago." Iorium rubbed her chin, pretending to wonder seriously. "But that cat is really strange. Why would it push over a whole barrel of soy sauce?" Did awaken. Minyu let out a small laugh at her joke. Iorium continued, "By the way." Minyu's hand touched a 3-leaf clover. She asked, "Why are you explaining this to me?" He heard her ask, "What does your business have to do with me?" Minyu, while holding the 3-leaf clover, asked back, "What about you?" He posed the exact same question to Iorium. "Why were you sulking?" "You have nothing to do with me, either." Iorium looked down, and a second later she replied, "I do." Iorium moved closer to him, bravely asking something that is difficult for any girl to say. "Do you like me?" Hearing her question, Minyu couldn't hide his astonishment, his lips parting slightly in surprise. Silence enveloped the park, which was submerged in the darkness of the late night, with only the street lights still shining. Looking at the slightly blushing face of Iorium, Minyu softly replied, "What if I say yes?" Iorium suddenly shot up, denying Minyu's words. "How could you like me?" Minyu was confused by her words. What? There was a hint of anger in Iorium's voice, There are many men like you, men who develop feelings after climbing the tower with them. Minyu was confused by her contradictory words. I've never been interested in them, because to me they're just colleagues. But why are you like this? Why do you like me? Iorium paused. Then she clenched her fists and confessed with her head down, why do you make me feel things I've never felt before? He was stunned after hearing her words. Minyu was about to say, hey, but was cut off by Iorium, you know. Iorium shouted embarrassedly, I've never dated anyone before. Minyu's eyes widened as he looked at her. A quiet atmosphere followed that statement. Awkwardness enveloped them, and no one spoke. He smirked. Then he burst out laughing heartily. Seeing him laugh, Iorium was startled and quickly asked, why are you laughing? While Iorium was still feeling shy, he spoke first. It's getting dark. Minyu took the initiative. Let me take you home. It's pitch black. However, a few buildings in the city were still lit up. Minyu had now brought Iorium home. She introduced, I live here. Minyu looked at the building and replied, isn't this the most expensive apartment in the area? Is it all yours? She denied it, just this building. Iorium shyly said goodbye. I'm going in. Minyu simply replied, all right. She looked somewhat disappointed and turned to go inside. Suddenly, Minyu called her name. Hey, Iorium. He took the initiative to ask her out. Do you want to see the movie we couldn't see last time? Minyu looked at her seriously. Iorium turned back to look at him. Then she bluntly refused. I don't want to. Minyu was flustered by her rejection. What? She continued. The theater can't show that movie anymore. We can't watch it. The earlier refusal was a joke. Iorium said with feigned reluctance. How about a musical? I have some tickets. Iorium looked at him as if to say, will you go? Some strange feelings arose in him. Minyu agreed quickly, deal, to Iorium's surprise, as she didn't think he would agree so quickly. Iorium smiled, revealing a set of even, white teeth. Iorium smiled happily. It seemed a love was slowly blossoming between the two, a romance developing under the city lights. The next morning, in an alley, a question rang out here. Songun stood before a door. Taeyong confirmed this was where the body from yesterday's incident was found. Yes, this is the residence of the informant who found the corpse attacked by the necromancer. Songun asked. They're not responding. Taeyong replied, that's right. Looking at the silent door, Taeyong asked, if no one opens the door, it means no one's home. What should we do? Songun had no choice but to wait patiently. What other choice do we have? We have to wait. A figure appeared standing near Songun and Taeyong. Taeyong glanced at him. He had his hood pulled down tight, holding a black bag, and seemed to shrink back before Songun and Taeyong. He looked scared when he saw the two of them. Then he immediately dropped the bag and ran. Seeing him run, Songun said to Taeyong, why is he running? Who knows? The two conversed. What's the probability he's a witness? About 80%. Get him. Receiving Songun's order, Taeyong immediately dashed off in pursuit. The residential buildings were packed closely together. He ran away. Just when he thought he had escaped, Taeyong blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? He gritted his teeth, his anxiety showing clearly. In a flash, he jumped onto the roof of the adjacent building. Taeyong followed his trail. Knew it. He landed right on the building's rooftop. Then he immediately continued to flee. A hand suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. It was Songun. He flicked him hard on the forehead, causing him to fall backward. Songun slowly approached. You witnessed it, didn't you? Why did you try to escape? You're the necromancer. Songun was about to say more when his eyes suddenly widened in horror. The hood on his head had fallen off. Songun said in surprise, what happened to your face? The image of his face was revealed from under the cloak. Purple eyes, identical to those on yesterday's victim, had taken over half of his face. He pulled his hood back up, hiding the somewhat frightening half of his face, and answered nervously, I don't remember clearly. He was startled as he remembered something and hurriedly recounted. That's right, I was the only one who discovered him. He's dead, right? That person, the one who was injured, he must be dead. He clutched his head and said dejectedly, but why am I still alive? I should have died too. I should have died at his hands. Sitting in front of Songun, the fear of remembering that moment made him tremble, sobbing. Songun and Taeyong had found his identity file. His name is Seo Hyunmin, codenamed Sado, a rookie hunter who went missing a year ago. Taeyong continued to explain, and the body that Sato discovered was also a rookie hunter. Right now, all the evidence points to the necromancer. Song-un rubbed his chin, thinking, it seems Sato knows the whole truth. He suddenly looked over at Sato, who was sitting behind a glass pane. Song-un was at a loss given his condition. But with things like this, there's nothing we can do. Taeyong then asked, so what do we do now? Sato sat nervously on the other side of the glass. Song-un answered Taeyong's question. Sato is the only victim of the necromancer's assassination attempt who survived. We have to find a way to restore this hunter's memory. At the same time, at Minyu's house, his voice rang out, you can do whatever you want. Minyu was about to leave the house on the phone. Want to go see a movie or another musical? Iorium's voice came from the phone. You slept through the whole musical last time. She grumbled on the phone. How could you fall asleep like that? That play was adapted from a masterpiece. He replied indifferently. If that play had a snow-slashing war scene, I could have stayed awake. Iorium immediately reacted. Is that all you think about? You're such a slaughter maniac. Iorium mentioned their next date, the day after tomorrow. Just do whatever you want. Minyu felt something was strange. Why do I feel like something's off? She retorted, if you can stay awake through the whole play, I'll agree. Hearing her say that, Minyu found it strange. He stepped out of the house. But aren't we making plans for you, Iorium? You're giving up on your own plan. Forget it. Minyu said, I didn't mean to. An annoyed scream cut off their conversation. Hearing the scream through the phone, Iorium asked, what was that sound? Minyu said as he looked in the direction of the scream, it's probably nothing, but I'll call you back later. Minyu recognized a voice. Hey, Baalzebub, what's with all that noise? Stepping out, he saw Baalzebub lying face down on the street with a book pressing down on him, along with his jailer demons standing around with wide eyes. Baalzebub. He looked up, trembling, and pleaded with Minyu, save me. A book with a seal was on his back. Baalzebub begged Minyu, get this book off me. Out on the porch, the book was pressed against Baalzebub's cheek. The book flew up, showing affection by sticking close to Baalzebub. He was helpless and didn't react. Minyu said, that book, I know. This is the grimoire I gave you before, isn't it? I knew there was something wrong with you. No wizard can break the seal of this grimoire. He clutched his head, laughed, and said to himself, for the great wizard Baalzebub, breaking a seal like this is impossible. He said loudly, how could you bring a grimoire like this back to life? Minyu asked, what is this? Baalzebub fell silent, then said softly, Akashic Records. Minyu didn't know what that was and asked again, what Akashic Records? The book seemed to understand Baalzebub's words and reacted. He called out, I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Hey, grimoire. When the book opened, a blinding light illuminated the entire room. Blinded, Minyu raised his hand to shield his eyes. He slowly lowered his hand to look. Bookshelves appeared. The book opened, revealing a building containing thousands of books neatly arranged on shelves. Minyu and Baalzebub stood in the middle of an ancient, magnificent building. The beautiful, sparkling scene filled with books was like a giant library. Baalzebub explained, a book that contains all information about science, magic, world history, and everything from the past to the present, and even predicts the future. It can even analyze the nature of past and present events. He held up the book. The Akashic Records is a book just like that. Minyu's eyes widened in amazement. Then he said nonchalantly, this is a very useful book, isn't it? Why are you complaining when I gave you such a great tool? Baalzebub was annoyed to hear Minyu say that it may sound good, but it's not. Have you ever thought about the consequences of using this grimoire? Minyu asked back, what would happen if you used it? He was silent for a moment, the grimoire still stuck to his side. Minyu was stunned when he heard Baalzebub talk about the dangerous risk. If you don't become a god, you'll become a traitor against the gods. Baalzebub spoke of an impossible possibility, approaching and absorbing all the information in the Akashic Records. Do you think there's any world that could hold a person like that? Minyu asked him, so you broke the seal of such a terrifying book? Baalzebub explained, now think about it, this is absurd. It should have been impossible to break this book's seal. He continued, first, this book shouldn't be here. It was once stolen. Minyu was surprised by Baalzebub's words. He was surprised and about to ask, stolen? You're saying, but he was cut off by Baalzebub, a god started a war. but the god's opponent was someone that even a god couldn't defeat. Beelzebub's eyes turned blue, and he spoke nonstop as if controlled by someone. The god thought he was omnipotent, so he felt even more helpless and just drowned in despair. Noticing something strange about him, Minyu called out softly, "Beelzebub." Minyu continued to listen to him speak. Then he stole the most powerful secret weapon. That is the Akashic records. Then the god understood everything and planned to create a weapon to win the war. Just as Beelzebub was about to reveal the most important truth, Minyu looked on in surprise. A little blood trickled from the corner of Beelzebub's mouth. He asked what? Beelzebub snapped out of it, his eye color returning to normal, as if he had just been hypnotized, not remembering what he had just said. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He wondered, what am I saying? With a thud, Beelzebub suddenly fell to the floor. He fainted with blood still on his eyes, nose, and mouth. Minyu quietly asked, "Beelzebub, back in the house." Beelzebub's voice said, "So now you understand, right?" Beelzebub, dazed and tired, said, "This grimoire is an extremely dangerous weapon. It even makes me unable to remember what I said yesterday." Beelzebub rested on a cushion with the grimoire still stuck to his side. Minyu sat beside him and asked, "Can it be destroyed?" He replied, "I've tried, but it's useless. This is an indestructible item." Beelzebub spoke in a grim and desperate tone, just like the words of the grimoire. "As long as we are alive, it will be here." Minyu was stunned. Outside, the voices of Minyu's jailer demons rang out. "Just leave it to us, Master Beelzebub." Before leaving, Minyu didn't forget to instruct his jailer demons. "All right, if anything happens, contact me." The jailer demons replied to him, "As you command." Watching Minyu's back as he left the house, the jailer demons asked each other, "Do you know where the master is going?" "No idea. If he were going to clear a tower, he would have taken us with him." "Quiet. Those things are not for us to decide." The one in charge seriously emphasized their main mission. "Our mission is to protect Master Beelzebub while he is in the house, and at the same time, prevent enemies from entering." One jailer demon decided to divide the tasks. "But I'm enough to protect this place by myself." It gathered the other two jailer demons. "Assemble." It assigned a task to the two jailer demons. "From now on, your mission is to protect the master." An image of Minyu walking outside, unaware that two jailer demons were following to protect him from behind, down on the street. The two jailer demons quietly hid in a spot, secretly protecting Minyu. A voice called his name, "Hi, Minyu." Facing Minyu was the beautiful Iorium, wearing a feminine white ruffled dress. Iorium wore light makeup today, smiling when she saw Minyu at a place with a PC sign inside. "Is this the place you were talking about?" Iorium sat surprised in a specialized chair found in internet cafes. "You said you'd come with me." The brand new computer screen sparkled. Iorium's eyes sparkled. "Really? It's a day off, and this is all you could think of?" The computer keyboard also sparkled in her wide eyes. Iorium exclaimed, "Wow, these are all the latest models." He said, confused, "This is an internet cafe, so of course." Iorium expressed that she had never been to an internet cafe before. "An internet cafe? I've never been here before." Minyu was surprised by her statement. "What? You've never been to an internet cafe before?" She said, "Aren't internet cafes for playing games?" "I don't play games." Iorium looked around excitedly. "But all the equipment is new. The lighting in here is great. Everything is so amazing." Minyu looked at her and suddenly remembered their previous date. "Now that I think about it, Iorium, the musical she took me to last time." At that time, Minyu could only stand there confused, listening to Iorium talk endlessly about the musical. It's a musical about a love story that takes place during the French Revolution in the 18th century. The plot itself is already amazing, but besides the actors, this musical also features a famous composer to create the melodious tunes. Minyu suddenly smiled as he thought back. She's a girl with a deep knowledge of culture. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Now I just need to sit here and focus on the game. Aka." Minyu was startled and turned to ask, "What's wrong? What is it?" On her screen was the game Minesweeper, which was made a very long time ago that I've played this game before. Minyu was speechless as he looked at her. Iorium reacted as if she had discovered a natural wonder of the world. "Wow, they sell food here too? Amazing." Minyu didn't know how to react. Iorium kept exclaiming, "Wow, this is really amazing." The next image that appeared was a place that seemed to be a book cafe. Iorium held a book, with tears still in her eyes. Minyu looked confusedly at her, who was emotional while reading a book. Iorium took a bite of a hot dog. Minyu and she ate and walked on the street together when she suddenly saw a place. Iorium stood in front of a claw machine store, the machines with claws inside. Minyu and Iorium each stand in front of a claw machine. The bear slips out of the claw. Iorium tilts her head, frowning slightly, a little annoyed at missing the catch. Suddenly, a bear touches her cheek. Minyu stands beside her, offering her the bear he had won. The sky grows dark. Iorium holds the bear in her arms. Minyu and Iorium stroll down the street, and he asks her, "What do you want for dinner?" Iorium replies, "I don't know." Iorium is about to mention dinner. "Oh, I know what I want to eat. It's something I've never had before." Then Minyu suddenly asks, "Is today a date or just another day?" She smiles, teasing him both. He says, "You're really?" Suddenly, Iorium walks ahead of Minyu, leaving him confused. Iorium walks a short distance ahead of him, then stops and expresses, "Now I understand. Whenever I'm with you, Father Minyu, I feel free and safe." Iorium turns her head back to look at him and smiles gently. "Is it because you're such a great hunter?" Minyu looks at her, a bit surprised, with an unreadable emotion. Iorium confesses her feelings. "To be honest, I'm scared of going into that tower. Those monsters, those battles. But if the only way to end the war is inside that tower." Iorium continues speaking. "Then I will keep going into the tower. So, to maintain this resolve." She pauses for a moment, then expresses her desire to lean on him. "Can I rely on you, someone with such a strong will?" "You?" Minyu's eyes flash with surprise at her confession. Iorium smiles, her cheeks blushing. The atmosphere becomes romantic between the two people who share the same feelings for each other. Minyu agrees with her, of course you can." A phone bell rings, shattering the romantic atmosphere. Minyu is inwardly furious, wondering who could be interrupting at such a perfect moment. Who is this? Iorium also falls silent. He is angry at such a crucial moment. It turns out the intruder is Sion-gun. He waves a greeting. "Sorry for calling you in the middle of the night. Hunter Fume, you should get here quickly." Minyu walks over, looking at Sion-gun with eyes that could kill. Sion-gun is puzzled. "But why do you look so fierce?" Minyu says irritably, "I'm busy. This had better be worth it." Sion-gun directly says he needs help. "We need your help, Hunter Fume." He asks back, "Help? What did you guys possibly need my help for?" Sion-gun immediately leans in and whispers into Minyu's ear. Minyu is surprised by Sion-gun's words. "We found a survivor of the necromancer." Minyu understands and turns to Iorium, then asks her to wait a moment. "Can you wait for me for a moment? I'll just go in there for a bit and come right back." Iorium agrees. "Okay." Minyu follows Sion-gun inside, the two discussing the case. "You found a survivor?" "Until now, we haven't even found a single corpse." Sion-gun replies, "Luckily, we found a survivor and a corpse. I want you to meet the witness." Minyu asks, "The survivor? Why?" Sion-gun explains, "You're the only one who has ever fought a subordinate of the necromancer. We think if you meet the survivor, you might be able to give us some other clues." Minyu wonders, "Do I have to meet them?" "The survivor. Do they know the necromancer's face?" Sion-gun continues to clarify, the subordinates made them forget the necromancer's face and name." Minyu thinks that will make finding the necromancer very difficult. So then, Sion-gun states his wish clearly. "Yes, that's why we're hoping something different might happen if they meet you, Fume." Sion-gun is suddenly surprised by something. Minyu and Sion-gun stand stunned before the room's door. There's only an empty bed. Sion-gun is astonished. The witness. The witness is not in the room. He's gone somewhere. At the same time, Sato is kneeling, having run into Iorium. Sato quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry. Did I bump into you? Where am I?" At that moment, Iorium is only focused on one thing, those eyes. He looks up in confusion. Sato speaks frantically to Iorium. "I'm sorry. It was just an accident. Sorry, Sor, it was just an accident. Sorry, Sor, no, I don't want to die like this." Iorium is shocked when she sees the eyes on Sato's face. Those eyes. I've seen them before. Iorium recalls a memory from the past, when her mother was surrounded by those eyes, the eyes of the monsters that killed. Her mother. Iorium looks at the person before her, whose half-face is covered in eyes. An image of a body covered in parasitic eyes appears. In her mind, Iorium's eyes widen in shock. The purple eyes reappear in her memory in a haunting way. The teddy bear in Iorium's hand suddenly falls, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing. Minu and Seongun run hurriedly to find Sato. As he runs, he asks, "What the hell kind of job are you people doing?" Seongun explains, Deputy Manager Kong Tiong was watching him, but then he had something to do and asked another staff member to take over. Minu and Seongun finally find Sato standing in the hallway. Seongun rushes over and asks, "Hunter Sato." Holding the teddy bear, he turns to look Captain Ma. Seongun asks about Sato's situation. We've been looking all over for you. Why are you standing here?" Minu looks over at Sato. He apologizes for leaving on his own. It was a bit stuffy in there, so I'm sorry. He looks at Sato, whose half-face is covered in purple eyes. This is the one who survived the necromancer. Minu suddenly realizes something. He mentions the teddy bear, this teddy bear. Sato replies, "Oh, this? A woman dropped it earlier. She must have been startled when she saw my face." Minu freezes. The sky grows dark. A mobile phone lies on the floor. It starts to ring. Someone is calling. It's Iorium's phone, but she ignores it. Instead, Iorium is rummaging through a box for something. She is sweating, then is suddenly startled. Iorium has found a piece of paper with purple eyes drawn on it. The symbol of a necromancer. I wasn't wrong. Those eyes are identical to the eyes of the monster that killed my mother. The lights from the windows of tall buildings shine out. From the high-rises, Sato lies on the bed as Seongun's voice is heard. That zombie ate one of his eyes. Then it entered a part of his brain. That might be why he can't remember what the necromancer looks like. Seongun asks for his opinion. What do you think? Do you remember anything? Mina replies, of course not. Maybe that zombie devoured a part of this hunter's body, but he still survived. Minu thinks back to his encounter with the necromancer. I could smell a foul stench before, but now there's no stench at all. Looking at Sato resting on the bed with his eyes closed, Minu asks how to restore his memory. Is there no way to restore his memories? Seongun is also helpless. We've tried many methods, but he can't even remember what happened yesterday, so it will probably take a lot of time. It's a miracle he's even alive after all this. Seongun can only sigh in defeat, so today's meeting was useless. Minu suddenly asks about something else. You said earlier that you found a survivor and a corpse at the same time. Seongun explains the event. That's right, this hunter found and reported the body of another hunter killed by the necromancer. It's strange, isn't it? We've never found a body or any traces before. Seongun continues to reason about the possible scenarios. So there are three logical explanations. One is that something happened to the necromancer, so he stopped. The second is that the item used to dispose of the body malfunctioned. And the third is, Seongun points his finger, presenting the third case. Both the first and second cases happened at the same time, so they couldn't dispose of the body. Minu is curious about the second case. I understand what you're saying, but what about the second case? What item? Seongun brings up the hunter from before. You remember your guide, Hunter Quasar, right? An image of Quasar appears before he was killed by the necromancer. Quasar was killed by the necromancer's subordinate, Yangja, right in front of me and Deputy Manager Kong Tiong. Seongun continues. Did those subordinates tear Quasar's body apart without a trace? Not at all. Some parts of his body were left behind. Minu poses a question. Couldn't those guys easily eliminate the remaining body fragments by burning them or using magic? Minu is surprised by Seongun's answer. If it were that simple, the necromancer would have been caught long ago. Seongun clarifies his question. After all, we're not inside the tower or a dungeon. Seongun continues to clarify for him. Do you think we only catch those criminal hunters on a blue moon? If it wasn't fire or magic, there would definitely be traces left. If there are traces, no matter how small or faint, we would definitely find them. At that rate, we'd catch a truckload of hunters. By now, Minu asks him about the solution. So, Seongun rubs his chin, thinking they must have something to clean up the bodies. They must have used an item that awakeners can easily obtain. Minu shows a flicker of surprise upon hearing about an item that can completely erase all traces. We think that item can completely clean up all traces. He's skeptical. What? Seon Gun explains Taeyang's absence. That's why Manager Kong is absent. If they bought that item through normal sales channels, the purchase history would be saved. So now Manager Kong is helping to search through the purchase histories. Minu listens silently as Seon Gun speaks. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for this. After all, if they're among the hunters not registered with the government, they can still buy items through illegal means anyway. Seon Gun suddenly changes the subject, covering his mouth to laugh and tease Minu. The girl who came with you earlier was Hunter Reaper, right? Are you two dating? Minu replies irritably, leave me alone. Suddenly Seon Gun says to him, I'm not kidding. Seon Gun turns to leave and reminds Minu, there's a proverb, love is blind. Seon Gun advises him, you're becoming more and more human, which isn't a bad thing, but it's better to clarify everything first. Minu listens silently as Seon Gun reminds him of his true identity. Never forget the nature of the beast inside you. Minu's face darkens. The human heart is very fragile. So when they have to raise their swords to fight, sometimes their blades no longer have any killing intent. Remember that. The next morning, Iorium is standing alone with a high-neck jacket and a hat covering her face. She glances over when a sound is heard. It's Minu calling her. Iorium's eyes fall, not answering the call. I'm sorry right now. A person in a suit with short hair approaches and calls her Iorium, and it's Jihan. The two meet at a restaurant. Jihan and Iorium sit opposite each other, talking. What's the occasion? You suddenly invited me out to eat. Iorium replies, I was just passing by and thought of you. I also wanted to thank you for your advice last time. Jihan replies, don't mention it. She asks Iorium, so how are things with Father Minu? Iorium answers shyly, well, we went out together. Jihan expresses her joy and congratulates her. Oh, really? Congratulations. Iorium replies, thanks. Iorium invites Jihan to eat. Feel free to order whatever you want. It's my treat today. But Jihan refuses. No, you treated me last time. It's my turn this time. Jihan jokes, honestly, you invited me at the perfect time. The captain is busy. I almost had to eat lunch alone. She just gives an awkward laugh. Iorium looks at Jihan as if trying to probe for something. Jihan, in a relaxed mood, picks up the menu. What should we eat? Suddenly, the system chimes, flexible copy skill. While Jihan isn't paying attention, Iorium's eyes glow purple as she uses the skill on her. The system chimes again, as if scanning the target. The target is a very kind person. The condition to temporarily copy the target's system settings has been met. The system displays a question. Do you want to apply this skill? Iorium apologizes in her mind. I'm sorry. Jihan then says a word, apply. Now, Iorium is wearing a suit identical to those in the central area. The girls who walk past are unaware of the switch. Be careful. Iorium walks past, replying casually, yes, you too. Iorium successfully approaches and enters the center. She presses the elevator button to go up. Iorium strides down the hallway. The system chimes, synchronizing system. System has been approved. She successfully uses Jihan's identity. Hello, Deputy Manager Moon Jihan. Please press the number of the floor you wish to go to. Elsewhere, Minu appears. Minu stands in front of the luxury apartment building. I can't believe it. I have to go all the way to her house to see her. Now, he thinks vaguely, did I do something wrong? Or maybe. Minu recalls, could it be that he also had to act excited and knowledgeable like Iorium, putting on airs about a non-existent date? He thinks of Vagar. I wasn't lying. Thinking about what he said, Iorium is the one ignoring me. Minu gets annoyed, pressing his phone to his face. Whatever, I don't know what's going on anymore. A car drives past him, then stops in front of Minu. A voice asks Minu, startling him, are you waiting for Iorium? The person in the car looks quite a lot like Iorium. He quietly wonders, is this Iorium's uncle, the one I met before? Iorium's uncle's voice comes from inside the car. You didn't listen to a word I said. I told you, don't meet with Iorium anymore. But Minu refutes that opinion. Iorium is not a child. Aren't you being a bit overprotective of her? Iorium's uncle repeats his last words. Overprotective. Do I look like I'm being overprotective of her? He shoots a sharp glare at him along with a warning. If you continue to meet with Iorium, you will regret it. He replies, confused. What? Minu is silent and confused. If you don't want to die, you'd be wise not to see her again. After saying that, he immediately ends the conversation. The car drives away in front of Minu, leaving him with countless questions. Elsewhere, gray colors surround everything. Iorium is walking alone. She thinks about the eyes. Those eyes, there's no doubt, they are identical to the eyes of the monsters that kill my mother. She thinks grimly, I don't know why he has those eyes, but I'm sure he's connected to my mother's death. Iorium is besieged by questions in her mind. But why is someone like him in the central area of the Hunter Academy? Could it be that the person behind those eyes is in this central area? I've only heard a few rumors about this place. I heard there's a government organization responsible for investigating and eliminating criminal hunters. Of course, no one has actually met that organization. Iorium clenches her fist if they have some reason to hunt down and protect the person with those eyes. Iorium's face shows clear determination. I can't, I need to. Iorium walks while looking around. Find him. If he has those eyes on him, he must know where those eyes came from. But where is he? I've searched around, but there's no trace of him here. She suddenly stops. Iorium wonders as she stands before a door. Why is there a door here? Iorium reaches out her hand. Could it be? She pushes it. The door opens. Iorium is suddenly stunned. The image of Sato appears, sitting and trembling on the bed. He hears the noise and turns to look. Sato suddenly recognizes her. Someone, I've met you. I already gave that teddy bear to that guy. Sato is startled by Iorium's question. Why did your face become like this? Iorium hurriedly questions him insistently. Those monstrous eyes on your face. Did someone do that to you? Do you know who it was? Hearing her question, Sato replies, I'm sorry. I already told manager Gun about it. I don't remember anything else. Suddenly, small whispers come from the eyes. My head hurts, so hungry. Iorium loses her composure and says loudly, I'm begging you. I need more information about that person. Sato clutches his head. I'm sorry, I'm so useless, along with the whispers from the eye, mommy. Iorium grabs Sato's shoulders. She gets close to his face. I need to find that person and kill him. Suddenly, Sato loses consciousness. His eyes turn white, and a part of the eye protrudes from the other half of his face. An eye protrudes, looks at Iorium, and says, Mom, dead. Iorium looks at the eye in horror. Suddenly, she falls back in fear. The eye on the other half of his face protrudes further. It even starts to grow teeth and continuously says, No, Mom can't be dead. Don't die, don't. Iorium is stunned, kneeling on the ground. Dead. She is too shocked to react. A hand from behind blocks the eyes before they can reach Iorium. A voice rings out. Hunter Reaper. Gun arrived just in time to block it. At the same time, he turns to Iorium and asks, What are you doing here now? That night, Minu rushes in. He looks towards one side. Gun and Iorium are standing in a corner of the center. Minu calls her name, Iorium. The lights of the city center shine in the night. Minu looks at the text message Gun sent him not long ago. Father Minu, your girlfriend is here. Come and get her. Minu turns to look at her, who is sitting on a chair. Iorium is despondent, silently bowing her head. Flashing back to the conversation between Minu and Gun, Reaper, she knows about the necromancer too? Gun replies, she doesn't understand everything. She only knows about those eyes. Gun recounts to Minu. During the dungeon break, Reaper's biological mother was killed by someone with those eyes. It seems that person was the necromancer. An image of Sato appears, lying unconscious on the bed since then. Gun continues to find more information about the culprit. She secretly infiltrated this place and provoked Sato, causing him to go berserk. He's unconscious now, but Minu thoughtfully recalls Gun's story from earlier. He speaks up, asking Iorium and startling her, Why didn't you tell me? Minu turns to question Iorium. Is that why you didn't answer my calls? What were you thinking? Suddenly a drop of water falls, a tear from Iorium rolling down her face. Minu is surprised to see her crying. Then he lets out a sigh with a face that feigns indifference. Minu says gently to Iorium, I'll take you home. On a corner of the building's rooftop, T1 Ong appears, drinking water with an extremely tired face. Berserk. Seong Gun recounts the incident to T. I. Ong. This happened while you were digging through all that transaction information. T. I. Ong suggests that maybe it's actually isn't a good thing if Hunter Reaper knows something about the necromancer. Say, Ong. Un replies, she doesn't have any useful information. She's just fixated on revenge. Say, Ong. Un reflects, how scared must he have been to suddenly fall into a berserk state and attack Hunter Reaper. Suddenly, Seong Un falls silent, causing Tae Ong beside him to turn and look at him, confused. Tae Ong asks what's wrong. Say, Ong. Un suddenly feels something. It's just wait, there's something. Say, Ong. Un has a bad feeling. There's something that keeps worrying me at the same time at a luxury apartment complex. Min, you looks up and asks Iorium, aren't we going to your home? Where is this? She replies, the place I usually hide. Min, you takes Iorium there, then turns to say goodbye and leave. All right, you go in and get some rest. Suddenly, Iorium calls him back. Father Min, you? Iorium asks him, do you want to come in? The house lights are off. Then they're turned on. Min, you follows her into the house. Min, you looks at everything around. Iorium invites him. Come in and have some tea. A cup of tea has been prepared. Min, you, and Iorium sit on the floor, next to the bed, talking intimately. I've told you before. Do you remember? My dream was to become a famous archaeologist, back when I was little, before I became a hunter. Min, you sit silently, listening to her story. The real reason I entered the dungeons was because maybe I could do something to prevent another dungeon break. I'm not a great hunter, so I thought if I could find some way to help humans and monsters coexist peacefully. No more endless fighting. That would be enough. Iorium's mood darkens, but maybe that was just a way for me to forget reality. The truth is, my mother was killed by someone with those eyes during that dungeon break. Iorium continues to confide in him. Everything I tried so hard to forget came flooding back the moment I saw those eyes. I want to take revenge on the eyes that kill my mother. Iorium buries her head in her knees, saying in disappointment, so I did some things I shouldn't have. I know those things were stupid. Minwo suddenly says, these things don't suit you at all. He says being stuck in the past, crying, seeking revenge. Minwo says, these things don't suit you at all. Iorium is stunned by Minwo's next words. I will take revenge for you. Iorium blushes, a little moved by his encouragement. So just keep being the way you've always been. In the quiet of the night, only the sound of their two voices confiding in each other remains. Hey! Minwo watches and listens as she speaks. Do you remember what I said before about the most important thing about love and dating? Iorium suddenly moves closer, placing her hand on his cheek, and says softly, I want to check. The room becomes quiet. She cups his face and moves closer. Minwo is surprised by the kiss Iorium gives him. Iorium gently pulls away, as if to see his reaction. Emotions swelling. Minwo's hand takes hers, and sharing the same feeling, they move closer to each other. One more time, Minwo accepts her, and they both move towards each other with a shared love. Tonight is a romantic night from that room. A new day has come. A voice called out, is Mr. Kong Taeyong here? He's in the meeting room. The girl, Ji Hyun, was standing and watching with a guilty expression. Taeyong, who was sitting and working, looked up indifferently at Ji Hyun. He greeted her nonchalantly. Hello, Ms. Moon, Ji Hyun. Ji Hyun replied awkwardly. Hello. You must be very busy, right? Taeyong got straight to the point. What business brings you here to see me? Ji Hyun began with an apology. I heard about what happened with Hunter's son Reaper. Everyone is saying it's my fault. Taeyong replied while typing on his keyboard. Oh, that. It was Hunter's son Reaper's own decision. It's not your fault, Ms. Moon. Ji Hyun continued to take the blame. But if I had been more careful. She pressed her lips together tightly. Ji Hyun pulled up a chair and sat down, then brought up the matter Taeyong was handling. I also came to help you. You're looking for an item that can dispose of all the corpses, right? Taeyong agreed to let Ji Hyun help. Yes, thank you. We need to determine if any related items have been traded among the hunters. But who told you about this? Ji Hyun answered honestly. Ghost told me. Taeyong listened to her with a nonchalant expression. The Central System has also approved my participation in this transaction information search program. Let's work hard together to find it. Taeyong asked again, is it okay for you to help me like this? Our team leaders don't get along. Ji Hyun confirmed that it was fine because my team leader has gone abroad for work now. It's okay. Meanwhile, In another area of the center, staff members were standing around chatting. In the room, Song-un was sitting beside Sato's bed, watching over him. Song-un, in a foul mood, thought to himself, "Why do I feel so restless, as if I've forgotten something?" A sound was heard. Song-un said, "Hunter Sato, are you awake?" He woke up and asked, "Ghost, what happened?" "Ah." Sato sat up. "What happened to that girl?" Song-un immediately checked on him, asking, "Do you remember anything?" Sato said gloomily, "Only vaguely. I think I attacked her." Song-un sat beside him and reassured him, "Nothing happened, don't worry." Sato was a little worried by Song-un's words. "Can you walk now?" In the therapy room, a questioning voice rang out. "Hello, Co Hyunmin." Jun Song, holding a clipboard, inquired about Sato's health. "How are you today? Are you feeling well?" Sato stood facing her. "Yes, hello." The doctor, Jun Song, asked, "How's the headache from a few days ago?" Sato immediately replied, "I feel better now." She continued, "That's good. Let's begin the therapy now. Please lie down here." While Sato was lying down on the chair, Song-un glanced at Jun Song. She said, annoyed, "What?" Song-un wanted to add his opinion. Today, for memory recovery, some stimulation therapy might. Before he could finish, Jun Song hit Song-un's face with a clipboard and flatly refused that I said no. "Using stimulation therapies is dangerous. I've already told you." Jun Song continued to explain, "Is it because of Hunter Reaper? I heard she snuck in here. I know you're impatient, but recklessly using stimulation methods for treatment could endanger the patient. If you insist on doing this, I won't be able to help you." "All right," Jun Song instructed Sato. "Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath." Song-un suddenly rubbed his chin and mentioned Minyu and Iorium. It seems like something is going on between Hunter Reaper and Baphomet. Jun Song suddenly said, "Oh really? It seems they've resolved all their misunderstandings." Song-un wondered, "What misunderstandings?" But Jun Song answered slyly, "You don't need to know." Meanwhile, Sato had closed his eyes, following her instructions. Sato slightly opened his eyes, his ears still hearing the conversation between Song-un and Jun-Song. Oh, they've reached that stage already. And yet someone here is still single. Jun Song got annoyed. "Hey, what was that? Are you talking about me?" His eyes started to blur. His ears could only faintly hear the sound from outside. Who else could it be? At least I've been married once. Not like your... The argument between Song-un and Jun Song outside still echoed in, "That's nothing to brag about. You be quiet." Suddenly, a spider appeared in Sato's focus. Sato's eyes shot wide open. He whispered softly to the spider. A question rang out. "Are you angry?" Back to Taeyong's side. At his question, Ji-hyun asked back, He repeated that I'm talking about Hunter Reaper. "She used you to sneak in here." Ji-hyun replied, "At first, I was quite surprised, but then I understood why she did it." Taeyong wondered, "You understand?" The image of the Holy Tower reappeared with Ji-hyun's story. "Previously, during a support mission, I climbed the Holy Tower with Hunter, Baphomet, and Reaper. There was a floor that simulated a dungeon break." Ji-hyun recalled the moment Iorium struggled, hugging her knees in solitude. That time, it seemed the psychological trauma from her past caused her a lot of suffering. Ji-hyun recounted sympathetically for Iorium. Someone took advantage of a dungeon break to kill her mother. If there were any clues that could lead to the culprit, I would have acted just like her. Taeyong listened and replied, "I understand. Now that you mention it, Hunter Reaper once cleared the entire Holy Tower." Ji-hyun recalled, "That's right. According to Hunter Reaper, Hunter Baphomet and Griffin were about to defeat the boss. She just happened to kill it by chance, and then with that item." Taeyong was sitting silently, listening to her. He suddenly looked up because she had stopped talking. Ji-hyun immediately faltered. Taeyong found it strange and asked, "Ms. Moon, why did you stop talking?" In the therapy room, Song-un and Jun Song simultaneously looked towards the source of the scream. Both immediately shouted, "Hunter Sato, Co Hyunmin." Sato was collapsing to the ground, trembling and clutching his head. Song-un approached, asking worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Sato trembled, clutching his head and muttering, "Dangerous, so dangerous." Song-un and Jun Song listened in surprise as he spoke. "That girl." The image of a girl's back appeared along with a dangerous, murderous aura. "That girl," Sato said while trembling, "will become dangerous." The image of that girl became clearer and clearer. Song-un, not understanding, asked him again, who will be in danger? Sato continued to talk to himself. If it's that girl, then definitely. Sato became terrified in an instant. Devour, devour. An image of a murderous aura surrounding Iorium appeared. Song-un asked further, are you trying to say Hunter Reaper is in danger? Sato became silent. Then he looked at Song-un. Sato, looking dazed, said one sentence, no, I'm trying to say that girl is very dangerous. At the same time, on Taeyong's side, he also found out, what did you say? The owner of the mystic cube that can erase all life is. Song-un also heard the answer. Ghost, the necromancer everyone is looking for is. Under the bright moonlight, blood splattered. Minyu was stunned, blood slowly trickling from his mouth. Eyes appeared, parasitizing and surrounding his midsection. Iorium officially unveiled the act with purple eyes and a cunning smile. All the searching for so long has yielded a result. It is Hunter Reaper. Outside the tall building, voices could be heard chatting. No, I just got here too. The girl and the young man were walking and chatting happily. Are you hungry yet? Today I want to. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to something. She hugged his arm tightly, looking to the side. Over there, something was emerging from a strange young man's stomach. They were terrifying-looking eyes crawling out from his stomach. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Since when did this thing get inside my body? Her hand caressed his face. You want to know? She leaned down, cupped his head with her hands, and kissed him. His eyes bulged, sweat dripping down his face. The moon tonight is big and round, the sky clear and blue. The silhouettes of two people under the full, moonlit night sky. He was leaning back on a chair while she stood there, both looking towards the building. Above them was the moonlight, an incredibly romantic scene. Her hair flew, strand by strand, in the wind. Her lips touched his. Her mouth pulled away. From inside his mouth, that eye appeared, the thing I just swallowed. She pushed him away, a demonic smile on her face. She stood up, fixed her messy hair, and smiled down at him. Oh, you understand now. He lay flat on the ground, looking at her with a pained expression. Who are you? She pushed her long hair back with her hand. What are you saying? You still don't know who I am. Baphomet. Another pair of eyes appeared on her forehead. I am Jap. Did you have fun playing the love game with Iorium? I usually don't get my hands dirty, but I'm so bored now. The person behind them witnessed the scene, stunned. Police, we need to report this. A fan held a phone, their face filled with panic. I need to call the police right away. Baphomet, do you know? A black cat wrapped itself around her legs. You have to save the best for last. Eating it that way makes what's already delicious even more so. Cats appeared. That's the reason for everything. They stepped forward. Baphomet, your taste must be... A crowd gathered as the cats surrounded him. Absolutely delicious. She clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head back to reveal eyes glinting with a smile. Her eyes sparkled, and she shouted, my children. The cat's eyes lit up as they advanced aggressively. They transformed into terrifying monsters, baring their teeth. Eat your fill. He looked at the monsters in terror, clenching his teeth, unable to speak. They merged into a giant, many-eyed monster. He stared at it dazed, his head tilted up, following its giant eyes. What? She turned her back, her face hidden by her long hair, revealing only a slight smile. Behind her, people were being attacked by the giant, many-eyed monster. She had anticipated the situation, raising a hand to her mouth to laugh out loud. Her laughter grew louder and louder, her eyes crinkling with joy, one foot stepping on Baphomet's neck. Below the building, her foot was still pressing him down firmly. She propped her head on one hand and said, now, should I have my meal? Her hand clenched into a fist. Her pupils turned a deep purple as she arched her body to fight with Baphomet. The tall buildings were submerged in the night. In the therapy room, a voice rang out, what did you just say? Song-un bowed his head in anguish. Is that true? Hunter Jap. Song-un knelt beside him. Sato raised a hand to cover his face. Yes, I remember everything now. The monster that brought me to this state. In the blood-red dungeon, terrifying eyes appeared in Sato's vision. It all started back in the dungeon. I was just a newly awakened hunter. He had one hand on his hip, the other wiping a drop of sweat from his face. Are you a rookie? The beautiful woman walked up to him and greeted him. purple eyes on a gorgeous face, sparkling and captivating. He glanced at her suspiciously. She hired me, and I slowly fell for her. The two embraced, sharing a kiss. They kissed passionately. She passed something to him from her mouth. I didn't know that kiss would drag me to hell. He clutched his head in agony, his body already under control, after I had just escaped from her and gone into hiding, but my body had already been devoured by the spirit's entity. Who would have thought she would find the place? Where I was hiding, Song-un hunched over, frowning at him. That's it, that strange feeling. When the spirit's entity inside Hunter Sato went berserk and attacked, she leaned to one side to dodge. He was also running towards them. That attack wasn't aimed at Hunter Jap. Song-un clenched his hands into fists. His face furious. IT was aimed at me. Teja stood there, stunned. Jap, for now, I understand. Hunter Sato, please focus on recovering now. Her eyes lit up with suspicion. She craned her neck to look up at Song-un. Wait, does that mean patient 302 is in danger? I know. Hunter Baphomet was tricked too. Contact. One side of his face was a copy of the spirit, his expression becoming lifeless. Teja and Song-un grimaced in distress. The spirit's pupil widened, and a crack appeared. How dare you betray your mother? His head was enveloped by the spirit's entity, which was enraged. Its eyes were sharp, covering everything. Please save me. Song-un watched in horror. Team leader, Ghost. Teja reached out with her hands, her mouth agape. Don't. Wait. A classic scene just passed. His head was devoured, his body falling to the ground, witnessed by Song-un and Teja. Her face was blank with disbelief. Song-un's back was pensive. As for him, only his body remained, headless. Both of them clenched their fists, standing frozen as they turned away from his pleading hand. Song-un's blood-splattered face stammered. How could she be so cruel? He sighed and took off his glasses. A blood-soaked hand held the glasses. After killing Hunter Quasar, now she's killed Hunter Sato right in front of me again. He gritted his teeth in pain. His face showed clear indignation mixed with anguish. Hunter Jap. In the darkness, his muscular body was revealed, radiating a glow, and his eyes were tightly shut on his pale face. His eyes fluttered open hazily. What is this? Teja tried to call out to the patient. He was found in the square. He also has the spirit's entity in his body. Patient 302, can you hear me? On the ceiling were the lights of the hospital room. Flickering lights on the ceiling. Teja and a nurse were worried about his condition. Thank goodness, the spirit's entity hasn't completely taken over his body yet. But what do we do now? Many of his internal organs have already been devoured. Teja and the girl continue their discussion. The process of the evil spirit invading patient CO Hyunmin's body went on for too long, so we couldn't save him. But there's still hope for patient 302. Don't tell me you're planning to use that ability. Light shone through the doorway. She, dressed in surgical scrubs, raised her hands. Patient 302, we have removed the internal organs that were devoured by the evil spirit's entity. Now we will create new organs for you. Her hand reached out towards him. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Light flickered on the ceiling. This is the current status report. 15 dead, 2 seriously injured. It was still that light that a hunter has attacked civilians. Oh my God, what is Hunter Jap's current situation? We are currently pursuing him. Light continued to shine through the doorway. What is Cha Min-yu's condition? His strong body appeared, his face having regained its vitality. The doctor said the treatment went very well. His recovery will depend on his determination. His eyes had opened. Cha Min-yu. He sat with his back to the darkness. His head tilted back, eyes looking at something. His squatting figure revealed a corner of his face. Perfect. His body bent as he walked, revealing rippling six-pack abs, his face pensive. His mouth opened to call, "Nah, Iorium." His leg was in front, followed by hers. He listened to Reaper, asked cheerfully, "You seem very familiar with the tower. I guess you've hidden in here before, but that can't be right, can it?" She ran a hand through her hair and saw him. "I haven't seen you since the time in the Labyrinth Tower." The girl tilted her head, took off her glasses, and smiled at him. "Oh, you still remember me? I'm Jap." He looked at her with a bewildered expression. She clasped her hands together and continued excitedly. "There's no information at all. There are only a few clues to investigate. It's so interesting." She crossed her arms, pouting "Da-da. But when we're outside like this, just call me by my name, not my code name. Na Iorium." She turned to look at him again. "Sleep well." Her long, slender hands came up to cover her smiling mouth. It's funny, isn't it? A hunter in the association's top 3 who doesn't even have a name. A cute clip was fastened in her hair. Even a minor wound can have a big impact. She raised her hand to her mouth again, chattering nonstop in a way I can't imagine myself kissing Chom Minyu. She tied her hair back, standing off to one side. How about we go see a musical? I got some really good tickets. She hugged a teddy bear and thought, can I rely on you? Someone with such a strong will. She became serious that I want to confirm. Once again, she said seriously, Baphomet. She called his name again, Chom Minyu. He was facing different versions of her, facing her invitations, her calls, Baphomet, Chom Minyu. His knee hit the ground, Baphomet, Chom Minyu. He collapsed completely. Please, Baphomet, Chom Minyu. He screamed, please. In a vast space, he was all alone. Get lost, all of you. He bowed his head. His eyes slanted with a dangerous glint. Idiot. A ferocious beast stirred within him. Enjoying this freedom to your heart's content, are you? You'll soon lose your mind. I've never caused such a mess before. He turned his back and asked, so what should I do from now on? The beast within him glared, why are you asking me? You already know. The beast pointed at him. I climbed the tower by myself, killed countless enemies. Every time I swung my sword, I never hesitated. Compassion? That doesn't suit me. Its eyes glowed red. Kill. Kill as cruelly as the hatred you feel from this betrayal. His eyes were somber, just as I killed the enemies who stood in my way. He lay on a hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. That is the real me, Baphomet. Suddenly, his little finger twitched. On the ceiling, eliminate the apostle of gluttony. On the ceiling, eliminate the apostle of gluttony. Second time. He had woken up, his eyes opened. That I will kill you. The lights in the hallway lit up. The sound of a little boy's footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Minsu opened the door, his eyes staring intently. Seeing him trying to remove the restraints on his body, he quickly spoke up, don't take them off. He turned his head and saw the little boy. He and the boy stood looking at each other in the room. What happened? You know, that hunter Jap lost her mind and attacked you. When you were on the brink of death, your confidant appeared and saved you. It seems the spirit has completely left your body. He grabbed the foreline and pulled hard. You've been unconscious for a long time. The two stood with their backs to each other. Are you leaving? He tilted his head. If anyone saw you, they'd think you were a lunatic who escaped from a mental hospital. Minsu looked at him. I know. That's why I brought clothes. A voice echoed in the room. Go get changed. His feet stepped into the hallway. He walked hunched over down the empty hallway. His eyes looked up. Where are you going? Song-un, with his arms crossed, saw him and reminded him, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. His face was pensive. Hunter Baphomet, you already suspected it, didn't you? That hunter Jap is the necromancer. Minyu stood looking at Song-un, who was leaning against the wall. Why do you think that? I heard it from Moon Ji-hyun, the hunter from headquarters who entered the Holy Tower with you. An unknown cube, a legendary auction item. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something. It's used to clean up corpses. You must have known. Song-un put a hand on his hip and blinked. Well, what's the use of interrogating you like this? Song-un's eyes were hidden behind his glasses. Minyu glanced over. Hunter Jap's uncle, the director of the Hijiona Hotel, committed suicide. He was sitting in a luxury car? Him? Overprotective? Do I look like that to you? He parted his lips. You will regret meeting Iorium. You'd better stop if you don't want to die. His eyes turned sharp. Song-un looked at him, confused that he knew his niece's true identity. We found evidence that he covered up Hunter Jap's crimes from our investigation. The two young men looked at each other with pensive faces in the room. The girl covered her face with her hands in fear. He sat silently on the chair in the room, sir. Minyu and Song-un were still continuing their conversation. He leaned over to leave. Song-un watched his retreating back. Suddenly, he heard his voice again. Can you handle Hunter Jap when your mind and body are so unstable? Song-un frowned and said, if I can't, then let me. A curse echoed in the darkness. Shut up. He walked away resolutely, ignoring Song-un behind him. I'll do it myself. Beside the towering skyscrapers, the sound of people passing by, laughing and talking. A young couple was chatting animatedly on the street. He laughed and said, it's funny, right? Haha. The girl also replied, what's wrong? His figure stood in the middle of the crowd. His eyes seemed to have found their target. The street was empty. His hands held a piece of paper. Hello. Two beautiful girls walked up to him. The whole Zambar just opened today. We'll give you a... The short-haired girl with big, round eyes spoke up. Free drink. His pupils glowed red. Baphomet. She appeared like a goddess, striding towards him, her sparkling eyes looking at him. It's been a while. The world seemed to contain only him and her standing there. She walked up to face him. We just met again, didn't we? He looked at her. You look tired. What? The two faced each other. He stared at her intently. Her eyes looked down, avoiding his my body, he found out. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I had a hard time getting here, so I'm a bit unstable. She was also pensive. I'll need some time to restore my data. Her hand reached out. This will be the last time we talk until I recover. She bowed her head, placed her hands on his heart, and this is my final gift. He also looked down at his chest, where her hand touched, emitting a light. This is the power you are about to receive in the future. You should only use it once, when you are in trouble and have lost the will to fight. The determination in the depths of her eyes, her face thoughtful. That hand pressed against his chest, radiating power. May you be loved by humanity, not that fanciful love with a mere mortal. Those emotions will affect you. She stood before him, choked with emotion. Please, Baphomet, take care of yourself until we meet again. She raised her delicate hand. Promise me. Baphomet also raised his hand, gripping her tightly by the wrist. He pulled her closer, his eyes fixed on her. What do you want? You always speak so vaguely. What the hell do you want me to do? Her eyes turned red. That I want him dead. His face went blank. She raised her hand, her lips parting to call, sorceress. Her eyes became lifeless, her mouth stuttering his name, Met. Suddenly, she fell before him. Baphomet tilted his head. It's you. Eel's figure appeared behind her, her eyes glancing up. Enemy. Fulfill Jia's wish. In the darkness, he contemplated, watching Eel make her fall. That I wonder what she's planning. I can't believe she hid this from me. Eel questioned her fiercely. Why did you do that? Jia lay down, her face pale. You were always on my side. Eel small, sharp fingers lifted. Eel stood watching her curl up. And no matter what, only I will benefit. Jia. He silently watched the two of them, confused. Eel's figure stood majestically, her hair blowing. In the wind, you. Her eyes darted towards him. Who are you? I've never met you, but you've met me. His eyes lit up. Eel transformed, unfurling her large wings. The side of her face revealed a ferocious gaze. I am Eel. The door closed, and she vanished, leaving only him and the scattered feathers. We will meet again, Baphomet. Only he remained, smirking, a young man, a girl on the street, with buildings behind them. He stood amidst a bustling crowd, softly calling. Her name, Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Seong untouched him. Chaminyu. He narrowed his eyes and said to him, I don't know where she is, but I'll take you there. A dense forest, with the faint glow of a street lamp. A car appeared, driving by. Inside, Seong was driving with a serious expression, while he sat beside him, staring intently outside. That I will kill her. His silhouette walked down the hallway. Seong stood there and called to him. Are you planning to find Hunter Zap? He glanced back. That we've tried, but we couldn't. Seong suddenly looked at him with concern. The essence of the death spirit appeared in his palm. I asked that, is there still a part that hasn't been removed from your body? Why did you hide it? He looked at his hand as Seong watched in surprise. That if we do that, we won't be able to find her anymore. It will show me her location. Is it instinct, or like how an animal finds its mother? The car continued to speed through the forest. Seong was still chatting with him. Come to think of it, I think I know how Hunter Sador managed to escape back then. You knelt before the death spirit. He tried to find Hunter Zap by instinct. That explains the headache. Minyu raised his hand. You said the closer you get to the necromancer, the more it hurts, right? Hunter Sador had a headache, and you have pain in your hand. He looked up at the high sky, as if his eyes were cold. The more I piece it together, the more horrifying it all becomes. The two of them stood in the gloomy forest, in front of towering trees. We're here. Seong looked at his figure, confused. I'll handle this myself. He tilted his head. Just leave it to me if you can't. I, Hunter Baphomet, am always ready. Why are you doing this? Seong unleaned his hand on the car door, teasingly raising an eyebrow. I'm just looking out for the person who will make my dream come true. A smile formed on his lips. He raised his hand, looking into the deep forest, and explained, I don't know why everyone expects me to grant their wishes. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The dense canopy covered the path. Minyu walked alone. His body was steady. His eyes flashed a brilliant red. He turned and lunged forward. The deep night sky had only a few small clouds. Minyu was diving down from the high sky. An explosion echoed through the mountains and forest. He landed safely on the ground, dust flying everywhere. Minyu looked up. There you are. No wonder I had a feeling I was waiting for something. Before the fortress, her graceful figure stepped forward to welcome him. She shyly clasped her hands behind her back, then held them out to welcome him. This is where I awakened. Under his scrutinizing gaze, did you know, Baphomet? A large spider appeared. Some spiders will sacrifice their own bodies as food for their young. She placed a hand on her chest, her eyes sparkling as she recounted, that spider was my mother, Ioram's mother, and she was my first meal. A slash immediately lunged forward without hesitation. Reaper's brilliant purple eyes widened. A little more care from Baphomet, and he surely could have killed her. She looked to the side where her brief surprise was taken. Just then, Baphomet lunged forward to attack, the fire of hatred in his eyes. This time, Reaper managed to regain her senses and dodge. Another blow came down from him, doubling the deadly force of the slash. At that moment, Baphomet looked up. He saw the blade in his hand quickly entangled by delicate purple threads. By inertia, he was pulled closer to her, his body moving towards Reaper, who was waving her hand to summon the wind. By now, both were suspended in midair. The sword he held tightly was stopped by the threads, halting him before her. Their faces were close together. Reaper's amusement was clear as she saw Baphomet's bone-deep hatred for her. Let's fight. The strong wind she commanded brought rock fragments fused with purple crystals behind him. As soon as they gathered, a devastating explosion erupted, obscuring everyone's figures. With her left arm hidden in the wind, Reaper peeked at the opposite side. For a moment, a bewitching smile appeared on her face. Because in front of her, instead of a body shattered into 100 pieces, was Baphomet standing firm, with red chains outside protecting him. You really are strong, she couldn't help but exclaim. The hand that commanded the sturdy chains was revealed, along with a sharp glare directed at Reaper. Just then, the aggressive chains flew towards her on the opposite side. However, the purple silk threads, though delicate, did not surrender easily. They clashed with each other, merging into the chaotic atmosphere with a piercing sound. At a random moment, Reaper couldn't help but let out a gleeful laugh. Completely opposite of Baphomet, who now only wanted to bathe in her fresh blood, still waiting for that moment without time for exclamations. Suddenly, he leaped towards her, forcefully pulling the red chain towards himself. Reaper soon realized the chain was connected to an axe that was aggressively flying towards her. She commanded the silk threads, forcing the axe to stop its movement. Immediately after, with a red glow in the opposite direction, she quickly glanced over. With a slimy curtain revealing grotesque eyes, it somehow helped her escape another axe blade. But when it was only a few finger lengths away from Reaper, she quickly realized what was coming. Another sky-shattering explosion occurred, and this time, she was the one who took the hit. Smoke billowed in the air. On the previously quiet ground, Baphomet landed, tightly gripping two chained axes in his hands. He looked up not far away. Reaper, it seemed, just like him, could withstand such a massive explosion and landed with the soft sound of her shoes. Unfortunately, a bleeding scratch now appeared on her white cheek. She silently raised a hand to examine it. Then, her pink lips curved slightly. Reaching the depths of excitement, Reaper filled the entire space with loud laughter. Baphomet simply watched. As her laughter continued to pour from her throat. Until she was satisfied, she pursed her lips and said, "Poor little Ioram." She placed a hand over her hidden heart and confessed, "The person I truly like." She looked up. Looking at Baphomet, who had been so indifferent from the start, is the one who is now trying to kill me. That's right, those eyes. eyes filled with love mixed with hatred. A dark aura appeared and a grotesque monster materialized behind Reaper as she spoke. Fomet, do you know what the most delicious thing in this world is? It's human flesh. And for me, the most delicious human flesh is the flesh of those who look at me with affectionate eyes. What about you, Fomet? She asked. Will your flesh be as delicious as my mother's? She was the first human flesh I ever tasted. Her face became more grotesque as her blue veins grew larger, bulging and taking over her body. Show me. Fomet, your full power, she screamed. After Reaper's words, that tentacle rushed towards Fomet, while he widened his eyes in realization. He cursed himself. Why am I resisting? He jumped up, escaping the sudden attack. That came down. He gripped the two chained axes tightly, as his mind raced with 1,000 self-posed questions, while my mind keeps telling me to. The red chains, one then many, were engulfed in a sea of blazing fire, both her and him. With two screams, Fomet knew, kill her. The black heart hidden in his chest for so long. That's right, there was always a small viper curled up in the suffocating space of his mind. There, she lifted her head and whispered, in me, Fomet. Standing up slowly, she repeated it once more, Fomet. Her wandering feet returned to the origin of a cruel being. That day was the beginning of everything. Standing boldly on the street, she didn't know how many dozens of cars had passed. A purple-haired woman spoke into the phone at her ear. Ah, hello, Director Kim. I heard you took a leave of absence. It's nothing, but I'm on vacation right now. That's right, I really wanted to go on vacation with my family, but I've been so busy I had to keep putting it off. A hand reached out, forcing the woman to pause her conversation to remind, Ioram, Mom told you not to put your hand out the window. It's dangerous. Ioram replied in a panic. Oh yes, I'm sorry, Mom. Her mother continued her phone call. That's right, I'm on vacation. But speaking of the hotel breakfast, Ioram whispered softly, with a few beads of sweat, Mom, you scared me. Scene change, where Reaper, or Ioram, sat quietly in the moving car, sulking at the driver. Mr. Driver, don't you think my mom is as fierce as a shrew? He replied, it's because your mom worries about you, child. She dragged out a dissatisfied sound in her mouth. As the driver said, oh, Ioram, buckle your seatbelt. This made Ioram even more sulky. The car ride had been going on for who knows how long. She still sat obediently in her seat and had buckled her seatbelt, as she was told. After a while, she looked out the window. She thought to herself, the weather is so nice today. Meanwhile, her mother, who had gotten into the car a bit late, said, thank you so much. It's a relief to have you drive. The man said, it's nothing. I was planning to go back to my hometown for vacation anyway. It's a good thing the place you're vacationing at isn't far from my hometown at all. Ioram suddenly noticed something in the distance that I should take a car. Oh no, I could just take the bus. I could also rent a car. With such a strangely structured, tall building, she quietly exclaimed in her heart, is that a tower? Time passed until the moonlight appeared, casting a blanket of night over the entire city, over the entire hotel. The driver bowed his head and said, all right, I wish you a safe and happy vacation. Ioram's mother also replied, yes, you too, Driver Young. The mother and daughter watched the car gradually disappear from sight. The mother bent down to the level of the smiling girl. Let's go check in, you and me. Inside the luxurious room, Ioram's mother called out, they say this area has a lot of historical sites. They also preserve the royal tomb very carefully. Mom, tomorrow I want to go to the museum. Contrary to her wish, her mother was fiddling with a bottle of body wash in her hand as, oh, the hotel uses this product. It smells nice too. Should our hotel switch to using this product? She ignored a helpless Ioram lying on the bed. Out of dissatisfaction, Ioram said, really, Mom? We're on vacation, not at work. Her mother replied, I'm sorry, my daughter. It's an occupational hazard. She sat down next to Ioram. Where did you say you wanted to go just now? The museum. I want to see those relics with my own eyes. They also said there are a lot of ancient nobles' jewelry and commoners' tools. Her mother asked, do you like it that much? Hearing that, Ioram smiled brightly and replied, yes, it's so much fun, Mom. I feel like I'm living in that era, like I'm on a time machine. Her mother smiled gently, understanding her daughter's heart. It's late. Go to sleep, dear. Okay. Suddenly, Ioram sat up. Oh, right, before we sleep, let's talk to Dad. A moment later, Ioram faced a picture of her father, his face obscured by shadows. Dad, she called, are you watching over Mom and me? She smiled and confided, thank you for protecting Mom and me again today. Tomorrow, you'll protect us again, okay? And in the future, too. In the memory of that crimson-tinged space where Ioram and her mother held hands and stared wide-eyed into the distance, where there was one, then two, and then more and more people died, each with different body parts missing. On their other side was a dragon with its wings raised high. It slowly turned its head, not bothering to hide its fangs stained with human blood, Dad. Ioram, with a pounding heart and sweat beading on her forehead, let out a familiar call, Daddy. After the call, the dragon opened its mouth wide, with only one goal, to madly devour its own flesh and blood. In the city with collapsed buildings, tragic screams echoed like, Is anyone there? This made Ioram's eyes widen in fear, her small heart beating faster and faster. Save us. Vicious monsters tore apart any human that crossed their path. The corpses just piled up on top of each other. Mixed in with the reptilian monsters were goblins with bloodthirsty blades in their hands, aggressively stabbing through the weak bodies of each unfortunate person. Ioram could only watch, stunned, as the entire tragic scene unfolded relentlessly. She trembled as she asked her mother, Mom, why? Why are there demonic beasts here? Before she could finish, a hand reached out and pulled her. Ioram was startled, seeing her mother trying to lead her to find a way to escape, Mom. Involuntarily, she turned her head to look. A demonic beast with a bizarre shape, capable of levitating in midair, was rushing towards her. Her mother screamed, Run! Just like that, Ioram followed her mother, her steps heavy as she ran, trying to escape the death that was waiting to chase them from behind. She ran, panicked, both mother and daughter trying their best to run as fast as they could. She panted, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and fear. Try to run even faster, regardless of her own strength. The mother and daughter ran as fast as they could, until Ioram's mother's footsteps stopped. They stopped in front of a tall wall. Ioram and her mother were stunned and said, It's a dead end. The savage gazes from behind made them shudder. Just like that, it opened its fanged jaw wide, unable to contain a gleeful smile. They looked behind them very slowly, their hands clasped tightly, unwilling to let go. Right there, the large mouth lunged forward. A tear began to form in the corner of Ioram's eye. Like a life raft, a hand appeared, tightly gripping the nozzle of a fire extinguisher. It immediately sprayed mist onto the massive body of the beast. The smoke and mist filled the empty space. Ioram and her mother huddled together to protect themselves. As the smoke gradually dissipated into the air, they looked up in surprise at the benefactor who had saved their lives. Hey, a blurry figure of a man, his identity still unknown, called out urgently, Come over here, they can't get in here. The man shouted, Hurry up. Immediately, the mother pulled Ioram's hand and ran, as fast as she could. In front of them was a large door, a sturdy door like a heavenly gate ready to shelter two poor little souls. Quickly, so quickly, they didn't miss the chance to escape death. After reaching the finish line, the mother and daughter fell down in their haste. Involuntarily hearing the call, they looked up. Are you two okay? At that moment, in front of them was a middle-aged couple wearing convenience store employee uniforms. And the man with the fire extinguisher in his hand was, from this moment on, the benefactor of two lives. Time passed just like that. The figures of the demonic beasts on the ground and in the sky above glided past the already collapsed buildings. In a small corner, Ioram huddled in anxiety. When she heard the call, her lifeless eyes slowly looked up. Are you hungry? It was the female owner, sitting gently beside her, her hand loosened, just waiting for her to take the packet of snacks on top. This is a new kind. It's delicious. She still maintained a gentle smile on her face, reassuring the little girl despite the current danger. Ioram gently took it with a word of thanks. Thank you. Not far away, her mother was anxiously observing the situation. Then her mother bowed slightly to the store owner. Thank you for saving my daughter and me. He waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing. It's good that you two weren't injured. She asked, are there any casualties here? He replied, not yet. Maybe it's because you can only get to this convenience store by going through the building. He warned worriedly. In the meantime, you can stay here with your daughter. Those monsters from before, they have very sharp eyes, but they can't break or go through walls. They'll still be wandering around here. Thank you for letting my daughter and me stay here. But how do you know so much? The sound of soft footsteps was heard, bringing with it the figure of a young girl who spoke. Uncle. When he saw that the person who had just called him was a young girl in a blue shirt, he exclaimed, oh, Soo-young. Scene change to a place where a young man was clutching a bandaged wound on his stomach. Soo-young knelt beside him, asking worriedly, Soo-min, what's wrong? Wake up. A meaningless yet painful groan echoed incessantly, serving as his reply to her. Seeing this, an explanation was given. This is our employee's younger brother, Soo-min. He was attacked by those monsters, which is how we learned about their characteristics. Ioram's mother looked at Soo-min, listening to the owner's words. I gave him first aid, but in this condition, suddenly, they received a notification message, and they all raised their phones to look. It's a disaster alert, so we can still make calls. We should call. Interrupting Ioram's mother was the message displayed on the screen, which read, Emergency Disaster Alert. Monster Invasion Warning due to Dungeon Break. All citizens, please stay indoors or go to rescue stations. Avoid going outside. Hunters are rescuing citizens. Please do not lose hope. Dungeon Break. Everyone was in an uproar at S. Oh, that means we have to wait until a hunter arrives. On the other side, Ioram, having also received the message, was bewildered and amazed, where she asked, a memory that Reaper had always deeply engraved from that day. Dungeon Break, what is that? Her lifeless eyes looked at her past self, at how she had trembled before the apocalypse that year. A voice spoke. We tried to call for help, but no one answered. The power will probably be cut soon, so please pay attention to the food that needs to be frozen. When the situation outside gets better, we'll go to the rescue station together. They discussed together, but of course, it's better if a hunter finds us. Ioram's mother placed a hand on her chest and expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, both of you. I don't know how to thank you. One person replied for both. We're all in trouble. We have to help each other. But I can't guarantee that this place will remain safe. And with someone injured, we can't delay. While everyone was still discussing, the female owner just gently replied to Ioram's gaze with a smile. Yes, I will do everything I can to help everyone. All right, let's take turns keeping watch. The narration continued. Thanks to meeting the kind shop owners, my mother and I stayed here. Yes, I should encourage them. They're so kind. I'm still young. Let me help you, uncle, but I can still contribute. I dream of becoming an archaeologist. That's wonderful, as long as it's within my ability. She paused for a moment, as Ioram stopped her gaze in front of the door for employees. She went inside and called out, Soo-young, where the older girl was busy taking care of her younger brother. Ioram held a wet towel in her hand. I brought a cold towel. Soo-young replied, oh, thank you. I should give everyone strength. How is Soo-min? Is he still running a fever? Soo-young replied, yeah, it's probably because of the wound. She poured out her worries. I have to disinfect it constantly. I'm not sure how deep the wound is, so I'm very worried. I wish we had antibiotics. Ioram sat there and asked innocently, what's that? She received an answer from Soo-young. It's a type of medicine that can prevent infections from spreading. It not only helps with the wound, but also takes care of it afterwards. Wow, you're so smart. Not at all. I learned it at school. Ioram continued. Oh, that's right. The shop owners told me you're a medical student. Do you dream of becoming a nurse? Soo-young hummed in agreement and mentioned, wow, that's so cool. They were silent for a moment, looking at Soo-min, who still didn't look any better. Soo-young spoke. I hope Soo-min gets well soon. Yes. Little Ioram seemed to realize something. If I tell my dad, maybe he'll get better. She asked curiously, Dad? The little girl replied, yes, Mom said Dad isn't with us, but he's always watching over Mom and me. Ioram recounted as memories of her dad flooded back. Even when he was sick, Dad would still play with me and make me laugh. So he's a very strong person. Here's Daddy's pretty little girl. Whenever I'm sad or hurt, I tell my dad. I thanked him for always watching over me, and from now on, my dad will watch over us. Just thinking that makes me feel stronger. Soo-young was silent as she listened to Ioram talk about her wonderful father. Very gently and tenderly, Ioram took Su-min's hand. "Dad, do you see?" She began, "Please help Su-min get better." Outside the staff room, the female shop owner praised the little girl to her mother. "Ioram is such a good girl." The owner continued, "She brought them a cold towel, even though they didn't ask. I wonder who she takes after to be so kind." Ioram's mother spoke up. "Even though she grew up without a father, she's still very lively." Ioram's mother recounted, "I always tell Ioram that her father is always watching over her, even though I was very scared to tell her about his illness." It seems to have become a source of motivation for Ioram. Her mother smiled. "I promised Ioram's father." She looked at Iorium and said she would live strongly and happily, just like the child. The city just became more and more desolate. The monsters relentlessly searched for humans, lurking in the street corners, scouting every nook and cranny from the clear sky above. A few days later, no rescue workers had arrived, and it was impossible to get to the evacuation camp, and there was no phone signal. Iorium quietly observed the whole situation from afar. Mommy, the old couple gave me this snack." The little girl gave the snack to her mother. "Oh, you want to eat with me?" "Yes, you eat it, Mom." Her mother tucked her hair behind her ear, preparing to enjoy it. "All right, let me try it." Suddenly, the mother and daughter were plunged into an abrupt darkness. It turned out the electricity was no longer coming from the light bulbs. The power had been cut. Night fell, bringing with it a cold atmosphere. Iorium and her mother huddled under a thin blanket as she thought to herself, "It's okay. Everything will be fine. Dad is still watching over us." She grimaced, enduring it. "I need to be strong." Suddenly, a warning shout came from the owner. "Everyone, get out." Sujung asked in confusion, What's wrong, sir?" The owner's wife also pleaded. "Where are you going? It's dangerous. The hunters are here." The announcement made Iorium quickly stand up. There, the owner joyfully told everyone. Behind them is a man cloaked in a blue robe. "The hunters have come to save us." His expression, unclear whether indifferent or wary, was apparent. Iorium's big, round eyes lit up, repeating the two words on her small lips, "Hunter." Iorium's hopeful expression from back then. Reaper knew all too well the terrible thing that happened. That day, hunters? The disdainful words couldn't be held back and were uttered lies. "We encountered a very strong monster." The hunter just went on to explain his story. "Everyone who was with me died, but I was lucky enough to escape and meet your leader." Everyone present perked up their ears to listen to his words. As an experienced hunter, then he pointed to the sky and promised, "I promise." He continued, "I will help everyone get to the refugee camp safely." Iorium also stared from behind everyone, gazing intently at the hunter. She said, "The appearance of this hunter." Iorium's mouth fell open in amazement. Was like a light at the end of the tunnel for us. Hardly anyone could have expected the chaotic scene they would have to witness that time. But the store shelves, the rubble, the empty snack packages, and cans soon lay scattered on the cold, dark floor. Everyone there grew worried. When the building collapsed, 2/3 of the usable food was destroyed. Iorium heard the words coming from him. The one who called himself a hunter. What the hell is this? She stood behind him, listening to him speak. It was so hard to find a place with enough food. He's not a good person at all. The scene changes to that moment, as faint rays of light shone on the remaining row of food. This is all the food that's left, and that's including the spoiled food. Iorium's mother rested her chin on her hand, thinking, and finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. How should we divide this? While they were still worried, the hunter's hand reached out. We have to clearly ration the food for each person and eat the things that are about to expire first. Sujung was startled when she saw him pick up a can of water for himself and quickly spoke up. "What are you doing, hunter?" He replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you say to ration it for each person? I'm taking my share." Her voice was almost a scolding shout. "Without you, we still had hope of getting out of here, but if you take all the food, we'll surely die." Yet the hunter just smirked indifferently, letting out a loud, lazy grunt. He put his hands on his hips, arrogantly mocking Sujung. "Then why don't you find a way out yourself? Or can't you?" He then added, "There's an injured person here, too, so I'm the only one with that ability." Before Sujung could protest, the shop owner intervened with an arbitrary decision. "Sir, it's all right, just take what you want." He had a difficult expression, caught in a dilemma. But you have to promise me. He continued that you will take us to the refugee camp at all costs. In a small corner of the ruined store, Iorium was present, looking worriedly at the owner's wife, who soon had her head bandaged and was lying under a blanket, struggling for every breath. Iorium asked, "Annie, are you okay?" She remembered a few moments before, when the owner's wife had forcefully pushed her away, saving her from an aggressively falling rock. "You got hurt saving me, Annie." The old woman, covered in beads of painful sweat, spoke softly to reassure Iorium, who was about to cry, "I'm fine. Do you remember the story I told you?" She recounted, "I once had a son. That child would be about your age." Returning to the footage of the untold story, on the first day Iorium and her mother took refuge in this convenience store, the owner's wife had told her his name was Yonghyun. She smiled sadly. He was constantly sick, so he passed away very early. Iorium continued to listen in silence. Auntie seemed to have broken down when he died, but then her husband comforted her, and the couple has relied on each other from then until now. Iorium at that time had listened intently to every word of the sorrowful story. A thought crossed her mind, just like me and Mom. Back to where the poor owner's wife lay tiredly on the floor. You don't need to blame yourself. It's only natural for adults to protect children. Iorium's eyes widened, the corners of her eyes wet with sorrowful tears. She urged, "Please try to hold on, Annie. We'll get to the refugee camp soon." At that time, glancing at the chaotic scene of the store, the shop owner sat huddled in a cold corner, almost broken down. Sujung, who had been beside Iorium's mother all this time, exclaimed at the situation, "It's a good thing this place hasn't completely collapsed." Suddenly, Iorium ran over in a hurry, screaming, "Mom!" The owner was also startled, his eyes widening as he looked towards her. And then, everyone gathered where the owner's wife had slumped over, unconscious. "She's in a coma." The owner asked in confusion, Do you know why?" Sujung, using the knowledge she learned as a medical student, speculated on the condition. "I'm not sure, but it's highly likely due to her head injury." She continued, "The wound isn't bleeding. If it's internal bleeding, the situation will be very bad." Hearing that, he furrowed his brow in extreme worry, unable to utter a word at that moment. Then suddenly, he shot up and turned to leave in a hurry, "Sir." It was to find the hunter. He yelled, "Hunter!" He pleaded with the man who was standing listlessly with his hands in his pockets. "Please save my wife. She needs to be taken to the refugee camp for intensive treatment." He said, "But there are too many monsters out there. If I go alone, I'm afraid I'll..." Before he could finish, the owner quickly made a decision. "In that case," he made the decision, "I'll go with you." Everyone, including Sujung, was shouting with worry, "Sir, what are you saying? Even a hunter is in danger out there. So what can an old man like you do to help? There's no other way." "Sujung, you want your little brother to get proper treatment too, don't you?" "Yes, that's right, but..." He continued, "If we find a way out of here, then your brother will be saved." The two of them argued back and forth like that for the first time. Neither would give an inch. "But this is too dangerous. What if you get hurt?" Iorium's mother frowned, hesitating in thought. She looked to one side, reminding herself of the promise Iorium's father made long ago. That, "My dear," the image of her husband appeared, "promise me." Then she looked at Iorium, "No matter what happens." Then she thought of her husband again, "Protect her child." At this moment, Iorium was crying helplessly, "Protect our child completely." After a long while, Iorium's mother timidly spoke up, I'll go too." The ruined buildings were shrouded in the black of night. Then, Iorium's panic call rang out. "Mom," she asked, "can't you not go, Mom?" The mother bent down to instruct her, still holding firmly to her decision with determination. "You stay here and wait a bit, okay? Mom will find a way out soon." The little girl wanted to object, but her mother had to stop her instructions and look towards Sujung for help. "Sujung, can you lend me a set of clothes and a pair of sneakers? It's hard to move in these clothes." Sujung nodded, I have those. Let me go get them for you." One person gave, one person received. Sujung asked, "Do you really want to go? It's very dangerous out there." But the mother was too determined to change her mind. "I have to go. There's no other choice." The hunter advised, "Bring a raincoat too." And so, under the night sky dotted with cold raindrops that day, it was raining heavily. The sound of footsteps echoed from the three people: Iorium's mother, the convenience store owner, and the hunter leading the way. At one point, he suddenly spoke up, "I've confirmed this area is quite safe. The fewer people there are, the less it attracts monsters. Suddenly someone asked, why do monsters eat people? It's their instinct. He explained, they will attack any creature that invades their territory. They attack when we enter gates or towers, because that is their territory. Iorium's mother listened to the conversation worriedly. But why do they attack our city? Because they consider this place their territory too. This phenomenon is called a dungeon break, right? When will this end? It will only end when all the monsters here are dead. I see. And so, the three of them continued to trudge through the downpour. Suddenly, the hunter stopped in his tracks without a word. The owner saw this and called out, "Hunter!" His face darkened. "Why did you stop?" It was still raining. In the cold of that day, he voiced a cryptic question with no answer. "You two won't regret coming with me, will you?" "What?" The hunter, taking the opportunity, turned his head, unable to keep a cunning smile from slowly spreading across his face. "Don't you two feel anything?" Then, surprisingly, he took off running very fast. The owner and Iorium's mother were startled by his unusual action. He yelled while they were still wide-eyed with surprise, "Run!" But hearing the command, the owner also hurriedly said to Iorium's mother, "Don't worry about the reason, just run." Okay. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, merging with the heavy rain on the ground. Everyone ran with all their might, even though they had no idea why. But the two of them ran for their lives after the hunter. The rain made their vision in their eyes even more limited. Iorium's mother had to watch where she was going while panting from the effort of running. That gloomy scene. Suddenly, a giant white spider with black and yellow striped legs dropped down. It landed heavily right in front of the three of them due to its massive size. The force of the wind made them instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves. Its blazing red eyes, its bloodlust. The owner screamed, "Amon, a monster!" Iorium's mother couldn't help but cover her mouth in the horror created by the scene before her. She had just turned to look, and yet her body was already covered in spider silk that had been spun from who knows when. There's spider silk everywhere. He clicked his tongue, a nonchalant smile on his face. "TSK, we can't run." Back at the dark, ruined store, a white candle was lit, like the only remaining light in a chaotic world. Next to it were Sumin and the seriously injured owner's wife, who had to lie right there for Iorium and Sujung to care for diligently. At that moment, Sujung spoke up. "The rain has stopped." She glanced at Iorium, who had been huddled up like that for who knows how long. Then, they were soon sitting next to each other. Sujung spoke comfortingly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry anymore. They'll be fine." Iorium was silent for a few seconds, then spoke her mind. "I thought I could take care of myself." She continued, "But it seems it'll still be a long time." Sujung questioned the natural weakness of a child, not yet mature enough. "What do you mean?" "You're still a child, Iorium." The little girl looked towards the owner's wife. "That's what she told me too." She said sorrowfully, blaming herself for not being strong enough. "I want to become an adult who can take care of myself." Without any warning, a sound came from outside the door. "What's that sound?" Iorium also immediately paid attention. Then, right before their eyes, someone collapsed to the ground as if they had lost their soul. Iorium screamed, "Mom." The two of them ran quickly towards Iorium's mother and another person. Her mother's purple hair was now a mess, both outside and in her thoughts. Iorium knelt opposite her and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Iorium's mother uttered the spider. Iorium didn't understand her mother's trembling whisper. What spider?" Sujung had a slightly uneasy smile. "Did you all find a way out? That was fast, huh?" She was silent until she asked further, "But where's the owner?" Over by Iorium's mother, who had collapsed next to the hunter, who was clutching his arm in pain. He glanced to the right, beads of sweat from exhaustion and fear on his face. Iorium's mother just trembled, her words not very clear. "We couldn't do anything." "I'm sorry." The image of the spider appeared. If it wasn't for it, he wouldn't have. She thought about the time the owner was running from the monster. But in the end, he couldn't escape. In an instant, Sujung's mouth fell open in shock. Iorium was the same. They remembered a kind uncle who always had a smile. What did you just say?" Everyone immediately turned to where the question came from. It was the owner's wife, staggering over with her brown hair bandaged. What happened to him? With the full shock that had just hit, she gradually lost the ability to stay conscious. "Ma'am, Andy!" All the worried shouts were raised as she collapsed once more. A while later, that night, the rain fell again, each drop heavy as if mourning someone's fate. The bucket's on the floor. We have enough water for everyone now. From the other side, Iorium looked over at the hunter sitting alone. He was still clutching his arm as if it were broken, beads of sweat falling drop by drop on his cheek. The hunter was injured. And as for the poor Andy, after hearing the news about the owner, she just lay there motionless. Then Iorium looked at her mother, and Mom is devastated from having to witness his death. Iorium's mother mumbled in a small, trembling voice, "We can't escape. They'll kill us all. We'll have to live here for the rest of our lives." Her eyes were lifeless. At that moment, a spider crawled near Iorium's mother's foot. Its brown color couldn't escape her sight, even though it was tiny. Because of that, Iorium's mother became even more panicked. She jumped up, screaming, "Ah, spider!" Iorium ran over, panicked for her. "What's wrong with Mom? She's acting so strange." The dark night enveloped the entire city in sleep. Iorium held her mother's hand tightly as they shared a thin blanket. The little girl watched her mother, who had struggled to fall into a dream, and thought, "It seems Mom is sick too." Iorium encouraged herself. "I have to take good care of her." She closed her eyes and thought, "Dad." A fantastical dream soon pulled Iorium into it, floating in a space of purple mixed with pure black. Gradually, her eyes fluttered open. Iorium's eyes widened as she looked to her right. Unexpectedly, the white, unadorned figure of a spider appeared, looking as if it were illuminated by an invisible light. She asked unconsciously, "A spider?" Iorium straightened up, slowly walking towards a spider that seemed to be leading the way. "Where are you going? Let me follow you." Her footsteps were light and slow, and after a while, she stopped. The spider spun a thread, lowering itself to her level. Iorium just watched, mesmerized and unconscious. At that moment, her eyes widened in sudden horror, for standing before her now was the owner's wife, who had hung herself. The darkness slid away, revealing eyes that hadn't had time to close before leaving the mortal world. Iorium was horrified. What? She truly couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. So sudden and so tragic. Even Iorium didn't understand how she had managed to live this long. 2 days, a week, then 2 weeks. Her purple hair was held by a gentle hand. The hair tie then snapped. "Oh dear, it broke," Iorium's mother announced. "It seems it broke from being used for too long." Her mother then asked, "Do you want to leave your hair down like this?" The reply to her mother was a short word, her eyes lifeless, yes. Then a month. Time just flew by, second by second. I've gotten used to this lifestyle. On a day with not much sunlight left, a shout echoed. "What are you doing?" Iorium's mother staggered over to ask, "What's wrong, Sujung?" Then Sujung explained resentfully. He took Sumin's food. Yet that coal man replied indifferently. "He's been sitting around doing nothing, so shouldn't we only take a share of the food?" Sujung yelled, "He's already not well, and he's not taking his medicine either. If he doesn't eat, he won't survive." Then Iorium's mother turned to look at the hunter. He glanced behind him, not letting go of the can of water in his hand. The faint light of that day shone on the coldness in his eyes. Her heart almost skipped a beat when she saw it. That uncaring look only reminded her of that catastrophic day. Not far enough to forget, but not close enough to speak of. She pointed to the other side, telling Sujung, "Then give him my share of the food, Sujung." Sujung reacted fiercely, but was cut off. "No!" Iorium, a mocking laugh erupted in the middle of the conversation. The hunter casually put one hand in his pocket, the other lecturing them. "How ridiculous. Are you in charge of this store?" He glanced over. The real owner is dead. One of them was killed by a monster. From that moment, Iorium was standing in a corner, straining to hear every word, and the other one. 3 venomous words were uttered, making the little girl's eyes widen. Committed suicide. The scene from that day, the day she had just woken from a dream to be greeted by a departed soul. Iorium's mother noticed her child as he continued to speak, "So don't act all nice." As soon as he finished what he had to say, he coldly turned and walked away. But then Sujung called him back and asked, "Are you really a hunter?" "Huh?" She almost yelled again. "If you're a hunter, shouldn't you prioritize the weaker ones?" "But your actions now." The hunter cut her off again. "Ma'am, it seems you've misunderstood something." He sneered. "Hunters aren't chosen for their personalities, but for their ability to survive." And just like you said, hearing that, everyone froze like statues at the terrible nature of the word hunter. That's how normal people think of hunters. You people only come to us in difficult times, and that's really strange. The hunter's large frame seemed to overwhelm Sujung, threatening her like an arrogant bear. Do I need to care about this chaos? The thing you all should be concerned about is me. His sharp glare fell on Sujung and Iorium's mother. It made their hearts skip a beat. What are you all going to do if I kill all of you to take all the food? The entire future seemed to have been decided by the words he had just finished. A fearful voice rang out. What did you say? Suddenly, the hunter, for the first time in all, this time showed a gentle, smiling face. He turned his back, and as he walked away, he said, I was just kidding. Why are you all so tense? At that moment, his muscular arm froze. His eyes shifted as the pain signal was quickly transmitted to his brain. Clutching one shoulder, he lamented, the wound I got from that spider. Iorium's mother could only watch helplessly at that time, unable to find the right words to make the situation better. Iorium, she forever hated that hunter. She etched his cold, arrogant image into her memory as everyone entrusted their entire lives to his leadership. A joke. She thought, this isn't a situation to joke like that. A clear blue day arrived. The city, accordingly, became more ruined than ever before. A few days later, Sumin had recovered. He was finally conscious enough to sit up and eat a few spoonfuls of cold rice. Sujung happily fed Sumin. Sujung also looked brighter. The gloomy days seemed warmer with Sumin being better than before. Iorium looked at the hunter and thawed. And since Sumin recovered, the hunter's expression has also become more sour, as if worried that his share of food and clothing was being threatened. Then she looked over at her mother. I don't know why. Iorium looked worried, but my mother doesn't look well either. It came to the point where Iorium could feel her mother's worried but helpless state. She continued to look at her mother with tired eyes. I don't know why the adults were worried, because back then, I was just a kid, but the reason might be because we had run out of food. Sometime later, the hunters shouting the anxiety and the increasing argument from Sumin or Sujung. Everyone kept arguing. Iorium's mother tried to mediate but couldn't. Everything became more and more tense through everyone's arguments. Iorium could only stand there helplessly. Suddenly, the hunter reached out his hand. He stepped forward and pushed Sumin down. He lost his balance and fell backward, making Sujung worry. Sujung's heart stopped. She slowly looked behind her. Sujung was unconscious. He killed him. A desperate scream rang out loudly as a heartbroken Sujung ran to Sumin's side, who was no more. Ah, Sumin. And yet, the hunter didn't even bother to feign a moment of guilt, just stared blankly at the hand that had just taken an innocent life. He spoke in his defense. I didn't mean to do that. Seeing this, a trembling Iorium was held tightly in her mother's arms. The little girl stared at him with lifeless eyes. It was just an accident. Why did this happen? Iorium remembered the shop owners. Why did this happen to the couple at the convenience store? Then to the siblings Sujung and Sumin. Why? Thousands of why questions raced through Iorium's confused mind. She increasingly didn't understand what was happening to her fate and everyone else's. She stammered, wanted to say everything, but in return could only manage meaningless sounds. At that moment, Iorium's mother immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Her mother glared at Iorium, her voice serious and harsh as she said, "Don't provoke him." Her mother stared seriously and warned, "He will kill you." He doesn't hesitate to sacrifice others for his own benefit. That's what he did that day. Back to that fateful day when the rain fell in heavy drops. He panted in exhaustion. Damn it, is this the end? The crazed spider rushed toward the hunter. He still tightly gripped the self-defense blade in his hand. This is crazy. I don't want this. He exclaimed, "Why is this damn thing drooling? Is it hungry?" The hunter luckily dodged one of its swipes, his body momentarily suspended for a few seconds in the air. Suddenly, he heard a piercing scream. He landed on the cold ground, glancing at the shop owner who had fallen behind him. "What are you waiting for? Run," the owner replied. But there are spider webs everywhere. Iorium's mother on the other side also shouted a warning. "I tried throwing a few things in there, and everything melted." He repeated the important keyword on his lips. Melted. Suddenly, the hunter realized something. Looking at Iorium's mother, he thought to himself, why does this woman look fine? Did the spider not attack her? The hunter looked at Iorium's mother, thinking, Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, a warning shout came, "Hunter, beside you." Unable to attack or even defend in time, the hunter soon took a painful punch from the spider, and the blade left its owner's hand. But if he dared to be careless any longer, its claw would likely have pierced right through him. It seemed he was lucky this time, only getting a small scratch. He looked at the spider, and it looked back at the hunter. At that very moment, he leaped far, curling into an arc right over the spider, having just figured out. "Now I know." He smirked. "It's a female." The hunter landed right next to the shop owner, startling him. "Hunter," the hunter asked nonchalantly. "You wanted to help, right?" Then he forcefully and unhesitatingly threw the shop owner toward the spider. "Then sacrifice yourself." The man's face turned pale with fear. Iorium's mother had also never expected this plan from the vicious hunter. The spider heard the scream and immediately turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, the shop owner and the spider drew closer and closer, until the final moments. The one who witnessed the scene of severed limbs, the pitiful screams for help from the shop owner, was Iorium's mother. Her eyes widened in utter horror, accompanied by a piercing scream. At that moment, Iorium's mother's voice rang out. She asked why he did it. She emphasized every word, just as he had said them. "So what?" He continued. "If I hadn't done that, we both would have died. Do you still want to live?" Iorium looked in horror at her mother, who was still carefully covering her mouth. "We need to live, Iorium." Just like that, a king was born in this place, Iorium recounted. Only the hunter was a good person, and to him, weaklings like us were nothing at all after that incident. He took all our food, and we could only eat the food he distributed, a portion just enough to keep us from dying. Only a single piece of bread was coldly thrown onto the floor by him. Iorium couldn't believe her eyes. It was true. That was her entire portion for one meal, as he gave no more before indifferently. Walking away, before leaving, he shot a cold, sharp glance. Iorium was stunned while her mother was still trying to comfort Sujong, and that was when hell began again. The small rock rolled over to sit comfortingly beside Iorium's mother, who was huddled in a corner. She looked up slightly, the ray of light just enough to illuminate it completely. The mother's once gentle face was now gaunter from the lack of food. She asked Iorium, seeing the little girl grimace with beads of sweat on her cheeks, curling up even more to endure the hunger. She worried, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Iorium replied softly, I'm fine. I'm still very strong." Seeing this, her mother became more worried than ever. The words of her beloved from long ago echoed in her mind. My love, take good care of Iorium. I don't know what to do anymore. What can I do to protect Iorium?" The helplessness that pierced her soul tore her apart more and more. Then the hunter coldly uttered, "You people won't get any food today." Iorium's mother's eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly ran after him. What do you mean by that?" "Hunter, he just walked away indifferently. There's not much food left, so I have to cut your share." "What? Why?" Iorium's mother tried to reason with him. "We haven't eaten in a long time if you don't give us food." He interrupted. "Why do you need food when you just sit there?" "I have to keep moving to find a way out. I'm the one who needs energy." She was stunned. "So have you found it yet?" "No, not yet." Hearing the words coming from the hunter, Iorium's mother gritted her teeth in immense bitterness. He glanced at her as she spoke. "When are you going to find it?" Unable to hold back, she finally gathered all her courage and yelled, "How much longer do we have to sit here and wait to get out? We trusted you so much, and you even stole our food. If this continues..." Suddenly, he shot her a death glare, making her realize the danger and immediately fall silent. As a reflex, Iorium's mother raised her hands to shield herself as he reached his hand toward her. Seeing no movement, she only heard a chuckle from him as she slowly opened her eyes to assess the situation. The hunter mocked her. "A useless beggar like you dares to say such things?" In the end, he left indifferently. Iorium's mother could only stand frozen like a statue. Suddenly, a pained groan came from the hunter. She immediately noticed the way he clutched his arm. She spoke up. "It seems your wound from those spiders hasn't healed yet, has it?" he asked. "What?" Iorium's mother clenched her fists, gradually realizing something. "And it seems to be getting worse." Her soulless eyes glared, a deadly look replacing the scream of the soul deep within her. Seeing this, the hunter couldn't help but shudder. unable to shake off the fleeting worry. He replied, "What did you just say?" But Iorium's mother had already turned and walked away. The door slammed shut loudly. Her mind raced. What should I do? The city outside is still in ruins. What should I do in this situation? With Iorium fading day by day, her spirit and body can't hold on for much longer. What can I do? The area where they lived was boarded up with planks to keep monsters out to protect Iorium. And then one day, a voice called out in her ear, "Mom." Iorium let out a small, trembling, weak sound. "I'm so hungry." Hearing this, her mother's eyes widened, and despair washed over her. Iorium's mother trembled for a moment. Then she stood up. Sujung sat huddled in a corner. A voice called out, making her look up. Sujung. It was Iorium's mother. She clenched her fists in hatred, the darkness obscuring her gaunt face. On a dark, moonless night, silent and lonely, heavy rain poured down in drops. A blue shawl slipped off its owner. The hunter clutched his right arm, his mouth letting out meaningless sounds of pain at that moment. The poisonous bruises had already taken over most of his flesh. The hunter thought as he looked at his hand, "Is this poison? It keeps spreading, but I must find shelter quickly." The sound of footsteps echoed from behind, approaching him. Iorium's mother asked, "Hunter, were you just out?" He saw her holding a glass of water. "Have you found a way out yet?" Her round, soulless eyes stared at the hunter. He replied, "It was raining today, so I collected some water. It's clean water." And so she handed him the glass of water. "You drink it. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" She just replied, "I just think that what I did before was all meaningless. Because as you said, you're the only one who can get us out. We have to do our best to support you so you can be healthy." He laughed out loud, clearly pleased, and took the cup of water. "You finally understand your place," the hunter said as he drank. "That's right. That's what you should do. Just sit still and wait." As he took a sip, dear mother. As he took each sip, Iorium's mother watched intently. A while after he finished drinking, she said, "Hunter, do you remember what you told us before?" He asked, said what? She recalled his old words. "You said that since the dungeon outbreak, demonic beasts have been constantly invading our world, even though this isn't their territory." He nodded. "I did say that." And then suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit and overwhelmed the hunter, his vision becoming blurrier than ever. "My eyes." As he staggered, he heard Iorium's mother say, "Aren't you just the same, Hunter?" After a moment, he collapsed onto the floor. "You're also invading our territory." And so, Iorium's mother rejoiced inwardly, watching the hunter finally fall asleep, the cup of sleeping medicine in his hand, not yet finished, spilling onto the floor. She looked at him, then immediately turned her head to call, "Sujung." A moment later, the two of them looked down at him. Did the medicine work? Sujung spoke first, followed by Iorium's mother. "You should know that better than anyone." "Sujung, I don't know much about pharmaceuticals either. I just know how to mix some sleeping pill ingredients." "Like that." Sujung sighed. "Honestly," she asked, "are we going to kill him?" The rope was clutched tightly in Iorium's mother's hand as she said, "Sujung, why are you still hesitating? Don't you want to avenge the one who harmed your younger brother?" Sujung reached out to help Iorium's mother. "Whether it was an accident or not, your brother died because of this hunter. And if this continues, we'll probably die too. Let's wait for another hunter to come," she said as they both looked at the hunter sitting unconscious in the chair with a rope around his neck. "Someone else will come here and save us." Iorium's mother signaled, "Let's do it." And so, the rope was gradually pulled up, Iorium's mother on one side, Sujung on the other. The two weak women used the last of their strength for this revenge. Gradually, the hunter was suspended in the air. In the middle, he just hung there, the two women gritting their teeth, trying to pull harder. The hunter was being lifted higher. And then, unluckily, the sharp eyes of that demon turned to look at Sujung and Iorium's mother. "You beggars." A moment later, very quickly, the rope loosened. Sujung and Iorium's mother fell down, unable to keep their balance. The hunter clutched his blurry eyes, his legs unsteady, making others play the villain like this. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. "I'll have to kill you." Sujung trembled. What we do now?" Iorium's mother calmly got up from the floor and said, "I expected this, but he woke up even earlier than I anticipated." "What?" "It would have been better if we had acted sooner." He heard her say, "A hunter is a hunter, after all." She clenched her fists, her mind having already devised a backup plan. "But you're still very dizzy, aren't you?" He yelled, "Shut up." With that, the hunter aggressively lunged forward without hesitation. One of his hands immediately grabbed Iorium's mother's face. Sujung was startled for a moment. A scream rang out. No, right at that dangerous moment, as I was hit by something. This caused the hunter to roll on the floor again, clutching his face in pain and screaming, "My eye." Very quickly after, Iorium's mother picked up an iron bar and advanced toward him. She swung the rod. "Your body seems very sensitive. Is it because of that spider wound? You've probably been poisoned." With that, Iorium's mother, without mercy, swung the rod right down on his head. Sujung, beside her, could only cover her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. One blow after another. She just kept swinging brutally. Her mouth wouldn't stop screaming. A moment later, the hunter's hand twitched for a moment. Then he fell into a pool of fresh blood. Sujung stammered, signaling. He's really dead. Iorium's mother corrected her. He's still breathing. Suddenly, she handed the iron rod to Sujung, surprising her. "Now then," she explained, "I heard that hunters heal much faster than ordinary people like us. If we just leave him like this, he might recover without us knowing, and he could very well attack us." She continued, "Why don't you take revenge for your brother with your own hands?" Sujung trembled, but seeing her unnecessary hesitation, Iorium's mother let out a scream that was almost a command. "Do it now." With that, Sujung finally picked up the rod and stood right over the hunter. She raised the rod high. "Su!" Suddenly, she remembered Sumin's warm voice from the past. "Big sister." Sumin. She lowered the rod. The rusty rod clattered on the floor after being thrown, accompanied by the sound of sobbing that echoed everywhere. A hand from Iorium's mother gently picked it up. Sujung sobbed. Why did this have to happen to me?" Iorium's mother once again prepared her courage to swing the rod, to kill, but this time the target was none other than poor Sujung. "I'm so sorry, Sujung, but I have no other way to protect Iorium." Little Iorium, as if lost, slept soundly on the spider web. She lay as still as death. There, Iorium slowly opened her eyes. The spider slowly opened its eyes. A familiar, loving voice called out, "Iorium." And when she sat up, she saw her spider eyes reflected in her mother's eyes. Her mother beckoned to her with boxes of delicious-smelling cakes. "Are you very hungry? Here, eat." In her mother's hands, there was more food. To that hungry little spider, the origin of that food didn't matter at all. Iorium ran to her mother, and so she ate and ate. She devoured it, and the next day was the same. She ate without stopping. And for the following days, she still ate without stopping. Iorium sat by the pile of food, as if someone would snatch it from her hands, as if someone would harm her. Iorium ate without rest. She just kept eating like that, but then one day, the food ran out. A clear blue sky appeared as a hopeful wish was voiced. "I hope a hunter will come and save us." In the ruined city, a voice echoed. "I thought we could survive until then. In a dark place with only a hole above, I never thought the food would run out so soon." Iorium's mother reassured her. "But it's okay, and Mother has decided." She spoke gently with a warm face after cutting off her own arm, using it as food to give to Iorium. "Mom is here." The mother who offered her own body to her child. But numbers of all colors flashed in the night. She walked slowly on her bare feet with endless whispers in her head. "Not Mother's eyes. Mother won't be able to see you. Not Mother's ears. Mother won't be able to hear your voice." She continued to walk. "Not my mouth. I won't be able to scream for help." Suddenly she stopped instead. She just kept walking and walking, and at some point a giant monster appeared behind her. What about the other parts? Her footsteps stopped. The little girl tilted her head and looked behind her with soulless eyes. Suddenly, a series of slashes, swish, 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 were unleashed, attacking the monster. A girl with long black hair appeared and sliced the monster into many pieces, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Witnessing this bloody scene, the little girl's eyes remained dazed, not panicked or scared. After defeating the monster, Manova noticed the little girl. "Koku Iorium, you." Her companion spoke up. "Manova, what are you doing?" Then he also saw the little girl. Survivor?" Not long after, the little girl was taken to the refugee camp of the city, where the hunter guilds were assisting the victims of the disaster. Suddenly, a voice was heard at the camp. "Oh my!" Ella was surprised. There were still survivors there? She and Manova went to see the little girl. a cute child. Hello, kid, are you hurt? I'm the one who takes care of everyone's health. Then she turned to ask Manova, do you know who she is? Manova replied, no, she hasn't said anything, just keeps repeating one sentence. Iorium was still silent at this time. Just then, she spoke. I'm hungry. Manova was worried. She keeps saying that over and over. Ella suggested, you don't mean we should give her something to eat? Manova replied, we already did, but she wouldn't eat. Ella then took a chocolate bar from her pocket, smiling. You're so silly. Kids like sweets more than rice. Minerva asked, did you get that from the market we searched last time? Then Ella bent down, smiling, and offered the chocolate bar to the little girl. Here, cute little girl. You'll be even cuter if you eat this chocolate. Suddenly, Iorium's eyes widened. Seeing this, Ella smiled. Hey, look, her eyes are lighting up. But she had no idea that what the little girl's eyes were focused on was not the chocolate bar, but her arm. Then the little girl lunged. A few other people were taking care of each other. One of them looked over, startled, when they heard Ella scream. The scream continued. What's wrong with her? Because she had lunged forward and bitten Ella's arm with a somewhat crazed expression. Hey, stop her. Iorium continued to bite frantically. She's biting me. One of the witnesses to this scene recognized the little girl's identity, Miss Iorium. She met Driver Iang at the shelter. A few weeks after reuniting with her uncle, as soon as he saw her, he shouted, Iorium! From a distance. He saw Iorium standing with Minerva. He held out his hand. Then he rushed over to hug the little girl tightly in front of Minerva. According to Iorium, my uncle found me and everyone began to recover from the shock of the gate. What happened when Iorium was so young had a great psychological impact on the little girl. She went to see a psychologist. The doctor asked, can you tell me what you were thinking when you drew this? She also thought, I'm starting to recover too. One beautiful day, her eyes were momentarily empty. Then she smiled brightly and praised, the weather is so nice. Behind her, someone was calling while Iorium was still exclaiming, I need to have fun in weather like this. Death. In the distance, a few hunters approached. One recognized her and called out, are you the death hunter? I heard you were looking for a hunter party at the hunter's office. She looked at them emotionlessly. In Iorium's memory, I became a hunter. She had killed many demonic beasts with her comrades, and she had met many hunters in different groups and all sorts of people. Then there was a voice. A monster had just been shot in the head. I decided to become a hunter. It turned out to be Iorium who had fired. She turned her head back. A black-haired person was also fighting. She turned and ran toward that person. Scene changed to a tall building. Inside that building, by a fireplace where Iorium was living with others, and I met many hunters. The scene of people talking to each other was very warm in different groups and all sorts of people. And during that time, a young man asked, so you decided to become a hunter? Iorium turned to look at him, a little surprised. It was a handsome, blue-haired man asking. Iorium looked at him a little shyly, a thought echoing in her head. There was a hunter who seemed to pay a lot of attention to me. One day, he invited her into the forest. She was curious. This place is full of energetic people, so that's normal. Hunters have feelings too. When they arrived, he said, we're here. A structure gradually came into view. It was an ancient structure. The two of them stood before the place, contemplating. Iorium was extremely amazed. She was very surprised. Wow, what is this place? He introduced it. It's the ruins of a tower. They kept it as it is because of its high preservation value. It's even become a tourist attraction here. She replied, I see. It's so beautiful. I didn't know this place existed. Iorium curiously stepped inside. She touched the architectural materials. This is a type of mineral that can't be found on Earth. According to my research, it's formed from meteorites floating in space. Plus, it's even more durable than minerals on Earth. He was happy. I did a good thing bringing you here. Iorium replied, thank you for bringing me to such a beautiful place. Then he rushed forward and kissed her. But this made Iorium feel disgusted. Huh? Isn't this a bit much? We haven't even dated, and yet he suddenly... She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. She felt unwell facing his calculating gaze. Huh? He looked incredibly scary. What happened to his eyes? Why is he looking at me like that? His eyes were still wide open, staring at her. Why does he have to look at me like that? I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. It made Iorium remember the unhappy memories of the past, when she and her mother desperately waited for rescue, while others died one by one from hunger and thirst. You need to eat. When in the end it was just the two of them, her mother had to cut off her own arm as food for them. She was terrified at that time. Mom, what did you do to your arm? The crisis had twisted her mind, especially when she had reached her limit. Her mother explained, "We're out of food." Iorium was terrified. She screamed, "I don't want it. You're being weird, Mom." Her mother remained calm and said, "So what should we do?" She was scared by her mother's words. "Do you want to starve to death?" At this moment, Iorium suddenly remembered Dad. She spoke up. "Dad will protect me. Dad will watch over me." Iorium's mother was dejected. "You still think your father is a strong person?" Her mother let out a breath and then became frantic, while she listened in horror. "If he was strong, he wouldn't have died from an illness." Iorium's mother continued to speak with a gaunt face. "Do you know what I've been through for you? Do you? Do you know why Surung and that hunter are no longer here?" Iorium heard these words in utter horror. Her mother raised her arm and said, "Only the strong survive, Iorium." The panic in her eyes did not subside. "Do you understand?" She gritted her teeth and endured. In the end, Iorium still ate her mother's arm. The image of her mother with a severed arm still haunted her. A moment later, a blood-stained knife lay on the ground. Iorium's mother sat beside that knife with only one arm left. The whispers rose again in her mind. "Not my eyes, so I won't be able to see you. Not my ears, so I won't be able to hear your voice. Not my mouth, so I won't be able to scream for help." Her mother spoke. "Instead, look at yourself. What about the other remaining parts?" Saying that, her mother picked up the knife. These things were too horrible for such a young girl. Iorium could only cower in a corner, hugging her head in fear. Her face at that moment was one of ultimate terror. Finally, on a bright moonlit night, her mother hadn't been this lucid in a long time. She said to her, "Iorium." Her mother lay on the ground. "I'm fine. Hurry up." Iorium crawled over. "Eat me." By then, Iorium's eyes had become lifeless. Her mother's eyes were the same. The mother and daughter looked at each other. Iorium's eyes grew increasingly empty. Recalling this memory, Iorium suddenly pushed away the man who was forcing a kiss on her. "No, don't do that." She trembled, covering her mouth. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She replied, "Don't look at me." Saying that, she looked up, revealing a sharp gaze. Seeing those eyes, he took a step back in alarm. She screamed, "I told you not to look at me." A purple-white light emanated from her body. It shone brightly. It was also a bright moonlit night. A thin cut appeared on his neck. He hadn't yet realized what had happened, when a second later, blood gushed from his neck and his head fell to the ground. Iorium was horrified at this sight. "No." She was in tears. "I killed her." Iorium knelt, her face pale. Iorium screamed in a frenzy. The system appeared. "You have fulfilled the conditions to become the Apostle of Greed." The purple energy from her body radiated out. It grew brighter and stronger, then exploded. The system still displayed, "You have fulfilled the conditions to become the Apostle of Greed." A moment later she smiled, a faint but terrifying smile. Then Iorium grabbed his head. She slowly stood up, then gave an excited smile and mumbled, "Bon appetit." The system appeared. "You have unlocked a new power." She explained, "That's how I awakened. I like it a lot. I like it when people look at me with love." After that, she ate him raw, her expression one of great enjoyment. Around her, demonic beasts appeared in the form of purple eyes like a muddy swamp, repeating the phrase, "Mommy, is it delicious? Is it delicious?" A man appeared. In her perception, there is nothing more delicious in this world than the flesh of those who love me. Love me. Then another girl appeared. "Look at me with love." Iorium kissed a hand so that I can eat you. She kissed it sincerely, "With all the love you have for me." Scene change, since who knows when a rumor has been circulating among the hunters. A rumor is spreading that they say there are hunters from the government who specialize in dealing with the crimes of other hunters. What, really? Upon hearing this news, Iorium was surprised. What, really? It crossed my mind. Who would have thought such people existed? Iorium thought, I can play the role of the innocent Iorium, so no one will suspect me. As she thought, she stroked her hair, but it's better to be careful. The sudden deaths of civilians are very suspicious, so I have to remove them from my list. The only ones I can kill without suspicion are hunters. She sat in a beautiful room and said to herself, I got the nameless cube at an auction. I can use it to dispose of the leftovers and more. She looked at the white cat she was stroking and thought, if I'm targeting hunters, I should avoid famous ones as much as possible. Rookie hunters fit the conditions of me. Iorium's eyes turned sharp and purple. I have some experience, so joining a new group of newbies is a bit difficult, but how can I connect with them? She recalled the image of Quasar. While she was thinking, a government advisor named Quasar appeared before me. Then came Quasar's wife. He said he had lost his beloved wife in the shock from the gate. After that, Iorium secretly met Quasar and made me an offer in exchange for saving his wife. He would provide me with rookie hunters from the government. I accepted that offer. A pink space appeared, looking very strange. This is love. Love turns people into fools, in fact, according to her words. However, I didn't actually resurrect his wife. I just put my soul into his wife's body and made it act like his wife. It was just an empty shell, a doll. She rested her cheek on her hand and mumbled, why do I have to go this far? Well, you'll be exposed if you drag your tail for too long. If I act in the advisor's shadow, it will prevent me from being caught, and it's the advisor who has fallen into the trap. One evening, Iorium, while contacting Quasar, can we stop here? I've been eating the same thing for a long time. I'm starting to get sick of it, and I don't want to worry anymore. Either. Iorium looked at the tablet, pensive. She thought, this is the last information Quasar sent me about the rookie. Yes, this is the last one. And then she disguised herself as an innocent girl to meet the last one. Then she appeared with braided purple hair. Iorium met that rookie. Minwoo's face appeared, and I met Fomi's there. When facing Minwoo, Iorium realized those eyes, they're the eyes of someone who has never loved and has never been loved. She observed Minwoo as he fought. He was agile, ruthless, and fierce. And the techniques he unleashed also carried great power. He could easily destroy everything. She continued to watch him silently. Iorium was curious what would happen. Her eyes widened. If that man fell in love with me? Returning to the familiar house. In the bathroom, Iorium looked at herself in the mirror. She realized Iorium finally has the eyes of someone in love. No, to be more precise, it's not just her, but me too. Iorium laughed. He is the second person after my mother to eat the one I love. Iorium smiled a sick smile. It will be an incredibly delicious feast. In the present, the battle between Minwoo and Iorium, or rather the beast of greed, was still raging fiercely. She was continuously attacked by flaming chains. The flames were dense. Minwoo quickly took out another weapon while his eyes were still full of killing intent. He turned his weapon into a chain with a grappling hook, launched himself high, spun, and then unleashed a blow towards the monster. She covered her mouth and nose with one hand to avoid the smoke, fire, and his attack. But his attack still caused a large explosion. Dust was everywhere. Iorium retreated again and again. Then Minwoo suddenly appeared from within the dust cloud, with a sword in one hand and summoning firepower with the other to attack her. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to strike. The continuous attacks made Iorium more and more frightened. Iorium was now in a panic, shielding herself with her hands. Her eyes were now filled with panic and fear as he slashed with another blow. The iron chain slammed into the stone wall with a crash, and when the dust cleared, Iorium was stunned. She looked at her severed arm, the sight of the cut charred black. She was suddenly stunned in amazement. A sharp scythe attached to a chain was spinning. At this moment, Minwoo, like a grim reaper, slowly approached, swaying the life-taking weapon. He raised the weapon, then threw it with great force towards Iorium. She was shaken by this blow. Iorium's other hand was also injured. Finally, he appeared behind Iorium while she was still confused. It hurts. She suddenly noticed him. At this moment, Minwoo unleashed a blow, creating multiple fiery red slashes towards her. Iorium could do nothing but take the hit and was cut repeatedly. In the end, she was knocked down and couldn't get up again. Iorium sat on the ground, stunned. Then she laughed dazedly. Minwoo slowly walked over. She seemed to realize she was about to die. Don't come near me. But Minwoo ignored her reaction. The weapon in his hand had turned into a longsword. I said, stay away from me. Iorium sat on the ground, trembling. It hurts so much. Minwoo paid no mind and continued to form the blade. I said, it hurts. Seeing he didn't react, she became frightened. No, don't, please. He turned the sword into a death scythe. His eyes were now a glowing red as he said heartlessly, let's end this, death god. He raised his weapon in preparation. Iorium's eyes flew open in horror. The weapon swung, stopping just short of Iorium's face. Less than a centimeter away, it suddenly stopped. Her face was now full of astonishment as she mumbled. It hurts. I said it hurts. Suddenly she called out a name. Cha Minwoo. She shed tears. This sight made him stop. But at the same time, the beast of greed took the opportunity to launch its claws at Minwoo. It grabbed him and threw him far away, slamming him into a wall. Minwoo was still frozen, not reacting. Then he slowly fell. Minwoo landed painfully. It didn't continue its attack, but surrounded Iorium, asking worriedly, Mommy, are you okay? Iorium spoke, do you, while the monster kept asking, does it hurt, does it hurt? At this moment, the present Iorium fell into a state of half lucidity, half madness, her eyes also half purple, half gray. She slowly raised her head to look at Minwoo and asked, were you really going to kill me? Iorium looked at him. That's right, of course you would. After all, I was trying to kill you. But what is this feeling? A smile formed on Iorium's lips, but tears wouldn't stop falling. The feeling of knowing the person you love could kill you. It's so desperate. She wondered, desperate. Did everyone I killed feel this way? Then she teared up. I shouldn't have, She looked at the many-eyed mud monster. Who am I? Minwoo, knocked down and sprawled on the ground, watched Iorium's crazed mumbling. What the hell is this? Why did I do that? From Iorium's body, boils appeared as if something wanted to tear out of her body from within. An immense energy radiated from her body. She screamed. That energy made Iorium float into the air, her body glowing with a purple light. Minwoo pushed himself up, stunned as he watched this scene. He was speechless. And that many-eyed monster called out worriedly, Mommy, Mommy. Iorium's eyes opened to a frightening size, her eyes also turning pure white. Unknowingly, 2 legs had grown from her back. The system announced, the Apostle of Death has gone mad. The legs stabbed into the body of the demonic beast. It cried out in fear. Mommy, the legs absorbed its energy, regardless of its fear. What is this? Over time, the monster grew weaker and weaker until it was completely drained. Iorium's previously severed arm was regenerated. Her body also transformed, gradually losing its human form. Her clothes changed, and her hair also turned white, long, and spread out like a spider's web. Iorium now looked like a combination of a human and a spider. This scene was extremely bizarre. Then Iorium slowly opened her eyes, which had also turned a deformed, deep purple. From up high, she gave a bewitching smile towards Minwoo, enticing him. Foamies, she proposed, become one with me. Iorium's hair wrapped around his legs, together forever. His hands were also touched by the white hair, in a place unknown to anyone. Minwoo's body had been brought to a place that looked like a spider's web. That's right, in the nest. He hung his head and asked, forever? She replied, yes, forever. When Minwoo looked up, his eyes seemed lifeless. He asked, together? She replied, yes, together. She continued, because I love you and you love me. Minwoo's expression was now grim. This is the only way for us to be together. Let's build a nest where no one knows. Then he gave a barely perceptible smile. If you love me. Minwoo suddenly spoke mockingly. Is that how it looks to you? Iorium was surprised. When Minwoo looked up, the dazed look was gone. He smiled angrily. Do these eyes look like they're filled with love? For you? She didn't understand. What are you talking about? Minwoo explained clearly with a contemptuous attitude. Ah, that's right. I just find you pitiful. Minwoo mocked. Your weak trembling to survive looks so pathetic, even to me. The words he spoke left Iorium stunned. Then she became angry. Love? I never wanted that. You're the one who craves it. He continued, I was just playing around for a while, so let's end it now. Iorium screamed in anger. No, she was furious. Why are you lying? You love me. Iorium shrieked. Say you love me. Say it. But Minwoo denied it. No, I've never felt anything like that. She was panicked, then hurt and stunned. Her shame turned to anger. as she launched an attack towards Minwoo, her hair turning into silk threads and her legs into claws as they lunged at him. "You're lying." Minwoo was silent. He remembered the first time he met Aelium. Stunned for a moment, the image of Aelium was still in his mind. Then he thought of Jaon, and finally, not knowing what he was thinking, he uttered two words: use. At this moment, their surroundings had turned fiery red, and Aelium was still standing there. Codename Baphomet, real name Cha Minwoo, the same age as us. She listened quietly. She again showed interest, mumbling, considered an irregular hunter, while looking at the information on the screen. Proficient with many weapons, yet only recently became a hunter, considered an irregular hunter, has the potential to become an S-rank hunter. Interesting. Then she giggled and left, which made her very curious, wondering, why is she so excited? The sour voice continued, "You'll kill him anyway." At this time, inside the tower, facing two swordsmen, he shook his head and moved. They looked at him, confused. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a smirk on his lips as he looked at them. Then, quick as a flash, he rushed forward and attacked both of them. She watched the fight, stunned. If it's this guy, she thought while still observing his beautiful attack movements. That's right, if it's him. She emphasized, "You're on the verge of victory. The target is easily taken down." After the fight, she bandaged his wounds, then gently advised, "A hunter must always maintain their best condition. We don't know when another dungeon break will happen. A small wound like this can cause big trouble." Then she gave him high praise. "You have excellently completed the mission to clear the Hell Tower. And what's special is, you are very strong." She stood forlornly to one side, thinking grimly, "No, that's not enough. You need to be stronger, so strong that no one can kill me. Kill." And at that moment she said emotionlessly, kill me." Meanwhile, her heart was now screaming, "Save me." Her face was etched with boundless anger. "You liar." She cursed and attacked with her tentacles. All of them were aimed at him. He stood there silently. A figure appeared, reminding him, "That, you remember, right? When you have no will to fight left, use it," he said softly. "Activate." As the tentacles descended upon that mortal body, she thought it was all over. But now the surprise was just beginning. Something terrifying was approaching. In the city, in a small shop, the clerk said politely, "Here is your drink." Yuri took the drink. "Thank you." The clerk asked shyly, "If you don't mind, could I take a picture with you?" She answered without hesitation, "Huh? Ah, yes." Suddenly she sensed something. She turned her head, and the clerk asked hesitantly when he saw she wasn't focused, "Miss?" Sung Yuna ran over breathlessly. "Yuri." She then asked, "You felt it too, right? There's an extremely powerful, evil aura." Not just them. Everyone had noticed the distinct abnormality. "What is this? Why does the moon look so strange?" Everyone immediately ran towards the crowd. Instantly, they were stunned. They looked up and saw the strange thing above, a blood moon. But there wasn't any news about a lunar eclipse. People mumbled. She was slightly worried. Outside at night, they were talking and assigning roles. "Do you understand? Since you're a support mage, try to avoid the monsters attacking from behind." Suddenly, she was astonished, as if she had seen something. Why did the moon suddenly change color? Very quickly, they realized the difference. In another apartment in the city, a pair of muscular hands were planted on the floor. Ha-sung was doing a handstand. Suddenly, he froze in shock. He immediately stood up and looked outside. Silent, he stared at the blood moon outside the window. His face suddenly showed a worried expression. At the same time, in the dark night, in another building, Jaon stood in front of a glass case, staring at an object inside. After a moment, he left, just as the sky changed color, causing him to freeze. He looked up and saw the blood moon. His eyes instantly changed color, and he mumbled, "Baphomet." Ma Sung-un also saw it. He was stunned for a moment, horrified. What the hell is that? Redness enveloped the space. An evil aura covered everything. Na Aelium stood in the center. Her face hardened, her pink eyes sharp. A pair of deformed legs walked forward, mumbling as she looked at the person, Baphomet. His eyes were tinged with red, sweeping away everything in its path. He reached out, wanting to catch her. She nimbly leaped high, narrowly escaping death. She stared blankly ahead, stunned again by everything that was happening. He had entered a hunting state, and the target was her. He lunged again, appearing and disappearing, though he missed once more. But he successfully attacked. A sea of fire engulfed her. Countless small stones hit her. Her face darkened. She kept mumbling, why, and screamed fiercely, why? The large shadow overwhelmed her. She watched dazed. Her locks of hair flew. Somehow, he was behind her. She was resentful, tears streaming down her face. She asked softly, You should have just pretended and gone with me. You couldn't even do that one thing? Is it because I'm a murderer? Is it because I've killed too many people? He just replied, I don't care about that stuff. Naelium questioned angrily, then why? The scythe was already near. It pierced through her, blood splattering everywhere. She was dazed, her mouth agape in silence. He said emotionlessly, I will kill you. He stated, that was my decision from the first time. I met you. Everything I did was to catch you. Let's end this, death god. She groaned in pain. The scene with him from before appeared, when they were still very close, even taking pictures for each other. She was dazed, not believing the truth. A previous image suddenly flashed by. Naelium was heartbroken, remembering every memory and the scene where she pressed her hand to his face. Her eyes had become lifeless. The moments of affection flashed by, and now he brought his blade down. Looking at her emotionlessly, she lay collapsed on the ground, her eyes still wide open. The sky was the color of blood. He silently turned and walked away. Suddenly a voice said, I'm hungry, causing him to freeze. Naelium weakly forced out each word. Hungry, so hungry I need to eat. Her hands trembled, clutching the ground. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. He looked at her again, gripping his spear tightly. Once again, he raised it high and prepared to finish her off for good. Without hesitation, he brought the spearhead down, but then a pitiful sound was heard, Mommy. It made him freeze. She looked at him, having lost her senses, mistaking him for her gentle mother. Comforting, it's okay now. You don't have to carry this burden anymore. She dazedly assessed the situation. Sobbing, she asked, really? Her face returned to the innocent look of a young girl, her sparkling eyes confirming again, am I free? The beautiful illusion continued, yes, come to Mommy. She reached out her small hand and happily threw herself into her mother's arms, smiling brightly as if she had never smiled before. Mommy. In reality, somewhere, she had fulfilled her wish. The end. Blood splattered. He watched emotionlessly. Then he turned away. Beside him a notification absolved the apostle of greed of her sins. After a few steps, he took off his mask. Then he stood there silently, letting the tears fall. And so it was done. High above, a plane took off. Next destination, the United States. A tall tower, Chosiapisiu, and an unknown landmark. A person was panting continuously, huff, huff, huff. He asked with difficulty, what are you? How could you? The opponent roared, I am an S-rank hunter in the nation's top 20. How dare a monster like you humiliate me to this extent? Who are you? Regardless of what the man said, the demonic, shadowy figure continued to walk forward coldly. Suddenly, a hole was punched through his body. What? His face hardened, his dazed eyes uttered, huh? Since when? At this moment, his internal organs were in the mysterious person's hand. Crushing the heart, he said, Joan, and turned on his heel to leave without any hesitation. His eyes lit up as he softly introduced himself. My name is Gia Van. A stone rolled down from above. The tower stood tall, incredibly sturdy, and yet a few small specks of dust fell, growing more numerous and larger. In midair, a sharp, cold sword slash suddenly streaked across from the left, carrying a murderous aura so chilling it could slice through skin and flesh. Immediately after, the gleam of the sword flashed brilliantly on the right, so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow, creating a hazy halo like lightning in the dark night. A fierce battle quickly erupted. The ferocious demonic beast relentlessly attacked him. Its eyes suddenly glowed fiery red like two burning coals. Gia Van glared at it. A razor-sharp sword strike, quick as lightning, slashed across the beast's neck, causing it to roar madly as he muttered, the last one. Despite the deep wound, the demonic beast refused to yield. It let out a wretched howl and shot up into the air, baring its fierce claws, intending to dive straight down and crush him. Yet Gia Van remained motionless in the middle of the battlefield, his face as calm as if everything was already in the data. His gaze was so sharp it seemed it could pierce the night, staring intently at the charging monster as he calmly breathed out a firm sentence, the last one. The sword in his hand began to glow. Exuding a formidable power, he aimed straight at the demonic beast. It still refused to give up and continued to counterattack. The two of them charged at each other in a violent collision. The demonic beast tensed up, using all its strength. Gia Van clenched his jaw, his entire body emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. The demonic beast froze, its face soulless and expressionless. Then, in an explosive moment, he roared, gathering all his strength to deliver a decisive blow. A terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, blowing away dust and making everything around them tremble. The demonic beast's body was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Gia Van landed right after, his body as straight as a war god, his cloak fluttering in the wind, so cool that one could not look away. He stood silently amidst the desolate battle, his deep eyes fixed on the motionless body of the demonic beast. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, he turned his back and walked away. His feet took steady steps forward. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Gia Van looked expectantly at the system screen. That is, blue notifications began to appear. You have completed the mission to eliminate the boss of the Hell Tower. You have completed all missions. You receive a hidden skill as a reward. He stood facing the circle of light before him. His thoughtful eyes muttered, "Finally, it's over because of this damn mission, He reached out to touch it. As long as I have this skill, I can turn everything back to how it was. But his joy was short-lived, as the screen displayed an error message. Error. A mechanical voice rang out. A random error has occurred. Cannot run the program. Reporting error. Searching for a solution. And finally, cannot find a solution. He exclaimed in astonishment. What? Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Was that really the boss of the Hell Tower? This stunned him. What followed was a series of warnings. He is just a demonic beast guarding the first floor. Why did he become the boss? Did he climb the tower? Is he the boss? That demonic beast? Is he the boss? That demonic beast? A demonic beast? Suddenly, its body began to stir. Its fiery red eyes opened. The mechanical voice continued to remind him, you cannot eliminate the boss of the Hell Tower. You will not receive the regression reward for completing the mission, making him gasp in horror. What is going on? At that moment, he also felt a pair of red eyes staring at him from behind. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. He glanced over. By some force, the demonic beast had revived. Its face was twisted and deformed, its blood-red eyes staring at him. Without a word, it pierced through his body, a spray of fresh blood splattering everywhere. He stared in astonishment. Gia Van asked in disbelief, stammering, "How?" The brazen demonic beast spoke, "Give me your body." It moved close to his face and declared, "I must take it from you." His eyes widened in confusion. His lips were tightly shut, unable to utter a word. He trembled with anger and hissed, "This demonic beast." Just like that, in the middle of the tower, another explosion occurred. Horrifying. At the same time, elsewhere around the tower, a pair of feet slowly approached. Hunter Center Information Team. Marker complained impatiently. "Not here yet?" The person suddenly appeared from behind. "Oh my, sorry, I was stuck in traffic." Ju Sin Times reporter, Kim Un-ho. He scratched his head shyly and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" He replied, "No, I just got here." He looked towards the tower and exclaimed in awe, "Oh, is that the tower?" "It's..." Before he could finish, Marker cut in and said, "It's the Tower of Arrogance. Let me tell you in advance, it will be clear today." He clenched his fists and said excitedly, "I see, then I'll film it until it's cleared." The two walked and talked. "Will you be okay? Even though you're an awakened, you're still a reporter with no combat experience." He joked, "I may not look it, but I'm great at running." Kim Un-ho asked curiously, "And aren't you from the Hunter Center's information team?" "As far as I know, the information team's role is to investigate the tower's status before other hunters can enter." He replied seriously, "Since you're a reporter, you probably know, but we've been too busy lately. We haven't been able to monitor this tower status." He exclaimed, "Oh, is that why?" The Protection Project to prevent the recurrence of a dungeon break. The World Hunter Association, through the investigation of the American Hunter Center, learned that dungeon breaks were progressing rapidly and requested assistance from hunters in all countries. Under the direction of each country's government association, hunters were dispatched to countries where the hunter system was too underdeveloped to clear the towers, and as a result, the risk of dungeon breaks has been reduced by 26%. Kim Un-ho rubbed his chin and continued. It became stable after a year and a half. And the hunters participating in the protection project will be responsible for clearing this tower. He eagerly suggested, "Oh really? Can I ask them for an interview? We have a special feature on the protection project scheduled for publication soon." Marker replied coldly, "Whatever, it's not under my authority, but he's not the type of hunter to agree to that. Besides, the scheduled hunter ran into some trouble, so someone else came instead." He asked, puzzled, "Is that so? Do you know the code name?" He immediately replied, "It's Baphomet." The words just spoken made Kim Un-ho repeat blankly, "Baphomet?" Then he exclaimed in alarm, "Hunter Baphomet?" Marker asked neutrally, "You know him?" He recounted, "Any reporter who doesn't know him would be fired. He not only cleared Ethiopia, but also the small surrounding countries. He's really impressive, right? He and another hunter cleared towers in underdeveloped regions that almost all other hunters avoided. He's a hero there." With that said, he looked around and asked, "So where's Hunter Baphomet?" Marker frowned and replied, "I don't think he's here yet." Suddenly, he froze. "Ah, there." Kim Un-ho asked eagerly, "Where?" A person slowly walked over. The whole body was completely covered. The person was cloaked from head to toe. Kim Un-ho spoke up and asked, "Are you Hunter Baphomet?" The person replied in a deep, hoarse voice, "Yes, that's me," and then sneezed, which made Marker ask suspiciously, "Are you sick? Your voice is a bit raspy." The person quickly explained, "No, it's just a recent cold." Hearing this lame excuse, the two thought blankly. Hunters get colds too? Kim Un-ho asked quietly, "Is he really Baphomet?" I find it a bit strange. Without hesitation, Marker opened the system screen and said, "Hunter Baphomet invites you to the party." A mechanical voice announced, "Invitation accepted." 1, 2. Marker's group waited in silence. On the other side, the person claiming to be Baphomet also stood staring at them. After a long while, the system responded that the invitation was accepted, which made Kim Hyun-ho feel somewhat relieved. "So it must be him. It's accepted. Let's go into the tower." In front of them was a gate. Someone observed, "It has an entrance. It seems the tower is cleared by hunting demonic beasts." Kim Hyun-ho said sadly, "I see. So a non-combat type like me probably can't help." Marker quickly reassured him, "It's okay. I'm here, and so is Hunter Baphomet." He frowned and continued, "I heard your S-rank evaluation was postponed because of your work on the protection project. Since you recently received the title of S-rank hunter, show me what you can do." Baphomet was silent for a moment. Marker rambled on, "We also have a reporter here. Shouldn't you be building a name for yourself domestically instead of abroad?" Baphomet replied softly, "All right." But inwardly he thought, His face was covered in sweat as he prayed. "I'm screwed." He looked at the two people in front of him in terror. "They suspect me." Inside Baphomet's body, whispers could be heard. "What do we do?" It turned out this Baphomet was an impersonation by some small fried demonic beasts. They started arguing loudly. "Didn't you say you knew how to impersonate the master?" The other one replied, "I did yesterday." "Also, why are you so rude? The master doesn't talk like that." The youngest couldn't help but chime in, "Big brother, I'm not on second brother's side, but the master has been socializing a lot lately." While they were still discussing, a voice asked, "What's wrong?" With Marker's knife-like gaze on him, he tried to suppress his awkwardness and replied, "Nothing." Then, having to see it through, he trudged along behind him. The fake Baphomet pondered. An authoritative voice asked, "Are you afraid of being exposed?" They flusteredly tried to justify themselves. "We'll be in trouble with the master if we're exposed." The man they called master suddenly appeared before them, his tone cold but highly intimidating. "That's not what I'm hearing. Are you afraid of being discovered by others?" They widened their eyes and looked towards him, their heads also sweating. The master, with his blood-red eyes, continued coldly, "More than me." While the group was trembling like leaves, Kim Hyun-ho turned back and asked, "Sir." They muttered to each other, "We can't let them know we were summoned by the master." Marker stood before the door and called out, "Well then, let's go in." Suddenly a voice stopped them. "Wait." The fake Baphomet strongly suggested, "I will be the one to lead everyone through the tower. You all just need to focus on surviving." He thought to himself, "If I want to clear their suspicion, I just need to show them. As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them pushed the door and entered. Another world opened up. The inside seemed to be resetting. In just a moment, a full moon appeared. A realistic forest was also right in front of them. The group was bewildered. How? We were just in a forest, and now it's a forest? Suddenly on a tree branch, clawed, beastly feet appeared. They opened their mouths aggressively with their sharp teeth. Countless dark figures appeared on every branch. Everyone looked up in a daze. Someone exclaimed, "Demonic beasts," right at the entrance. With their blood-red eyes and aggressive faces, they charged forward. They swooped down at lightning speed. The three people below were unfazed. Baphomet quickly identified the targets. His eyes began to glow red. Then he split up and slashed those demonic beasts to pieces with great power. And those small fries were no match for him. The cold, sharp blades slit their throats one by one. Then he took down another one. Blood splattered everywhere. A powerful slash, cutting a bloody line. His glaring eyes looked incredibly terrifying. Just like that, the other two just stood and watched, letting the fake Baphomet unleash dazzling and powerful sword strikes. Kim Hyunho asked blankly, "What is this? I can't see anything." Marker was also stunned. Me neither. Thick dust and smoke rose as the fake Baphomet landed coolly. The other two praised. As expected of an S rank, he's on another level. At this time, on another cliff, the feet of demonic beasts dug hard into the ground. Blue demonic beasts ran amok. The ground also cracked. The fake Baphomet held his sword and chased closely behind. He flew high and slashed them to pieces in an instant. He coolly bit down on the sword in his mouth. The white skull bared its teeth in a delighted grin. What followed was a brutal massacre. On the next floor, dry skeletons were already waiting. The leader in a mink coat was stunned for a few seconds. His jaw dropped in astonishment. But before he could react, the fake Baphomets charged and attacked him. The two sides engaged in a fierce clash. The leader was no slouch and took out his axe to defend. But in just a moment, he was beaten out of shape. Then countless other battles with falcons. Next was a fight with a red-eyed green dinosaur. They still glared without a trace of fear. So a fierce battle with the leopard-skinned beasts broke out, and of course, those ferocious beasts also quickly went to meet their ancestors. The system announced, 99th floor cleared, leaving Kim Hyunho stunned, while Marker crossed his arms and pouted. He praised endlessly, "Amazing. He cleared up to this floor in just half a day." Marker said shrewdly, "That's impressive, but an A-rank hunter could also do it at that speed." Hearing this, he was horrified. "Huh?" He asked, confused, "Are you doubting him? He's already in the party." Marker stammered that. He questioned inwardly, is it internal information he can't tell an outsider? The system program is more fragile than I thought. That's been proven by awakens who act without officially registering as hunters and even use illegal programs. Marker stared thoughtfully at the one calling himself Baphomet. It's possible they stole Baphomet's information and applied it to an illegal program, but it's strange. Looking at his back, he wondered, why would they do something so unnecessary as clearing the tower for him? What if that really is Baphomet? Suddenly Marker turned and said, "I've seen Hunter Baphomet from a distance before. I could feel his overwhelming power, but I don't feel it now." At this, the person inside the cloak remained silent. His eyes flickered as if he sensed he was just bad-mouthed. Then he stared at Marker. "That guy keeps doubting us. What should we do?" Another one inside spoke up. He's stubborn, but it seems he's not sure either, so he won't do anything stupid. After discussing, he moved forward, even eagerly urging, "Let's clear this tower quickly and go. Let's go." His black hand reached out and touched the door, but after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. He exclaimed, "It's too quiet." Kim Hyunho figured, it seems the door has to be opened in a special way. It's this thing. Suddenly, a bagua-like shape appeared before them, its surface covered with countless strange characters. Marker approached and stared at it. There are 4 other devices that look like this. Suddenly, the fake Baphomet pondered as if he realized something. He keenly noticed the hole in the middle and thought, it seems like something could be fitted in there. He looked around for a long time. Using the entrance as a reference point, 2 devices are located in a pentagonal structure. It's highly likely that activating these devices in sequence will open the door. He wondered, what should I put in here? After thinking, he turned and said to the others, I think we can use it. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the stone in front of him. His hand slowly reached out and dropped the stone down. It fit perfectly into the center of that circle. In just a moment, there was a reaction. An intense beam of light shot out, creating a membrane that enveloped Marker's group. The light beam splattered, spreading everywhere. It pointed straight at the closed door. Immediately after, the door suddenly opened. Kim Hyun-ho's jaw dropped as he exclaimed. So the device activates with the magic stone from inside a demonic beast. Suddenly a surge of power startled the fake Baphomet. Then it quickly seeped outside, wrapping tightly around Kim Hyun-ho, startling him. In an instant, he was completely sucked inside, leaving the other two utterly bewildered. Marker stared in surprise. He was sucked in. That is, he was about to draw his sword and slash down forcefully. Suddenly a beam of light shone in his face. A horrifying slime appeared. The fake Baphomet was dumbfounded. Don't tell me. And then they were completely sucked inside that gate. Two blurry figures at the door. After an unknown amount of time, they were thrown inside. Their feet landed forcefully on the ground. Marker regained his composure and said, so the door leads inside. Kim Yun-ho, safe and sound, spoke up, Ugh, are you two okay? I thought I... Before he could finish, Marker also asked worriedly, are you okay? They looked up and saw two horrifying dragon-like demonic beasts. What is this place? Suddenly they heard a growl, which terrified them. He spoke, you lowly humans, it seems you've made it. In here, a dazzling red pressure appeared around him. He arrogantly threatened, I will make you pay for desecrating my sanctuary. As soon as he spoke, the sky was like a mountain of erupting fire. His mouth opened wide, full of sharp teeth. A horned demonic beast with great wings stared down at them. He had blood-red eyes, growling menacingly. Then he opened his mouth wide and shot out an intense beam of light. The three people below were frozen to the spot. A massive, earth-shattering explosion occurred. Their faces darkened in terror. Kim Yun-ho, scared out of his wits, looked behind him and asked, are we going to fight that dragon? How is that possible? With that, he glanced over at the fake Baphomet. As if regaining his spirit, he cheered. That's right, Hunter Baphomet will be the one to clear the tower. We have nothing to worry about, right? Hearing that, his face fell and he said nothing. Then he reluctantly replied, right, leave it to me. Kim Yun-ho said excitedly. As expected, Hunter Baphomet is different, but he was breaking out in a cold sweat. We were screwed. His brothers started to get tense and ask each other, brother, is this for real? Why did the difficulty suddenly spike like this? The eldest brother quickly reassured them, with the three of us, we can do it. But one of the younger brothers was so scared he started crying out loud, brother. The eldest brother still insisted, we cannot dishonor the master's command. We must do everything we can to defeat the boss. As soon as the words were spoken, they charged towards the dragon like moths to a flame. Position C, a long chain shot out, then a second chain, then a third, holding the dragon's legs and wings tightly, making it unable to move. The eldest brother's eyes widened as he ordered, attack. Just like that, a fierce battle between the two sides unfolded, and a 3-on-1 fight is never fair. The dragon beast was quickly bound by chains. One of them charged, then the second one. Among them, one person, quick as a flash, jumped high with a sword. Then he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slashed down hard on the dragon beast. An earth-shattering explosion appeared in the sky. The two people below could only shield themselves, unable to see anything. But he suddenly became confused, as if he realized something was wrong. It felt as if his slash didn't cut through. Before he could react, a yellow orb attacked. He broke out in a sweat when he saw it so close to his body. He stared but still didn't realize the danger. Oomph. Suddenly the yellow orb emitted an earth-shattering light, startling him. In just a moment, it shot him down to the ground, creating a loud crash. Thick dust and smoke rose, startling Kim Yun-ho's group. He screamed out, Hunter Baphomet, are you? But before he could finish his sentence, he froze in horror. Hey, why do you look like that? He lay there half dead, panting, I've been exposed. Kim Yun-ho completely broke down. Before he could compose himself, two powerful beams of light shot out. His face showed a second wave of panic. looking at the three demonic beasts lying beaten on the ground. He couldn't accept it. What is that? Where's Hunter Baphomet? While he was pitifully wandering through the ruins, unable to find anyone, Marker had already leisurely found a place to sit and rest, then replied, I knew it was a fake. One of the weak demonic beasts asked, what do we do now, brother? And was answered, this is beyond our capabilities. They already know our identities. If we can't solve this with our own strength. The more Kim Yunho heard, the more he clenched his jaw in fear. Suddenly, one of them ordered, hey, hornless goat, call for reinforcements. He was stunned. What? Marker finally turned his head to look. Just then a pair of fiery red eyes stared at them. No, it can't be. I don't believe you have to call for reinforcements because of me. It seems you're in a bind. Huh? He looked around vaguely. He wondered, where's that sound coming from? A figure appeared with a magical blue light. Good, very good, because this is very interesting. The person stepped out with a strange appearance, holding a scepter. He said brazenly, because I get to watch you fall apart, which earned him a curse, you bastard. The person said again, is there anyone else? I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? I am one of the master's summons, specializing in odd jobs. Suddenly he was startled as if he had detected danger. Its mouth was wide open, and in the middle was a brightly shining yellow orb. An attack appeared. The dragon beast relentlessly fired that beam of light towards everyone. He tried to dodge while sneaking a peek. The person raised the scepter in his hand against that power and seemed to be protecting them. A demonic beast stood up and praised him. Your protection spell is impressive. He understood immediately. So this worm is giving you a hard time? Truly a strong enemy, he remarked, then said, I should teleport the master here. The other one got scared and quickly stopped him. Wait, I didn't call you for that. He was stunned. What? They tried to explain, if the master finds out we messed up his command, we will. He interpreted it succinctly. You mean you want to destroy this worm without calling the master? The guys replied helplessly, yes, that's right, you get what I mean, right? They continued to exchange, all right, I've been thinking as usual, but, which made him, caught in the middle, very confused. What is going on? Suddenly, the dragon demon beast spoke arrogantly. You arrogant fools, startling Kim Yunho. It spread its wings and soared through the sky. How dare you be so insolent before me? Immediately followed by a fierce attack. A blinding light made everyone gape in horror, wanting to destroy the protective barrier. It relentlessly aimed at the sphere. The dragon demon beast continued to dominate the sky. After some time, it gnashed its teeth, its bloodshot eyes. Looking down, the smoke and dust gradually cleared, and the sphere was still standing there. A gap opened, revealing a sharp, blood-red eye. Steel Goat, the summoned monster, appeared, tightly gripping its weapon. It charged forward to engage the dragon demon beast in close combat, and another fierce battle unfolded. The dragon demon beast exclaimed. Its eyes narrowed in praise. How unexpected. On the other side, the other guy understood immediately. Are our attacks ineffective because of the shield? If we can deal with it. It opened its mouth again, sticking out its tongue in a horrifying manner. A flash of light shot past. They were knocked off their feet, or to put it bluntly, they were beaten senseless. The other guy awkwardly requested, summon another one. So the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks nodded in agreement. Okay. The sharp click of high heels echoed. Oh yeah, ha ha. Three demonesses appeared with elegant figures and introduced themselves. Have those three boring brothers gotten weaker? We, the three sisters, will show you perfect and beautiful power. You little brats. Countless sounds of fighting rang out, stunning even the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks. And the result was their defeat, high heels upended with trembling legs. The demon beast shouted again. Another summon. Riding a demonic beast, it appeared majestically and laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, bring honor and joy to the master. With that, it charged forward at the speed of light. Not knowing what it was getting into, it crowed arrogantly. Hee, you must be dying to know the taste of blood. Another battle ensued. A streak of light flashed by, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. It laughed confidently. Ho ho ho, I'll show you what I can do. Before it could finish, it was sent flying. The demon beast was completely devastated. Why can't anyone do anything right? At this point, we have to overwhelm it with numbers. The one in charge of miscellaneous tasks immediately threw cold water on the idea. It's useless. Even if we all charge in together, we can't break that shield or harm a boss. He of course knew that too, damn it, so what do we do now? He made up his mind and said, I will teleport the master here. The other one screamed, trying to stop him. What? No, and pleaded repeatedly, wait. Over here, Marker's group was bewildered listening to their conversation. There's still a chance. But look, the monster is puffing up its belly, preparing to open its maw to find prey in this unbalanced situation. Suddenly, he held out his hand, summoning now. The other one flinched and said, please. But the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks paid no mind, maintaining his posture. In an instant, the teleportation gate opened. From within the blue circle, an authoritative voice asked, what is going on? Kim Yunho stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, that's a man's voice, isn't it? Marker coldly said halfway, don't tell me. He was busy talking. Are you busy, sir? Then he heard, I'm in the middle of a battle. He politely said, understood, subordinate. I apologize for contacting you while you were so busy, master. There's a problem with the tower you assigned to us. Then came a sarcastic remark, I don't remember assigning any tower to you, leaving the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks speechless. Suddenly, the person burst out laughing. Haha, those three idiots. Hearing their names mentioned, they listened in shock. The one in charge of miscellaneous tasks asked again, Master, can you come here right away? The answer came back sharp as a tooth. I just started the boss fight, which horrified Marker's group. Then they heard the other person say, I'll deal with it first, so teleport me over in 10 seconds. Both he and the boy were surprised. The moment of life and death began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hearing this, the group of three demon beast brothers dropped to their knees, their bodies trembling in fear. Then came the count of 6, 5. The dragon demon beast in the sky was still waiting to start the battle, for its eyes suddenly narrowed, its pupils sharp and blood red. Next was 3. The one in charge of miscellaneous tasks still held his posture, one hand extended towards the blue gate. 2. There was some movement inside. The final second, 1. At this very moment, the monster had gathered enough rage. The dragon demon beast's eyes turned crimson as if it had detected a threat. It took the chance to do a few flips in the air, spitting out a yellow shockwave to launch its attack. A shocking explosion occurred, and smoke billowed everywhere. The dragon demon beast waited in silence, chains wrapped around it. It wondered, who is it now? Then it heard, where are you looking? It looked around in surprise. He appeared before its eyes. His cold eyes stared at it. Kim Yunho below could only see a silhouette through the intense light. Staring at him, he wondered, is that person really Baphomet? He looked down coldly. Then he glared at the three demon beast brothers and yelled, you worthless trash. The monsters cowered in fear. Suddenly, the dragon demon beast heard him settling a domestic affair. You couldn't even handle a small matter and had to call me here. He gave a cold command. When this is over, the three of you will undergo hellish training, including all the summons that help. The monsters lamented internally. What? Us too. It roared in anger. You arrogant fools. At this moment, Chaminyu maintained a calm expression. It was so angry it gnashed its teeth. How dare you call me a thing? You know me. He cut it off with a bored tone, hey. He challenged confidently. Why so talkative? Hurry up. It became even more enraged, you bastard. Just like that, the two of them charged at each other. The current flow of power was so intense, it illuminated the entire area. A band of light surrounded him. He said indifferently, you're pretty good. The blade pierced through a rock ledge. It relentlessly stabbed downwards, then moved to the other side, creating countless marks on the cliff face behind it. A summoning circle appeared behind the dragon demon beast. A sword shot out from it, aiming for him. At that moment, he held a sword in one hand. With the other, he used a spear to block the giant. Sword. A crack appeared on the sword's tip. He defended indifferently. He glanced at it again. Suddenly, its face showed a hint of surprise. He struggled to block. Immediately after, a shocking explosion occurred. He praised nonchalantly, "You're not bad." It replied coldly, "You still managed to block that attack. The barrier is breaking." As soon as the words were spoken, the wounds on its body healed very quickly. He remarked, "It even has self-regeneration." Then he tapped his finger on the table and drew a line of attack. His eyes blinked. He charged forward, brimming with killing intent. He declared, "I have to deal with the nuisance first." More layers of chains surrounded it, making it unable to move. An eye for an eye, he said as he swung his fist. Then he clenched his fist, using the death fist technique on the glowing red shield. The normal shield suddenly began to shrink. It thought anxiously, "It's getting smaller. Does he want to break the shield by shrinking it?" The dragon demon beast gnashed its teeth, its challenging voice ringing out, "My shield won't be so easy." The greater the determination, the greater the failure. Cracks appeared on the shield. It was stunned. "Damn it. How did you break my shield so easily?" A hook swung towards it, a direct hit, striking the dragon demon beast right in the head. It was horrified. What? A scream echoed through the mountains and forests. The dust screen quickly dissipated, revealing it in a miserable state, bound by chains. He said calmly, "You're not agile, and your body is as weak as cotton. You're good at attacking. I had to kill a boss in 10 seconds to get here. If this is so boring, all my effort will be wasted. Try to entertain me." It was completely provoked, roaring furiously. "Entertain you? I should be the one saying that. Don't be arrogant. This is my tower." The chains were completely shattered. He asked indifferently, "Your tower? Are you sure?" He stood silently in midair. "Shaman, you showed no mercy and brought his sword down." He watched coldly. The lightning in the sky suddenly intensified. A creature emerged from the whirlwind. What seemed new turned out to be a familiar voice. "You're quite strong. I didn't expect to have to use this incarnation. It's the incarnation of the ancient dragon Ravkas." Debris flew everywhere. He silently braced himself on the ground to avoid losing his footing. It soared in the air and asked smugly, "Are you ready to be sacrificed?" Kim Yinho cried out in fear. He turned to Marker and asked, "What is that? Will Hunter Baphomet be okay?" He remained silent, his expression grim. He thought to himself, "Baphomet, you?" The scythe high above glowed brightly, drawing in power. The dragon demon beast struck a cool pose. The two sides charged at each other fiercely. He was quickly surrounded by the techniques of its attacks. When the scythe was right in front of him, Baphomet was attacked and sent flying. A crack appeared on the ground. Right there, a line of light appeared. Shaman Yu maintained a calm expression. He easily dodged the flying scythes. One or countless, it didn't matter. And then he stood coolly in the middle of the formation. Then he swung his sword, somersaulted, and delivered a finishing blow. As he was charging, he suddenly saw something. He smirked with amusement. His feet landed lightly. He moved nimbly across the water. A waterfall surged upwards, using the force of the water to break the chains. He and it were like two opposite poles, facing each other. Water trickled around him. His gaze remained as sharp as ever. It mocked, still so arrogant. A hand seal was formed. Countless fireballs flew towards him. Aimed at one spot, the fire flickered and burned. He charged forward into the heat. He walked leisurely. He suddenly gave a cunning smile. Roots suddenly rose from somewhere, then quickly grew and developed, and expanded ceaselessly. In every gap were countless blood-red eyes. Black energy dispersed all around. The dragon demon beast stared at him intently, but remained silent. Its eyes were blood-red and sharp. Then it cursed, "You bastard." He below glare back. Shaman, you stood amidst countless gates. It cursed. Continuous streams of yellow light shot down fiercely. Long gouges appeared on the ground. He suddenly stopped after a final dash. First thunder die. He rose up, slashing through a mountain. Second thunder die. He appeared right behind it. A hook immediately grew from its hand. It swung its sword at him. The third die. He successfully escaped, his sword broken in two. Fourth thunder die. Meteor fragments fell. A swirling vortex formed. Fifth thunder die. He zipped past it. Sixth thunder die. A new hand seal. A blinding, deadly light. As it approached him bringing death, he again narrowly escaped death. Death echoed in his ears. Thunder roared in the sky, stunning him. After an exhausting fight, the dragon demon beast stood defiantly before him. It asked in a panic, How? Why isn't he dead? Die, die, die. Don't struggle. I will win this battle anyway. This is my tower. All life and magic in this place. Give me endless mana. No matter how long this drags on, my mana will not run out. As soon as the words were spoken, a vortex of fire formed. I am. Amidst the vast sea of fire, it confidently declared the winner of this battle. He was like a small creature fleeing. Only the top of his head, full of hair, could be seen. A raging firestorm trapped him from all sides. A fireball was formed, destroying everything for 100 miles around. Through the smoke and dust, it spread its wings and hovered leisurely in the air. Its shadow flickered. Its face turned grim. Looking at the bottomless pit below, it began to crow, "I told you," with this body but before it could finish, its eyes widened in shock. Then it looked to its right and was stunned at him. "Why hand? When did you?" He said with interest. "The way you use it is quite interesting." It looked in horror at him, standing there majestically. "Shaman," you stated, "unfortunately, you can't use it anymore." It thought in agony, "All the mana I've accumulated." To it, it was a noble thing, but to him, this cheap thing, it muttered insanely, now belongs to him. It said, unwilling to accept defeat, "I am the master of this place. It's me." He tossed it aside without a second thought. He laughed and said, "Do you want to know why this happened?" "Shaman," you recounted, "when we faced off earlier, the skill, advantage level 50, was used, meaning upon entering the battle, inside the tower, below legendary grade, all strategies, including boss strategies, will be unlocked. Furthermore, upon reaching the highest level, the strategy to defeat boss 5 is unlocked." He continued, "I know you absorb endless mana from this place. Specifically, the advantage skill combined with the domination skill level 50 has a 92% probability of hacking the tower system. Obviously, that's classified information." He said implicitly, "I have conquered everything you have." Then he lowered his eyes to look at it and asked, "Now, tell me, who is the king of this tower?" It froze in anxiety. The demon beast decided to go all out, spreading its wings and cursing in extreme anger. "You bastard." As soon as the words were spoken, it created a wave of lightning and controlled the surrounding rocks to attack him. Shaman Yu was indifferent. He pressed on, "It's harsh, but this is the truth." His face full of confidence, he declared, "You will lose." Because he paused at the right moment, the skills being used now are Outburst level 50, Target level 50, and Weapon Master level 50. He was confident that, "I am a tower expert." He zipped towards it to attack. Each spear aimed at it in the sky. It pierced through the water membrane. The shield also cracked quickly. The spear just kept thrusting forward to its core. Right at the center, it cried out in despair, "Impossible." A shocking explosion occurred. The stone shell, due to the recent shockwave, began to shake violently and exploded into smithereens. They witnessed everything from behind the barrier. Kim Yunho was stunned. "Hunter Baphomet, that power is unbelievable." Marker suddenly remarked, "Now I understand why he conquered all the towers," which made him not understand at all. "What?" He said, "Teleportation between towers. He possesses a summon that can use that ability. If he wants to, he can destroy any boss with that terrifying power." The more Marker thought, the more he sweated in amazement. Looking at Shaman Yu's handsome and cooler than a cucumber face made him exclaim, "You've returned to the top." The ground was littered with so many fresh, delicious potatoes. Potatoes. Potatoes here, potatoes there. Even the food in my inventory is all potatoes. A notification kept popping up. "You have completed the tower. A teleportation gate will be created shortly. Please leave." While he sat in utter despair, leaning against the monster's corpse, lamenting, "What's the point of leaving? This whole country is just potatoes. I'm not touching another potato when I get back to Korea," he swore. On this side, a pair of long legs suddenly stopped walking. Han Ayu-young asked Goon, "Have you uploaded the file?" Goon immediately replied, "Yes." She reminded them again several times, "Are you all thoroughly prepared? We cannot afford to make any mistakes. This time, the target is an elite S-rank hunter." They all replied in unison, "Yes, I will be careful and focused, team leader." Han. Suddenly, as she was walking, she collapsed in pain. Goon called out in confusion, "Team leader." She mused, "I can't believe I'm a team leader." She thought, "Everyone will probably forget me, but I am Han Ayu-young. I was once a member under team leader Ma Sangun, who was in charge of the Hunter Management Center. That's right. I was, because that's in the past. When the Global Defense Project was expanded, a separate department was established, and I became the team leader of the second team in that department. Back then, I was just a small fry. How did it come to this? She always wondered. A steady hand rested on her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, you can definitely do it, Ms. Ayu Young. We have the same position now, don't we? I'll call you Team Leader Han." She looked back, stunned. It turned out to be Team Leader Ma. She thought, "I know everything." Team Leader Ma was originally assigned as the head of the defense project, but he refused and recommended me instead. Moreover, he knows full well that I'm not suited for this position. But, feeling Ianu's intense gaze, she flinched slightly. Turning her head, she snapped, "Hurry up." Then she strode forward resolutely with the thought, "This is the moment I've been waiting for. This time, I will charge forward to the very end." She made up her mind and gave a slight nod. Their faces immediately turned grim. They put on their most serious expressions ever, placing their hands on the table. She said forcefully, "Hello, I am Han Ayu Young, the team leader in charge of the defense project. First, I would like to read the code names of the 6 hunters who have attended this meeting despite their busy schedules. Hunter Titan of the Drake Guild, Hunter Miztel of the Seal Guild, Hunter Cooper of Night's Way, Hunter Ianu of the Moonlight Guild, Hunter Ong of the Gloria Guild, and Hunter Baphomet of the Nebula Guild." Baphomet, everyone wondered. He looked at them all indifferently. Countless whispers and discussions broke out. The world's tongues were spreading his name. From bewilderment, is there a hunter with a name like that in Nebula? Where is the Nebula Guild Master? To fabrication, look at him, he probably gets bullied easily. The Nebula Guild Master is famous for pulling dirty tricks, and even ridicule. I've never heard his name before. A guy like that gets to attend this important meeting? The atmosphere momentarily quieted down. She called, "Goon, please prepare." "Yes," Goon replied, then skillfully operated the computer. She projected onto the screen behind her for the presentation. This is a distribution map of the towers about a year ago. And this is the present. Thanks to the efforts of the hunters participating in the gate project, the probability of a gate mutation has significantly decreased. "Thank you, everyone," she said politely. Then she moved on to the new topic. Phase 1 of the project is about to end. The start of Phase 2 will be announced in advance. It had just begun, and someone was already asking nosy questions. Phase 2? That's different from what I was told. Shouldn't we be discussing the rewards? First, immediately after, Ms. Tell said coquettishly, "Don't tell me it's another overseas mission. My skin will get all dry and cracked again. Do you know how long it took me to recover after returning to Korea?" Then the polite guy said, "People are talking. If all the top guilds are sent abroad, who will look after the towers in the country?" Even Ong made a bored excuse. "I'm not participating in Phase 2. I still have to shoot dramas and movies." They clamored. "What's the reward?" Leaving her surrounded and unsure how to react for a moment. What? They ignored her predicament and kept making excessive demands. "Are you going to give us anything good?" They even pressured her, ordering, "Hurry up, I have a photo shoot to get to." She said awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, "By the way, what's your rank, team leader?" He sneered, moving close to her, which surprised her. She wondered, when did he get in front of me? He looked down at her, saying obnoxiously, "I'm a B rank, so the team leader must be at least an S rank. Don't tell me you're the project's general manager." She stammered an explanation. "General manager? You mean Team Leader Park, who's in charge of Team 1. He's currently on assignment outside. So, He glared at her, silencing her. They sneered. They let a B rank handle the closing of the meeting. What a disappointment. A waste of time. Ong didn't even bother being polite anymore. "Can I go now? I have to go to a photo shoot. To send the reward directly to my company. No, my guild." The guy mocked. "It seems things aren't properly arranged." She tried to calm the crowd. "When things are settled." Goon thought grimly. Is this what they meant? While she continued to persuade them. "Please wait, I will present the rewards." Watching them gang up on her, Goon seemed to understand clearly the contempt of S ranks for the weak. They continuously acted superior. What about Team Leader Park? Is he an S rank? We can talk then. Suddenly, he, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "You're the ones wasting time." They looked at him, annoyed, their disdain obvious. He maintained his usual indifferent expression. They asked irritably, "What was that? Speak clearly." He stood up and asked leisurely, "What is the reward?" The boy was stunned, thinking, did he just ignore me? She was slow to adapt at first. Ah, yes. She cleared her throat a few times. Immediately after, she adjusted her demeanor and replied, "The reward is a compensation level based on the contribution rate." At that, they all had the same thought, that a compensation level based on contribution rate meant the guild that would get the most reward would be the Nebula Guild. The answer was clear. They were not convinced and rushed forward to question her. A compensation level based on contribution rate. "This isn't a joke, is it?" She replied frankly, "Of course not. Ownership of the tower, a 5-year tax exemption, free item transactions for 5 years, and expanded medical and welfare benefits. The guild with the highest contribution will be given the right to command all other guilds in the event of a gate mutation." The boy was stunned. "What?" Ms. Tell said indignantly. "What? Are you crazy? They get the right to control other guilds? That's not a reward." She replied politely, "As I've been saying for the past 5 years, if there are no gate mutations during that period, the command authority will expire." Cooper clarified, "So you mean we have to focus on clearing towers to prevent gate mutations?" Ong said, annoyed, "You should have made that clear from the beginning of the project, shouldn't you?" She clearly explained, apologizing for not informing them beforehand, that because the team leader had changed, the reward details had also changed accordingly. They started murmuring again, raising questions. "The team leader changed. Don't tell me things will always be like this." She just remained silent, playing her part as an outsider, thinking to herself, "I understand the hunter's opposition. The new team leader Yudhun wants to create a competitive environment among the hunters, because the more they compete, the stronger the hunters will become." Suddenly, "But the Nebula Guild isn't interested in those rewards," he said. Everyone was surprised from her "What?" to the other hunters who all had to exclaim, "What?" He explained, "Managing other guilds sounds so troublesome. How are we supposed to manage them? Give us a better reward." Then he asked, "But can it be transferred?" She asked doubtfully, What do you mean?" He observed everyone's expressions and then spoke. Everyone looked on full of curiosity. Then he gave a sinister, wicked smile and said, "It seems it can't be transferred arbitrarily." At the corporation, everyone was working as usual. Just then, a visitor arrived. "Good job," they replied mechanically. "Welcome. How may I help you?" Until they realized who it was. The young woman's cheeks flushed red. At the film set, Kim Gusiak was pondering something. She said shyly, "Thank you for letting us borrow the location." He replied casually, Sounds interesting, but what is it?" She hesitated and said, "I don't know either." Then she thought, what is he thinking? Hunter Baphomet, can we really do this? If it were Team Leader Ma, what would he do in this situation? Over there, he asked, "Hey, are you done yet?" One replied professionally, "Yes, I have prepared the rare weapons as you requested. Since you wanted everyone to use weapons of the same quality, we prepared identical ones. But what about Hunter Ong?" Ms. Tell continued. She was busy, so she left. She said this overly brutal method doesn't align with her guild's principles and philosophy. Then she sidled up to him, speaking flirtatiously. "So then, what is the handsome hunter from the Nebula Guild planning to do?" Hearing that, everyone was shocked and curious. Feeling the knife at her throat, she said with interest, "What are you planning to do? Don't you know that this rare weapon can't even scratch the hair of an S-ranker? It's a good thing the weapon didn't break." Suddenly realizing something, It didn't break? Smart, he praised. Then he threw the weapon away, explaining in detail, "The country I was assigned to has harsh conditions. There are no proper training grounds, nor is there good equipment. Although some supplies are sent occasionally, the number of towers is so high that their durability wears out very quickly. There are no forges or skilled blacksmiths to craft high-grade weapons, even though I gathered magic stones from the tower myself. You happen to catch it." He thought with annoyance, "Look at this kid's face." He continued to speak. "The main solution is rare weapons, because they can be made without a professional blacksmith. I was so short on food that I only ate potatoes. I thought I was about to lose all my muscle." After speaking, he looked at them coldly. He demanded, "You can only use martial arts, no skills allowed. I will transfer the reward to any hunter who can leave a scratch on me." They all protested at once. "This is unfair. We've never trained like that." He then beckoned with his hand, saying arrogantly, "Then you can all attack at once. I don't think anyone can even leave a scratch on me." Their faces immediately darkened. He had successfully provoked every single one of them, from Cooper, Yanu, to Titan and Ms. Tell, all were provoked to anger. They praised his spirit. You're really arrogant. Let's see if you can still talk like that after getting beaten up. After a round of fighting, their hands were exhausted. Bewildered, he wondered, what? I can't see his movements. Where did this monster come from? Ms. Tell cursed. She compromised, saying, I'll stop here, my weapon broke in half. Next was Cooper. I give up too. I'll just watch. He rubbed his aching neck. Suddenly, Titan reasoned, thinking back on the rule he just stated. Doesn't it have a loophole? If I don't use a weapon, it won't break. So I still have a chance. Hunter Aang's weapon is still here. That means there's no rule against using other weapons, right? In that case, I won't use it. Then he charged forward. He then heard, so you've realized. Unbeknownst to him, the man had already gotten behind him and attacked, finishing his sentence, but it's too late.